Wealthy man, I implore you, miss, to accompany me for a while. Lackey, strive for greatness, forge ahead to create brilliance anew. Boss, dear lady, please save a space on your lap for me, so I may indulge myself. Esteemed leader, I am counting on you. With everything settled, we shall embark anew. High-ranking official, she possesses a troubled heart. Strong individual, she is no longer needed. Shall I take my leave then? Strong individual. Wait, my lord. Boss, sir, your nobility is commendable. Please take your rightful place. Onlookers, what shall we do if you depart? In the apocalyptic realm seeking to acquire substantial advantages, it appears as though the tide rises, yet the clash between landowners and authority foretells an inevitable and futile conflict. In this world, there are not merely the wealthy and the impoverished, but also the divisions of class. Regardless of circumstance, the disparities will never fully dissipate. Chapter 1. The Brink of Death. In this desolate city, where remnants of crumbled bricks and shattered walls lay scattered like a wasteland, the uneven terrain renders pathways nearly non-existent. The air is thick with the fetid stench of decay from various creatures and corpses, mingling with the metallic scent of blood, an abhorrent aroma that no mask can adequately shield against, assaults Chanye's nostrils. Huff, huff, huff. The sound of rapid breaths fills the air, accompanied by low, guttural growls from behind. Chenyi, her scalp prickling with dread, instinctively drags Chen forward, driven by the primal instinct to survive, as a throng of ravenous zombies closes in. Casting a glance over her shoulder, Chenyi observes the undead, their eyes as pale and void of color as dead fish, their sluggish bodies swaying, clad in tattered garments stained with crimson. Their exposed, ashen skin is riddled with festering wounds, black ichor seeping from the gaping lesions, adhering to their tattered rags, leaving behind ghastly imprints. Their limbs are rigid, and their uncontrolled hands flail before them in a desperate attempt to maintain balance. The sheer number is overwhelming, stretching endlessly before her, sending a wave of panic surging through her. These emotionless beings, devoid of fear or reason, are driven solely by an insatiable thirst for blood. Turning her gaze toward her younger brother, who struggles to keep pace, she notices his right leg limping painfully as he strives to catch up. Chen's breaths come in ragged gasps, as if his lungs might burst forth from his mouth, beads of sweat cascading down his brow. His body feels heavy and burdensome. The prolonged sprint has rendered his left leg nearly immobile from pain. Sis, I can't run anymore. Chanyi swiftly pulls him close, allowing him to lean most of his weight on her. Xiao Chen, hold on a little longer. We need to find somewhere to hide. Chunyi scans the surroundings, spotting a cluster of dilapidated buildings ahead, but there are no suitable places to take cover. She glances back at the grotesque horde closing in, their presence growing ever nearer. Tightening her grip on the steel rebar, she feels a sense of despair wash over her, her hopes for the future dwindling. Watching the approaching swarm, she grips her brother's hand tightly. Xiao Chen, run. The ground is littered with debris from collapsed structures, and the bodies strewn like mountains impede her speed. Suddenly, Chen trips over a stone, falling to the ground. His eyes redden, lips cracked, tears mingling with sweat as they cascade down his ashen face. Cease. Sis, just go. Don't worry about me. You need to escape. Chunyi crouches down, swiftly wiping the tears and sweat from Chen's face with her darkened hand. Grasping his hand, she takes the steel rebar from him, pivoting to hoist him onto her back. Her Xiao Chen feels so light now. The once 1.85-meter tall boy, who bore the gentlest face in the world, now has sunken cheeks and a body devoid of flesh, resembling a mere skeleton. Suppressing her sorrow, she adjusts her grip on the rebar, supporting him beneath his rear. Hold on tight. Chen wraps his arms around his sister's thin yet sturdy shoulders. Over the past 3 years, his sister has transformed from a pampered young lady into a strong and resolute woman. The hands that had wiped his tears are now callous. Chen bites his lip, stifling his cries, yet tears continue to slide down Chanye's neck. Feeling the warmth on her back, she pauses momentarily, then lifts him slightly. Xiao Chen, don't cry. Behind them, the zombies relentlessly pursue, with more encroaching from the sides like wild specters seeking prey. Occasionally, screams of those being attacked and cries for help pierce the air. Chanyi grits her teeth, her shortness of breath causing sharp pain in her chest. She attempts to regulate her breathing, knowing it may be futile, yet preferable to nothing. Suddenly she halts. From the crumbling building emerges a ghastly zombie. They are surrounded. Chun grips her shoulders tightly, trembling with fear. In that instant, despair washes over them like a tidal wave. Chun surveys the encroaching horde, tightening her grip on the rebar, a wave of desolation crashing within her. Slowly, she lowers Chin, turning to embrace the weeping boy gently. She pats his back and smiles softly. Xiao Chen, no more running. This is where it ends for us. Upon hearing this, Chun looks down at her dirt-streaked face. Her eyes are red, yet her lips curve into a smile, and suddenly he finds himself smiling as well. All right, this is it. In the next life, I'll protect you, sister. Chun turns to face the horde of zombies, now merely 20 meters away. These seemingly mindless beings have closed in around them. The stench of decay wafts from them, assaulting her senses. She gazes up at the murky sky, devoid of wind. The heavy, labored breaths of the zombies and their own breaths fill her ears. Gritting her teeth, she looks into the distance, reflecting on her short life, having witnessed the myriad facets of existence, filled with both sorrow and indignation. The so-called kinship, the supposed blood ties. How utterly laughable. Humanity can be more terrifying than the undead. She glances at Chin. Over the past 3 years, she has forged a path through a sea of corpses and blood, striving to sustain him, and now, it seems their struggle is at an end and liberation awaits. She hands him a piece of the rebar, saying, I'm sorry, Xiao Chen, for not being able to protect you until the end. Chun takes it. Time is of the essence, and the nearest zombie is nearly upon them. The stench overwhelms him, causing pain in his eyes. His weight rests predominantly on his left leg, while his injured right leg barely touches the ground to stabilize himself. He swings the rebar forcefully, striking the closest zombie's skull. In an instant, putrid flesh flies, dark liquid oozing from the creature's head, yet it remains unfazed, raising its arms, baring its jagged teeth, ready to pounce. Chun swings again, fending off its grasp. The horde is relentless, surging from all directions. Chen Yi, pressed against Chin Chen's back, possesses far greater strength. She strikes the nearest zombie with all her might, the blow landing squarely on its neck, sending a rotting head tumbling to the ground. Its body collapses under the force. Chun Yi grips the rebar tightly. Having found such a sturdy weapon amidst the debris, she knows it grants her no advantage against the horde. 1 zombie falls, yet 2 more surge forward, forcing her to continuously swing the rebar in defense. In close proximity, she can see the blood and filth between their teeth, a nauseating sight. Striking with such force, her palms begin to split, blood seeping through the cracks. The scent of blood incites the horde, driving them into a frenzy as they swarm toward them. Dozens of zombies, undeterred by their attacks, rush in, surrounding her, pulling and tearing at her body. Their strength is immense. She feels as though she is on the brink of being torn apart, an overwhelming pain surging through her as Chen screams ring in her ears. She turned her head towards Chin, who was already being torn apart by 5 or 6 zombies. His filthy, tattered clothes were soaked with dark liquid. She knew it was blood. His lips were split and oozing crimson, and his hands were tightly gripped, gnawed upon. He turned to look at her, calling out in agony, Sister. Sister, I'm Phoenix. Despair surged within her as she screamed, Ah, Xiao Chen. She lifted her leg to kick the zombie lunging at her, successfully toppling one, but in that instant, more zombies surged forth to fill the space before her. She found herself surrounded, grasped tightly and rendered immobile, overwhelmed with urgency and pain as she helplessly watched Chin being mauled before her, the sharp fangs drawing dangerously close. Chapter 2. Rebirth Miss. Familiar voices echoed in her ears as Chen Yi slowly opened her eyes. She raised her gaze to see Uncle Li, long deceased, looking at her with a face full of concern. Uncle Li Yu. She turned to survey her surroundings, recognizing the familiar room, her home in Country Y. She was half reclining on the sofa, yet she had been in her homeland during the apocalypse. Had she returned to life after death? Miss, did you have a nightmare? Uncle Li said, taking a warm towel from a servant and gently wiping her hands. He sighed softly, murmuring, Miss, I know Mr. Chun and Madam have passed. I understand your sorrow. But you are still young and must take care of young master and live on. Chun Ye's heart jolted. Her parents had died long before the apocalypse, and Uncle Li had perished when the pack of wolves had come. She withdrew her hands from Uncle Li's grasp, staring at her delicate, fair fingers, no rough cracks or wounds, just the thin calluses from years of training with firearms. She took another towel from the servant, unfolded it, and placed it on her face. The warm air enveloped her, causing her facial nerves to twitch as her pores gradually relaxed and her body loosened. After a moment, she removed the towel and placed it on the coffee table, noticing her phone beside her. Picking it up, she was struck by the date displayed, July 17th, 2029. She had returned. A wave of sorrow washed over her, and tears streamed down her face, as if to recount the hardships of the past 3 years. Uncle Lee, believing her tears were for her parents, gently embraced her, patting her back in comfort. "It's all right, miss. The road ahead is long." Hearing this, she stifled her tears and looked up at Uncle Lee's familiar face. Yes, she had returned, not to indulge in futile weeping. She would live well. It was not she who should lie dead in the wilderness, but those who had wronged her. Yet, was it too late? A month had passed since her parents' death, and only a month remained until the apocalypse descended. In her previous life, it was around this time that her uncle, Qin Jingguang, a high-ranking official in the country, had persuaded her and Qin, still young, to return home to establish a grave for their parents. In truth, the plane had crashed, leaving nothing behind. However, her uncle argued that one should return to their roots, and the affairs of the company in S City also required attention. To this day, Qin Yi did not doubt her uncle's initial intentions. The company had grown to an immense scale, and her uncle's support was not insignificant in their early struggles in S City. The Chun brothers, following the wishes of the older generation, had one enter politics while the other pursued business. Chun Jingguang had worked his way up from a junior official to become the deputy mayor of S City. Chun Jinyan had expanded a small company in S City to a publicly listed entity in Country Y, both achieving success through mutual support. After returning to the country, she and Chen had handled everything. Just as they were preparing to return to Country Y, the ominous signs of the apocalypse appeared. Disaster struck, with a thick fog enveloping the world for an entire month. All flights were grounded. She and Chen resided in a duplex in the city center, initially under the care of Uncle Chen's family, who were warm and affectionate. However, as the torrential rains worsened, Uncle Chen's home was flooded, and they came to seek refuge. Believing in the bonds of blood, and having maintained close ties with her uncle's family over the years, she agreed to let them stay together. Uncle Chun, being of a high rank, had resources for sustenance. Yet, his family secretly hoarded food for themselves. As conditions deteriorated and aid was insufficient, especially since S City was far from the center, even rescue personnel could no longer contact the authorities. At the end of their rope, Uncle Chen's family, having the convenience of power, transformed. They first expelled Uncle Lee's son, Li Xiong, to search for supplies, but after Li Xiong tragically perished, Uncle Lee, in a fit of rage, attempted to confront them, only to be mercilessly killed. When no one is left to seek supplies, they broke Qin Chen's right leg, coercing Qin Yi to venture out for resources. At that time, there were no medical conditions available, and after healing improperly, Qin Chen's leg became deformed, leaving him disabled. Qin Yi, then merely a recent graduate, had slightly better physical fitness than them, mostly from her sporadic training. Due to Qin Chen's age, they treated him like a hostage, and she had no choice but to transform from a pampered young lady into a formidable woman, fighting daily for survival. When they were eventually rescued, she returned from a supply run to find Qin Chen left alone at home. An earthquake destroyed their only refuge, and in despair, they discovered a bomb shelter in the cracked ground, surviving a year of endless nights on scant military rations, believing that hardship would soon yield to ease. To her dismay, the zombie outbreak occurred, plunging the entire city into hell, abruptly ending their young lives. This time, she vowed to live well alongside those she cherished. There was no time to wallow in sorrow. The apocalypse was imminent, and she had to prepare thoroughly. "Uncle Lee, where is Xiao Chun?" "Young master is sleeping upstairs." "Call the lawyer, and then tell us Xiong to bring all the family and company asset documents to the study. When Xiao Chun wakes up, let him come to the study as well." Since she was to return as a vengeful spirit, she must first deal with matters in her homeland. Thus, everything in Country Y must be liquidated to acquire resources in anticipation of the impending apocalypse. In her previous life, she had no time to manage these affairs. Her parents' years of hard work were obliterated in an instant. In a world where money held no value, only sufficient supplies could ensure survival. Therefore, she needed to quickly liquidate assets to exchange for necessary provisions. Rising from her seat, she gazed through the expansive, pristine glass window, spotting a man walking across the garden. He was heading towards two other tall men in black suits. At that moment, he was speaking to the others, occasionally pointing around the house, likely giving instructions. Though too far to hear, she could see a pained expression on his face, tempered by a sense of resolve.
Dan mo.
Her father's bodyguard. In her previous life, he had accompanied her back to the country, but just before the apocalypse, the company faced issues. The major shareholder had passed, and the inheriting children were absent, leading to unrest and even minor riots. Chunyi had sent him back to country, half a month early, to assess the situation. She was unaware of his fate, but he should have survived. Having been a mercenary, his physical abilities were exceptional. If she had lived, he likely had too. The reason she paid attention to him was that he had protected Qin Jinyan since his arrival in Country Y. The safety conditions in Country Y were notoriously poor, and on several occasions, Dan Mo had put himself in harm's way to save Qin Jinyan. Was he someone she could trust? Chunyi focused on him for a moment before turning and walking towards the study upstairs. Chapter 3. The plan. Chunyi sat at her desk, eyes closed, envisioning the moments her father once occupied this very space, as if his essence lingered within the study. Yet, time was of the essence, and she could not afford to dwell in sorrow. She opened her laptop and swiftly compiled a comprehensive list of items that needed preparation. When Chen Chen arrived, Li Xiong and the lawyer had yet to make their appearance. The passing of their parents weighed heavily upon Chen Chen, etching a deep sorrow upon his face, his countenance dimmed, his voice hoarse. Chunyi looked up at him. Though the boy appeared troubled, his health was intact. His movements agile, unlike the ghastly specter of those emaciated by the apocalypse. Rising swiftly, Chunyi approached him and enveloped him in a tight embrace. Feeling the warmth of his vibrant life, her mind flashing back to the harrowing image of him besieged by zombies. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears. A wave of emotion threatening to overwhelm her. Thank heavens, they had both returned. Xiao Chen, are you well? She inquired softly.
Don't be sad, sister. I'm fine.
Although Mom and Dad are gone, you still have me. I can take care of you from now on.
Chenya poset, contemplating.
It appeared that Chen Chen bore no memories of the apocalypse. Perhaps it was for the best. Such painful recollections were best left unremembered. She guided him to the opposite sofa, her expression solemn as she said, Xiao Chen, what I am about to tell you is of utmost importance. You must listen carefully. Chen Chen, sensing the gravity in her tone, nodded earnestly. You may speak. I intend to liquidate all the assets left to us by our parents and return to our homeland. She halted his urge to question with a raised hand and continued. I have already instructed Uncle Li to contact a lawyer, and Ah Xiong will be bringing the necessary documents shortly. I need your cooperation to sign.
Why?
Uncle said we should return to establish a grave. But sister, are we not coming back here? What about the company? I still need to go to school. Chunyi sighed softly, gazing at him. Xiao Chun, you must trust me. Soon, this world will change dramatically. You need not concern yourself with anything else. I will ensure everything is taken care of. I promise to look after you. Though he did not fully comprehend, a flicker of realization crossed his mind. Perhaps his sister, lacking experience in managing the company, wished to seek refuge with their uncle following their parents' demise. He had always been compliant with Chunyi, so he simply nodded in agreement. Before long, Li Xiong and the lawyer arrived. Upon hearing Chunyi's plans to sell the assets, Li Xiong expressed confusion regarding her intentions. His father had served as a steward for Qin Jinyan for many years, and he had followed in his footsteps after graduation. If Chunyi feared a transitional challenge in managing the company, his presence would alleviate such concerns. However, he refrained from voicing his doubts. Recognizing that their foreign circumstances and the loss of their parents could indeed impact Chunyi's mindset. Going back home was not without merit, especially with Chen Jingguang supporting her. Yet, the lawyer, unable to contain his bewilderment, inquired directly, Miss Chen, are you certain? I am quite certain. All the inheritance belonging to Qin Chen and me must be liquidated immediately, including this house. We can sell it below market value. The quicker, the better. And I require full payment upfront. The lawyer hesitated, but Chunyi interrupted him, retrieving the documents Li Xiong had brought and cross-referencing them. I expect you have records on your end as well, given that the inheritance formalities were just completed. She paused, extracting another document to hand to him. This list contains those who previously inquired about the equity transfer. Please reach out to their representatives. Ah Xiong, coordinate with the lawyer, and simply bring the documents to me for signing. Remember, expedite the process. I have other matters to attend to. please summon Uncle Lee. When Uncle Lee entered the study, Chun-Yi was intently examining a satellite map of the country on a large electronic screen, with Chun-Chun quietly seated beside her. Uncle Lee stood with his hands clasped, patiently awaiting her instructions. As she zoomed in on City S's map, her mind wandered to the locations that had remained unscathed in her previous life: Hamlin Community, Xingqian Building, Binhai Garden, and Tiandu Mansion. These places had suffered minimal damage by the time of her demise. Focusing intently on the screen, she tapped her left index finger rhythmically against a table, her brow furrowing gently. Hamlin Community and Xingqian Building, located in the Eastern District, were not viable options based on her past experiences. Their crowded nature made them perilous. She had no desire to witness the malevolence of humanity repeat itself as it had before. Binhai Garden had initially become a stronghold of power, only to later be converted into a temporary housing area, attracting a multitude of individuals, an equally unwise choice. Finally, her cursor halted at Tiandu Mansion, situated in the northern district of City S. It was a standalone villa with 3.5 stories, elevated terrain, and most crucially, 3 underground levels. Chun-Yi ceased her rhythmic tapping and looked up at Uncle Lee. "What is it you require of me, miss?" Glancing at Chin-Chun, who was also observing her, she stated, "In the coming days, once the paperwork is completed, we shall return to our homeland." She pointed at Tiandu Mansion displayed on the screen. "We will purchase a property here. Please contact a real estate agent immediately to arrange viewings in a few days. Additionally, we must reach out to a renovation company. I will provide the design plans and materials shortly." She required a robust and secure defensive structure to withstand the impending catastrophes and the eventual onslaught of zombies. Perhaps even that would not suffice. She needed more specialized personnel. Chun-Yi handed them the printed list of supplies.
Uncle Lee.
"Please find a way to connect with people back home to rent a warehouse, and prepare to acquire these items to store there until the new house is ready for us to transfer them." Both men examined the densely packed list in their hands, frowning in unison. "Sister, this is an excessive quantity, even for a supermarket."
Uncle Lee remarca.
Casting a glance at Chun-Yi, a fleeting thought flickered through his mind. But he could not grasp it, leading him to question, "Miss, given our extended stay abroad, should we not enlist the help of Vice Mayor Chen from the family?" "Absolutely not." Chanya's body tensed at the mere mention of that name, her voice rising in vehement denial. "I refuse to accept any assistance from him." Sensing the astonishment from both men, she forced herself to calm down. "Not only will we not request his aid, but from this moment on, everything we undertake must remain undisclosed to him." "Why, sister? You seem quite different today. Wasn't Uncle always the one to help us with matters we couldn't handle back home?"
Ken questionet, confucion evident.
Uncle Lee nodded in agreement,
Chanye lohret hergaze.
biting her lip in silence for a moment before raising her head and pointing at the list. "We need everything on this list, no less, only more. We must not mention a single detail to anyone. Our unified narrative to the outside world will be that we are returning to establish a grave for our parents before heading back to White Country. You will soon understand everything." Chun-Chun glanced at Chun-Yi again. Today, she was undeniably peculiar, and he struggled to articulate the sensation it evoked. Uncle Lee cautiously asked, "Miss, do you happen to know something we do not?" "You will find out soon enough. Uncle Lee, please proceed with the arrangements." Xiao Chun, begin packing. Off you go. Chapter 4. The relics in the early hours. Chun-Yi hastily finalized the renovation plans for the new house, a task that would typically fall to Li Xiong, who was currently preoccupied with overseeing the liquidation of her assets. She exited the study and made her way to her parents' room, where the maid had organized their belongings, which had been cross-verified by Uncle Lee and handed over to her days prior. She surveyed the tidy room, filled with an emptiness that signified the absence of life. Even the bathroom was devoid of personal items, all clothing and bags neatly packed in a corner. She took a moment to peruse the vanity, which displayed an array of jewelry, alongside several cabinets filled with various gems. All of her mother's adornments resided here. She reached out, gently caressing the pieces. Mother has a fondness for these exquisite ornaments, particularly for these few boxes, whether they be adorned with gold or diamonds, crafted with exceptional skill. Especially a gold bracelet encrusted with gemstones of various hues. In her earlier years, she had a penchant for gold, but as she matured, she acquired numerous pieces of jade. Chun-Yi noticed a pair of golden hairpins shaped like phoenixes nestled in the innermost box. Her mother once mentioned that they were custom-made for her, intended for use on her wedding day. Recalling her mother's words, Yi remembered the radiant smile that accompanied them, her gaze as tranquil as water.
Now.
In this altered world, the pain within her heart was palpable. She reached out to grasp the hairpins, but as her fingers brushed against a row of diamond jewelry, the sharp edge of a diamond setting cut her skin, causing droplets of blood to emerge. Instinctively, she withdrew her hand, yet a drop fell onto the small pendant in the foremost box. The pendant, carved into the shape of a delicate lotus flower, glimmered with a crystalline clarity, standing out amidst a box of mundane items. The blood drop landed squarely in the center of the flower, rendering it vividly striking. But in an instant, it reverted to its original immaculate form, as if the drop of blood had been a mere illusion. Yi hastily picked up the pendant, and as she felt its cool, delicate texture, her consciousness was transported into an enigmatic realm. This space was modest in size, approximately 4,500 square feet, devoid of any objects, shrouded in a gray mist, lacking any vitality. Upon releasing the pendant, the space vanished instantaneously. She examined the pendant once more, noting that it had returned to its original translucent state, as if a clear pool of water rested in her palm. She scrutinized her surroundings, perceiving no alterations. At the moment she set the pendant down, she noticed an inexplicable faint imprint of a lotus flower appearing on her palm, about the size of a fingertip. Rubbing her palm, she found it unyielding. She picked up the box of mundane items again, and the space re-emerged. She found herself standing within it with the box of items in hand. Instinctively, she placed the box down, only to witness the items within it vanish, leaving behind an empty box on the ground. As the mundane items disappeared, the gray mist expanded rapidly, visibly doubling the space's dimensions. This phenomenon seemed to consume the mundane items left by her mother. She then seized the box containing the diamond jewelry that had previously wounded her and placed it inside. The diamonds vanished without surprise, and with their disappearance, the surrounding air appeared to become cleaner. She considered placing a box of jade inside to test again, but hesitated, realizing that these were her mother's belongings, and if they were lost, they would be irretrievable. Instead, Yi picked up one of the suitcases in the corner and placed it inside. This time, the clothes remained intact. After numerous tests, she confirmed that the space only absorbed diamonds and jade but allowed items to be stored, even preserving them in a pristine state. Could it be that this was a portable cold storage? Yi gazed at the mark on her palm. It seemed different from her past life, where she had never discovered this ability. Now, with this expansive space, she could store an abundance of resources. However, would only diamonds and jade trigger such transformations? What about money? She retrieved a stack of bills from the safe, noticing no immediate changes. The bills lay quietly within. A glance at the gold bars in the safe prompted her to toss one inside. Suddenly, a sharp metallic clink echoed as the gold bar vanished, and a small house emerged from the mist. Her consciousness followed, entering the quaint abode which revealed an expansive interior, dominated by towering shelves that were completely bare. The shelves were surrounded by swirling mist, obscuring their contents. After placing 2 more gold bars inside, numerous tall shelves appeared, arranged in a circular formation, yet they remained empty. Was this a shop devoid of merchandise? Yi pondered for a while, withdrawing her consciousness and hesitating with the gold bars in hand, contemplating whether to test further. However, considering the need to stockpile resources, she realized she had already begun her actions, but the procedures for liquidation were not yet complete, and the remaining funds were insufficient for the down payment on her supplies. Thus, she decided to wait a few more days before attempting again. Making her way back to her room, now that she possessed a space for storing resources, her plans for procuring supplies upon returning home would need to be altered. In a world on the brink of collapse, surviving without firearms would be arduous, even in the initial stages, devoid of zombies. The presence of firearms was essential for deterring various threats. The ability to swiftly eliminate adversaries would conserve her physical strength until absolutely necessary. In her previous life, had Qin Jingguang not possessed a firearm, and with Qin Xiun, whom she had fiercely protected, as leverage, how could he have coerced her? Despite her combat skills being merely amateur, they sufficed against those who had long sat in offices without physical training. Acquiring firearms domestically proved exceedingly challenging, compounded by her prolonged stay in Wei country, leaving her unfamiliar with the underground networks back home. Therefore, she resolved to stay and resolve the procurement of firearms before returning. As for the channels for acquiring firearms, Dan Mo, who had long been entrenched in the mercenary circles, would find it a trivial matter. as Chun Jinyan's bodyguard. Dan Mo had taught Chunyi how to handle firearms and frequently took her shooting. Being the daughter of a wealthy family, she had traveled abroad with her parents from a young age, majoring in finance, diverging from the typical pursuits of young women from ordinary households. While others studied piano, etiquette, foreign languages, flower arrangement, and painting, skills aimed at enhancing their mental faculties, she had no interest in such endeavors, as Chun Chin was quite passionate about them. Instead, she learned martial arts, target shooting, wilderness survival, self-rescue, and strength training under Dan Mo's guidance. He even encouraged her to learn to fly a helicopter, albeit without a license, as it belonged to a family friend. Chunyi possessed a tall and slender physique, significantly taller than most women, and her years of training had granted her a lean and powerful musculature. Hence, in her previous life, she had managed to navigate extreme environments, surviving encounters with predatory individuals. Yet, how would she explain to Dan Mo her reasons for purchasing a large arsenal of weapons? Chapter 5. The Ultimate Weapon. The following day, the lawyer arrived with all the documents requiring her signature. As anticipated, the second-largest shareholder, Duke, offered $480 million for the 48 stake held jointly by her and Chin Chin. Uncle Lee and Chin Chin were preparing to return home with their belongings via charter flight to arrange matters. Following Chunyi's instructions, Uncle Lee gathered the household staff and bodyguards, informing them that their employer would soon return to the country and that their employment would be terminated. With the promise of additional severance pay, everyone accepted the news with joy. However, Dan Mo felt somewhat taken aback. He approached Chunyi, voicing his concerns. "Miss, are you all leaving for Huagua and not returning?" Dan Mo, not particularly handsome, with blonde hair, blue eyes, a rugged beard, and a smattering of freckles, possessed a robust physique that exuded a sense of rugged strength. "They are returning first, while Xiong and I will follow a few days later. I can accompany you back to Huagua to continue protecting you. Boss Chen has always treated me well. I owe him a debt of gratitude and wish to ensure your safety. Dan Mo, given your qualifications, you could find a better job here without having to leave your homeland." As she spoke, Chunyi felt a twinge of guilt. Dan Mo had faithfully followed her father for many years, and she had benefited from his diligent instruction. She worried about what would become of him and whether he would survive in the future. After all, the world is destined to fall into chaos soon. And for a nation like Y, known for its abysmal security, unrest may arise even sooner than in Hua. The concept of home has become non-existent. She has merely been reborn, glimpsing a sliver of opportunity. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, her current preparations should afford her greater sustenance than in her previous life. If Donma can exhibit the same loyalty towards her as he does to his father, then her chances in battle would undoubtedly be significantly bolstered. Nevertheless, she still has some time before her return. For now, she will wait. "Donma, I require a substantial quantity of firearms." Donma appeared perplexed. "Substantial? Indeed. Please assist me in contacting a seller. Alternatively, we could venture to S. That would be inadvisable. The quality there does not match that of Y." He grimaced, stroking his chin before continuing. "However, procuring a large quantity in Y is challenging. While S may not offer superior quality, it is more affordable and available in greater numbers." She harbored a personal interest as well. S is renowned for its jade, and if she could acquire a significant amount there, it might unravel the mystery of her space. "Very well, let us first secure a good batch of weapons here. Then, after gathering the funds in 2 days, we shall proceed to S. The firearms market in Y is akin to a vegetable market in my country. Purchasing ordinary firearms does not necessitate a gun license, as they are ample for self-defense. Money is the only requirement." Chunyi selected rifles, submachine guns, and several handguns. Indeed, as Donma mentioned, bulk purchases were not feasible. Although they could not be classified as precision weapons, they would suffice unless confronted by a fully equipped special operations team. The challenge of obtaining sufficient weaponry loomed large. During their journey, Donma made a phone call, returning to say, "Miss, I have something to show you." Donma first returned to collect a large sum of cash, then drove his modified vehicle, changing a license plate before leading her to a remote area where a four-wheel drive was parked several hundred meters away. Donma honked in a specific rhythm, their own coded signal. After receiving a response, he instructed Chunyi to wear a mask before exiting the vehicle.
Do not speak.
"I will handle everything." He donned a hood and approached. As they drew closer, 2 men clad in vests and cargo pants, also wearing hoods, emerged from the vehicle. They regarded Don Ma lazily, inquiring, "Old, eh?" Don Ma produced a golden claw knife from his waist and handed it over. One of the men inspected the steel stamp marked A, nodded, and returned it. The other man scrutinized Chen Yi, saying nothing but clicking his tongue. The first man, hearing this, cast a glance at Chen Yi but remained silent, turning to open the trunk, beckoning them over. The rear seats of the 7-seater SUV were entirely folded down, revealing a long object wrapped in rags that extended beyond the front seats. Chen Yi's eyes lit up with excitement. Don Ma exchanged a knowing glance with her, whispering SOP. Chen Yi nodded in agreement. The man who had led them approached cautiously, unwrapping the cloth. If her sole intention in this life were to stockpile supplies and lie low, ordinary rifles or submachine guns would suffice for the eventual battle against zombies. This extreme weapon seemed somewhat excessive for her needs. Don Ma examined the firearm, murmuring, "This does not appear to be original. Yet such weapons are rare." The man overheard their conversation, rolling his eyes in disdain. "If you want originals, go find them in an armory. You know the depths of this trade. Do you want it or not? If not, don't waste time." Don Ma turned to Chen Yi for her opinion. She contemplated the long rifle, who knew what other unforeseen events might transpire. Having a heavy artillery piece on hand would certainly provide a sense of security, so she nodded in agreement. Yet, she pondered the man's words, an armory? That was something she also contemplated. As Don Ma tested the weapon, Chen Yi was profoundly astonished. She abandoned her binoculars and drove the vehicle forward. A cluster of small hills 5,000 meters away had vanished, replaced by a deep pit. A smile of joy spread across Chen Yi's face. She was no longer inclined to negotiate the price, 300,000, for 2 small boxes of ammunition. She promptly paid, instructing, "Please contact your manufacturer to expedite another batch of bullets. I want them all, and quickly." The man's face, obscured by the hood, concealed his emotions. His expression remained neutral as he mentioned that these bullets were specially made and not easily produced. "Quickly isn't going to happen." Upon hearing this, Chen Yi felt a twinge of disappointment. If it proved too difficult, she would have to ask Don Ma to explore other channels. The man nodded, glancing around before urging, "Let us leave. The noise is substantial, and we may attract attention." The heavy object was lifted by the man and Don Ma and placed in Don Ma's vehicle, after which they sped off. As they approached the city, Don Ma entered a camera-blind spot, switched back the license plate, and drove home. The vehicle stopped in the garage, and Don Ma called for assistance to move the items to storage. "Miss, are you planning to take these items back to Hua?" he inquired, assuming that despite the difficulties, wealth would enable their return.
Yes.
Chen Yi surveyed the limited firearms and realized the ammunition was still insufficient. In the apocalyptic world, the sheer number of zombies and their mutated characteristics made them challenging to eliminate. Confronted with a horde, lacking adequate firepower meant certain death. It appeared she would have to rely on us. "Do you need assistance arranging transportation back? I can reach out to my contacts."
Chen Yi similat.
Knowing that with her expansive personal space, she could discreetly transport as many firearms as necessary. "No need, I can manage. I will prepare over the next few days. Sell the house, and before I return to Hua, we shall reside at the Hanlanda Hotel." That night, when no one was around, Chen Yi stealthily approached the warehouse and packed all the firearms into her space. The vastness of her personal space only contained a meager pile of weapons and ammunition in a small corner, which left her feeling uneasy. Chapter 6. The bewildered youth Chen Chen and Uncle Li returned to the country the following day. Although Uncle Li had spent years abroad with his father, he still retained connections and resources within the domestic sphere. While some of these were remnants of introductions from Chen Jingguang's network, they remained useful as long as they did not delve into sensitive matters. The suppliers, holding substantial orders, muttered, "Mr. Li, why is your boss placing such a large order all at once?" Uncle Li merely smiled, stating, "Our young boss has returned from abroad and intends to open a supermarket." Everyone assumed he was just a wealthy scion eager to embark on a grand venture to prove himself. Opening a supermarket? The volume could sustain an entire province, without customers. Wouldn't he risk spoilage? It was merely a wealthy child's game of pretend. Uncle Li clutched the list, scrutinizing the dense array of names and quantities, harboring similar concerns. He even approached Chen Chen to discuss the matter. "Young master, regarding this list provided by the young lady, I have a feeling something is amiss. Staples, seasonings, canned goods, and instant meals are one thing, and even buying tens of thousands of pounds of those isn't alarming. But 1,000 barrels of purified water, where on earth will we store that? Oh, and the thoughtful young lady even noted that if all else fails, we should consider contacting the purified water company for their factory containers and purchase 100 tons. How large a warehouse would we need? Moreover, the quantities of chicken, duck, fish, pork, beef, and lamb were staggering. What kind of meat purchase is calculated by the ton? Even for a supermarket. Wouldn't one typically purchase according to daily sales volume for the next day? How many cold storage units would need to be constructed? Was this a plan to sell zombie meat? Not to mention the plethora of fresh fruits and vegetables requiring refrigeration. Even a 3-story underground storage facility would not suffice. Clothing, quilts, shoes, socks, gloves, hats, sleeping bags, tents, and warmers seem rather excessive. They encompass every conceivable type and model. The quantities of tobacco, alcohol, tea, and beverages are somewhat understandable, albeit slightly excessive. An array of tools, including axes, pliers, hammers, rulers, saws, chisels, various knives, electric drills, impact drills, entrenching tools, rescue ropes, drones, miniature cameras, signal guns, cold fireworks, bombs, night vision goggles, power banks, candles, oil, flashlights, batteries, kerosene, lanterns, smokeless charcoal, firewood, gas, and portable stoves, raises the question of necessity. Should one truly purchase such an abundance? Perhaps a compass and a black donkey's hoof would enable the young lady to partake in tomb raiding. Vitamins, health supplements, cat litter, and other daily necessities, along with computers, phones, tablets, walkie-talkies, and power strips, suggest an insatiable demand for supplies. This array does not resemble preparations for tomb raiding but rather resembles the inventory of a supermarket. Most perplexingly, there exists an entire page dedicated to the procurement of various medications, specifying not only the drugs necessary for a multitude of ailments, but also including prescription medications. Notably, the quantities for pain relievers, fever reducers, cold medications, and various antibiotics are particularly substantial, with an additional list of required traditional Chinese medicines. Even more astonishing is the demand for medical supplies: masks, alcohol, syringes, iodine, cotton, gauze, bandages, adhesive tape, and disposable medical gloves. With no quantities specified, merely a directive to procure as many as possible. Other pharmaceuticals are listed in staggering quantities that have left Uncle Lee quite numb. Is it possible that the ancestors are preparing to open a pharmacy? No, it seems more than a mere pharmacy. The next page details a variety of medical equipment: oxygen tanks, respirators, defibrillators, stretchers, surgical tables, and so forth. Could this be the precursor to a hospital? The section on literature specifies a preference for both physical and electronic formats, with an emphasis on scientific research materials. This is quite promising. Perhaps there are plans for research. Yet, is the young lady not studying finance? The final category comprises large items: chainsaws, high-capacity generators, transformers, inflatable boats, speedboats, and off-road vehicles, though the numbers are modest. The assortment is indeed eclectic. Young master, look at this list. It seems the young lady does not merely intend to open a supermarket, remarked Uncle Lee. Chin Chin, nestled on the sofa engrossed in his phone, chuckled. I do not know what my sister intends, but she must have her own thoughts.
Uncle Lee.
Your only duty is to place the orders. If funds are insufficient, seek her assistance. Uncle Lee appeared helpless. The issue is, I lack guidance. In truth, my sister has told me to purchase whatever I deem necessary, yet I am at a loss regarding her specific desires. Having lived abroad since birth, I am unfamiliar with anyone in the country. He pondered for a moment and added, Oh, aside from my uncle and the others. However, my sister has instructed me not to involve them, leaving me powerless. A fleeting thought crossed Uncle Lee's mind as he hurriedly flipped to the rough renovation plan Shen-Yi had provided for her house, his heart racing. Young master, look here. The young lady's extensive purchases suggest something significant. He pointed to the renovation plan. Observe, she demands the thickest aviation-grade alloy to encase the entire house, even the walls of the 3 underground levels. The entrance appears more suited for a bank vault. The windows must be fortified with 5 layers of blast-resistant glass, and she has specified that the entire house be equipped with soundproofing and air filtration systems. Moreover, the roof must feature the most efficient solar energy system, and the courtyard is to be entirely enclosed with blast-proof glass. It seems she aims to transform the house into an impregnable fortress. Chun Chun, still bewildered, questioned, How much money does my sister intend to store at home? Uncle Lee replied, That is not the crux of the matter. I surmise she plans to spend her entire life within those walls. Has the loss of our parents affected her so profoundly?
Siga.
Or perhaps it is due to the increasingly dire external circumstances. He recalled how the environment had deteriorated over the years. Particularly since the nuclear wastewater was discharged into the ocean, they had not consumed fresh seafood in years, relying instead on previously dried provisions. If this is the case, the young lady's extensive hoarding of supplies may indicate her awareness of impending calamities. If something catastrophic is about to occur, the consequences of such knowledge falling into the wrong hands are too dire to contemplate. No wonder she has repeatedly instructed me to keep this matter confidential. He glanced at the young master, lamenting the naivety of youth. Young master, I must attend to matters. You should remain at home. With that, he hurried off to continue procuring supplies, even reaching out to some channels previously suggested by Mayor Chen, as time was of the essence. Chapter 7. The ungrateful wolf. Due to favorable pricing, Li Xiong swiftly liquidated the properties in Y country, cashing out all stocks and funds, totaling over 300 million. She was poised to make extensive purchases of weaponry in S country. After compensating all servants and security personnel, Chen Yi and Li Xiong took residence in the Hanlanda Grand Hotel. They carried little luggage, merely cash and a few changes of clothing. All other items had been sent back to the country, with Chen Chen. Dan and Mo surveyed the barren warehouse, unaware of when Chen Yi had transported the firearms. However, he refrained from inquiring, as his priority was to persuade Chen Yi to allow him to remain by her side. Miss, after Boss Chen's departure, you'll be my employer. Even if you do not pay me, I wish to stay with you. Dan and Mo, I plan to return to my country. Miss, I am proficient in your nation's language. He gazed at her with soft eyes. I have been with Boss Chen since you were 6. I have no family. For over a decade, you have been my family. If you do not permit me to accompany you, indeed, after so many years, even a dog forms attachments, let alone Dan and Mo, who has remained steadfast and acted as both mentor and guardian. Chen Yi sighed. Very well, you may accompany me. She then turned to Li Xiong. Since matters are settled and the funds have been received, you should return home to assist Uncle Li in preparing the items I require, as well as addressing the renovations. Time is of the essence. It must be expedited. Li Xiong nodded. With Dan and Mo by your side, I feel reassured. I will book a flight back tomorrow morning. Please contact D Country shortly. I need to arrange the necessary paperwork and qualifications for purchasing oil. Ensure everything is ready for my arrival. Understood. I will make the arrangements immediately. After assigning rooms, they retreated to their respective quarters to rest. Chen Yi opened her computer to review the supplies needed for impending disasters, anxious not to overlook anything in the list she had provided to Uncle Li. While engrossed in her work, her phone rang. She glanced at the caller ID. It was Wang Yao, the daughter-in-law of Chen Jingguang, her dear sister-in-law. In her previous life, she had been coerced by her brother Chen Xing, who held a gun to her head, forcing her to seek out supplies. She had wished to escape with Xiao Chen, unwilling to coexist with such parasites. Wang Yao had coldly declared that she would have to leave her brother behind forever. In that moment, a surge of uncontrollable anger and hatred welled up within her, prompting her to consider hanging up and blocking this entire family. Yet, she managed to regain her composure. Xiao Chen was currently in the country, and the apocalypse had not yet arrived. Her uncle held a high-ranking position, and she had yet to exact her revenge or witness this family endure the wretched existence they had in her past life. She pressed the answer button, adopting a neutral tone. Hello. Wang Yao, interpreting her demeanor as sorrow stemming from her parents' demise, did not take offense. Instead, she warmly responded, Xiao Yi, are you still busy in Y country? Yes. Xiao Chen mentioned he would come home for dinner in a couple of days to discuss where to select a burial site for your parents. Do you have any good suggestions or preferences? Chen Yi furrowed her brow. It no longer mattered whether she stood or sat, as everything would soon cease to exist. I am unfamiliar with the domestic situation. You may choose for me. The voice of Qin Yuan came through the phone, urging me to speak with Sister Yi. Then I heard her say, Sister Yi, when will you return? Could you bring me the latest Chanel handbag? These items had always been prepared by her mother for their family in past years. They would compile a list and claim they would transfer money to her mother. But how could her mother accept their money? As her mother would say, her elder uncle had helped their family significantly in the past, and such small sums were inconsequential. Family should not be so calculating. Although Zhu Meiling, Chen Yuan's mother, had received numerous expensive handbags, she never dared to carry them out. Wang Yao, who worked at the municipal finance department, was under constant admonition from Chen Jingguang and Zhu Meiling, rendering her even less inclined to showcase them. Conversely, Chen Yuan, a student, sought every opportunity to flaunt her possessions. Chun Yi replied nonchalantly, "Let us discuss it later. Uncle Li and Ah Xiong are not by my side."
So, I may not have the time.
The implication was clear. She had no desire to send them even a penny. On the other end, Chen Jingguang exclaimed in exasperation before snatching the phone, saying, "Xiao Yi, take care of yourself. With Uncle Li and Ah Xiong gone, can you manage alone? If not, I can send your elder brother to accompany you." Listen to that voice, so kind and affectionate. Having been entrenched in the political arena for so long, Chen Jingguang had mastered the art of speaking to people according to their circumstances. In her previous life, Chen Jingguang had never verbally insulted or acted maliciously towards her. However, as the head of the family, he had turned a blind eye to the harm inflicted upon her and Qin Chen, claiming it was out of nostalgia for their shared maternal bond, while in truth, it was sheer indifference. As long as his interests were not jeopardized, he need not speak. With so many knives in the family, each could easily pierce her heart. The gun that Qin Xing had aimed at her in her past life was one he had silently handed to Qin Xing. "No need, uncle. I will manage shortly, and then return. I will rely on you to take care of Xiao Chen for a while." Such insincerity was commonplace. "Very well. We will discuss it upon your return."
Good.
Chen Yi did not wait for further words from the other side and hung up the phone directly. Chen Jingguang mentioned that Xiao Chen would be dining at his home in a couple of days, and she needed to call to remind Xiao Chen not to reveal any details, including her intention to sell her shares in the company. Chen Jingguang stared at the suddenly silent phone line, taken aback. The Chen Yi he remembered was not a child devoid of manners. Chen Yuan, looking at the terminated call on her phone, said, "You hung up? Dad, I still have things to say. I also want Sister Yi to bring me a pair of shoes. Your uncle and aunt have passed. Xiao Yi is in a bad mood, so do not trouble her." Chen Jingguang replied impatiently. Chen Yuan pouted and whispered, "It has been over a month. Isn't she better yet?" Chen Jingguang shot her a fierce glare and coldly retorted, "What nonsense are you saying? That was your own uncle. Are you not the slightest bit saddened by his passing and still thinking about trivial matters? Have they not given you enough over the years? Have you no conscience?" Chen Yuan felt a wave of grievance wash over her at her father's tirade. Her nose tinged with emotion, tears brimming in her eyes. Inhaled breaths accompanied her quiet defense. Even if they gave many things, isn't that only to be expected? If it weren't for Dad, would they be in their current situation? Upon hearing this, Chen Jingguang raised his hand to deliver a resounding slap, but his wife, Zhu Meiling, quickly intervened, exclaiming, "What are you doing? She is no longer a child. Listen to what she says. If this gets out, how can I, Chen Jingguang, maintain my standing?" He reflected on how such words could jeopardize his position. Wang Yao and Qin Xing approached to mediate, and only then did Chen Yuan escape a harsh reprimand. Though she still felt wronged, she held back her words upon seeing her father's furious expression and sat quietly to the side. Zhu Meiling, noticing Chen Jingguang's simmering anger subside, cautiously remarked, "With your uncle and aunt gone, Xiao Yi, being just a child, must be uncertain about how to handle her company." She observed Chen Jingguang's reaction while casting a glance at Qin Xing. Chen Jingguang turned to glare at Zhu Meiling and huffed, "You had better not harbor any inappropriate thoughts. Xiao Chen is coming over for dinner. Prepare accordingly. When the time comes, know what to say and what not to say." With that, he rose and retreated to his study, leaving Zhu Meiling and her 3 children exchanging bewildered glances. Chapter 8. Who is Lord Moni? Upon arriving in Country S, Dan Mo followed Chen Ye's instructions and first rented a warehouse. Through an intermediary, he connected with the renowned arms dealer, Sa Meng. The meeting place was an old, dilapidated warehouse on the outskirts of the city. Sa Meng, not particularly tall, in his 50s, somewhat plump, with dark skin and a jade ring on his finger, sat impeccably arranged on a sofa, his hair partly graying. His small eyes glimmered with the shrewdness of a businessman. He sat in the center, flanked by 45 young men in camouflage, all of robust stature and exuding an air of menace, each holding an A. Sa Meng glanced at Dan Mo and then at Chen Yi, before beckoning a stunning young woman nearby to approach. He placed a hand on her slender waist, inviting her to sit beside him. He inhaled the scent of her hair with evident satisfaction, smiling as he remarked, "A woman should possess such allure." He then cast a sidelong glance at Chen Yi. "Your gaze is far too lethal. dressed in loose casual attire, a backpack slung over her shoulder, her hair partially tied up, and wearing a mask that obscured her face. Jinyi remained unperturbed by Sa Meng's comment. Dan Mo dropped the 2 bags he was carrying and coldly stated, $5 million. Where's the cargo? Sa Meng erupted in laughter. On the streets. I am known as the Lone Wolf, ruthless and formidable. Though I am the most honest businessman in Country S, 2 individuals daring to claim $5 million worth of goods? For your audacity, I shall throw in 10 boxes of ammunition. He signaled to his associates, who promptly approached to verify the contents of the bags. Once confirmed, they prepared to take them to test the firearms. Dan Mo randomly inspected several boxes and nodded at Jinyi, indicating they were new, standard weapons. With A and M4 rifles, only the Victor and Thompson submachine guns were available. Jinyi nodded in agreement. It would suffice. It was not military grade. The primary concern was sufficient ammunition. Sa Meng leisurely approached, assuring, my men will escort you to the designated location with the goods. As a businessman, integrity is my hallmark. Should there be any issues with the merchandise, feel free to contact me. And, he added, glancing at Jinyi, let's collaborate again next time, dear customer. The corners of Chanye's mouth twitched beneath her mask as she regarded the jade ring on his hand. I wish to purchase some jade. It would be splendid if you could make an introduction. He followed her gaze to his hand, momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. You are indeed a woman of both courage and discernment. Fortunately, you are in luck. How much do you need? There's an underground auction tomorrow. Would you like to attend? After a moment's thought, Jinyi nodded. Do we need an invitation? Certainly. It is said that there will be Imperial Green on offer. Common folk cannot gain entry. Sa Meng's expression transformed into one of unbridled admiration. That is Lord Moni's venue. Unfamiliar with the details, Jinyi noticed Sa Meng's starry-eyed expression and inquired, who is Moni? Sa Meng turned to her with earnestness. You wish to buy and have not heard of Lord Moni? I have not. Sa Meng struggled to find his words, then resignedly replied, no matter. I have only heard of him myself. No one has ever seen Lord Moni. Typically, a man named Mike is present there. Is he formidable?
Indeed.
Lord Moni possesses filming locations nationwide, with an unfathomable strength that no one can truly ascertain the origin of his power, enabling him to navigate both the underworld and the legitimate world with ease. It is no exaggeration to say that his monthly income surpasses our earnings for 3 years. One can only marvel at his prowess. Jinyi observed him as he animatedly recounted his exploits, nodding in agreement, while inwardly contemplating the notorious dynamics of the underworld and the legitimate world in their country. Then she noticed Danma signaling her that it was time to leave. Please hand the invitation card to Yuli. He will reach out to us. Yuli was the intermediary who received them. Once the goods arrived at the warehouse, Danma completed the inventory, locked the warehouse door, and handed her the key. Upon returning to the hotel, Jinyi opened her laptop to browse information regarding jadeite. And then her thoughts drifted into the space, where she noticed the surrounding mist, and a fleeting notion crossed her mind. She instructed Danma to find a way to purchase a few rough stones. Yuli, being the most prestigious channel manager, acted with remarkable speed. Danma not only returned with 2 bags of rough stones, but also brought an invitation card. Jinyi glanced briefly at the card before passing it to Danma, saying, You keep this, and escorted him out of the room. The 2 bags contained approximately 7 or 8 stones, none particularly large, the biggest measuring around 25 by 15 centimeters. Jinyi arranged them on the table, unable to discern any visible differences among them. She picked up the largest stone, tapping and examining it, but observed no changes. She then placed it into the space, and the surrounding mist seemed to ripple briefly before falling still. She repeated this process with the second stone, noticing a slight agitation in the mist, yet it quickly settled again. By the time she reached the 3rd stone, there was no sign of movement in the mist, which appeared utterly still. However, when her hand brushed against the 4th stone, her thoughts entered the space, and suddenly the mist trembled, as if confronted by a formidable adversary. Upon placing that stone into the space, the mist dispersed swiftly, expanding her field of vision considerably. Now, it appeared that the area had nearly increased to about 200 square feet. She glanced down to see several fragments of cracked stones on the ground before exiting the space. The remaining stones exhibited no reactions. Jinyi scrutinized the pile of stones, her brow furrowing. Did this imply that the unresponsive stones contained no jadeite at all? Being a person of action, She promptly numbered the stones and instructed Yuli to take them out for cutting. As she expected, once the stones were cut open, they were all merely stones with no hint of color. Yuli stood by, feeling both dejected and guilty. I sincerely apologize. I also didn't anticipate that all we bought were stones. It's a complete loss. Donma felt the pain too, having spent tens of thousands on a pile of stones. Here marked, Miss, the auction is tomorrow. Why search for these stones at such a high price? Besides, if you favor jadeite, wouldn't it be wiser to purchase finished products, thus avoiding unnecessary risks? Chunyi smiled gently. It's all right. I'm merely indulging my curiosity. Whether she suffered a loss or not, she was certain that the fourth stone contained jadeite. However, its quality remained uncertain. Regardless, she had no intention of collecting them. Among the stones she had gathered, only this one had provoked a visible change in the space, providing no further samples to test what types of movements might indicate the internal quality of the jadeite. It was unclear how much was required for the mist in this space to dissipate entirely. The higher the quality of the finished jadeite, the higher the price. She couldn't afford to invest all her funds here, as she had many other expenditures to consider. More resources would provide her with greater peace of mind. Thus, attending the auction was imperative. Chapter 9. Precautions from Xiaobai. The following day, Qinyi and Donma arrived early at the auction. Although this underground auction lacked the formalities of public bidding, it still had its own set of requirements for entry. From a distance, Qinyi spotted Sameng approaching her, clad in a yellow floral shirt. His stocky frame made him appear somewhat like a waddling pig from afar, followed by three expressionless men. Old, eh? He greeted Donma, then turned to her with a beaming smile. My beautiful guest, hello. Chunyi nodded in response. Donma cast a sharp glance at the men behind Sameng before lowering his gaze to Sameng. How is it looking? Sameng, still grinning, replied, Don't frighten my people. Relax a bit. He then surveyed the venue filled with rough materials. I just arrived. Let us take a look together. Do you understand the silent auction process? Noticing their puzzled expressions, he called over staff to provide them with paper and pens. You can examine the materials, just fill in the number of the ones you like. See those rough materials? They all have a reserve price. Jot down the price you think will secure them. Also, your invitation card contains your identity number. Don't forget to include it when you submit your bid. They're an iron box. Once you've filled it out, just drop it in. When will we collect the materials if we win the bid? Chunyi inquired, surveying the modestly sized venue bustling with people. According to the usual procedure, bids will conclude in the morning, and results will be revealed by afternoon. After completing the payment, you can take your items.
Chunyi nodded appreciatively,
Thanking him before heading towards the rough material area. Through the stone skins, she couldn't see what lay inside, so she needed to feel it with her hands. Sameng watched her retreating figure, clicking his tongue. This woman certainly possesses a unique character. Donma passed by him, coldly stating, Suppress that expression. Sameng chuckled good-naturedly, but offered no retort, moving towards the rough material area. Meanwhile, Chunyi chapped and examined the stones, noting the absence of any tools in her hands. Her fresh and somewhat bewildered demeanor drew amused glances from those around her, who began to speculate whether she was merely a rich girl out for a thrill. Chunyi struggled to comprehend their heavily accented English mixed with Spanish, yet their expressions conveyed their amusement at her apparent naivety. Undeterred, she remained focused on her search for materials. Aware of her limited experience and unwilling to spend excessively, she bypassed the larger stones. Drawing from her previous experience, she quickly identified a piece, feeling it in her hand. When her thoughts entered the space, the surrounding mist quivered slightly, though not violently. She noted its reserve price of 250,000, contemplated briefly, and recorded the number in her notebook. Just then, Sameng approached, observing her actions and deducing her intentions. He leaned in, casually warning, Be careful not to get burned. Chunyi glanced back at him, and he continued, You truly know nothing, do you? Just a bit of money to play with. Chunyi ignored him. She was merely making a note after all. However, Sameng's behavior alerted her to the presence of many onlookers. By marking her intentions, she had unwittingly revealed her strategy to him. If she intended to acquire her desired materials at the lowest price, she had to remain vigilant. Despite the obvious signs of her inexperience, there might be other novices lurking about as well. Thus, after much deliberation, Chunyi finally located a second suitable rough material. Upon contact, she sensed the mist in the space tremble as if facing a formidable foe, even exhibiting signs of retreat. Gently, She set it down. Despite its reserve price of 120,000, she could discern that its outward appearance was unappealing. The gray stone skin bore only a few loose patches of color, not small but certainly not large. Yet, it displayed signs of intimidation in the mist. Quietly noting down the numbers, she continued her examination of the stones, finding none that elicited a reaction from the mist. Only then did she slowly inscribe the earlier numbers in her notebook. Advancing further, she recorded several materials that did provoke a response from the mist. Yet none seemed to match the significant reaction of the earlier gray stone skin. Donma followed closely behind, perplexed by the proceedings, believing that the young lady merely possessed a childlike innocence and a simple fondness for the stones. He recalled the stone they had cut open the previous night and remarked, "Miss, didn't we agree to find a knowledgeable consultant to assess these?" At that moment, Chunyi knelt on the ground, examining a piece that produced no response. Gently placing it aside, she felt another stone, savoring its texture before moving on to the next. "It's all right. I'm merely here to broaden my horizons," she said. "Aren't you curious about that larger piece over there?" She glanced toward the larger material area, spotting a half-person-high rough stone that had been partially opened. Even someone as inexperienced as she could discern the glass-like, lustrous green hue that was utterly captivating. Although such material could incite the mist to dance away, its astronomical base price dissuaded her. After all, that was merely the starting price. She shook her head, deciding against extravagance. "I'll stick to a few smaller pieces." After a while, Chunyi encountered a nondescript black-gray rough material, devoid of any pine flower markings. As her hand brushed against it, the mist within surged violently, as if caught in a tempest, swirling chaotically amidst the sounds of wind and cries. The mist twisted and recoiled as if its legs were bound. Chunyi cast a discreet glance at the base price of 18,000. This piece was one she was determined to acquire. She continued her exploration, quickly losing track of time as the number of people in the venue grew. Glancing at her notebook, she noted over 20 recorded numbers, all pertaining to low-priced materials. It was then that she spotted a yellow rough material, marred by numerous cracks, with no floral patterns, roughly 450 centimeters thick and irregular in shape. Among the smaller pieces, it was relatively large. As her hand grazed its surface, the atmosphere within became eerily still. With a sigh, she prepared to release her grip and shift her attention to the next piece when, in an instant, the mist retreated silently 3 paces away. Startled, she glanced around, noticing no one was paying her any mind, save for Donma, who diligently followed her, pen and paper in hand. He looked at her, his eyes silently questioning what was amiss.
Chanya slowly relayed her grip, inhaling deeply.
She noted the base price of 580,000. Subsequently, she followed the same approach, examining a dozen more pieces before rising, instructing Donma to record the number of the yellow-skinned rough material. Counting, she found that she had marked over 30 pieces, and time was running short. Aside from the first piece that Samung had warned her about, which she crossed out, she doubled the prices of the others. The gray-skin material that elicited a strong reaction from the mist was raised to 200,000, while the black-skin materials were marked up 5-fold to 900,000. Finally, the yellow-skin material was multiplied by 10, reaching 5,800,000. She directed Donma to finalize the pricing, placing it in a sealed box before they departed for a meal. Later, the two meandered through the streets of S country, where the summer heat was stifling, akin to a furnace. Compared to the extreme temperatures following the apocalypse, it was hardly noteworthy. Chunyi indulged in shopping, acquiring dozens of boxes of cashew nuts and an assortment of cigars. The local wood carvings were also renowned, prompting her to purchase a small wooden sculpture. Had the air not been too polluted for agriculture, she would have considered transplanting the rosewood into her space, knowing it would soon fade into oblivion. Chapter 10. A startling surprise, the afternoon's bidding results were beyond her expectations. Every rough material she had marked was successful, totaling over 12 million after the price adjustments. After completing the paperwork and payment, she could directly retrieve the materials for storage. She set aside the most expensive piece, isolating it, while the others would be taken to the armory for safekeeping until she could discreetly retrieve them later. Samung inquired, "Will you attend the stone gambling competition tomorrow?" She shook her head, explaining that she had no need to cut the materials she had acquired. To avoid drawing attention, she feigned embarrassment, saying, "Never mind. I bought a few at random last night, and cutting them yielded nothing. I'll just take these small pieces home to play with. If they turn out to be empty, that would be too embarrassing." Sam burst into hearty laughter, his voice resonant and cheerful. All right. Perhaps we can collaborate again in the future. After dinner, Chunyi felt an insatiable itch to act. She entrusted Donma with the rough materials, instructing him to find someone to cut the stones. How do you wish to cut them? Donma asked, glancing at the materials. I'm uncertain, she confessed, unable to see what lay within. She merely wished to ascertain what the rough material would yield, hoping it would reveal something that could silence the mist. The stone cutter would surely understand. After sending Donma away, she retrieved a handgun from her space, securing it at her waist, before hastily renting a vehicle to rush to the warehouse. With her desired items in hand, she could soon leave this place, aware that the country was not entirely safe. Donma had even forbidden her from venturing out alone. The warehouse lay on the outskirts of the city, situated on a vast flatland that, according to Yuli, had once served as a trading ground for an old mining area. Later, the powerful Mr. Moni had constructed a large warehouse there. Due to Moni's formidable reputation, the warehouse had remained exceptionally secure over the years. Even without a guard, no one dared to provoke Mr. Moni's wrath. Upon arrival, she refrained from turning on the lights and instead used her phone as flashlight to illuminate the room. Her heart swelled with joy at the sight of the boxes filled to the brim. Uncle Lee had already responded, confirming that a small portion of supplies had been ordered, with the vendor promising to deliver everything within a month. Now armed, she felt more confident in facing any approaching zombies. She opened one box to reveal neatly arranged firearms, their dark barrels glinting with a distinctive metallic chill under the flashlight's glow. Next to them lay boxes of ammunition, sparkling like gold. With a sweep of her hand, she stored them, along with the dried fruits and cigars, into her space. At her feet lay several bags of jade rough materials she had collected that day. She gently patted one, smiling faintly, eager to place them into her space to witness what would transpire. Suddenly, a distant sound echoed from outside. Someone was approaching. She swiftly turned her gaze toward the entrance. The warehouse featured 2 large iron doors that could not be locked from the inside. Thus, she had only left them ajar upon entering. Instinctively, her skin prickled. Chunyi quickly extinguished her flashlight and hurriedly stored the rough materials into her space, not pausing to sense their changes. Drawing her handgun, she stealthily positioned herself behind the door. In the darkness, her senses heightened. Besides her own breathing, she could hear the sound of her own swallowing. Gradually, her eyes adjusted to the dim light, allowing her to discern the outline of the warehouse. The noise grew nearer, resembling someone running, and it seemed there was only one person, their footsteps heavy. Chunyi stood motionless behind the door, listening as the adjacent warehouse door was pounded upon. After a few moments, it ceased, and she heard footsteps approaching her. Closer and closer they came. Chunyi raised her gun, clutching it tightly to her chest. She recalled her previous life, filled with encounters over resources. Confrontations had become the norm. Slowly, she found her inner calm. With a resounding crash, the door swung open. Chunyi held her breath, gripping her gun tightly. The person outside seemed momentarily taken aback, hesitating to step inside. They lingered at the threshold for a few seconds, panting heavily, before tossing a bag through the doorway, accompanied by the guttural sound emitted from the throat of the person outside as he forcefully threw something in. The heavy contents of the bag struck the ground, producing a series of crisp, clanging noises. The individual outside took a few steps at the entrance, seemingly engaged in some task, before gently pulling the door shut. Once again, the sound of running footsteps echoed outside, gradually fading into the distance. Chunyi remained motionless at the doorway, straining to listen to the sounds beyond. After a considerable duration, silence persisted. She lowered her guard and carefully returned her gun to its holster, her gaze falling upon the bag on the ground. Shining her flashlight on it, she discovered a black, old-fashioned travel bag. Approaching it slowly, she kicked it with her foot. It felt rigid, producing a metallic sound from within. She crouched down and unzipped the bag, revealing an entire collection of gleaming gold bars. Lifting it slightly, she noted its substantial weight, estimated at around 30 to 40 pounds. As she rummaged through the bag, she found another object wrapped in black cloth. Squeezing it, she discerned it was layered multiple times, making it difficult to identify. Chunyi extracted the black cloth bundle, wedged her phone between her legs for illumination, and methodically unwrapped the layers. Upon reaching the innermost layer of foam, she was astonished to find a pack of diamonds, approximately 20, each the size of a fingertip. Who was the individual that tossed these items here? Why abandon such valuables? She turned her head towards the entrance. The person had left in haste, carelessly discarding the items without any intention to conceal them, and the contents were undoubtedly of great worth, clearly stolen goods. Perhaps he was being pursued. Yet, she had not heard any pursuers following him. It was likely he would return soon to retrieve them, possibly accompanied by accomplices. Her own situation was perilous. A smirk graced Chen Ye's lips. There was no way she would allow him to reclaim them. This was indeed fortuitous timing. Initially, she had intended to exchange part of her remaining money for gold to conduct an unfinished experiment in the space. Now, it seemed fate had intervened. It was truly serendipitous. She focused her thoughts and entered the space, having just deposited a pile of rough materials, sensing a slight disturbance within. However, there was no time to investigate. Upon entering, her eyes first landed on a heap of shattered stone fragments. She examined them. They resembled the outer shells of the rough materials she had previously purchased. Looking around, she was taken aback. The space, which had previously spanned merely 1,000 square meters, had expanded exponentially. With mist clinging to the far edges, too distant for her to see clearly. The increase in area revealed the entirety of the space, now adorned with mountains, forests, lakes, and streams, as though it had come to life. Previously, every visit felt like entering a mere warehouse, devoid of sound. Now, she could hear the gentle flow of water. Chen Ye's consciousness wandered through the space. After consuming so many emeralds, numerous new areas had emerged. Finally, amidst a grove of purple bamboo, she spotted a quaint, elegantly designed two-story wooden house standing prominently. Yet, she could not discern its interior. Time was of the essence. She would explore further upon her return to the hotel. Temporarily withdrawing from the space, Chen Yi seized the bag of diamonds, along with the discarded cloth strips, stuffing them back into the travel bag before placing it directly into the space. The clinking of metal echoed, and her consciousness was abruptly ejected from the space. Without a moment to ponder, Chen Yi stood and glanced around the doorway, then closed it behind her, making her way towards the parking lot. She needed to leave this place swiftly. Chapter 11. The pit just a few dozen meters away from her vehicle, several men entered through the main gate. The leader calling out to her from a distance. Chen Yi turned her head, startled. Had they found her so quickly? Observing the imposing figure of the man in front, clad in full gear, she pondered her predicament. What could she possibly offer? She had already been stripped bare. Standing there, she steadied her heartbeat. She could always offer compensation. After all, they might not even know she was the one responsible. Sighing inwardly, she regretted not having come with Dan Mo. But how could she explain the sudden disappearance of everything in the warehouse if he had accompanied her? As she was lost in thought, the men approached her. They were clearly seasoned individuals, their movements exuding an untamed strength, their bulging muscles evident even through their clothing. Beneath their helmets, their faces, painted with camouflage, bore tense expressions, their eyes glinting like those of wolves, sharp and intense. Chen Yi maintained a calm demeanor, surveying them from head to toe. Noticing the emblem of Huagua on their uniforms, she felt a sudden wave of relief. The leader, with a sharply defined jawline, resembled a chiseled statue. His hawk-like eyebrows and thin lips gave him an imposing presence. Holding his weapon close to his chest, he regarded her with an intensity that suggested he could unleash a torrent of force at any moment. Yet, Chen Yi, having emerged from a life steeped in bloodshed, remained unflustered and inquired, "Is there something you need?" The man seemed taken aback for a few seconds. The woman before him was strikingly beautiful, her expression indifferent, and her calmness in the presence of an armed tactical team was utterly unexpected. In this chaotic country, based on his past experiences, she was clearly no ordinary woman. "What are you doing here alone at this hour?" he asked, his English devoid of any accent. "Receiving goods." "What goods? Where are they now?" "Cashew nuts." "The truck loaded with the goods just left," Chen Yi replied, fabricating a small lie. Indeed, a large truck had just departed, though she was unaware of its contents. One of the men beside her whispered in Chinese, "A truck filled with goods did indeed leave just now." The leader seemed poised to say more when suddenly, he pressed a button on his earpiece, his expression turning serious as he listened intently. He then turned to the men behind him, commanding, "Second team, move in." The others immediately dashed to the right. The leader glanced at Chen Yi. "We're on a mission. You need to leave here quickly." With that, he followed the others toward the right. Chunyi hurried to her vehicle, starting the engine and speeding away. On her way back, she received an urgent call from Dan Mo, inquiring about her whereabouts. Chunyi replied, "I'm arranging for the items from the warehouse to be transported. I'm on my way back." Upon returning to the hotel room, Dan Mo complained, "Miss, you should have let me accompany you. Country is far too chaotic." Chunyi nodded, then asked, "What did you discover from the stones?" At the mention of this, Dan Mo's face instantly lit up with a smile, his wrinkles converging in delight. "Miss, this time, we didn't incur any losses." As he spoke, he produced a bowl-sized piece of red jade from a box. Unpolished yet visibly translucent, its blood-red hue strikingly beautiful. It was said to be glass-grade red jade. When the stone master received the rough material, he noted it was riddled with cracks, believing it was entirely defective. To his surprise, from such a large piece, he managed to extract a perfectly round jade. "How did you manage to select this?" Chunyi chuckled as she accepted it, pondering her remarkable luck. It seemed unfathomable that such a round piece could emerge from the rough material. "Tomorrow morning, let's take a trip to neighboring country for some leisure. Please make the arrangements." After Dan and Mo returned to his room, Chunyi eagerly delved back into the space for further exploration. Upon entering, she sensed something was amiss. The air felt remarkably pure. She examined her hands and body, realizing that she had genuinely entered the space, rather than merely her consciousness. A spark of realization illuminated her mind. Previously, she could only access it with her consciousness, but after consuming a considerable amount of jade, her body could now enter as well. The space seemed devoid of night. The sky was clear and bright, with gentle breezes carrying the essence of pristine nature. As she surveyed her surroundings, majestic mountains embraced towering trees in the distance, while the purple bamboo grove offered tranquil shade. The lake shimmered with gentle ripples, the spring water glistening beautifully. To call it enchanting would not be an exaggeration. Chunyi closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Due to the expansion of space, a vast open area emerged beside the Great Lake, characterized by its proximity to a water source and fertile, moist soil. Further along, another open expanse awaited. She ventured into the small house to the right of the warehouse, where she had first deposited gold bars. This time, the first shelf she encountered was filled to the brim with an array of items, while others remained starkly empty. As she browsed the goods, she discovered many were seeds for crops. Was she being tasked with cultivating grains? Goodness, as a young lady unaccustomed to manual labor, how could she possibly farm? Even during the years of the apocalypse, she had never witnessed anyone engaging in agriculture. A sense of indignation washed over Chunyi as she regarded the row of seeds. Having offered countless emeralds, gold, and diamonds, she now felt a frustrating sense of futility, as if she were being asked to turn sand into sustenance. She listlessly exited the small goods house and meandered about. Upon reaching the purple bamboo grove, she gently pushed the door, which creaked open. To her surprise, the interior was empty, devoid of any furnishings. Ascending to the second floor, she found it equally barren. And not far to the right of the house lay a spring. At its source stood a statue of a 9-petal lotus, from which water gushed forth through the outermost petals, cascading down the 9 petals before pooling into a small pond and gradually flowing into the lake. Intrigued, Chunyi examined the statue closely. The lotus pod appeared peculiar, with the deepest recess gushing forth the most vigorous stream of water. It seemed something was missing. After a moment's contemplation, she exited the space, retrieved the red jadeite that Dan Mo had previously given her, and returned to the space. Hesitant to place it directly into the lotus pod for fear it might be consumed again, she held it in her hand as she approached the statue. The dimensions and shape appeared to be quite suitable. She gazed at the beautiful red jadeite, reluctant to part with it. Gritting her teeth, she placed the red jadeite in the pod's position. As she released her grip, she felt no pull from the space. Instead, the spring's water was suppressed by the jadeite,
causing it to swirl atop the pod.
The water, once erupting skyward, now cascaded down like a curtain. It was quite a sight. Chunyi cupped her hands to drink from the spring, savoring its sweet, cool essence. If only her stomach weren't troubled today, the spring water would be pristine. After wandering for a while longer, she retraced her steps and, passing the small goods house, caught sight of a new lotus-shaped wall lamp at the entrance. This must have appeared after she placed the red jadeite there. She had been wandering for some time without noticing it. Approaching it, she reached out to touch it, only to have several lines of text materialize beside her. Though taken aback, she quickly skimmed through the information, and a look of joy spread across her face. The red jadeite had activated the lotus spring spirit. Now, all she needed to do was select the types and quantities of seeds, allowing the spirit to automatically assist in planting within the space. Each time, a gold bar was required, which would enable the spirit to work for 30 days. Who pays a month's salary with a single gold bar? Was this not akin to extortion? She had already offered an enormous red jadeite worth millions, and yet they still demanded gold bars? She realized that nothing in this world came free. It was all a trap, a great pitfall. Chapter 12. Each with their own intentions on this day, Uncle Li drove Chen Chen to the residence of Chen Jingguang. Chen Chen carried 2 boxes of cigars, a Louis XIV, 3 pieces of expensive jewelry, and 2 sets of high-end suits tailored to Chen Xing and Chen Jingguang's measurements. These had been prepared by his mother before her passing, intended as gifts for his uncle's family upon returning from their travels. When his sister called back, she instructed him to retrieve them, insisting that he simply deliver them without further elaboration. Chen Chen found his sister's decision perplexing, but she assured him that everything would be clarified upon her return, so he refrained from questioning further. His uncle's family received the gifts with great delight, showering him with hugs and laughter. Yet, as they reminisced about his parents, a wave of sorrow washed over them. Chen Jingguang patted his shoulder, speaking softly. Xiao Chen. Those who have passed cannot be revived. We must look forward. Zhu Meiling chimed in. Yes, Xiao Chen, you must study diligently to assist your sister in managing the company. Without your parents, how can your sister manage alone? Chen Jingguang's expression darkened as his gaze swept over Zhu Meiling. Unbeknownst to her, she was leisurely blowing on her cup of tea. Chen Chen dared not disclose that the company's shares had already been transferred. He merely stammered. Xiongge is also helping at the company. My sister says she can manage. Chen Jingguang surveyed the surroundings, noting that Uncle Li had finished bringing in the items and had left the room before speaking again. While that may be true, he is still an outsider. Your sister should remain vigilant. After a moment, he turned his attention back to the naive young man, adding, Never mind, I'll speak with Xiao Yi when she returns. Zhu Meiling glanced at Qin Yuan, smiling as she said, Indeed, Li Xiong is still an outsider. One cannot be too cautious. Yuan will graduate next year. It would be perfect for her to learn from Xiao Yi. Chen Chen sipped his tea, feeling uneasy as it was his first time weaving such a significant deception. He mumbled, I don't know, you'd have to ask my sister. She manages everything at home. Zhu Meiling assumed he was merely a child, unaware of the family situation, and turned to Qin Yuan, saying, Yuan is majoring in business administration. It would be ideal for her to intern alongside your sister. If there are any financial matters you don't understand, you can also consult your sister-in-law. Coughing abruptly, Chen Jingguang finally drew Zhu Meiling's attention. His brow furrowed and his eyes cold as he spoke sternly. Why are you discussing this with Xiao Chen? Chen Chen observed their interaction with confusion. Although he was young, he had frequently heard his parents mention matters concerning his uncle's family, knowing that they often needed assistance with connections domestically. 3 members of Chen Jingguang's family worked in government positions. His uncle was the deputy mayor of S City, a person of considerable influence. Chen Xing had reached the position of deputy director in the city creation office, enjoying favor due to a connection with a vice mayor. As for his sister-in-law, Wang Yao, she had also ascended to the position of deputy director at the Municipal Finance Bureau at a young age, evoking envy from many. Although Zhu Meiling did not work, dedicating herself to homemaking, the 3 prominent figures in the family garnered respect, and the local socialites often sought her favor. Chen Yuan had initially planned to study abroad in Y country, with Chen Jinyan facilitating her school arrangements, but it seemed she ultimately did not go due to a boy. What transpired between them afterward remained unclear to Qin Qin. Moreover, his uncle had previously mentioned that their family was meant to enter politics, leaving business to Qin Jinyan. Every year, Qin Jinyan would leverage his uncle's connections to handle necessary expenses, contributing money to Qin Jingguang during holidays.
Now,
it seemed contradictory for his aunt to suggest that Chen Yuan pursue business studies. Hadn't his uncle already expressed the intention for her to embark on a political career? Even in an ordinary family, having a civil servant would be a cause for celebration. Moreover, with 3 members of his uncle's family holding significant positions, it would be easy to arrange a role for Qin Yuan, allowing her to gain experience. After 2 years, what position could she not secure, determined by his uncle? Furthermore, if financial arrangements were needed, wasn't there family support available? Zhu Meiling glanced awkwardly at Qin Jingguang, then at the perplexed Qin Chen. whispering, "Well, we just worry that the child might be overwhelmed on his own." With a wry smile, she seemed to be searching for an escape from the situation, deciding to postpone the conversation, as it was not urgent. Wang Yao, noticing her mother-in-law's displeasure, quickly intervened, suggesting they start their meal, as Xiao Chen was likely hungry. During the meal, Chun Chen's appetite was neither particularly good nor bad. Afterward, he sat back and listened as his uncle shared various anecdotes about cemeteries and other trivial matters. The subsequent chatter about political gossip failed to capture his interest, prompting him to rise and take his leave. Chun Jingguang had intended to ask Zhu Meiling for something to take back, but Chun Chen waved his hand dismissively, stating, "Aunt, there's no need for that. We have everything we need at home." Chen Yuan, either intentionally or not, chimed in with a playful laugh. "Indeed, Mom. What could my brother possibly lack?" Chun Chen shot her a glance, but refrained from responding before departing. Uncle Li had been waiting for him outside the parking lot, and upon his arrival, they got into the car and headed home. They currently resided in the same duplex apartment complex from their previous life, while their newly purchased villa was undergoing security enhancements and renovations, making it uninhabitable for now. The ordered materials were en route, and everything was progressing methodically. "Young master, there were no leaks during this outing, I hope?" Uncle Li inquired while driving, catching a glimpse of the confusion on Chun Chen's face in the rear-view mirror.
No,
he replied. "I remembered everything my sister instructed." "That's good," Uncle Li responded. However, upon reaching home, Chun Chen could hardly contain his impatience and immediately dialed Chun Ye's number to voice his concerns. At that moment, Chun Ye had just landed in Country L and was en route to her hotel. After listening to Chin Chen, she let out a derisive snort, remarking that while a political career for 4 individuals might seem glamorous, given Qin Yuan's penchant for wealth, even if she attained a position as a department head or amassed wealth like their father, it would always come at a cost, accompanied by anxiety and fear. Sitting in the back seat, she stretched her stiff neck and continued, "But we are different now. With our parents gone, they believe they deserve a share of the wealth. Perhaps even more." She recalled the myriad of their past misdeeds, feeling a visceral urge to confront them. "Xiao Chun, regardless of what they say, I am the only one you can truly rely on. Trust no one." Chun Chen nodded in affirmation, replying, "I didn't answer any of their questions." Ultimately, he knew he had to learn to grow up. In this impending era of predation, innocence and ignorance would leave one with nothing. Chapter 13. The influence of Donma. The nightlife in Country L is remarkably vibrant, with an array of performances and a bar culture that stands at the forefront among nations. The night market captivates visitors the most, with streets lined with diverse stalls and throngs of eager patrons. Chun Yi had never visited such places before. During the apocalypse, she had only encountered devastation and despair, with endless hunger amidst corruption and chaos. Now, the lively atmosphere of human activity stirred a sense of greed within her. The general cost of living here is relatively low, offering great value for money, and the deep-rooted Buddhist beliefs in the region make it a favored destination for tourists from surrounding countries. Country L is a nation that venerates Buddhism, evident in its architecture adorned with tiered roofs and towering spires, embellished with wood carvings, gold leaf, porcelain, colored glass, and pearls. These gilded eaves either shimmer with opulence or exhibit a harmonious unevenness, radiating grandeur both by day and under the night lights, showcasing a distinct local charm. Due to the affordable prices, Chun Yi procured hundreds of tons of rice, instant noodles, seasonings, and a variety of renowned fruits at nearly 1/3 of domestic prices. Mangosteen, durian, mangoes, coconuts, avocados, guavas, rambutan, small pineapples, wax apples, dragon fruit, bananas, and more were all transported in bulk to the rented cold storage. Donma expressed a keen interest in Buddhist amulets, which surprised Chun Yi. Although Donma was no longer young, she had heard countless stories about old A.'s illustrious past within their circle. Such a formidable figure, akin to a living king of hell, surprisingly held a sense of reverence for Buddhist icons. When Donma inquired if she wanted one, she shook her head in silence, but still purchased a gold piece at the jewelry store, intending to see what it could do for the spirit in her space upon her return. Her faith had shattered entirely in her previous life. Now, she was her only belief. However, when she fed the little figure holding a lotus, it unexpectedly halved its working time, indicating that the gold's purity was insufficient, thus allowing only half of its potential usage. Chun Yi then offered another less pure gold piece and set the options for the spirit's tasks and the harvest, half to be stored in the space and half to be sold to a small shop for shelf upgrades. Once configured, the little spirit chimed, and soon after, an area near the lake began to transform as if by magic. Before long, furrows were turned, delineating sections of rice paddies. The spring water flowing into the lake was diverted, mingling with the freshly tilled soil, creating a murky mud that filled the air with an earthy aroma. It was truly remarkable. Since drinking the spring water, she had not experienced any adverse effects. So when Uncle Lee called about the drinking water, she felt untroubled, thinking it could store as much as it could. Chun-Yi watched with great interest. Having never experienced such a life, even though she had seen plenty online, nothing compared to observing the process firsthand. The spirit worked with astonishing speed, and before she could fully grasp the procedure, the seeds were already sown. Initially, she could only plant rice, and then a prompt appeared indicating that the crops would mature in 48 hours. To shorten the growth period, diamonds would be necessary for upgrades. She couldn't help but think about retrieving the red jade. However, when she attempted to do so, it seemed almost anchored in place. Despite the water pressure swirling around it, she couldn't pry it free. Chun-Yi muttered a curse under her breath and exited the space. All her time and money had been devoted to stockpiling supplies in preparation for the apocalypse. She had no leisure for diamond hunting. These items were of little use to others in the apocalypse. She had seen a pigeon-sized diamond exchanged for merely 3 packs of instant noodles, while a bar of gold fetched only 5 pounds of rice. As the ancient said, in chaotic times, gold flourishes while jade remains unnoticed. Perhaps the ancients had never encountered diamonds and thus did not acknowledge their worth. Yet, various gemstones were merely embellishments for gold jewelry.
For now,
she would focus on accumulating supplies, leaving the spirit's desires for gold and diamonds to be addressed later at a substantial discount. After spending 3 days in Country L, Chun-Yi had essentially purchased everything consumable and usable, filling both the rented cold storage and the regular warehouse to capacity. That evening, she granted Donma a night off, allowing him to enjoy himself at a bar. He was delighted, first sending her his location and table number, hoping she could join him for a drink. Chun-Yi did not reply. Instead, she took advantage of the opportunity to collect all the items from the warehouse into her space. It was past 2 a.m., and Donma had yet to return, even though they had booked a flight to Country D for 9 a.m. the following morning. Uncle Lee likely would not gather much oil in Huagua, so she needed to place another order. After all, her space was sufficiently spacious, and in fact, still quite empty. When she located Donma at the bar, he was surrounded by a crowd. She squeezed through the throng to reach him, finding the table laden with beer. She recalled that Donma preferred strong liquor, but perhaps due to their early flight, he had opted for beer instead. Donma appeared quite pleased, surrounded by several scantily clad, alluring women, 2 of whom were pressed against his robust frame, raising a wine glass to feed him. Opposite him sat 2 young men, sturdy and well-built, with golden hair and blue eyes, their muscular arms bulging beneath their short sleeves. 2 young women accompanied them as well. At that moment, they raised their glasses in a toast to Donma and then downed their drinks in unison. Donma laughed heartily, tossing a handful of currency from L Country into the air. The nearby women and a server standing by squealed in excitement and whistled, eagerly scrambling to collect the scattered bills from the floor and table. Although the bills were of small denominations, the thrill of the chase was palpable. As Donma surveyed the scene, he spotted her, brushed aside the woman beside him, stood up, and invited her to sit. He then inquired if she would like a drink. Chun-Yi shook her head, raised her hand to present her watch, and signaled that he should leave. The 2 young men across from them looked a bit bewildered. Their idol, the renowned A, was treating a young woman with such deference. Donma nodded and leaned in to whisper something to the 2 men. They listened attentively, occasionally glancing over. Chun-Yi observed the 2 men for a moment before turning her gaze back to Donma. Donma leaned closer, referring to the 2 young boys, and spoke proudly, his eyes crinkling into a cheerful expression. Chun-Yi smiled slightly and retrieved a stack of money from her bag, handing it to Donma, urging him to buy them drinks. Donma placed the money on the table, patted it, and addressed the 2 young men. "Gentlemen, my lady has graciously invited you for drinks, and the bill has already been settled.
Farewell."
With that, he parted the crowd to clear a path for Chun-Yi, leading her out of the bar. Chapter 14. Division of Labor. Li Xiong had already arranged for the procurement qualifications for oil from D Country, ensuring a smooth process. Chun-Yi stood beside the vehicle, watching the oil tankers delivering oil to the warehouses in the desert. The weather in this country was scorching, with hot winds sweeping across, sending sand into her face. Her lips were parched to the point of cracking. Donma stood next to her, wiping the sweat from his brow. "Miss, it's too hot. You should rest in the hotel. I can keep watch," he suggested. It seemed Mr. Chen had never personally inspected the warehouse before. The solitary lady was truly overburdened. Unexpectedly, Chunyi nodded, leaving him there alone as she drove away. She headed to the largest market to wholesale a significant amount of beef and lamb. The prices of meat in D country were half that of Hua country, and the quality was superior, devoid of any unpleasant odor. She also purchased a considerable amount of the renowned camel milk powder. In the empty desert, taking advantage of the solitude, she stored all the meat and milk powder in her space. Afterward, she drove back to the warehouse to fetch Donma. Upon returning to the city, they wandered through the largest commercial district, picking up a variety of skincare products and perfumes. In a world without running water or electricity, perfumes were indeed in high demand. With most necessities acquired, and knowing Uncle Li had likely prepared the rest, Chunyi planned to return to Hua country after storing the oil from the warehouse in her space. As before, Donma did not inquire how she intended to transport the items back to Hua country, believing that Chunyi had her own methods. As her father's bodyguard, Donma had accompanied them back to Hua country several times and was familiar with it. However, the thought of residing there long-term excited, yet saddened him. They arrived in Hua country around 10 in the morning, and when Uncle Li came to the airport to pick them up, Chen accompanied him. "Sister, you're back. Uncle's family has been asking me when you'd return. If you don't come back soon, I'll be driven mad by their inquiries," he exclaimed. Chunyi had not informed Qin Jingguang of her return, as she had many tasks to attend to and could not spare time to engage with them. "Don't mind them for now. Just tell them I haven't returned yet. I'll see him when I have time," she replied. Instead of going home, she first visited the villa to check on the renovation progress. The workers were bustling about, completely unaware of their presence. However, Li Xiong, keenly observant, spotted her and quickly approached with a man he was discussing something with. "Miss, what brings you here? Didn't my father just go to pick you up? You must be exhausted after a night on the plane," he remarked, gesturing to the man beside him. "This is Manager Lin from the security company. He's in charge of our contract." Without needing an introduction from Li Xiong, Manager Lin extended his hand to Qin Yi and introduced himself. "Miss Chen, it's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Lin Li, responsible for your home renovation. Please feel free to contact me with any requests." Qin Yi shook his hand and nodded. "Thank you for your hard work. Miss Chen is too kind," he replied. Li Xiong then reported on the current progress of the renovations, while Lin Li offered numerous feasible suggestions and explained various high-performance materials that would make the house more solid and durable. Chunyi nodded continuously, absorbing the information. With only 3 weeks remaining, completing the renovation seemed nearly impossible. Chunyi activated her financial prowess, instructing the security company to expedite the purchase of materials at double the price and hired 3 shifts of workers to work around the clock. Li Xiong was tasked with overseeing the renovations. In terms of procurement, she discussed extensively with Uncle Li, gathering supplies and adjusting purchases from various provinces. After the underground storage in the villa was completed and surrounded with thick steel plates, and after testing the air filtration and soundproofing, they proceeded to renovate the upper floors. Uncle Li, eager to move the purchased cold storage units into the completed underground storage, was thwarted by Qin Yi. "Wait a moment. There are workers here 24 hours a day. It's too noisy," she advised. Reluctantly, he complied, seeming to grasp the intentions behind her extensive purchases and refraining from questioning their purpose. He merely chased suppliers for stock. Since Chen Ye's return, Chen Chen's leisurely life of indulgence had come to an end. Donma had been assigned to Qin Chen, compelling him to exercise daily in front of their apartment complex. Donma had always been strict. When Qin Yi was a child, he trained her relentlessly to the point of tears. Chen lamented his predicament. Sometimes Qin Yi would accompany him in training, but more often she was out with Uncle Li discussing matters, or with Li Xiong overseeing the villa renovations. Seeing Chen Chen's woeful expression, Qin Yi took Donma along to purchase a variety of fitness equipment. In a world where even abundant resources could not guarantee safety without a strong physique, one must guard against not only merciless natural disasters and terrifying zombies, but also the treachery of human hearts. Qin Yi rose early and returned late each day, inspecting the supplies delivered by vendors and urging the security company to expedite the villa's completion. She tossed the gold bars she had recently acquired to the little sprite in her space, eager to see what surprises this underperforming worker, who required a gold bar for a month's salary, could provide. Just then, Chen Jingguang's call interrupted her. It was early August. With only half a month remaining until the impending apocalypse, Chen Jingguang suggested that while Chen Chen was still at home, they should select burial plots for her parents, lest they be pressed for time once Chen Chen returned to school. He also inquired about her well-being.
Chen ye silenti skuffet.
Knowing that soon there would be no world left, let alone school. Her life was infinitely better than being tormented by their family in the apocalypse. Suppressing her discomfort, she maintained a facade of politeness, responding in a distant tone, "I understand. I'll be back tomorrow. And then I'll go to make the selections in the coming days. Choosing or not choosing is, in fact, of little consequence. When the time arrives, there will undoubtedly be nothing left." Moreover, in this apocalyptic world, she has witnessed too many instances of those who have perished without a trace, some swept away by floods, others frozen to death, some scorched in flames, others succumbing to starvation, and some falling victim to the undead. Some have even been devoured by others. Contemplating this, she found herself questioning whether the coldness she felt was indicative of a new soul, rather than the person she once was. The former self had indeed perished in this desolation, taking with it her compassion and fragility. "On the night after tomorrow, I shall come to see you and Xiao Chen. We can share a meal together." After hanging up the phone, Chen Jingguang scrutinized the call log, recalling how his secretary, Zhang Chusheng, had recently mentioned that he overheard several prominent suppliers in the city discussing Uncle Li's recent intention to procure a considerable amount of goods. Was Chen Yi planning to open a supermarket domestically, or did he intend to ship goods to Y country? Yet their business did not encompass trade. Could it be that Chen Yi wished to establish a supermarket here? Chen Jingguang found himself momentarily perplexed. The following evening, Chen Jingguang called again, confirming Chen Ye's presence in the country and stating he would visit her home for dinner the next night to discuss the selection of a burial site. Chen Yi hesitated to invite him to her home, explaining that there was no cook available, as Uncle Li typically prepared meals for Chen Chen. Thus, she suggested dining at a restaurant instead. However, Chen Jingguang insisted, saying it would be fine to have his family's cook come over, along with his aunt and sister-in-law to assist. As the house had been unoccupied for some time, more people would help liven the atmosphere. Reluctant to sever ties with him at that moment, Chen Yi acquiesced. Zhu Meiling and his family's cook arrived early the next morning, the cook carrying several bags of ingredients. Zhu Meiling claimed she was there to lend a hand, yet she made no effort to enter the kitchen. Instead, she surveyed Chen Ye's home with a hint of envy in her eyes. Settling onto the sofa, she directed Uncle Li to pour her tea. Assuming a demeanor befitting a host, Chen Yi was not at home. She had visited the villa briefly, where Uncle Li, having stayed in due to Zhu Meiling's presence, did not emerge. However, she received calls from suppliers, informing her that some materials had arrived and needed her signature for receipt. In the afternoon, she made her way to the bank, having previously arranged to withdraw cash and purchase gold bars. It was only when Chen Chen persistently called her that she returned home. Upon opening the door, she was met with the collective gaze of the assembled guests. Chen Chen leaped up, exclaiming, "My sister is back." Chen Yi scanned the room, noting that everyone had indeed gathered. Chen Jingguang sat composedly in the middle of the sofa, silently smiling at her. Zhu Meiling and Chen Yuan occupied the left side, their faces alight with smiles. Wang Yao and Chen Xing were seated on the right. Compared to their last encounter, they appeared quite well, their complexions rosy and figures ample. This was her first face-to-face meeting with them since her rebirth, and the memories of how they had once manipulated Chen Chen's fragile life to coerce her replayed relentlessly in her mind. She clenched her fists, anger surging to her head. Taking a deep breath, she refrained from speaking, using the moment of changing her shoes to bury her resentment deep within. She then approached them slowly, greeting each one in turn. They remained seated on the sofa, while she, the hostess, stood before them like a mere guest. Reflecting on past events, it seemed they had always behaved this way. How blind had she been in her previous life not to see their condescending demeanor. They would squander the substantial funds provided by her parents, yet consider themselves the noble elite deserving of admiration. They would profess familial bonds, yet turn around to wield cruelty against their own kin who had lost their parents. Zhu Meiling nudged Chen Yuan, urging her to make space. She called for Chen Yi to sit down. Chen Yi glanced around but remained silent, opting instead for the single sofa opposite Chen Jingguang. If she could, she would have rushed forward to eliminate them on the spot. She had no desire to speak. Observing her lack of the usual decorum, Chen Jingguang felt an unexpected surge of irritation, yet as he gazed upon her face, reminiscent of his younger brother, his displeasure slowly dissipated. The discussion regarding the burial site was primarily led by Chen Jingguang, while Chun Yi listened quietly, occasionally nodding or murmuring in acknowledgement. Chen Jingguang assumed her silence stemmed from youthful indecision, accustomed as he was to being the authoritative voice. Her apparent submissiveness pleased him greatly, and he attributed her perceived rudeness to a child's sorrowful nature. According to Chen Jingguang, the burial site should be chosen nearby for convenience during future visits. He adhered to many traditions, stating that once a burial site was selected, it would require a 6-month waiting period before a gravestone could be erected, and that it must be on an auspicious day. Suddenly, a light laugh escaped Chen Yi, cutting through Chen Jingguang's voice, jarring the atmosphere. All eyes turned toward her. Zhu Meiling, noting her husband's deepening frown, cautiously asked, "Xiao Yi, what is so amusing? Is there something wrong with what your uncle is saying?" "Nothing. I just find it amusing," Chen Yi replied lazily. "Uncle, my parents' remains are non-existent. It's merely a symbolic grave. In fact, even a grave marker is unnecessary. If one is sincere, a memorial tablet can simply be set up at home." Preposterous. In our culture, we emphasize the importance of returning to one's roots and resting in peace. Your parents were in business. Surely they shared this sentiment.
Chen Yi,
Having grown up in Wei country, was not well versed in many traditional customs, having only heard her parents mention them occasionally, and her knowledge was not comprehensive. With much gleaned from her research, while she acknowledged the validity in Chen Jingguang's words, a persistent anger simmered within her, leaving her uncomfortable. She deliberately sought to provoke him, curious to witness how this figure of the highest political authority in the city would react to her defiance. "I can understand that you are saddened by your parents' passing, but you are no longer a child. Some things should not be said lightly." Chen Yi cast him a glance. His expression was quite grim, his eyes behind the glasses harboring two flames of anger, clearly struggling to suppress them. It was evident that he was accustomed to issuing commands, never having encountered opposition. Being challenged by Chen Yi unsettled him greatly. "Then you choose. I don't care. I probably want to return, and I will set up a memorial tablet for them elsewhere." Upon hearing Chen Yi's words, Chen Jingguang was momentarily taken aback, but Zhu Meiling was the first to scream. "Not coming back? What will happen to this house and those shops?" Chen Yi regarded her with a mocking smile.
"Oh,
"After your family moved in, I lost count of how many times I heard you exclaim your delight at finally living in a luxurious home." Chen Jingguang's house was purchased 20 years ago and was located in an older district. Her father had indeed suggested buying a house for them in the bustling city center. But Chen Jingguang, concerned about public perception and the potential impact on his political career, had declined. This decision had led to many arguments between him and Zhu Meiling. Now that Chen Yi's parents had passed, and she expressed her intent to settle in Wei country and not return, their first reaction was, of course, to covet the house. Chen Jingguang frowned in displeasure, still maintaining his facade of righteousness and selflessness.
what are you talking about?"
"We are discussing burial site selection. What does the house have to do with this?" "Sell it," Chen Yi replied, glancing at Chen Jingguang before turning to Zhu Meiling with a nonchalant tone. "Sell it? Xiao Yi, if you are not in urgent need of money, you could keep it. We can help manage it," Chen Xing interjected eagerly, adding, "Besides, the property value in this area has been rising rapidly. Selling it now might result in a loss." "I am in urgent need of money," Chen Yi stated, fully aware of their ulterior motives, yet unwilling to grant them their desires. In her previous life, her parents would have gladly gifted the house to them.
"Now,
As Chen Yi observes their expressions, she feels a wave of disgust. Although the apocalypse has not yet arrived, the calculating glances they cast her way do not possess the same ruthless edge as those seen in a world consumed by chaos. There remains a semblance of cheap familial affection. Yet she cannot forget. She cannot act as if nothing has transpired. Suddenly, Chen Jingguang's gaze sharpens. "Are you planning to settle in Wei country? Then why is Uncle Li making such extensive purchases? Surely, you do not intend to return for development?" Chen Yi's heart jolts, and she exchanges a startled look with Uncle Li.
how does he know about this?"
Zhu Meiling, observing her reaction, assumes Chen Yi is unaware and questions Uncle Li with a mocking glance, saying, "Little Yi, are you not being used? They're utilizing the resources provided by your uncle while secretly engaging in their own schemes under your name." Chen Yuan and Wang Yao chime in with agreement. Chen Xing, 2. Chuckles derisively from the side, for despite having followed them for so long, human nature is inherently selfish and greedy. Uncle Lee lowers his head, choosing silence. Chunyi glances at them. Their selfishness and greed are reflections of their own nature, are they not? She coldly retorts, Uncle Lee has devoted his life to my father. Even if he were to engage in private business dealings, my father would have supported him if he were still alive. Please refrain from speaking so harshly. The group falls silent, somewhat embarrassed, and does not dare to continue. Chen Jingguang remains silent, fixated on Chen Yi and Uncle Lee, his mind clouded with doubts. Sensing that matters are not as they seem, yet unable to articulate why. Shortly thereafter, the aunt calls everyone to dinner, conveniently alleviating the tension. Chapter 16. Beyond expectations, the meal is extraordinarily unpleasant. Everyone's expressions are grim. Chen Yi barely touches her food, finding it difficult to eat in their presence. Chen Jingguang insists on his elder status, compelling Chen Yi to choose a burial site, proclaiming that one who does not establish a resting place for their parents is unworthy of being their child. Even Uncle Lee and Chen Chen join in to persuade her. To expedite his departure, Chen Yi reluctantly agrees to appease him. Subsequently, Chen Jingguang resumes his benevolent facade, gently instructing her not to feel too distressed. The atmosphere lightens somewhat, easing the tension, but Chen Yi remains aloof, devoid of any warmth. Before leaving, Chen Yuan spots the designer handbag carelessly tossed on the cabinet and cannot resist approaching Chen Yi. Sister Yi, did you bring me a bag this time? Chen Yi recalls how she used to cater to Chen Yuan's every whim, inquiring about her desires and bringing back gifts apart from those prepared by her mother. The thought makes her wish to slap herself for her blindness. No, I returned in haste. Chen Yuan, seemingly oblivious to her cold demeanor, sweetly replies, naughty sister. Remember to bring one for me next time. Chen Yi remains silent, expressionless as she watches them depart. Once they are gone, Uncle Lee approaches her. Miss, I have not disclosed any information regarding your purchases to Mayor Chen's family. I know, Chen Yi nods, understanding that some channels of information were initially introduced through him, and thus, it is plausible that they might share information among themselves. Chen Chen sits beside her and inquires, Sister, why are you unwilling to choose a burial site for Mom and Dad? Chen Yi glances at him, and then at Uncle Lee. It's not that I refuse to choose. I'll address it later, when I'm less occupied. Faced with Chen Chen and Uncle Lee's confusion regarding her attitude towards Chen Jingguang's family, Chen Yi offers no explanation, merely stating, I dislike how they spend our family's money while behaving in such an irritating manner. Uncle Lee recalls Zhu Meiling's condescending mockery as she pranced around the house. Meanwhile, back at Chen Jingguang's home, as they settle down, Chen Yuan, visibly displeased, exclaims, Sister Ye's bag today was clearly a new release, yet she didn't bring me one. Chen Xing, recalling Chen Ye's indifferent expression when she left, sits beside Wang Yao, reflecting on whether his suggestion to dissuade her from selling the house had upset her. Zhu Meiling hands Chen Jingguang a cup of tea, assessing his expression. She sighs lightly. Little Yi has grown up. There are matters she may prefer we do not interfere with. Her attitude today was somewhat disrespectful towards you. Before Chen Jingguang can respond, Chen Yuan nearly jumps up, exclaiming, It's not just a little disrespect. She completely disregards Dad. Once her uncle departed, she began to act as if she were the elder. Chen Yuan, who had previously received Chen Ye's every favor, found her vanity greatly satisfied by the various luxuries. Growing up pampered at home, her father's high-ranking position provided her with countless conveniences, and her uncle's financial support allowed her to pursue her desires without facing obstacles. Having encountered resistance from Chen Yi for the first time, her pride felt as though it had been slapped, leaving her feeling scorched with discomfort. Little Yi even mentioned selling the house, Zhu Meiling states, gauging her husband's sentiments. Noticing his expression remains neutral, she glances around their home. Their residence, built in the late 1990s, features outdated decor and furnishings. When Chen Jingguang had just begun his political career, they had pieced together the funds to purchase it. Over the years, as Chen Jingguang's position has grown more significant, he has become increasingly cautious, never considering replacing their home. Nor has he accepted Chen Jinyan's offer to buy him a new one. The only exception was when Chen Jinyan gifted a small apartment in a newly constructed complex to Chen Xing as a wedding gift. As Zhu Meiling continues speaking, she notices a flicker of anger in Chen Jingguang's expression, prompting her to quickly add, Our ancestors valued roots. Selling the house now would sever those roots. If Uncle and his family were still here, it would be out of the question. Indeed, The anger on Chen Jingguang's face gradually dissipates. Zhu Meiling, still holding her breath, feels relieved. Chen Yuan, however, protests. Why should we sell? Can't we stay there? She doesn't lack money. She runs over to Chen Jingguang, linking her arm through his. Dad, my brother has a house now. I want one too. Also, I want a new car. My classmates laugh at me for driving such a shabby Volkswagen. Chen Jingguang glances at her. We'll discuss it after you graduate. The family isn't short of money. Why can't we buy? Zhu Meiling pulls her back. Stop it. Your father is about to run for mayor. At this critical moment, do not create trouble. Chen Yuan's eyes dart, and she indeed quietens down. Although the distinction between mayor and vice mayor is merely a word, the intricacies involved are fraught with power struggles, connections, and resource battles. Chen Jingguang, even without the financial backing of Qin Jinyan, is a shrewd individual, having reached his current position. His reluctance to confront Chen Yi stems not only from their familial ties but also from the fact that Chen Yi has inherited Qin Jinyan's assets. The implications of Chen Chen's expressions indicate that he cannot dictate matters, as everything is subject to Chen Yi's arrangements. In the past, at this juncture, Chen Jinyan would have already facilitated financial assistance. Throughout Chen Jingguang's political journey, Chen Jinyan played an indispensable role. His eagerness for Chen Ye's return is twofold. Firstly, the couple genuinely needs to select a burial site, and secondly, he has yet to devise a suitable way to broach the subject with Chen Yi. He had not anticipated that their initial encounter would diverge from his expectations. He presumed that having been close to Chen Jinyan, Chen Yi would have heard about the mutual support between the families and would have some understanding of the complexities of worldly affairs. He had hoped to initiate a discussion based on the information regarding Uncle Li's substantial purchases from suppliers, contemplating whether she intended to explore new business opportunities domestically. Thus, she was provided with various supporting resources. With his backing, what could possibly go wrong? Yet, unexpectedly, before any words were exchanged, Chen Ye's demeanor was palpably impatient, even tinged with animosity. Chen Jingguang pondered deeply about the origins of this subtle hatred, just as Uncle Li's procurement matter was barely underway. It was abruptly interrupted by Zhu Meiling, who seized the opportunity to speak. Although Chen Ye's reaction at that moment was undeniably surprising, the glance she exchanged with Uncle Li left Chen Jingguang perplexed. It seemed that events were spiraling beyond his control. Chapter 17. All set. Chen Yi had little time to entertain Chen Jingguang's myriad suspicions. Each day, aside from accompanying Chen Shun in training and monitoring the procurement of supplies, she also visited the villa to oversee progress, and occasionally conferred with Lin Li on how to improve the renovations. Although Lin Li did not grasp the underlying intent behind the woman's extravagant expenditure of billions to renovate a villa, he was perceptive enough to maintain professionalism in light of the substantial service fee. He refrained from asking unnecessary questions beyond the suggestions for improvement. The main structure was entirely encased in the toughest and thickest alloy steel plates. According to Lin Li, their hardness was such that even artillery could not breach them. The windows were fitted with 5 layers of bulletproof glass, and the entire perimeter wall was raised to 4 meters, capped with bulletproof glass. The house was equipped with alarm systems, patrol systems, perimeter intrusion prevention systems, network concealment systems, and visual intercom systems. Lighting, curtains, air conditioning, and other home amenities all featured smart switches, allowing for remote control. The entire yard was transformed into a sunroom, which could serve dual purposes of growing vegetables during leisure and later installing solar panels to convert sunlight into electrical energy, albeit less efficiently than without them. Despite the rooftop being reinforced with solar panels, she needed to install refrigeration units in the basement, as the overall usage during water and power outages would likely be insufficient. Consequently, she constructed an additional machine room specifically for housing generators, soundproofing it to some extent so that she would not be disturbed by the noise while in the yard. The generator was paramount, leading her to procure another batch of alloy steel plates to fortify the perimeter wall. The electrical systems of the main building and basement were independently wired, ensuring that even if the upper floors were compromised, the basement could remain operational. In addition to an air purification system, she installed a water filtration system. Surrounding the property, she placed numerous infrared cameras, monitoring everything and everyone within a 15-kilometer radius. Apart from a monitoring station in the study on the first floor, all exterior cameras were interconnected. The basement's second level housed a backup monitoring room linked to all cameras in the house. The residence was situated inconspicuously at the corner of the villa district. Despite its seclusion, visitors still arrived. A young and handsome man, around 26 years old, dressed in white loungewear, approached. He wore black-framed glasses and sported a stylish light beige hairstyle. He was accompanied by two large, well-groomed Alaskan Malamutes, which sat obediently at the threshold. Panting with their tongues out, Chunyi scrutinized the man and then glanced at the dogs, questioning, "Is there something you need?" The man grinned. "No misunderstandings. I live over there." He gestured towards a nearby villa, explaining that he had noticed the ongoing renovations while walking his dogs and wished to introduce himself to the new neighbors. In her past life, Chunyi had encountered numerous neighbors, none of whom ended well. She held no fondness for them. Having deliberately chosen the most secluded house, she sought tranquility. Nodding slightly, she replied, "We are quite busy. Please excuse us," before closing the door in response to his inquisitive gaze. The man stood before the now-closed door and the heightened wall, noting the continuous renovations of the house. The owner seemed intriguing. As the saying goes, distant relatives are not as valuable as close neighbors. This woman appeared to be devoid of any civility. Unbeknownst to Chunyi, time was slipping away, and no one could derail her plans. Thus, when Chun Jingguang called to inquire about her choice of burial site, she simply dismissed him, citing numerous matters requiring her attention since returning home. Chun Jingguang, seemingly undeterred, insisted on meeting her, rationalizing that he wished to look after her on behalf of his younger brother. However, Chunyi understood his motives. With the mayoral election approaching, Chun Jingguang, being the most viable candidate for promotion, was keen on establishing connections rather than wasting time with her, a mere junior. His intention was likely to secure sufficient funds from her, akin to how her father had previously aided him. Had it not been for the malevolent actions of their family in her prior life, Chunyi might have willingly assisted him. Recognizing that Chun Jingguang had indeed leveraged political connections to aid her father's company in the past. Internally, she scoffed. Soon, the city would be no more. Although Chun Jingguang managed to allocate a significant amount of supplies during the early days of the apocalypse due to his position, all she needed was to gather evidence to report him. He would not only fail to ascend to the mayoral position but would also be unable to retain his current role. Such actions would inevitably lead to mutual destruction. Firstly, she lacked sufficient personnel, and secondly, any issues involving Chun Jingguang would likely draw her into the investigation, given the present stability of laws and order. She had no time to squander. She sent Li Xiong to meet him, placating him while feigning a busy schedule that made it inconvenient for her to meet. The audacity! How could she waste her precious time on him? Hastily, the villa's renovations were finally completed 3 days before the impending apocalypse. After the furniture store delivered the furnishings, the security company graciously assisted with cleaning. The front and backyards were left with only pathways and a garage, while the rest was filled with soil, even demolishing the swimming pool to fill it in. The space could be utilized for growing fruits and vegetables. However, she needed to plant a batch in the yard. Otherwise, once the produce in the basement was exhausted, she would struggle to account for the crops grown in the space. Linley expressed regret and confusion over this decision. Chunyi merely smiled and remarked that she enjoyed gardening. Linley was deeply invested in the entire renovation project, tirelessly revising plans for her and providing valuable insights based on those adjustments. Once the final payment was made, Linley, grateful for the substantial order, insisted on treating her to a meal. Chunyi declined, leaving with a meaningful suggestion to stock up on food for her home. Linley, perplexed but silent, nodded in acknowledgement. Chunyi cast him a knowing glance, aware he had not absorbed her warning, and smiled dismissively as she exited the security company. The following day, all supplies were gradually delivered to the warehouse. Aside from a few minor items that could not be procured, the majority had arrived. Chunyi did not press the issue and proceeded to pay the suppliers according to the newly issued list. Consequently, her bank balance dwindled to just over $1 million. Alongside some cash and gold bars at home, the funds had been nearly depleted. In truth, during these days, Chunyi felt as though she were living in a dream. She had invested such vast sums, stockpiling supplies and constructing a fortress-like residence. What if, in this lifetime, the apocalypse did not unfold as it had in her previous one?
What then?
No matter. In a few days, fate would provide her with answers. With a bit of free time remaining, she purchased numerous seeds and fertilizers. As long as she remained undisturbed, the arrival of the apocalypse seemed inconsequential, for she would not starve. On the eve of moving into the villa, under a moonless night, she ventured alone to the warehouse to store the supplies in her space. Upon returning to the villa, She moved a portion of the items acquired with Dan and Mo from abroad to the basement. The third underground level housed the heaviest items, including gasoline and large barrels of purified water, along with a refrigeration unit filled with meat and containers for fruits. On the second floor, there are medical supplies, various tools, preserved food, clothes, shoes, and socks. The first floor is stocked with an array of spices, canned goods, snacks, beverages, instant meals, and daily necessities, alongside several boxes of firearms and dozens of boxes of ammunition she retrieved from her space. With so much to store, additional items were piled up on the upper floor. The first floor consists of 2 rooms where Don Ma and Uncle Lee reside, while the utility room contains frequently used tools and basic medicines. The second floor houses the rooms of Chen Yi and Chen Chen, along with a spare room designated for their parents' belongings. On the third floor, Li Xiong occupies 1 room, while the rest is filled with supplies, including books and electronic devices. The entire house is brimming with goods. Chapter 18. The Final Night. When the group arrived at the villa with the belongings from their previous home, they were astonished to find the house packed with supplies. Uncle Lee widened his eyes and asked, "Miss, when did you arrange for people to move everything here? Doesn't that alert others?" Chen Yi smiled and reassured him, "It's all right. I have my methods. As long as we keep our mouths shut, no one will know." Don Ma and Chen Chen remained puzzled about the necessity of acquiring so many items and why the house had been transformed in such a manner. With a deep sigh, Chen Yi explained, "In a few days, the apocalypse will arrive." She gently brushed her hand over the supplies in the living room, adding, "Without these provisions, we cannot survive for long." Observing the incredulous expressions on their faces, she softly urged, "Trust me. You will never comprehend the horrors of the end of the world." She glanced outside through the thick glass that sealed the courtyard, gazing at the overcast sky, murmuring, "Beyond this dreadful weather, there lies the cruelty of human hearts." Turning back to them, her eyes filled with sorrow as she looked at Chen Chen's right leg, she lamented, "You will never know how fragile humanity is in that world. From now on, we must survive." Though the group seemed skeptical of her words, they nodded in agreement. Chen Yi was indifferent. After all, she was prepared. The group followed her as they familiarized themselves with the villa, noting where each supply was stored. Don Ma was entrusted with all matters regarding the electrical circuits and appliances. Since returning to China, Don Ma had primarily focused on training Chen Chen and felt little impact upon hearing Chen Ye's prediction of the impending apocalypse. As a seasoned mercenary, he had endured various harsh living conditions. He gladly accepted the responsibilities assigned to him by Chen Yi and joyfully acquainted himself with the villa's electrical systems. Over the next couple of days, they categorized and organized the items brought from the old house. Although exhausting, this marked the conclusion of a month-long arduous preparation. Chen Yi surveyed the abundance of supplies and the sturdy house, finally feeling a sense of relief. Seated in the courtyard on wicker chairs, she and Don Ma uncorked a bottle of red wine, savoring it slowly while idly chatting and scrolling through their phones. The internet buzzed with news of worsening smog in the north, accelerated sandstorms in the northwest, a 6.0 magnitude tsunami along the eastern coastal regions, and a red typhoon warning issued in the south. Calamities seemed to befall various places in rapid succession. Chen Yi glanced at her phone before setting it down, calling upon the men in the house to help organize the supplies and charge the power banks. They also checked for any items they had overlooked, ensuring everything would be purchased within the next couple of days. Chen Yi instructed Uncle Lee to buy several green plants to cultivate in the courtyard. Even if they might not survive, the mere sight of greenery would brighten their spirits. The men swiftly transformed from their roles as butler, secretary, bodyguard, and university student into gardeners. Some even took on the role of farmers, wielding hoes and shovels as they attempted to cultivate vegetables in the courtyard. Uncle Lee, though older and somewhat out of practice, still possessed a modicum of knowledge from his childhood farming days, and he confidently took up the hoe. The other 3 men, having never engaged in such tasks, squatted nearby like students eager to learn. Chen Yi, feeling inspired, recalled that she could also grow vegetables in her space, and was intrigued to join in. As they were halfway through planting, Li Xiong's phone rang. It turned out that Chen Ye's phone had run out of battery and shut down, prompting Chen Jingguang to call Li Xiong in search of her. Li Xiong, holding the phone, asked, "Should I answer?" After a moment's thought, Chen Yi replied, "We had to return to Y country unexpectedly. I am currently occupied with work, so it is inconvenient for you to disturb me." Chen Jingguang inquired after Chen Ye's health and, upon learning from Li Xiong that they had returned to Y country, felt a flicker of irritation but suppressed it. After exchanging pleasantries, He promised to call back later and hung up. Don't worry about him, Chinyi thought cheerfully, not wanting his presence to dampen her mood. She was curious to see how long he could maintain his facade. She hoped he wouldn't meet an untimely demise too soon. As she anticipated witnessing him navigate the more brutal stages of the apocalypse, hoping he would emerge unscathed, just as in her previous life. That evening, the group gathered in the courtyard for a barbecue, the glowing charcoal emitting a subtle fruity fragrance. A large iron grate held tender, juicy cuts of beef nestled between garlic and green peppers, mingled with cumin and chili powder, releasing an irresistible aroma. Donma opened the glass above to disperse the scent, while Chen set up speakers to play DJ music, dancing with Li Xiong to the rhythm. Soon, we won't be able to enjoy such ease. We may not even be able to play DJ music. Chen Yi raised her beer and downed it in one gulp. Why does this feel like a Last Supper? Chen frowned. Very soon, you will witness the dirtiest side of this world, or rather, its countless faces. Donmo raised his glass, assuring, Fear not, my dear ones. I shall protect you. Among them, Donma undoubtedly possessed the highest combat prowess. Chen Yi regarded them, feeling for the first time that she was no longer fighting alone. As they reveled in the moment, the doorbell rang. Uncle Lee checked the screen and found a man outside who claimed to have heard the DJ music and asked if he could join the party. Uncle Lee glanced over to seek Chinya's opinion. Upon seeing it was the man who had come with a dog the other day, she instructed Uncle Lee to send him away. I'm sorry, sir, but my master has stated that this is a private gathering and cannot accommodate outsiders. Please return. The man outside surveyed the sturdy door, towering walls, and impenetrable surroundings, smiled faintly, and departed. From now on, no one is allowed to enter, Chen Yi firmly instructed. As for Chen Jingguang's promise to call later that night, she was completely unconcerned. Tomorrow morning, the world would change. The beautiful dreams he had woven would shatter, leaving him to face endless calamities and her vengeance. In this lifetime, she would not be searching for supplies for his family. She would see if they could survive until rescue arrived. That night, possibly influenced by Chen Ye's foreboding words and seeking to savor one last semblance of normalcy before the apocalypse, the group indulged a bit too much in drink and conversation. Chen expressed regret. I wonder how Lu Zixin is faring in Y country. It was uncertain whether Lu Zixin and Chen could truly be considered a couple, as Chen Yi herself could not say for sure. After all, she had been preoccupied with training alongside Donma. All she knew was that Lu Zixin was a girl Chen had met while learning piano in Y country, and she reportedly hailed from S city. Did you not message her that day, urging her to stock up on supplies? I did, but I haven't been able to reach her, and she hasn't replied. Chen Yi glanced at him, stating, Everyone has their own fate. Do not concern yourself with such matters. Uncle Lee had also sent messages to his relatives, advising them to stock up on food. Whether they heeded his advice truly depended on their individual destinies. Only Don Ma remained carefree, drinking with unrestrained joy. As an orphan, before encountering Chun Jinyan, he had earned a notorious reputation, embodying a relentless killing machine. After following Chen Jinyan for over a decade, a subtle affection gradually emerged within him. He picked up a skewer of beef, deftly removing the meat and placing it atop a small tortilla, layering it with lettuce and drizzling honey mustard sauce, before adding a few slices of onion and devouring it with gusto. This fusion of flavors, neither entirely foreign nor wholly domestic, delighted him, reminiscent of the wraps he once enjoyed in Mexico. Chen Yi glanced at him and asked, Dan Mo, do you ever think of family? He raised a can of beer and downed it in one go, the icy liquid coursing down his throat, bringing a wave of comfort that prompted a hearty laugh. When the boss saved my life years ago, I vowed that this life would belong to him. Now that he is gone, you and the young master are my family. As the others drank to excess, Dan Mo remained sober, ultimately tidying up the place as Chen Yi instructed him to secure the glass cover in the courtyard before staggering off to his room to sleep. Chapter 19. The fundamental greed and hypocrisy of humanity. On August 17, 2029, the apocalypse arrived as anticipated. Chen Yi awoke from his drunken stupor to quench his thirst. Drawing back the curtains to reveal a sky outside, veiled in a grayish-blue haze, resembling a shroud or an indistinct wall that weighed heavily on the heart. Despite it being just past 11 in the morning, the interior of the house had already dimmed. Descending the stairs, he found Dan Mo standing at the door, lost in thought while gazing at the sky. She approached him with a glass of water, commenting on the swirling mist above, which, if not for the odd color and the small particles in motion, could almost be likened to a fairyland. The end of the world has truly come, Chen Yi murmured. Dan Mo, we must survive. Although Dan Mo had long been aware of Chen Ye's ominous predictions regarding the apocalypse, witnessing it unfold was still a shock. Turning to her with a solemn gaze, he declared, I will ensure your safety and that of the young master. In the monitoring room, the images captured by the external cameras revealed a murky landscape obscured beyond 35 meters, with trees swaying violently in the gusts of wind. Chen Yi roused the remaining 3 men in the house, noting their dazed expressions as they stared at the sky and their frail bodies. While Uncle Li prepared breakfast, he and Dan Mo swiftly devised a training regimen tailored for them. In this new world, devoid of robust physiques and strength, one could not hope to safeguard their scant resources. Failure would lead to an early demise. Though the group internally lamented their circumstances, they understood Chen Ye's good intentions and offered no objections. Having all indulged in excessive drinking the previous night, they found their appetites diminished, left only with a bitter taste in their mouths. Anticipating the upcoming training, Chen Yi requested Uncle Li to prepare a zesty, appetizing soup and a modest portion of noodles, which they consumed before commencing their daily exercises. 2 hours later, the friliest among them, Li Xiong, nearly collapsed from exhaustion.
Uncle Li,
having frequently tended the garden during his time in Wei country, was soaked in sweat, yet managed to endure Dan Mo's first lesson. Chen Chen, benefiting from Dan Mo's daily training, was drenched in perspiration as well, but his eyes sparkled with clarity and satisfaction. Afterward, they cleaned themselves up and rested for an hour before joining Uncle Li in the courtyard to tend the soil. The glass enclosure of the courtyard shielded them from the external smog, and despite the greenery inside and the air filtration system in operation, the oppressive atmosphere remained palpable as they gazed up at the dense haze. Turning on the news revealed reports of widespread gloom, with many shops shuttered and the streets devoid of the usual bustle, save for a few masked pedestrians hurrying along. It was as if the world had plunged into desolation overnight. Dedicated frontline journalists donned gas masks to promptly report the latest developments to the public. Numerous well-meaning individuals shared images of the haze from their locations, particularly highlighting the severe conditions in the northwestern desert regions, where sandstorms ravaged every corner of the cities. Enough to instill fear merely by watching the videos. The northern areas fared little better, with households remaining shut tight and many lacking air filtration systems, resulting in a chorus of coughs as dust particles filled their mouths. Some regions even experienced an unusual rose-colored haze, resembling a dazzling sunset, prompting some reckless individuals to record this curious phenomenon, boasting that it was merely a new skin of smog. Beneath their posts, many followers echoed their sentiments, urging others not to worry, framing it as a novel experience. Additionally, numerous friends abroad shared the global situation, with every corner of the world engulfed in haze. Naturally, many began to hoard supplies, an instinct seemingly ingrained in the national psyche. Whenever abnormalities arose, the rush to stockpile commenced. The government issued red alerts, advising residents to minimize outdoor activities unless absolutely necessary, while simultaneously reassuring the public that this was merely a sporadic occurrence and normalcy would be restored in due course. Numerous comments began speculating on what could be sold at a premium during this time, reminiscent of the pandemic when face masks were in high demand. Chen Yi set down his phone, observing the diverse opinions and fervent discussions within the comments, choosing not to engage. After all, the flaws of human nature were universally evident, and she was no exception. The desire to survive simply manifested itself in varying forms. Uncle Li prepared a delightful spread of stir-fried beef, braised tofu, honey-glazed ribs, white kidney bean soup, and stir-fried vegetables, sufficient for the 5 of them. Having spent over a decade at her home, Dan Mo had grown accustomed to Chinese cuisine. Yet, on the very first day, Chen Chen began to express his disdain for the frozen ingredients, not due to a lack of freshness, but rather the bitterness of the greens. Chen Yi regarded him, reminiscing about their past lives when hunger twisted their insides, as they swallowed down a meager piece of compressed biscuit donated by the Chen Jingguang family, pondering whether true culinary delight lay in such experiences. After consuming this meal, when they eventually returned to eating compressed biscuits, they might come to realize just how fortunate they were to have proper meals now. Chen Chen grimaced, casting a glance at Chen Yi, whose expression remained indifferent, and chose to remain silent, quietly continuing his meal. Uncle Li also prepared a bowl of bird's nest soup for Chen Yi, who sipped it slowly, accepting whatever was available without complaint. That evening, They trained for over an hour, after which Dan Mo allowed them to relax. The power and water supply remained stable. Aside from the unsuitable weather for venturing outside, the group kept their phones close, monitoring the news as various individuals shared their experiences of living amidst the haze. Most videos captured during this time showcased a humorous and lighthearted tone, with people jesting that having survived 3 years of a pandemic, what could possibly deter them now? Some filmed themselves receiving food from neighbors due to inadequate supplies at home, while local shopkeepers donned masks to brave the adverse weather and serve customers. This act garnered widespread praise online, with even some out-of-province netizens jokingly stating that, had the weather permitted, they would drive over to support the businesses. Moreover, some well-intentioned individuals urged shopkeepers to establish online stores, regardless of when delivery services would resume, prioritizing support over practicality. Look, the nation is thriving, the land is peaceful, and humanity is harmonious, they proclaimed, celebrating the spirit of mutual aid in times of crisis. After chatting with them in the living room, Chun-Yi returned to her room, closing the door behind her as she intended to check on her supplies. Recently, due to the need to oversee resource procurement and inspect the house, along with organizing the materials delivered to the warehouse, she had not found the time to attend to this matter.
Besides,
she had already allocated a significant amount of gold bars to that unreliable source, sparing her any further concern. Now that stability had returned and the apocalypse had arrived as foretold, she believed they could survive comfortably within the confines of their home for the rest of their lives without stepping outside. Chapter 20. The capable work harder. Upon entering the space, Chun-Yi immediately sensed an abundance of new items. Golden grains of wheat and rice, along with an assortment of vegetables and tubers, were meticulously stacked. However, there was only rice. How would she convert it into rice grains later? Would she need to procure 2 rice milling machines? As she pondered, she stepped out of the large warehouse, greeted by lush forests. Beneath the canopy, the lakes mirrored the sky, resembling a vast sapphire. Nearby, numerous rice paddies had been cultivated, growing rice and wheat. Further afield, dry land bore various vegetables and tubers. Rows of seedlings flourished, vibrant and robust, yet Chun-Yi, lacking experience, could not identify them. Fortunately, a sign indicated potatoes, with 28 hours remaining until maturity. She recognized the small tomatoes, densely climbing on trellises, laden with unripe green fruit. The corn, towering over 2 meters, had begun to bear ears, not too large, with a sign stating it needed 16 more hours. The nearby cucumber vines had produced a fair yield. Casually, Chun-Yi plucked an immature cucumber, unwashed, and bit into it. The air was pure, and the water sourced from a lotus spring made washing unnecessary. The cucumber was crisp and refreshing, whether it was psychological or not. She felt it was more fragrant than those purchased from the market. After a brief exploration, she noted the absence of fruit trees in the space. Wandering back, she found herself before the wooden house in the purple bamboo grove. To the left, a once vacant area had been cleared, enclosed with a fence and adorned with several small wooden sheds. She wondered what purpose they served. Returning to the storefront, she awakened the little sprite and noticed its work duration had dwindled to only a few days. What was happening? Hadn't she fed it plenty of gold? Was the wage for a month now so exorbitant? Chun-Yi meticulously examined the sprite's details, finding nothing of value, and then browsed the shelves inside. She discovered that all shelves had been unlocked. It turned out that the gold bars she had placed directly into the space were automatically absorbed, leading to upgrades that the space deemed necessary. The sprite's wages had to be delivered personally into its mouth. How distressing. Only the second shelf displayed items. Upon inspection, it contained animals. Looking at the sprite, she realized it could now be set for automatic breeding. The fenced area beside the wooden house was evidently reserved for small animals. Would Chun-Chun no longer have to consume frozen meat? This young master had never known hardship and had always been picky. Chun-Yi decided to sell half the goods to the store for currency and retain the other half in the warehouse. She then circled around the shelves, wondering how many gold bars it would take to activate the remaining shelves. Exiting the space, she returned to her room, retrieving a small pile of gold she had exchanged a few days ago at the bank. After purchasing the villa and renovating it, her remaining funds were scant, and the gold bars in hand were few. The exchanges with Li Xiong had been numerous and in batches. Last time, after finding so much in S country, it had barely activated 1 shelf. Now, with 9 shelves to activate, how much gold would be required? If only there were a mountain of gold, she sighed deeply. Since she had been given this space in her second life, she had always felt it was a divine compensation for her past struggles, bestowing upon her immense fortune. Yet now, possessing so many riches, she still found herself troubled by financial concerns. In this post-apocalyptic world, devoid of production, it was undeniably a trap, one pit leading to another. Suddenly, she felt disinclined to continue. What chosen one? Whoever desires it may take it. She could merely consume the resources in the villa and await her fate. It was not as though she hadn't experienced this before. Despite her musings, Chun-Yi ultimately resigned herself to moving the gold bars into the space. First, she allocated a year's salary for the sprite, knowing that this apocalypse would not conclude in just a year. She would find a way to exchange for gold later. Fortunately, regardless of how many items she activated, the sprite would manage them all. One gold bar equated to 1 month's wage, and whether it farmed or raised animals, the compensation remained the same. Since it was receiving wages, it should work harder, as the pay was quite substantial. The remainder of her gold was entirely devoted to activating the shelves. After 780 gold bars vanished with a clinking sound, she found herself ejected from the space. Based on past experiences, it shouldn't have swallowed them all. Previously, whenever she provided large quantities of gold or jade, she seemed to have been absent from the space. Now, being abruptly expelled, could it be that a bug had occurred? Sitting on the sofa in her room, Chun-Yi resumed perusing the news on her phone. Just as drowsiness threatened to overtake her, she suddenly realized that 23 hours had passed. Entering the space again, she hurried to the store. The sprite alerted her to a new setting mode. Chun-Yi quickly approached the shelves. The third and fourth shelves had been activated. The third shelf contained fruit seedlings which, according to the prompts, would take considerable time, almost a month, from planting to maturity. Only apple and grape seedlings had been unlocked. The rest would require currency or gold bars from selling harvests to access. Another significant pitfall. Chun-Yi glanced at her currency balance, realizing that the previous unlocks for grains and vegetables had depleted her funds to a meager few hundred. The fourth shelf displayed flowers and trees. She wondered what purpose they served in a post-apocalyptic world. What use would planting yellow pear and red sandalwood, or various precious trees, serve? Growing flowers seemed pointless for now. Perhaps for decoration in her room, or making floral teas during idle hours. The basement was already stocked with fine teas awaiting her indulgence. Currently, Chun-Yi held little interest in the items on the fourth shelf, considering the lengthy growth time from seedlings to mature trees. These were primarily expensive woods, cultivated over generations, and by the time they matured, she wondered to whom they would belong. Thus, their high price was justified. Even if the space allowed for quicker growth than in the real world, by the time she needed them, who could say what year it would be? Resolving that this was not worth her time to research, she concluded that the sprite would manage the cultivation well enough without her daily anticipation. Contemplating this, it felt akin to finding a forgotten sum of money in a bank account after a long time, like unexpectedly coming into a fortune. She casually glanced around again, circling the shelves. The 9 shelves were originally arranged in a circular formation, resembling the 9-petal lotus atop the sprite's head. However, she suddenly perceived a faint glow emanating from the space behind all the shelves, as if she had triggered an extraordinary hidden card. Chapter 21. Hidden card. All the shelves were closely aligned in a circle, and the space behind them had no visible entrance. Even with Chun-Yi's considerable strength, she could not move the shelves to create a pathway. After much exertion, exhausted and weary, she sat before the shelves, abandoning the idea of relocating them. After a brief respite, she resumed her search for an entry point. The shelves were tall and heavy, and she attempted to retrieve several boxes from the warehouse. Yet they remained out of reach. Climbing atop the fourth shelf, she peered down at the circular space behind the shelves. There, in a roughly 10-meter diameter circular clearing, lay 9 translucent stone platforms resembling jade. The platforms were square, approximately 1 meter long, forming a circle in the center. On each jade platform rests a box, one of which stands ajar, emanating a radiant light. The other boxes remain unresponsive, quietly positioned atop the stone table. Reflecting on her previous misadventures, Chun-Yi speculates that the unopened boxes are likely tied to her insufficient stock of gold bars. In summary, the depths of one pit often lead to an even greater pit. Peering over the edge, she estimates the shelf to be about 45 meters high. Should she leap, her legs would likely shatter upon impact. Moreover, there arises the question of how to escape afterwards. The box exudes a blinding brilliance, incessantly tempting her. Exiting the space, She descends to the utility room in search of climbing rope and a rescue ladder, only to encounter Dan Mo, seated in the living room, engrossed in his phone. Noticing the rope in her hand, he nervously inquires about her intentions. Chunyi offers a reassuring smile, stating it's merely for research. She then returns to her room and enters the space once more. First, she steps onto the box, then climbs up the shelves. At the top, she lowers the ladder before securing one end of the climbing rope to the shelf. The shelf, constructed of an unknown material, is dark, heavy, and sturdy. Once she has it secured, she gives it a firm tug, satisfied it will hold, before fastening the other end to herself and carefully descending the soft ladder. Upon reaching the ground, she unties the rope and makes her way to the center of the stone platform. The boxes atop the platform are uniformly styled, crafted from intricately carved rosewood that emits a faint woody fragrance. Chunyi gazes at the box glowing with golden light, discovering within it a piece of paper resembling a talisman, accompanied by a note. Little flying shoes. Can teleport to designated locations. Is this akin to Doraemon's anywhere door? Can it take her anywhere? Chunyi cradles the box, laughing joyfully. Could this be a welcome gift on the first day of the apocalypse? Despite the expenditure of so much gold, it seems somewhat worthwhile. However, her smile fades as her gaze shifts to the cautionary note below, limited to 1 use per day. For the exclusive use of the space's owner. Each use requires a payment of 10,000 currency units. Gazing at her dwindling few hundred currency units, a wave of frustration surges within her. How long must she save? The shelves behind her still need gold to activate, and unlocking various seeds afterward will demand a significant amount of currency. Indeed, the end of one pit leads only to another. Resigned, Chunyi picks up the talisman-like card. As she grasps it, the paper slowly dissipates in her palm, its essence merging with her hand before vanishing entirely. Is this the binding to herself? She inspects the other boxes, probing and tapping, yet none yield to her attempts, their contents remaining a mystery. A sense of vexation wells within her as she climbs back down the soft ladder, passing by the little sprite. Unable to resist, she alters the settings to sell all items produced in the space to the shop. With ample supplies currently stored, they should sustain her for quite some time. She must accumulate 10,000 to test the functionality of the little flying shoes. Though it feels like a trap, she has already been ensnared in this predicament. Moreover, given the current circumstances, the subsequent pitfalls will likely be even deeper. After adjusting the settings, Chunyi steps outside, her gaze drawn to a nearby lake. Never having explored that body of water, she remains unaware of what it might conceal. The lake appears vast, seemingly endless, perhaps indicating that her space remains only partially developed. At the edge of the barrier, the lake's shore is nowhere to be seen. Could this expansive body of water potentially be a sea? Approaching the shoreline, she gazes intently for some time, unable to discern what lies beneath the surface, yet she refrains from entering. After a day filled with training, returning to the water is out of the question. One misstep could render her the first to drown from exhaustion within her own space. She resolves to return tomorrow to explore its depths. As she turns back, she observes the flourishing crops, vibrant and thriving. Each plant represents currency, fueling her numerous little flying shoes. Yet the thought of how long it will take to save enough is disheartening, especially since new crops will not unlock quickly thereafter. Having never worried about finances before, she now feels an acute sense of restlessness. Lost in her thoughts, she finds herself in the bamboo grove, where a charming wooden cabin awaits, albeit devoid of furniture. She plans to procure suitable furnishings in the future, ensuring they match the cabin's quality. The primary material of the structure is an indeterminate wood, its rich brown hue suggesting it has endured the passage of time, with unique grain patterns. Each time she enters, she is greeted by the distinctive scent of wood, and as she approaches the cabin, an inexplicable sense of comfort washes over her, leaving her feeling remarkably at ease. It remains uncertain what type of wood would befit the furniture within. The space offers ample sustenance and drink. If possible, she could live here indefinitely. Yet, her heart remains tethered to several men back home. She still lacks the resolve to abandon them. In the vacant space to the left of the house, chickens now roam, leisurely pecking at the grass. In a corner, a pen has been designated for a few plump pigs. Fresh spring water from the Lotus Spring flows through a newly constructed channel into a newly excavated pond, where a gaggle of ducklings frolics in the water. Following the channel, Chunyi arrives at the Lotus Spring, observing from a distance. The spring appears shrouded in a delicate mist, with the red jade lotus at its center glimmering subtly. Upon closer inspection, the brilliance arises from the water's impact and light refraction, rendering the red jade exceptionally radiant, as if it were emitting a glow. Originally a rough stone, the jade has transformed over the past few days, caressed by the constant flow of spring water, becoming increasingly lustrous and translucent, reminiscent of polished jade. Water cascades from the tips of the petals, splashing into the hexagonal base, creating layers of vapor that rise like a gentle mist, evoking a sense of ethereal wonder. Chapter 22. The delicate first strike for several consecutive days. As the smoggy weather failed to dissipate as officially reported but instead worsened, many began to feel restless. Crowds of people started to emerge, clamoring for resources. Some individuals still clung to the belief in the reports, likening the looters to those who hoarded salt in the past. Chunyi observes the news on her phone, choosing not to comment. The smog will intensify, ultimately bringing thick fog followed by acid rain and torrential downpours. Each step will be fraught with peril. For those remaining indifferent at this moment, she can only wish them luck. Daily physical training continues unabated.
Unklali,
Due to his age and the need to care for everyone's daily needs, has reduced the intensity by half. As for Li Xiong, his physical condition is severely lacking. Even with a gun in hand, he would struggle to hold it for half an hour. Fortunately, everyone has recognized the deteriorating environment, and despite the exhaustion, they persist. Training for half an hour and resting for 10 minutes, with Li Xiong and Chun Chen joining in. Chunyi occasionally finds herself engaged in extra sparring sessions with Dan Mo, leaving her utterly fatigued by the end of the day. Oblivious to the happenings of the outside world. Whether it is due to the environmental decline, Chun Jingguang seems preoccupied lately, neglecting to reach out to her. Not even a phone call has come through. Chun Yuan did attempt to call, but her intentions remain unclear. Chunyi declines to answer, promptly hanging up. It appears that gas masks and face masks are in short supply. Much like the Great Plague of yore, all pharmacies and supermarkets have been stripped bare of their supplies. Those unable to procure essentials have resorted to leveraging connections for purchases. In an instant, it felt as if we had returned to the early days of that devastating epidemic. Masks are once again exhibiting a troubling trend of skyrocketing prices. Whether in an attempt to alleviate the situation or simply to profit, numerous factories have commenced round-the-clock production. With the persistent haze worsening day by day, visibility in even the least affected areas has plummeted from 2 kilometers to 1, while in the most severely impacted regions, it barely exceeds 100 meters. Many individuals have begun to suffer from severe coughing, leading to a shortage of cough medicines. Due to the inconvenience of travel, factories are enticing laborers with high wages, prompting them to reside on-site, tirelessly producing masks day and night. Pharmaceutical companies are equally busy, addressing not only cough relief but also antiviral and anti-inflammatory needs, promoting treatments for the ill and preventive care for the healthy. Consequently, local pharmacies have been emptied in a frenzy of purchasing. On the 4th day, the government continues to reassure the public that the haze will dissipate, while simultaneously advising residents to stockpile supplies and refrain from venturing outdoors. Although visibility is diminished, the internet remains operational, albeit slowly, allowing navigation and communication to facilitate travel to supermarkets and wholesale markets. On streets shrouded in fog, resembling nightfall, vehicles are ensnared in congestion, their outline lights and tail lights flickering as they inch forward. Many are compelled to shop locally, while those with no other option endure the crawl to reach supermarkets or markets. At this moment, the loudest laughter comes from those in rural areas, self-sufficient and able to remain indoors, avoiding the chaos. Chunyi advises her family against going out, occupying their days with training, tending to their vegetable garden, or enjoying tea and chess at home. Chen even manages to play video games with Li Xiong. One day, the doorbell unexpectedly rings. Chunyi intercepts Uncle Li and approaches the visual intercom. On the screen stand 2 men clad in white shirts, dress pants, and leather shoes, wearing masks and carrying a bag. Their eyes survey the tall surrounding walls, intrigued. These men are staff from the property management company, whom she has encountered several times during the renovation process. Chunyi refrains from opening the door and inquires sternly, "What is it?" They introduce themselves as business personnel, claiming to deliver masks and medicines due to the current shortages. The villa, nestled in an upscale community, commands a monthly management fee of 10 to 20,000. Thus, the service is undoubtedly impeccable. At this juncture, distributing basic masks and medicines must be facilitated by upper management with ample connections. Those affluent enough to afford a villa here are hardly destitute, and the resources that could be redistributed among the numerous owners far exceed this small favor. No need. You can give them to others, she replies curtly. Miss Chen, did you manage to procure them yourself? How splendid. One of the older men responds.
You see,
We noticed that your household has only recently moved in and has yet to be added to our owner group. Kindly add yourself for any future notifications. Chunyi chose this location not only for its elevation but primarily to avoid the experience of living in a high-rise as she did in her previous life, where she witnessed an abundance of brutality and treachery among neighbors. The property management at that time had even ascended to a position of power among the populace. When submitting the fire safety acceptance form, she had easily declined to join the owner group, reasoning that once the internet was down, such a group would serve little purpose. Unceremoniously, she again rejects their offer. To her surprise, the men remain undeterred. Miss Chen, the situation is dire. You are a valued owner, and we shall prioritize your needs. Besides, should any shortages arise, our upper management can secure supplies first. A wry smile crosses Chanya's lips as a thought flits through her mind. These owners are wealthy. In the end, someone will always need to barter for resources. At that time, gold, jade, and diamonds could be exchanged, alleviating concerns over labor shortages. She glances at her fortified home and then at the robust Dan Mo beside her. Though she may not rival his strength, she is certainly not lacking. With her arsenal at hand, why should she still endure the strife of her previous life when she now possesses such formidable assets? Thus, Chanyi concedes to their request. Through the screen, she scans the group code. Very well, you may leave now. I do not require the items, she states. The two men politely nod. Thank you. Miss Chen, please remember to add your apartment number and mobile number to the group for easier communication. With that, they depart. Chanyi heads to the surveillance room. Observing them approach another household not far away. The haze renders the image slightly blurred, but she feels a sense of relief, realizing they are delivering masks and medicines to each residence, rather than specifically checking on her situation. Chapter 23. The rush of humanity messages in the owner group incessantly ping. Yet her neighbors seem indifferent to her joining, engrossed instead in discussions about the weather, their words imbued with a sense of superiority and devoid of any sense of crisis. It is as if they are in a competition, not only showcasing their various supplies but also inadvertently revealing their other luxurious possessions. Thus, the conversation shifts from food to their collections. An owner from Unit 1108 shares a photograph of intricately carved antique display shelves adorned with porcelain vases, commenting on a Qing Dynasty imperial porcelain piece he recently acquired. This ignites a fervor among collectors, leading to animated discussions. Others follow suit, posting images of calligraphy and paintings. In a moment, the group perceives Chanya's phone inundated with notifications, and heads turn toward her. Chunyi activates the Do Not Disturb mode for group messages, smiling wryly at the owners flaunting their supplies and antique collections. Li Xiong shakes his head bemused. At a time like this, they still have the leisure to admire antiques? These wealthy individuals. Are they carefree or simply oblivious? Who can comprehend? No one behaves like my sister, quietly amassing provisions. Chun Chun, eager to please, stands by.
Masaging Chen Ye Sen Shoulders.
Though the haze intensifies, residents of the affluent district appear unconcerned about food shortages. Their homes likely have servants dispatched to procure supplies, and even now, they can arrange for direct deliveries from suppliers. If all else fails, the property management, motivated by high management fees, can leverage connections to coordinate large-scale orders of supplies. In an era where money can resolve nearly every issue, they need not brave the haze like the less fortunate, venturing out to earn a living. In this digital age, they merely need to sit behind screens and direct operations from afar. Meanwhile, many, having huddled indoors for days, can no longer resist the urge to return to work or procure necessities. Where there are buyers, there must be sellers. Factories require personnel, supermarkets need staff, stores seek vendors. Markets call for vendors, and trucks need drivers. They require jobs to earn meager wages, which they then hoard as provisions. They cannot be dissuaded. Life must go on. Each person has their own stance, and the world must continue to turn. In the video, various figures traverse the grayish streets, their faces obscured by masks, revealing only weary eyes, and they do not even require interviews. Why do they persist in working? What compels them to continue unabated? Chunyi could not help but find it amusing.
Why?
The world rushes about, merely to earn a few pieces of silver, seeking to alleviate the myriad anxieties of life. Above, the elderly wish to enjoy their twilight years. Below, the young strive for knowledge in the halls of learning, while the mundane necessities of life weigh heavily on all. Some are born into Rome, while others never set foot on the road that leads there, and some manage to catch a ride to its walls, while others seize the opportunity from those midway. Life, by nature, is inherently unfair. In times of peace and prosperity, revelry abounds in the city of Rome. Detached from the concerns of those outside, even without the memories of a past life, Chunyi felt she lacked the capacity for kindness. Thus, she turned off her phone and gazed absent-mindedly at the sky through the window. She, too, had those she wished to protect. Even in this life, Donma had come to her side, proclaiming his unwavering promise to safeguard her. Yet, only by becoming strong herself could she truly ensure her own protection. Chunyi glanced at Chen, observing his innocent visage, pondering how long his naivety would last. He bore no memories of a previous existence, remaining blissfully unaware of the world's cruelty. Xiong, could you check where we can still procure some knives? While firearms are undeniably essential, ammunition is not inexhaustible, and cold weapons remain necessary. They had not ventured outside for many days, though they resided in a standalone villa. It was not like a row house where every sound from neighbors was crystal clear. Previously, a curious man with a dog had peered at her home twice, and representatives from the property management had also come by, not to mention her imposing door, reminiscent of a bank vault, and the towering walls and sealed skylights that only fueled the neighbors' curiosity. Once the smog cleared, those nearby would inevitably catch a glimpse of her residence. Though heavy curtains shielded the interior, the courtyard remained exposed. Regarding firearms, she harbored a desire to reserve them for last, for the most arduous battles awaited in the end. Recently, overwhelmed and busy, she had neglected to consider the need for a stockpile of cold weapons to instill fear. Li Xiong and Uncle Li were both on the phone, and soon they had connected with a contact from the underground organization specializing in cold weapon sales through Bossma, a supplier they had previously used for various tools. It was said that this organization was vast, with representatives across the nation, each responsible for sales in their respective areas. They offered a wide array of knives, ensuring they would find something suitable. Recalling the substantial order Uncle Li had placed for tools not long ago, Boss Ma, with a shrewd mind, speculated whether they were embarking on a significant project, suggesting he could provide personnel if needed. It seemed that Boss Ma genuinely believed they were planning to delve into tomb raiding. Such conjectures could easily lead to further assumptions. Every businessman is astute, and Uncle Li, with decades of experience in dealing with people, was well aware of Boss Ma's insinuations. He graciously thanked him, exchanged pleasantries, and then hung up. Once they had contacted the person Boss Ma had referred them to and settled on a meeting place, they were ready to depart. The agreed-upon location was not far. Situated in the northern district, not too distant from the Tiandu mansion. The low-profile nature of the transaction suggested that their counterpart primarily catered to affluent clients. Chunyi intended for Chen to learn and grow, allowing Donma to accompany him and Li Xiong, taking along cards and cash. Donma, being well-versed in various weapons, was entrusted with guiding the selection, and Chunyi felt reassured. After being confined at home for several days, Chen was ecstatic at the prospect of going out. Chunyi glanced at him and sighed softly. He was still young and lacked composure. Little Chen, stay close to Donma, refrain from speaking carelessly, and ensure your own safety. Sister, don't worry. Uncle Donma has been saying that I've made great progress. I've even started to build muscle, he exclaimed, rolling up his sleeves to reveal the budding contours of his biceps. Chunyi regarded him with mild disdain. He was still too weak. Perhaps it would be better to keep him at home to practice the piano. Yet, seeing the eager expression on his face, she relented. After all, Chen needed to learn and grow. She then briefed Donma and Li Xiong on essential precautions before they set off. Do not rush, take your time. The road conditions outside are quite poor. They all nodded and proceeded to their vehicles. As they opened the heavy doors, the smog rushed into the courtyard like an uninvited guest, enveloping them. Since the house was equipped with an air filtration system and surrounded by lush greenery, they were unaccustomed to wearing masks. Chunyi and Uncle Li were caught off guard, coughing violently as they scrambled to the storage room for gas masks, instructing Chen to open the rear window of the car to hand them over. Seeing their distress, Donma promptly pressed the accelerator, and the black G63 swiftly departed the villa. Uncle Lee, still coughing, quickly closed the door behind them. Chun Yi, covering her mouth with her hand, sat in a rocking chair in the courtyard to recover, taking a while to regain her composure. She closed her eyes in contemplation, pondering what else might be lacking. She realized that now was the time to procure necessities. Soon, it would become increasingly difficult to find anything, even if she ventured out herself. Miss, shall I brew you a pot of tea? No, thank you. I will sit for a moment. I must train soon. Upon hearing Chun Ye's words, Uncle Lee recalled his own struggles with the training regimen mandated by Donma, given his age, and felt a flush of embarrassment. Chun Yi seemed to sense his discomfort. Uncle Lee, there's no need to worry. Each person's body is different. You can limit your outings. You might also assist in sorting supplies in the basement. It is also a form of exercise. Uncle Lee nodded and made his way to the basement. Chapter 24. They have many guns when Chun and the others returned. It was already evening. Uncle Lee had prepared dinner and awaited their arrival. He instructed Chun Yi to remain in the living room while he donned a gas mask to open the door. It appeared they had made quite a haul. As each person bore smiles, holding their gas masks, they carried several boxes from the garage into the living room, setting them down to unveil their contents. Within lay approximately 20 long tang knives, several Nepalese curved knives, and around 10 assorted short knives and daggers. Chun Yi picked up a 20-inch tang knife. Measuring it against her stature, and finding it somewhat lacking in length, she switched to a 28-inch blade, slicing through the air a few times and deeming it satisfactory.
Donma,
Rifling through the short knives, handed her a butterfly knife. You should carry this with you. Chun Yi took it, revealing its length of about 20 centimeters, with a stainless steel hollow handle that significantly reduced its weight. The gleaming blade exuded a cold, sharp brilliance. Chun Yi flicked it playfully, examining the robust edge. Before shaking her head, it feels like a toy for tricks. I'm not particularly fond of it. Chun snatched it away. Give it to me. I think it looks really cool. Uncle Donma just said he wanted to keep it for you. Chun Yi shot him a glance. Chun was still at that age where he reveled in showing off. Be careful. Don't play with it too flamboyantly if you're not familiar with it. You might hurt yourself. She resumed her search in the box of short knives, lifting a double-edged multifunctional dagger, weighing it in her hand. Who are these people? How do they acquire military-grade knives? And their guns? Many of them. Though Donma understood most of the Chinese conversation, he likely missed much of the black market jargon. And when it was translated into English, the meaning often changed significantly. Chun Yi turned to Li Xiong. He nodded, confirming that their contact had not elaborated but had subtly indicated that they had various firearms available for purchase. They also introduced other tools, many of which Chun Yi did not recognize and was unsure of their purposes. Chun Yi narrowed her eyes in contemplation. Did they inquire about the intended uses?
no.
They display a commendable sense of professionalism. They do not haggle over prices, which is quite admirable. They possess numerous firearms. In the previous life, Chun Yi was aware that the Peninsula Garden was initially a wealthy district populated by individuals armed with firearms. She had never dared to venture there in search of supplies, lacking even a satisfactory weapon. Subsequently, a base emerged there, purportedly private, which later transformed into a large resettlement area. Daily, Chun Yi toiled to gather resources, only to have the majority taken by the Chun Jingguang family, leaving her with meager rations. Chun, controlled by them, was permitted only a scant amount of food to ensure his survival, serving as leverage against her. With the singular desire to survive, she could not afford to ponder much more. Now, someone had informed her of an abundance of firearms available for purchase, provided one had the financial means. The area was rife with affluent individuals, and the subtle hints dropped by others about acquiring guns indicated that someone had approached them for such transactions.
Indeed.
There was no place that truly offered tranquility and seclusion. She had believed that by retreating here, away from the Chen Jingguang family and the neighbors of her previous life, she could find a different way of living. It was best not to venture out for the time being, as the weather was dreadful. If anything essential needed to be procured, she would send Dan Mo instead, while they trained at home. The group nodded in agreement before heading to dinner. Tonight's menu featured fragrant chestnut braised duck, spicy rabbit fillet, and abalone sauce with white mushrooms. As the fish was not fresh, Uncle Lee prepared it as squirrel fish and simmered a pot of matsutake chicken soup. Dan Mo, after dinner, please check the leftover materials in the yard. I recall there are several pieces of glass. See if you can fashion a fish tank. Tomorrow, let us visit the market and buy some fish to keep for freshness. Years ago, After nuclear wastewater was discharged into the ocean, the entire marine environment had become contaminated. They had not consumed seafood in a long time, and the dried seafood in their storeroom had been exorbitantly priced remnants from years past. Dan Mo, chewing his food, nodded in acknowledgement. Chun Chen smiled and said, "That sounds good, I want to help too." Li Xiong looked at him and said, "Young master, it would be best if you didn't complicate matters. The young lady just advised against going out lately. Why not assist in making the fish tank instead?" He then turned to Chen Yi and added, "Miss, I find myself with little to do these days. Perhaps you could assign me some tasks." Chen Yi glanced at his gaunt physique and recalled how, in her previous life, the Chun Jingguang family had taken refuge with them. When their supplies dwindled, he had ventured out in search of resources, only to be killed, leaving his body unrecovered. "It's all right. I won't be paying you anything for now, and money is of little use. There are no tasks, but as long as you stay with me, there will be food and drink. From this moment on, you need not call us Miss or Young Master. We are family now. Focus on staying fit and living freely during your spare time." Though she articulated it this way, the others had long since grown accustomed to their titles and would not easily change. Chun Yi opened her mouth to speak but hesitated. Or perhaps she thought, is there something unresolved? Someone in need of care? She turned to Uncle Li and stated, "Let me be candid. While supplies can still be procured, I can provide money for you to assist others, but I will not allow anyone else to stay here. I hope you understand and cooperate with me." If she were a bit more ruthless, she could take only Chin Chin with her. Given their shared experiences, she suspected she wouldn't have even this modicum of kindness. "No, it's just that when I am not working, it feels like I'm living off others and I'm not quite used to it. As for other relatives, my father has already warned me." Chun Yi understood their sentiments. They lacked memories of the apocalypse and could not be entirely resolute. She empathized, but the words were spoken. And now it was up to each individual's fate. That's inconsequential. Train well. Once you've built your strength and mastered the use of firearms, that will be your task. Given the gravity of the apocalypse, I can predict the future scenario. It will simply be a series of entanglements. The house is equipped with a soundproof system, and with firearms equipped with silencers, practicing marksmanship will pose no issue. However, considering they had never fired a gun before, it was uncertain how many bullets could be expended from the few they had in the basement. It is no wonder that the military often states that sharpshooters are nurtured by wealth. Of course, those who can become sharpshooters are typically snipers, with a single high-precision bullet costing as much as $100 to $200. Fortunately, her stock consisted of ordinary firearms, but in the apocalypse, it would be uncertain where to acquire them. Therefore, it was best to conserve resources and rely on cold weapons whenever possible. Chapter 25. Survival and living on the 7th day of smog. Many of the seeds sown had begun to sprout, densely clustering together. Apart from training and cooking, Uncle Lee spent the remainder of his time tending to the yard. He had cleared additional space nearby to transplant the seedlings once they grew larger. Chun Yi had just finished practicing combat with Dan Mo, whose towering height of nearly 2 meters and explosive strength rendered her inadequate in comparison. Exhausted and thirsty, she stepped out of the yard and collapsed onto a rocking chair, pouring herself a jug of tea. She then casually picked up her phone from the table and began to browse the day's news. The internet had erupted into chaos once more. Many were lamenting that the smog should dissipate within a week, yet there was no sign of it clearing. The prolonged adverse weather had impaired the respiratory systems of numerous individuals. Even wearing double masks could not prevent toxic particles from infiltrating their airways and lungs. Hospitals were overflowing with patients. Overwhelmed, the facilities could only urge those with mild coughs to purchase medications from pharmacies on their own. The first casualties of the apocalypse were the elderly suffering from respiratory issues, long tormented by bronchitis, their immune systems weakened, often unable to catch their breath, and succumbing unexpectedly. Many individuals with pre-existing lung conditions or asthma suffered similarly, their plight exacerbated by the unyielding smog, resulting in them being among the first to perish. The comments section was lively, with some expressing sorrow and sympathy for the deceased, while others merely spectated, some coldly remarking that those who ventured outside had been warned against it. This sentiment was swiftly met with backlash from numerous netizens. Those who could afford to voice opinions online during such a time were primarily the lower-class citizens, who, in their leisure, observed the suffering of others, seemingly finding an inexplicable balance within themselves. The following day continued the cycle. The comments merely criticized the callousness of the original poster, who suggested staying indoors, arguing that without venturing out, How could one earn a living? Various users began to unearth the poster's background, revealing a sheltered upbringing that had not exposed them to the myriad hardships of life. Some even incited others to pay a visit to the poster's parents to educate them. Others called for the officials to take immediate action. Yet, aside from advising the public to minimize outings, what else could be done? Other effective measures were simply too late to implement, a case of willing but unable. In the face of natural disasters, humanity seemed so insignificant, fighting for a breath to survive. Compared to the struggling lower-class citizens, desperately bargaining for their next meal, the tycoons in wealthy districts appeared untouched, still devising ways to amass greater fortunes. In their perception, fortune and misfortune were intertwined, much like how heroes emerge from chaos. And so, the affluent members of Chunyi's property group were fervently discussing which sectors were currently the most lucrative. The owner of Unit 1107 expressed his concerns, stating, "It's been said that masks are in high demand. We've received a batch of foreign orders, and our factory has been working around the clock, with sewing machines practically smoking. We thought we had enough stock, but it's now stuck at the docks." The owner of Unit 1205 chuckled and replied, "You're not as fortunate as others. A friend of mine supplies directly to the supermarkets, and they're overwhelmed with orders." Unit 1206 chimed in, "Hello, neighbor 1205. Could you ask your friend to butt me up on the list for some supplies for my pharmacy?" 1205 responded, "With so many chain pharmacies, even if you get bumped up, there might not be anything left. Perhaps you could have 1107 retrieve their goods from the docks to supply you?" On the 1107 thread, a message was sent. "After receiving the notice of suspension, I initially thought it would only last a few days. I had already informed the clients, but a week has passed, and the weather remains dreadful. If it continues like this, I'll have to pull back soon." The 1206 user, undeterred, replied, "Good neighbor. Could you make some connections? I've just brewed some fine tea. We can chat over it when you arrive." After a brief good from 1205, there was no further response, suggesting they had indeed gone to 1200th excess home. In the comments, an owner identified as 1518 reassured 1107, saying not to worry, as the goods were still there. However, the timeline for resumption remained uncertain. They mentioned clients who intended to fly over for contract discussions, but flights had been cancelled. Others began discussing the rising prices of grain and oil, predicting inflation would soon follow. Several users noted they had stockpiled goods recently, and Chunyi sensed that these households might be significant players in the supply chain. Suddenly, the owner 1316 chimed in, "I've noticed something peculiar." The others eagerly inquired about it. 1316 continued, "About a month ago, two heads of a supply chain told me that someone had come to purchase a large quantity of goods. The warehouse was insufficient, so they had to source from the central warehouse, taking 2 weeks to fulfill the order. When my employee delivered the goods, he mentioned renting a large warehouse filled to the brim. It was said to be for a supermarket, and if this batch is sold at the current inflated prices, they stand to make a substantial profit." 1108 remarked, "Just a small profit. You're the one making the big bucks." The conversation flowed with compliments. 1316 humbly deflected the praise. At this moment, an account named Lou, without a house number, suddenly messaged, "Have you considered that the bulk purchases made a month ago might indicate they knew something significant was about to happen?" Everyone responded in unison, acknowledging that they had all acted as soon as the haze arrived. 1316 confirmed, "Indeed, my contact mentioned that after the delivery, the warehouse was still filled with goods." 1107 speculated, perhaps they were planning to open a supermarket, but failed, leaving their goods to spoil, much like mine waiting at the dock. After sending the message, 1107 added a gloomy emoji. 1316 replied, "If that is the case, they're in the same boat as you. Should I investigate who that unfortunate person is?" 1107 responded, "You're quite kind, but there's no need." The group began questioning Lou about their house number, curious about the lack of identification. Lou replied, "I'm from 1717 and just moved in not long ago." Chunyi closed the screen, feeling a chill wash over her. It dawned on her that Uncle Lee's procurement had been noticed. According to 1316, there seemed to be ways to trace who made purchases. Fortunately, Uncle Lee had taken precautions by using a different company name for the transactions, making it difficult to trace back to him immediately. The resident of 1717, named Lou, appeared perceptive. Although 1717 was 3 rows away, it wasn't too distant. He could likely see her home towering above the others. What would his keen intuition suggest upon seeing such a high wall? Chunyi suddenly felt as though she was being watched, a shiver coursing through her.
Danma.
Sitting beside her, quickly noticed her unease. "What's wrong?" he asked, and the other three turned to her with concern. Chunyi shut her phone and gently shook her head. "It's nothing. I was just pondering whether our high walls might attract unwanted attention." "Don't worry," Donmo reassured her. "The walls are sturdy, reinforced with alloy steel. Even if a cannon were to hit them, they wouldn't budge.
Besides,
There are plenty of security cameras around." Chunyi nodded in agreement. Chapter 26. Charge. Little Flying Shoes. Chunyi observed that the little sprite in her space had accumulated 30,000 gold coins, allowing her to try out the little flying shoes. However, she lacked a specific destination, as nothing particularly called to her at the moment. 1107's words provided her with a direction: the many goods piled at the port. The haze was not going to clear, and waiting for it to dissipate before taking action would be too late. Everything would be ruined by the water. She could also play the role of a benefactor and save these materials from disaster. However, she pondered where to collect them for quite some time. There were too many ports, and it was impossible to visit each one. After extensive online research, she decided to scout the largest port in Y country. Having lived in Y country for many years, she was relatively familiar with it. Moreover, given the substantial taxes she contributed annually to Y country, it was time to reap some rewards. Wasn't TN City's largest port notorious for severe cargo backlogs every year? She intended to help alleviate the situation, not seeking acknowledgement or rewards, as such endeavors were generally welcomed. Grateful for the continued availability of the internet, Chunyi found the location and, after ensuring she was well fed, retreated to her room for a brief rest. The little flying shoes could only be used once a day, with the next refresh occurring at midnight. Thus, she needed to ensure she could escape at the first sign of discovery. She planned to arrive at her destination just before midnight. However, there was a 12-hour time difference between Huagua and Y country. At that moment, it would be daytime in Y country. If caught, the consequences would outweigh the benefits. Chunyi lay in bed, unable to sleep as her thoughts swirled. Eventually, she decided to get up and practice her punches. At 11:30, her alarm woke her. Chunyi quickly showered, tidied up, and donned a nondescript gray outfit. She retrieved her prepared gas mask and found a silenced pistol in her space, securing it in her waistband. She also strapped the military knife Donma had purchased to her leg. Chunyi raised her left hand, gazing at the faint imprint in her palm, gently curling her fingers around it. This was her first venture into such clandestine activities. She felt a mix of excitement and anxiety, accompanied by a hint of unease. Chunyi scolded herself for being so apprehensive, reminding herself that she had faced greater challenges in her past. At worst, she could return and find an opportunity to report it to the authorities, bringing honor to her family. Chunyi took a deep breath, slowly exhaling to calm her racing heart. At 11:58, she focused her thoughts and activated the little flying shoes. Suddenly, darkness enveloped her, and a fierce wind whipped past her ears, causing her exposed skin to sting. Thankfully, her face was protected by the gas mask. After what felt like an eternity, the wind ceased, revealing a gray sky with visibility under 200 meters. Before her lay the largest port in N City, Y country, crowded with containers stacked high. She stood on one side of the dock, where two massive cargo ships were docked, their cranes creaking as they were unable to load or unload in the strong winds. Recalling her memories from living in Y country, she knew there was a tall building in the middle of the waterway opposite the dock, housing the monitoring and command center for port management. She wondered if anyone was there, especially given the inclement weather obscuring the view of the building. Chunyi remained still, surveying the nearest cameras and the surroundings. Perhaps due to the weather, there was a surprising lack of personnel. The port management seemed overly relaxed, as it was eerily quiet at midday. This port spanned approximately 2,000 square kilometers and boasted several docks, but the thick fog obscured her view. Chunyi contemplated opening a nearby container to see what was inside. Unfortunately, as this was her first attempt, rather, her first act of redistributing wealth, she lacked the necessary tools, having left the equipment Uncle Lee had purchased in the villa's basement. There were no tools available in her space. Chunyi adjusted her gas mask and lifted her gaze to the nearest surveillance camera, roughly 30 meters away. The theft prevention awareness in Country Y was indeed lacking. Perhaps they had never considered that anyone would dare to steal from the port. Slipping past the container to evade the watchful eyes of the cameras, Chunyi made her way to the edge. where a dual-lane road separated her from another cargo area of the dock. Beyond that lay several large warehouses, not far apart. Cameras were undoubtedly positioned along the road, and the warehouse across was likely monitored as well. Hiding behind a container, she nestled into the crevice and surveyed the opposite warehouse, formulating a plan rapidly in her mind. It felt akin to playing a survival game. She needed to avoid all surveillance, although she wore a gas mask, if captured on camera. The sudden disappearance of goods from the area alongside the appearance of a person would be too peculiar. Such an anomaly might prompt a change in their tracking strategy, raising suspicions. Would she be able to enjoy her next venture to exploit the situation? In truth, Chunyi was overthinking it, even if it did spark controversy. The vast distances of thousands of kilometers between countries would render any blurry figure captured in this foggy weather nearly impossible to track, especially with her small flying shoes enabling a swift escape. Yet, her inexperience in this initial endeavor and lack of meticulous planning before setting out left her feeling somewhat anxious. Crouching low, she tiptoed to the nearest container by the roadside, unsheathing her handgun from its holster, chambering around, and aiming at the camera. Squinting slightly, she swiftly pulled the trigger. A muffled pop echoed as the camera shattered. Immediately, she pivoted and fired at another camera across the road. With a sweeping motion, she absorbed all the containers in her vicinity into her spatial storage and sprinted toward the cargo area on the opposite side of the road. Numerous large container trucks lined both sides of the road. As she dashed past them, she seized the nearest vehicles, cargo and all, into her spatial realm. She ran until she reached the last row, where an expansive open area waited. Taking cover behind a container, she raised her gun, eyeing the distant camera that loomed 670 meters away. Lamentably, her equipment was quite inferior. One might think a grave robber could procure more advanced weaponry. Fortunately, a red flickered on the camera, prompting her to take a gamble, aiming for the crimson light and pulling the trigger. With a shattering sound, she absorbed the scattered containers into her space and dashed toward the large warehouse. The door stood wide open, and shattered camera fragments littered the ground. Peering inside, she noticed a red light blinking on the wall opposite her. Without hesitation, she took aim and fired. Once inside, she collected all the various boxes and stored them away. Assuredly, there was another camera situated outside the opposite door of the warehouse. With the interior now barren, exiting could potentially expose her to surveillance. If she retraced her steps to the entrance and circled to the other door, other cameras in the vicinity could capture her movements. Just as she pondered the safest exit strategy, a shrill alarm pierced the air. Chapter 27. The goose that lays the golden eggs. She had been discovered. It had taken no more than 3 minutes. Indeed, there were watchmen present. Even if the site seemed deserted, the monitoring room certainly had personnel. Her recollections of the apathy of the people in Country Y rang true. They often shirked work, citing weather issues as excuses to evade duty. Today, however, someone was unusually diligent. Upon hearing the alarm, Chunya's body instinctively reacted. She glanced back momentarily before sprinting toward the opposite door. Exiting required her to disable the camera at the front, and once outside, a row of water towers awaited her. She would need to conceal herself behind them to disable the camera at the entrance of the warehouse across the way. Relying on the rigorous training and guidance from Dan Mo over the years, she swiftly navigated between the water towers and containers. At that moment, shouts echoed from the distance. Without hesitation, she raised her weapon and fired at the camera across the warehouse. Whether it was nerves or something else, her aim faltered this time, the bullet striking the warehouse wall with a dull thud. Without looking back, she discarded her empty gun into her spatial storage and veered into the maze of containers. Racing toward the dock, the alarm blared incessantly, and gunfire rang out as warnings were issued. Chunya's heart raced as she pressed on, weaving through the containers. Soon, she spotted a colossal ship laden with containers docked in the harbor. She turned back, absorbing all the containers she had just passed into her space. Then strode toward the dock, knowing that opportunities like these were fleeting. With a swift motion, she also stored the nearby crane into her spatial realm before leaping into the water. The 3 cargo ships were likewise absorbed into her space, and she activated her flying shoes to make her escape. When the pursuers arrived, they were met with an empty expanse, utterly bewildered. Not only had the people and cargo vanished, but even the cranes had inexplicably disappeared. The crowd scoured the shoreline but found no trace of her. They returned to review the surveillance footage, only to find a murky haze obscuring much of it, with only a fleeting glimpse of a figure wearing a gas mask passing by, followed by the camera's destruction resulting in static. Drenched and shivering, Chunyi returned to her room. The wind cut sharply, making her feel cold and uncomfortable. She quickly took a hot shower, changed into clean clothes, and drank a large glass of warm water, which provided some relief. Although discomfort lingered, the thrill of the adventure was intoxicating. In high spirits, she descended to the basement to gather various tools before inspecting her haul in her spatial realm. There, stacked high, lay enormous containers, perhaps 1 or 2,000 in total. Just as satisfaction began to swell within her, the realization struck that there were still many more shipments at other docks left to claim, stirring a sense of regret. If all else failed, she would save up coins for another trip. Reflecting on her successful initial outing, Chunyi assessed her experience. Yet, she couldn't shake the feeling that her equipment was insufficient. She lacked quality gear. It was easy to underestimate the challenges until one faced them directly. Next time, she resolved to bring fully equipped gear. With so many docks to traverse, relying solely on her own 2 legs was impractical. She needed sniper rifles, flashbangs, and smoke grenades. After all, these were essential in the game. Why return? The exhilarating thrill was undeniably addictive. Chunyi struggled to pry open several containers from the warehouse, only to discover they were refrigerated units filled with butter, cheese, frozen bagels, frozen sandwiches, frozen waffles, frozen burritos, and frozen pizzas. A few boxes contained premium chocolates and Haagen-Dazs ice cream, while another was filled with steaks, including tomahawks, sirloins, ribs, T-bones, and fillets. After rummaging through, she found no Wagyu beef and resolved to steal some from Country R next time, not just to take but to bring back. She continued to explore the contents of other containers, uncovering various types of noodles and an array of jams. After sifting through a dozen boxes, fatigue began to set in. Her earlier tension dissipated upon returning home, and after inspecting so many items, her physical stamina was waning. Looking at the multitude of remaining containers, the uncertainty of their contents left her feeling a sense of resignation. If only she could know what was inside without having to open them. Regardless, she thought, as long as they fit, she would store them. She had only utilized 1/5 of her space thus far, so there was no harm in being indiscriminate. Chunyi exited her spatial realm and collapsed onto her bed, quickly succumbing to a deep slumber, dreaming of harvesting resources at the port. She slept soundly until noon the next day, only to be dragged by Donma to make up for the morning training sessions she had missed. As she found herself once again thrown to the ground by Donma, she lay there, exhausted, and weakly exclaimed, "I can't go on. I'm too tired." "Donma, you can't train me like a beast." While Chen understood the importance of gradual progression, why was Donma so relentless with her? Donma pulled her in, explaining that everyone else was training in the morning while she had slept in. "I heard you went to the basement at 11 p.m. last night, so I didn't wake you up this morning. What were you doing there in the middle of the night?" Chunyi replied, "I wasn't doing anything. Just checking to see if my supplies were still there. Once I saw they were, I felt reassured." Donma, unimpressed by her excuses, quickly continued with the training. However, Chunyi abruptly grasped his arm and asked, "Do you have any friends who are hackers specializing in computer networks?" "Hackers?" Donma looked at her in confusion. "What do you want them for?"
Do you?
"Yes. Our circle has connections on the dark web where such individuals can be found." "Wonderful. Please reach out to them. I need a map and precise coordinates for various warehouses." "What kind of map?" "The Arms Depot in Country Y." Chunyi's 6 casual words sent a chill down Donma's spine, and he exclaimed, "What did you say?" "The Arms Depot in Country Y?"
Chunyi nodded.
"I can't help but feel disenchanted with the equipment I currently possess. The thought of pilfering arms from Country Y and profiting from it brings me a strange sense of joy. If I don't seize the opportunity, it will all be wasted anyway, so it might as well benefit me." Donma suddenly laughed again. "No one dares to contemplate such ideas, Mississippi. It's best if you abandon that thought. I lack the capability for such an endeavor. Furthermore, we cannot even fly there at the moment." "That's all right. I merely wish to take a look. Reach out, consider me gifting him some funds to spend. There's no rush. After all, a round trip costs 20,000 gold coins. Those little flying shoes are quite expensive." Though Donma didn't fully comprehend, he took out his phone to help her find someone. As Chunyi observed him, she pondered how, without the internet in the future, she would likely struggle to find her way. While waiting for Donma's news, she took to her computer and downloaded detailed latitude and longitude information from various countries. Chapter 28. Thank you. I would do it again. Chunyi stealthily took 2 fish that Uncle Lee had bought and kept in a fish tank, placing them in the pond in her space. Uncertain whether the ducks would harm them or what she should feed them. There was no grass left. The little spirits earned tens of thousands in wages each month. Yet not a single wild blade of grass could be found in the fields. She reluctantly went to the cabin's front and pulled a handful of grass to toss into the pond. To her dismay, the fish were rather foolish, unable to open their mouths to eat the food, allowing the ducks to snatch it all away. Squatting by the pond, she watched the two clueless fish, distressed and unsure of what to do. They would probably starve to death at this rate. If that were the case, she might as well return them to the fish tank. Strangely enough, the two fish appeared quite happy, swimming carefree in the water. Finding it dull, Chunyi walked to the lake's edge, shedding her outer clothing and diving into the water. After a while, she resurfaced, gasping for air and wiping the water streaming down from her hair. The lake was devoid of life. Not even a single fish could be seen. It was unfathomably deep. Without diving equipment, reaching the bottom was likely impossible. Floating near the shore, she gazed around, unable to see an end in sight, pondering the lake's vastness. Where did the water originate, and where did it flow? The shelves had yet to be fully unlocked, leaving her uncertain whether other creatures would eventually appear here. The burden was heavy, and the journey ahead was long. Everything required money, substantial amounts of it. Passing by the little spirits, Chunyi glanced at her gold coin count, which had reached 20,000. It seemed that after acquiring small animals, the little spirit saving pace had noticeably accelerated. After dressing, she descended the stairs and picked up her phone to check the news, primarily to see reports concerning the port in country Y. Suddenly, it dawned on her why murderers often returned to the crime scene, aside from fearing they had left behind incriminating evidence. It was possibly in pursuit of an inexplicable sense of maturity. Previously, Chunyi had never understood this psychological phenomenon, but now, reflecting on her own behavior, she found herself somewhat perplexed. Upon opening the news, she was met with headlines about the mysterious disappearance of goods from the port in country Y, swiftly climbing to the trending list. According to the official information provided by the port, the situation was exceedingly bizarre, suggesting that the culprits were a skilled gang equipped with various tools. Following this were the customary warnings and advisories. Chunyi felt a secret thrill. With so many ports in country Y, there was no need for warnings. If they issued one, the culprits would surely return. Some eager individuals even uncovered that the entire process took mere minutes. The thieves not only made off with the goods, but even the cranes, rendering the heist more audacious than mere plundering. Instantly, the comments section erupted, reigniting the topic's popularity. Many speculated that the authorities were complicit, as moving so many goods within minutes without capturing any footage was akin to a thief shouting to catch a thief. Others found the situation too peculiar, theorizing that the culprits might be sky pirates or possess extraordinary abilities. This news also drew commentary from other nations, some offering sympathy while others mocked country Y's surveillance and enforcement capabilities. Country R, a fervent supporter of country Y, shamelessly praised it, claiming that even their own country had yet to encounter thieves bold enough to provoke country Y. Such comments were both nauseating and amusing, igniting a flurry of official responses. However, the perspective from country Y was notably bold, directly calling out the culprits to visit country R for a reward, suggesting that if they were fortunate, they might even burn down their demonic society. Chunyi held her phone with a smirk. It seemed that country R's demonic society would meet its demise without her intervention, as the subsequent earthquakes nearly obliterated the entire nation. Yet, she could still profit from their misfortune. Despite the recent sanctions against country R's seafood exports, they still had other resources ripe for exploitation. Chunyi created a secondary account and commented that country R's demonic society would soon vanish. But their nation still possessed many valuable items worthy of attention. Quickly, her comment gained traction, prompting others to list various items country R kept solely for its domestic market, while the exported goods were nothing but trash. With no news from Donmal yet, Chunyi decided to take a trip to country R, armed with her previous experience. She resolved to prepare meticulously this time. She rummaged through the basement for various tools and created a separate backup in her space. She also retrieved one of the few telescopes she had. The equipment was barely sufficient, just enough to assemble a few complete firearms. She found a night vision scope, unsure of its usefulness, as fog was not the same as dense mist and likely offered little advantage. Feeling frustrated, Chunyi diligently studied the information on country R, working through the night to locate the addresses and coordinates of various warehouses. This time, She had no intention of heading to the port, with country-wise recent declaration. It was likely that all nations had heightened their defenses. Attempting to go there would be futile and could lead to an embarrassing situation, not to mention the uncertainty of what she might collect. Spending 20,000 gold coins for a mere minute-s trip, combined with the risk of retrieving worthless junk rather than the high-quality goods meant for developed nations, would be a poor investment. Furthermore, it was customary for them to assess others before acting. Chunyi spent a couple of hours sifting through supplies in the basement, then returned to her room to scribble notes and sketch plans, toiling until late into the night before exhaustion overtook her and she climbed into bed to sleep. The next day, after tidying up for half the morning, she joined the others for training. Sitting in the courtyard, she enjoyed some fruit while watching Uncle Li tend to the vegetable patch. Chen, having been thoroughly reprimanded by Don Ma and feeling both drained and thirsty, approached to take a long sip of water, sitting beside her and remaining motionless, even too lethargic to check his phone. Sister? When do you think this kind of life will end? Chunyi raised an eyebrow. End? There is no end. She raised her gaze to the increasingly severe haze, murmuring softly, this is just the beginning. Xiaocheng, every day to come will be worse than yesterday. We need not venture outside. We could forego the arduous training, couldn't we? Chunyi turned her head back, observing the boy's weary expression. She reached out, smoothing the sweat-drenched hair from his forehead. Xiaocheng, do not harbor any false hopes. I may not always be able to protect you, no one can. Only by becoming strong can one survive. Chun Sheng remained silent, merely leaning closer and gently resting his head on her shoulder. Sister, you won't leave me, will you? Mom and Dad are gone. Please don't go. Chunyi patted him reassuringly, affirming with a simple After dinner, when Chunyi informed everyone of her intention to be away for 2 days, she was met with unanimous opposition. We lack nothing at home. Didn't you tell us we shouldn't go out? What does it mean for you to leave alone? Chun Chen questioned loudly, gripping her arm. If not, you should take Donma with you. Donma nodded, miss, I will accompany you. Chunyi could hardly wish for Donma's company, but the small flying shoes could only carry her. I have matters to attend to, Donma. I cannot take you along. Stay here and wait. I shall return in 2 days. Chapter 29. Even being a wild ghost is not a loss. Everyone voiced their disapproval, incessantly arguing against her decision. Finally, Chunyi raised her voice to halt them. No one is to interfere. Besides, this time, I will likely need to venture out again. I am politely informing you. Whether you agree or not, I will go. If anything is lacking, I will find it. Donma, anxious, interjected, I can go find what's needed. Donma, you stay here and watch over them. With that, Chunyi left the dining table and ascended the stairs to continue her plans. At 11 o'clock, Chunyi donned her attire, shouldered her backpack, and, under the watchful gazes of her companions, took her place in the driver's seat of the Hummer. Do not worry. I have packed food and drink. Call me if anything arises, but please refrain from doing so unless necessary. I will return as soon as possible. With that, she drove away from home. Inside her backpack were chocolates, biscuits, nuts, and various high-calorie foods, including a self-heating hot pot. As for water, the Lotus spring water in her space was sweeter than mineral water. To maintain appearances, she brought a box of water in the car. Chunyi had not ventured outside for many days and soon realized that her night vision had worsened. Following the navigation, she drove slowly, observing the lights of the neighboring villas, their doors and windows securely shut, and the absence of even the usual patrolling property personnel. Upon reaching the main gate, the security guard, masked and hiding in the guardhouse, saluted her. Chunyi drove to an isolated location, and when the time was right, she stored the car in her space and utilized the small flying shoes to transport her to the location she had gleaned from the underground network, the warehouse of the Wagyu supply chain in H City. Our country. She materialized in a small corner of the vast, dark warehouse, filled with the resonant hum of refrigeration units. Under her night vision goggles, the vents blew forth a chilling breeze, causing her to shiver and feel goosebumps spread across her skin. She glanced around, noting the warehouse's ceiling bristling with infrared cameras. Looking down at a nearby cargo box marked with unintelligible Our Country characters, she drew her military knife and sliced open the outer box, revealing another layer of foam packaging. A quick stab revealed neatly packaged beef within. Our Country had not exported Wagyu to Hua Country for quite some time. To whom were these supplies destined? Chanya's spirits lifted as she looked up to see countless shelves brimming with such packages. Further away, some boxes appeared different, she was uncertain of their contents. According to the information acquired, there were 2 large warehouses here, with a sorting center in the front. The doors of the large warehouse could be opened from the inside, but once she exited, she would likely be captured immediately. Although reluctant, Chenyi prudently decided against impulsive action. Safety was paramount. Almost simultaneously as she collected the full warehouse's goods, she activated the small flying shoes to leave the large warehouse. Instead of heading directly back, she intended to teleport near the Overseas Trade Center warehouse in H City, but unfortunately mistyped the coordinates, arriving in an unfamiliar area. Surrounding her was a gray expanse, desolate and remote, with the faint outlines of buildings visible in the distance, their lights dimmed by the haze. Wearing a gas mask, she heard the lonely calls of night birds and the occasional chirping of insects. The night breeze swept past, and as she observed the surrounding mist, she felt as though she were a solitary spirit adrift in the wilderness. Peering into the newly acquired goods in her space, she realized she had also taken the warehouse's shelves. Alongside the beef, there were numerous fresh fruits and vegetables. Chunya's mood brightened once more. Being a wild ghost wasn't so bad after all. She then pulled out her phone to check the distance to the Overseas Trade Center in H City, which was over 100 kilometers away, but not too far. Given the weather, she anticipated the drive would take several hours. Glancing at the lights ahead, she brought out the car and drove slowly. Despite seeming close, the darkness, heavy haze, and pothole-ridden single-lane road required her utmost focus as she drove for nearly half an hour. As she neared the light source, she noticed no one around. She exited the car to store it back in her space. After all, a vehicle bearing Hua country plates would appear quite out of place here. After walking a bit further, the scene before her gradually came into view. A building exhibiting our country's architectural style appeared, adorned with oil paper umbrellas and numerous hanging curtains inscribed with characters. The entrance was tightly shut, yet lights glowed within, accompanied by faint voices and low, melodious sounds unique to our country. Several vehicles were parked in the adjoining open space. Approaching the entrance, she knocked twice and waited a while. But no one came to open the door. She switched on her flashlight and scanned for a doorbell or knocker, only to spot a rope tied to a plush ornament resembling an animal's tail. Pulling on the rope, she heard a creak as the door opened. A young girl, dressed in traditional our country attire and wearing a mask, momentarily froze upon seeing Chunya's outfit, but quickly regained her composure. Her eyes crinkling into a smile as she bowed respectfully and greeted her. Chunyi nodded, intending to inquire why they were still open at this hour. But the girl gently guided her through an elegant courtyard into the main building. Along the way, the girl chattered amiably, though Chunyi could not understand her words. She observed the girl's demeanor, respectful and humble, often bending slightly to gesture. At the entrance of the main room, 2 individuals stood guard, resembling bodyguards. Passing through the curtain, she entered a space where the walls were lined with shelves holding dark porcelain jars sealed with red cloth and hemp ropes, alongside various small porcelain containers woven from bamboo. The first floor was devoid of any patrons, save for a few waitstaff lazily stationed at a large reception counter. The red counter was crowded with various order slips, and a white curtain hung overhead, inscribed with the menu. Behind the counter was a cabinet filled with meticulously wrapped tea leaves, alongside numerous bamboo containers resembling fish baskets. The room was thoughtfully arranged with about a dozen wooden tables and chairs, draped with deep blue table runners, quite unlike the low tables with cushions she had expected. Noticing that the girl was leading her further, the attendants immediately bowed in greeting. Chunyi nodded, preparing to find a seat. However, the girl continued to softly murmur, persistently gesturing for her to ascend the stairs. Observing her, Chunyi followed as they climbed. The stairway walls were adorned with various masks, their eyes and smirks appearing devilish and uncanny, stirring an inexplicable discomfort within Chunyi. There was no hall upstairs. A long and narrow corridor stretched ahead, flanked by rooms adorned with curtain doors. Unlike the myriad decorations found downstairs, the upper floor exuded an air of simplicity. A young girl led Chunyi toward the end of the corridor. From within, the ethereal and somewhat melancholic notes of a shamisen filled the air, mingling with the soft singing of women and the hearty laughter of men. The girl paused at the entrance, then pulled aside the curtain door, bending slightly to speak to those inside. Her voice, raised slightly, lost its earlier softness, taking on a crisp, vibrant quality. Chapter 30. A dark and windy night. Chunyi glanced up and beheld a modestly furnished room where 3 men sat cross-legged, each accompanied by a woman dressed as a geisha. In front of them were low tables laden with drinks and delicately arranged dishes. At the center sat a courtesan, adorned with jewels and flowers, her fingers deftly strumming the shamisen, a smile dancing upon her lips. Upon hearing the girl's voice at the door, all eyes turned toward her. When they noticed the tall figure behind the girl, wearing a mask, the man in formal attire promptly stood and approached the entrance, uttering a few words before bowing slightly and smiling as he gestured for her to enter the room. Chunyi felt bewildered, gathering that he was likely introducing her, perhaps inquiring about her identity. She turned to the girl beside her, who, with a playful smile, whispered something before bowing and departing. Chunyi remained silent, casting a glance at the jovial man nearby, then at the other two men who were now observing her intently. She nodded slightly and followed him inside. At the doorway, she noticed several pairs of shoes that had been removed. Turning to the man beside her, she saw him watching her, seemingly expecting her to do the same. Chunyi took a step back and shook her head. She remained uncertain of the intentions of these individuals. The girl had led her here as if it were prearranged. If something were to transpire, how could she flee without her shoes? "I won't take them off. Otherwise I shall leave," Chunyi declared in English. The man looked taken aback, while a younger man, who had been standing with his back to the door, leaned over and spoke to the older man seated on the mat. The elder waved his hand dismissively. The man beside her then smiled brightly and said something, ushering her further into the room. He guided Chunyi to an empty seat, returned to his place, and gestured for the woman in the center to cease playing, exchanging a few words with the young man sitting opposite Chunyi. The woman next to the young man gracefully approached Chunyi, gently pouring her a drink before quietly settling beside her. Chunyi glanced sideways, noting the thick white powder that coated the woman's face, neck, and even her décolletage. Her brows painted a vivid crimson. Yet, her appearance did not evoke the same discomfort as the exaggerated styles of yore. Chunyi observed the pink shading around her eyes and the striking red of her lips against her pallid complexion. For some reason, she was reminded of a doll. Facing the entrance of the room, with the windows securely shut behind her, Chunyi discreetly surveyed her surroundings. The room was approximately 20 pings in size, with no other exits apart from the main door and the window at her back. 2 bodyguards remained downstairs. At that moment, the young man opposite her stood, bowed courteously, and addressed her in English. "Miss Shin, it is a pleasure to meet you. Allow me to introduce you." He gestured toward the elder man. "This is Mr. Inoue Taro, a member of the council," and then turned to the formally dressed man who had escorted her in. "This is Mr. Tamura Nozomu, president of the Wukong Pharmaceutical Group." Finally, he withdrew his hand. "I am Yoshikawa Nobuhiro, Mr. Tamura's assistant." He bowed again and raised his glass toward her. "Welcome, and thank you for making the journey." "Wait. What do you mean by mission? Surely you have mistaken me for someone else?" The titles of council member and president seemed to imply significance.
Chunyi,
still unaware of their intentions, had yet to remove her mask. As she pondered over the introductions, her mind raced. This secluded tea house, under the cover of darkness. What could this meeting entail? She tightened her grip around the cup on the low table, remaining silent and merely nodding. Observing her reticence, the councilman displayed a hint of impatience, remarking, "Miss Shin, you are exceedingly cautious. Is it necessary to wear a mask in this modest establishment, even on a hazy day?" Chunyi detected the underlying tone of his words and feigned a cough. "I seem to have caught a cold. The haze is quite distressing. Let us dispense with pleasantries and address the matter at hand." The men exchanged glances, and upon seeing Inoue nod, Yoshikawa continued, "Miss Shin, regarding the invitation extended to Dr. Smith to oversee Experiment 041, I am curious about his schedule." "What experiment?" Chunyi wondered, questioning what these men were plotting. She glanced at Tamura, who awaited her response with keen anticipation. After a brief pause, she replied, "Due to the weather, the doctor is currently unable to finalize his itinerary." "What stage are you at now?" Yoshikawa translated her words for Tamura. Upon hearing Chunya's response, Tamura frowned, his expression troubled. "Miss Shun, although you are the doctor's assistant, regulations prevent us from disclosing any information about the experiment." "So, Miss Shun is indeed Dr. Smith's assistant." Chunyi sought to extract more information and lightly tapped the low table, her voice growing cold. "What is the purpose of summoning me here? If this is merely a social call, I shall take my leave." She attempted to rise. Tamura hastily stood. "Miss Shin, please do not depart." It is not that we cannot share information, but the doctor has yet to provide a definitive response regarding his collaboration with our research, so we are unable to divulge details. Chun-Yi scoffed softly. Mr. Smith has already expressed his intention to participate. However, due to the inclement weather, I am here to collect preliminary materials and research reports. Are you suggesting that there is no intent to collaborate, merely to toy with Mr. Smith? After Yoshikawa translated her words, Inoue studied Chun-Yi intently for a moment. Tamura urgently whispered something to him, and Inoue ultimately nodded. Yoshikawa said, Miss Shun, Mr. Inoue has indicated that we can disclose a portion of the information, but the specific data will only be available upon the doctor's arrival. Chun-Yi huffed and resumed her seat. Very well, then, let us proceed. Tamura and Yoshikawa engaged in hushed conversation for some time, with Inoue intermittently interjecting. Chun-Yi felt a pang of anxiety, uncertain of their discussion. If her identity were to be uncovered, how would she escape this place? Her agitation grew. It was evident that these men were involved in dubious dealings. Thankfully, her mask concealed her expressions. After a while, Yoshikawa paused before saying, Miss Shin, we previously provided Dr. Smith a brief overview of Experiment 041's objectives. Through preliminary research, we have extracted genes from mutated marine organisms and transferred them to live subjects. Currently, the survival rate hovers around 37. The doctor previously stated that a success rate above 35 would warrant human trials. However, given our limited experience, all previous trials have failed, and we have yet to identify the cause. You must understand that if this experiment succeeds, it could rewrite the course of history. Therefore, we require the expertise of individuals like Dr. Smith, who possess substantial experience in genetic research for collaborative development. As environmental conditions worsen, we hope the doctor can arrive promptly. Chapter 31. Rotten to the core, Chun-Yi felt a chill run down her spine, the mask concealing the shock etched across her face, which had turned as pale as the woman beside her. Had she truly heard what she thought she did? Were they aware of the gravity behind their casual words? Those failed experiments, who were the children involved and who were their parents? Was history destined to repeat itself? Upon finishing, the three men fixated their gazes upon her. Chun-Yi gritted her teeth, her right hand tightly gripping the cup, suppressing the urge to make a sound. On the other side, Tion Village observed her silence while holding the teacup and after a moment, exchanged a few words with Yoshikawa. Yoshikawa then addressed her, Miss Shun. It has come to my attention that you have been following the doctor since your school days. What insights do you possess?
Chun-Yi coughed lightly.
Her voice cold as she replied, Isn't it true that mutations are inevitable, given the successful experiments on living subjects? Yoshikawa paused, then chuckled. Indeed, they have mutated, yet they survived. The vitality of living subjects has doubled. Chun-Yi rose to her feet. Are you implying that the living subjects have evolved? Inoue burst into laughter, exclaiming, Evolution. Yes, indeed. You are not being truthful. What you desire is the mutated toxin, aiming to implant it into human bodies, hoping for evolution, am I correct? Tion Village, filled with pride, declared, This technology has succeeded only in our Wugong Enterprise Research Institute. The next step must be successful human trials. A surge of profound anger welled up within Chun-Yi. This inhumane experimentation has always been forbidden, yet some individuals are deeply rotten to the core. She realized that a pharmaceutical company was serving as a facade, financially backing the experiment, with the involvement of cabinet members, indicating that the entire government was likely complicit. It was evident that the three individuals before her were core members responsible for the research, having immediate access to the data. Chun-Yi's hand rested on the military knife on her thigh, wishing she could unsheath it and send these men to hell. She found herself helpless in discovering the location of the experiments, and even if she did, her current capabilities were insufficient for destruction. Chun-Yi did not consider herself noble. Nor was it merely the tragic fate of the failed cases that stirred her emotions. Some hatred is ingrained in the marrow, passed down through generations, accompanied by extensive documentation. As for the doctor, the moment he stated that human trials could commence upon achieving a success rate of over 35, it was clear he was not of commendable character. No, he was unworthy of even such a mild curse. Those who lead others astray are deemed the epitome of evil. As Chun-Yi hesitated, contemplating whether to shoot the three men before her, weighing her chances of escape, the door was suddenly yanked open with great force, creating a loud noise. A young woman clad in a black short t-shirt and white shorts, with short hair, stormed in without removing her shoes, speaking in pure, unadulterated Chinese, scolding loudly. The girl who had guided Chunyi earlier stood nervously at the door, her eyes wide with horror as she glanced between the short-haired woman and Chunyi. Upon entering, the woman pointed at Tian village and unleashed a tirade in English, essentially berating him for summoning her at such a late hour, stating her unavailability and that her teacher could not come. What is so impressive about bringing a politician here? Do you think you can intimidate me? If it weren't for this terrible weather, who would want to stay with you? Chunyi's heart raced. If there were no mistakes, this must be Miss Shen herself. As the young woman's words concluded, Chunyi observed Yoshikawa's face shift to one of shock. Yoshikawa glanced at the short-haired woman, then at Chunyi, before pointing at her and demanding, "Who are you?" The short-haired woman then turned to the masked Chunyi, raising an eyebrow. "And who might you be?" Both Tian village and Inoue's faces darkened with murderous intent. The atmosphere in the room turned ominously tense, causing the nearby women serving drinks to hurriedly retreat to a corner. The girl outside had long since vanished. Chunyi remained seated on the cushion, ignoring the three men from our country, and gently asked the woman in Chinese, "Are you Miss Shen?" The woman paused, then lifted her chin, "Yes."
Chenya chuckled softly.
"I was merely passing by when they dragged me here, mistaking me for you. Do you believe that?" The woman approached her directly. "What have you discussed?" "Preliminary experimental data regarding experiment 041. The woman feigned a sigh. "Then you probably won't survive. Did you see their expressions? They are about to kill you. Is that so?" "You don't seem inclined to help negotiate," Chunyi replied nonchalantly. "I lack such abilities. I am utterly unskilled in combat and have no background." The woman clicked her tongue. "How pitiful. You seem quite young, yet you are destined to be a victim. Oh, by the way, they enjoy making people commit seppuku here." She smiled at Chunyi. "Isn't that quite twisted?" Chanya's hand had already found the military knife on her thigh, and from the corner of her eye, she noticed Inoue struggling to contain his fury. "What are your thoughts on experiment 041, Miss Shen?" The short-haired woman curled her lips in a disdainful sneer. "Who knows? I've never heard of it, nor do I wish to. You may borrow my name to listen, but you should prepare for the worst." "Is that so? Then do take care of yourself, Miss Shen." At that moment, Tian village picked up the phone, ready to dial. Suddenly, Chunyi drew her military knife and hurled it towards Tian village's hand. With her left hand, she lightly tapped the low table for leverage, leapt up, and swiftly touched her waist, pushing off the ground to flip into the air. In the blink of an eye, the room was filled with the sound of Tian village's agonizing scream, overshadowing the sharp click of a gun being cocked. When they regained their focus, they found Chunyi had landed firmly beside Inoue, her left arm gripping his neck, while her right hand pressed the gun against his head. He held the highest rank among them. Tian village's cries had attracted attention from downstairs, and Chunyi could hear footsteps approaching from the corridor. She turned to the nowadays short-haired woman, "Miss Shen, which side are you on?" The short-haired woman appeared momentarily bewildered. "What do you intend to do? Kill him?" "You won't escape," Chunyi warned. The reminder jolted her. Indeed, her current situation seemed precarious. She was holding a politician hostage, and there were still over 20 hours until she could use the small flying shoes again. Initially, she believed this would go smoothly, merely requiring some time until the small flying shoes refreshed, allowing them to transport their supplies and return. Unexpectedly, she had stumbled upon such malevolence. How could she not feel rage? At worst, she would kill them all. If hatred for others is born from various struggles or grievances, then the animosity every Chinese person feels towards our country is instinctual. Chapter 32. Night of Murder. As Chunyi's heart raced, her body trembled slightly. This was not fear. The adrenaline surge made her appear somewhat deranged, as if she had returned to a past life spent fighting alone. When the two bodyguards downstairs heard the commotion and rushed up, they opened the door only to be met with 2 gunshots from Chunyi, sending them to their demise before they even grasped the situation inside. Indeed, within 10 meters, her aim was swift and precise. The women in the corner screamed in terror. Seizing the opportunity while Chunyi was firing, Inoue freed himself from her grasp and grabbed a low table to hurl at her.
Chenya don't get nimby.
And with a swift motion, she swept her right leg, striking Inoue's legs. A dull thud echoed as Inoue felt his legs buckle, collapsing to his knees, the pain shooting through him. Chunyi observed him gasping for breath on the floor, then glanced at Tian village, who was being held down by Yoshikawa, blood gushing from his hand. Chunyi approached and picked up the knife from the ground. Yoshikawa trembled violently at her approach. No need for bandaging. You will all be dead soon. I'll give you 2 minutes to answer my questions. Inoue, crouched on the floor, gritted his teeth. Who are you? I will not forgive you. Chunyi shot him a cold glance and then fired a shot at his head. The women in the corner screamed once more. Chunyi looked around. The women were now in a state of shock, save for one, who sat silently with her shamisen, her gaze lowered. Chunyi raised her hand, gun aimed in their direction, and coldly declared, "If you scream again, I will kill you first." Tian Cun and Yoshikawa looked at her in disbelief. Yoshikawa, with trembling fingers, pointed at Inoue, his voice stammering, "Why you killed Mr. Inoue?" Chunyi replied nonchalantly, "Yes, don't worry. Your turn will come soon enough. Now tell me, where is your laboratory?" Tian Cun, pale as a ghost, blood gushing from his hand, shakily handed his phone to Yoshikawa, urging him to call for help. To summon someone to kill Chunyi. His voice grew shrill towards the end. Chunyi, visibly irritated, shot him in the chest, abruptly silencing the source of the noise. Yoshikawa watched as Tian Cun's mouth moved, as if to say something, but no words came out, and his body collapsed before him.
Ah!
The short-haired woman suddenly came to her senses, screaming, "Are you insane? You killed them. Not to mention whether you can escape. I'm doomed because of you. There are no flights or ships. How can I return to White Country?" After her outburst, she began pacing the room, realizing that even if there were options, her presence here would surely mark her as an accomplice. "Damn it, you've ruined my life." Chunyi ignored her and turned her attention back to Yoshikawa. "How about it? Where is it?" Yoshikawa trembled but glared at her fiercely. "I want to tell you."
Dream on.
"Good. I never expected to extract anything from you anyway. Let me assist you on your journey." With that, Chunyi shot him in the forehead. Yoshikawa didn't even struggle. He simply fell to the ground. The short-haired woman was now stunned by Chunyi's actions. "Are you some sort of living demon? Killing without hesitation?" Chunyi turned to her, her gaze icy as she lifted her gun towards her. The short-haired woman's face paled. "And no, please. I can explain. I have nothing to do with them. I only know them because of Smith. This is our first meeting. You do not resemble an ordinary woman," Chunyi remarked coldly. "I have no desire to understand you. People have died, and the authorities will likely be alerted by now. If I were you, I would leave swiftly. I want to, but where can I go? There's a crowd of witnesses." Chunyi scrutinized the woman beside her and handed her the knife. "Kill them. Kill them. Am I insane? I'm merely caught in this mess. I didn't kill anyone. Why should I do this? I was fine until you dragged me into this chaos." Chunyi found it hard to gauge what kind of woman she was and did not trust her. Thus, she pointed the gun at her again. "Get lost. You're too loud." After saying this, she strode towards the group of women. The knife was still stained with blood, and the dark barrel of the gun exuded a chilling aura of death. The women stared at Chunyi as if she were the grim reaper come to claim their souls, momentarily forgetting their cries, lifting their tear-streaked, disheveled faces to gaze at her. Even masked, her visage was obscured, yet her gaze felt as piercing as the scythe of death. Truly hideous. Chunyi raised her hand, realizing there was still one bullet left in the chamber. After a moment's thought, she switched the knife to her right hand. "Please don't kill us." The woman dressed as a courtesan spoke, her voice trembling. "I can tell you where the laboratory is. Please don't kill us." Among the women, only her makeup was pristine, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. Amidst the group of women with faces painted in distress, she stood out. Speaking in somewhat faltering English, her voice was delicate and soft. She trembled, her beauty striking yet fragile, on the verge of tears, enough to evoke pity from any man. Chunyi, however, was impatient, dismissing her expression. "I do not like this. It is of no use to me. Tell me your name and how you came to know the laboratory's address." "My name is Sengyu. Mr. Inoue always asked me to accompany him during his visits. I overheard enough to piece together a general location. They spoke in riddles. And I do not know the exact address. But please believe me, I am not deceiving you. Where is it?" "It's likely in Tsukumura's town, T County of the city, at a place called Sakiyama. It used to be an abandoned power station, but they converted it into a laboratory base." Chunyi scrutinized her for a moment. Her eyes appeared honest, without any signs of deceit. Sengyu, noticing Chunyi's silence, ventured, "Are you all from Huagua? I overheard you speaking." At this, Chun-Yi quickly pressed the knife against her neck, causing Sang-Yu to panic, her face paling. Please, don't kill me. I mean no harm. My family has always been leftist, while in no way is a member of the right. After my relatives were mercilessly killed, I found myself in this predicament. Bowing before them. If possible, please, I beg you, Sang-Yu seemed to muster great resolve, kill them. I lack the strength to avenge my family. Witnessing my enemies perish would be my honor, even in death. Sang-Yu appeared to have been trained to cater to men, each word carefully chosen. Chapter 33. Night strolled. Chun-Yi lowered the knife, observing the woman who had previously seemed incapable of withstanding a punch, now displaying a newfound resolve on her face. Do not speak foolishly, Chun-Yi warned coldly. She then moved to the window, pushing it open and glancing down. It was dark. The back of the main house shrouded in shadows. Chun-Yi ejected the bullet from her handgun, then returned it to her holster, her hand climbing the windowsill as she prepared to leap down. The short-haired woman called out, "Are you just leaving?" Chun-Yi paused, looking back at her with confusion. Am I supposed to wait here for the new year? Want to take me with you? You've put me in this situation. Chun-Yi shot her a disdainful glance, waving the military knife. Get lost. Don't make me kill you. With that, she jumped down and ran off into the distance. Sang-Yu looked at the short-haired woman. Aren't you leaving? Someone will be here soon. The short-haired woman stared at the three men lying on the ground, cursing her luck, stamping her foot, and considering jumping out the window after Chun-Yi. However, it seemed too high, and she turned back to exit through the door. Halfway there, she recalled something and approached Sang-Yu. I didn't kill anyone. You saw that. Why should I run? Sang-Yu nodded. Aren't you with that woman? Together? I don't know her. She then dragged Sang-Yu along. Let's South find another place. This is too terrifying. Sang-Yu queried. In that case, will you report me for revealing anything to her? I didn't hear anything. Sang-Yu nodded again, then turned to the other women, instructing them. We were frightened and saw nothing. No one spoke. The women numbly nodded in agreement. Sang-Yu then led them downstairs, but the women were too weak to stand. Sang-Yu had to go down and summon a servant to help them. Soon after, the police arrived. Given the involvement of high-ranking officials and the murder of prominent corporate leaders, even the police chief was dispatched. The cabinet was in chaos. This matter aside, Chun-Yi had already leaped from the second floor and was making her escape. She held her phone, following the navigation towards the warehouse at the trade center, and before long, found herself in a desolate, silent area. At that moment, Chun-Yi realized she was not equipped to charge in with only a submachine gun. So she halted, retrieved her vehicle from storage, and used tools to remove the front and rear license plates. While doing this, she reminisced about her modified car back in Y country, where removing a license plate was as simple as pushing a button. Truly a handy tool for those engaged in murder and theft. Yet, she couldn't say that she hadn't sunk to that level just yet. Chun-Yi was inherently a detached individual. However, in a moment of fury, she transformed her wrath into a resolve to rid the world of its evils, believing herself to be performing a noble deed. With the family tree beginning anew from her, she followed the navigation system, leisurely driving towards her destination. By the time she arrived near the warehouse of the trade center, the clock had struck 3:34 a.m., the hour when slumber envelopes most souls in its deepest embrace. Armed with a blueprint acquired at a premium from the underground network, Chun-Yi maneuvered her vehicle to the side of the building, disembarking to face a wall towering over 2 meters. The total area spanned approximately 100,000 square meters, housing hundreds of warehouses of varying sizes. Utilizing her tiger claw, she anchored it to the wall, gaining momentum before scaling it, retracting the claw as she lightly descended. Surrounding lights illuminated the area, yet no patrols were in sight. Although cameras were present, she remained composed, adhering to the blueprint without a trace of hesitation as she made her way to warehouse number 8. In the stillness of the night, clad in a mask and white attire, she appeared somewhat spectral amidst the fog. The blueprint indicated the nearest route, guiding her through the entrance she had just scaled, straight for 100 meters before a right turn awaited. Many of the newly constructed warehouses were comprised entirely of aluminum alloy, featuring sliding doors secured with a simple padlock. Such locks could be easily breached with a mere piece of wire. In the tool stash, Chun-Yi retrieved a wire and deftly opened the lock, swinging the door open to efficiently stow away the contents within her spatial pocket.
Warehouse No.
8 contained emergency trauma medications, while warehouse number 9 was stocked with various cardiovascular and internal medicine pharmaceuticals. Our nation's pharmaceutical industry held an esteemed reputation internationally, with past inhumane experiments conducted in Huan Nation perhaps laying countless foundational stones for our nation as achievements in this field. Contemplating this, she swiftly turned to seize the goods from warehouse number 9 as well. Yet her thirst for retribution remained unquenched, prompting her to dash to warehouse No. 17 and abscond with its fabrics too. Minutes slipped by unnoticed as Chunyi navigated the vast expanse of the warehouse. Having crossed the wall for over 10 minutes without a single alarm sounding or patrol in sight. Unperturbed, she tucked away the blueprint, hastily collecting whatever she could from the accessible warehouses, indiscriminately packing them into her spatial pocket. Approximately half an hour later, she emerged from warehouse number 32, only to hear the distant sounds of her earlier plundered warehouse and the crackling of a walkie-talkie. Aware that company had arrived, she remained unruffled, sprinting ahead. Following the map's guidance, she aimed to elude her pursuers, planning to circle left and return to her car. As the alarm blared, Chunyi remained oblivious to the number of individuals approaching from various directions, the area being a labyrinth of pathways. Upon spotting the nearest camera, she flashed a peace sign before shattering it with her gun. Uncertain of the expressions in the monitoring room, she pressed forward, veering left. Sounds echoed from the right and behind, as the recently shattered camera rendered her location a mystery, leading her pursuers to chase after the noise. However, it soon became apparent that they had discerned her intentions, as footsteps approached from the left. Chunyi weaved through the maze of warehouses, evading capture while identifying the numbers on the buildings, feeling akin to a reckless soul leading a pack of ferocious dogs. The shouts from behind were indeed reminiscent of barking hounds. Suddenly, she spotted the open door of warehouse number 8, devoid of any shelves or goods. With a quick right turn, she dashed onto the main thoroughfare, glimpsing the distant wall several hundred meters away. Grasping her tiger claw, she launched it towards the wall, securing it before climbing effortlessly over the top. Observing the pursuers in the distance, a sense of triumph surged within her. She patted her legs, feeling accomplished, then stowed the claw away and glanced back at her pursuers, who were vociferously cursing. Ignoring them, she leaped down, hopped into her vehicle, started the engine, shifted gears, released the brake, and accelerated away. Chapter 34. The opponent of the slaughtering samurai. At that moment, Chunyi drove without navigation, taking whichever roads appeared before her, unconcerned about her destination. Fortuitously, it was the dead of night, and the streets were devoid of traffic, with no one daring to accelerate in such weather. As she passed through the city, she glanced back to find no one in pursuit, eventually arriving at a secluded residential area as dawn approached. The clock reading just past 5 a.m. Sparse figures began to emerge. Typically, this hour would see numerous vendors setting up shop and elderly individuals out for their morning strolls or exercise. Yet, the entire residential expanse felt eerily quiet, shrouded in smog as if it were a desolate ghost town. In a camera-free zone, Chunyi surveyed her surroundings before concluding there was no one nearby, allowing her to stow the car into her spatial pocket. The neighborhood bore the marks of age, with most houses reflecting the quaint, dilapidated architecture characteristic of our nation's bygone eras. Situated alongside the road, lacking yards or gates, it was likely that many homes stood abandoned or had been vacated, contributing to the lifeless atmosphere. Indifferent to the surroundings, Chunyi sought merely a place to recuperate. The adrenaline had propelled her through a night of recklessness. Yet as she relaxed, fatigue washed over her, leaving her utterly drained. She approached a dilapidated house that clearly had not been inhabited for years. Dust filled the air, and the lingering haze suggested it had been ages since anyone had cleaned the space. Entering felt akin to stepping into a cloud of dust. The ground floor appeared to have once been used for business, remnants hinting at a past life dedicated to food. The staircase looked somewhat decayed, swaying slightly as dust cascaded down. Chunyi opted against ascending to the second floor, suspecting even a meal would be a challenge in such a place. Instead, she retreated into her spatial pocket, heading toward the lotus spring to quench her thirst at the small pond. Exhausted, Chunyi lacked the energy to even inspect the crops in her spatial pocket. She rummaged through her supplies, retrieving a sleeping bag and making her way to the wooden cabin nestled within the bamboo grove. While the cabin itself was charming, it bore no furnishings. Wrapping herself in the sleeping bag, inhaling the faint scent of wood, she soon succumbed to a deep slumber. During the time Chunyi rested, The elite of our nation had gathered in a single room, their expressions grave. By 7 a.m., the global networks erupted with news. The Y Nation's suspected case of embezzlement had yet to dissipate. And now our nation found itself embroiled in an overnight crisis. The largest fresh cold chain warehouse in H City had been completely looted. Viewers, witnessing the images of the emptied shelves, drew parallels to the theft at the Y Nation's port, noting that our nation had failed to capture even a glimpse of the perpetrators. As online commentators mocked our nation, insinuating that perhaps the goods had been hastily delivered to Y Nation to compensate for the port's losses, a second news item rapidly ascended to prominence.
Taro Inoue,
a high-ranking official of our nation, had been shot through the head at a tea house, dying on the spot. Present at the scene were the bodies of Yoshihiro Tamura, president of the Wukong Pharmaceutical Group, and his assistant, Nobuhiro Yoshikawa, alongside two of Inoue's bodyguards. All fatal wounds were delivered with precision, indicating a skilled marksman. Eyewitness accounts described the assailant as a woman, approximately 1.7 meters tall, adorned in a mask and clad in white protective gear. The perpetrator remained at large, though two female suspects believed to be accomplices had been detained for questioning. It is safe to say the midnight tea house incident had indeed sent shockwaves through the nation. Netizens possess remarkable prowess, particularly those from Huagua, who swiftly uncovered that Taemura Nozomi's father, Taemura Fujika, prior to his retirement, held a subordinate relationship with Inoue Taro and was affiliated with the right-wing faction. Both figures were conspicuously listed among those who once paid homage to the Yasukuni shrine. At this moment, Huagua erupted in celebration, entirely oblivious to the severe smog that plagued their existence, even attributing the phenomenon to the supposed misdeeds of our country, proclaiming that karmic retribution had finally arrived. Some voices even called for this hero to incinerate the shrine as well. While netizens reveled in these two sensational news stories, another report surfaced regarding the theft from the largest trading warehouse in H City, our country, drawing global attention back to our country. At 5 a.m., over 20 sub-warehouses were robbed, including various emergency medical supplies, fabrics, clothing, snacks, ready-to-cook ingredients, and personal hygiene products. Among the stolen items were over a dozen local mid to high-end cosmetics brands renowned for their products like light bulbs, red kidney beans, black pearl facial cleansers, long-lasting sunscreen, and eyebrow pencils, alongside a complete heist of imported luxury cosmetics. The footage captured by the Warehouse Monitoring Center vividly depicted a tall figure clad in protective gear and a gas mask who posed with a peace sign towards the camera. This footage was deemed too provocative for broadcast, and the subsequent images were either too blurry to discern or simply not captured at all, leading to the omission of that particular gesture in the aired content. Thus, it was not difficult for netizens to deduce that the same individual was likely responsible, especially since the incidents occurred within the same city, merely 100 kilometers apart. The warehouse management across our country was gripped with unprecedented tension, hastily deploying personnel for round-the-clock patrols, acutely aware that they could be the next target. The questions that netizens pondered were certainly mirrored by the Our Country police force. Police Chief Ono Haizaburo was distressed, having lost considerable hair over the situation. The surveillance footage and witness accounts revealed only a single perpetrator, raising questions about how one person could carry out such a substantial theft under constant surveillance. What equipment did they use? How did they escape? How was the merchandise transported in mere minutes? Ono's mind throbbed with confusion and pain as our country entered a state of heightened alert. All police forces were mobilized, with requests for military reinforcement made. Across the nation, checkpoints were hastily established, particularly in H City, where no one was permitted to leave without authorization. Search teams were organized to comb through every household in H City and scour nearby mountainous caves. They unanimously believed that the culprit had not yet fled the city. Almost all police resources were redirected to H City for the coordinated capture. They were skeptical of the witnesses' claim that a lone woman in white was responsible, convinced that the perpetrator must have accomplices, even suspecting a professional thieving organization due to the intricate methods employed.
Consequently,
they dubbed the adversary Phantom Death and named themselves the Slayer Warriors. The notion of Phantom inevitably invited ridicule from global netizens. Following the earlier mockery of Y Country's flying thief and superhero stories, the current Phantom narrative further incited skepticism regarding our country's investigative capabilities. However, netizens displayed a degree of tolerance, suggesting that perhaps it was best to abandon the inquiry altogether, given the perceived limitations of their intellect, which seemed preoccupied with devising ways to harm others. Chapter 35. Pseudo-colors unbeknownst to Chinyi. She was oblivious to the online frenzy until she was roused from her slumber by an irritating itch in her throat. Upon awakening, she found herself lying on the dusty floor of a dilapidated townhouse, surrounded by swirling particles. Chinyi felt her nasal passages and throat itching intensely, and as she abruptly sat up to don a mask, she inadvertently stirred a cloud of dust that assaulted her senses, making it feel as though countless hairs were piercing her trachea. Her abdomen involuntarily contracted, and she began to cough violently until she felt a painful explosion in her lungs. Finally relenting momentarily, parched and dry. Glancing at her watch, she noted it was already past 2 p.m. Confused as to why she was here instead of the space she had been in, she pondered whether the space had malfunctioned. Moreover, she was unaware of how long she had been here. Hungry and thirsty, she had inhaled a considerable amount of dust, leaving her throat and lungs in discomfort. Attempting to access the space once more, she was relieved to find it functioning normally. Everything appeared as it should. What had gone awry? After drinking some water, she ventured to the arid land to pluck a handful of cherry tomatoes, but her stomach still felt empty. Cooking here seemed impractical. The wooden house lacked any cooking utensils. Chunyi retrieved a self-heating hot pot from her backpack, and while waiting for it to warm, she proceeded to the lotus spring. She disrobed and bathed by the pond, the spring water infused with the earth's spiritual energy, washing away her fatigue. After eating and tidying up, she surveyed the various supplies that had already filled half of her warehouse. However, now was not the time to unpack and organize. She exited the space and scrolled through the day's news. Unfortunately, her phone had no signal within the space, which was quite regrettable. Her screen was filled with the trending headlines from her country, and upon seeing the staggering figures reported by the trading center, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. Hundreds of billions of dollars. It seemed she had inadvertently helped them fill the financial holes they had previously created. After perusing the news, she felt no need to check the supplies to know what she had acquired. After reading through the wild comments that followed, she frowned at the dilapidated house. She wondered whether it had been searched while she was sleeping in the space and noted that it was uninhabitable. The doors and windows were in disrepair, allowing the smog to seep through effortlessly. With 8 hours remaining until the evening refresh, and recalling how she had been ejected from the space mid-slumber, she estimated that she could not linger in the space for too long. As she contemplated where to go that night, Dan Mo called, inquiring about her whereabouts and stating that there had been results regarding the Y Country Munitions Depot map. Chunyi asked him to send it to her phone, avoiding any further questions, simply stating that circumstances had changed and she would return a few days later. Only a flat map was sent, detailing the contents of each warehouse. Chinyi initially planned to rob our country's port and return directly home. Although the port supplies might contain subpar items, some of the goods were destined for developed countries. Now that she had the map in hand, her thoughts drifted to base 041, and she suddenly altered her course of action. The 041 experimental base must be destroyed. She resolved to first procure some heavy weaponry from Y Country to bolster her capabilities. However, since she intended to go to Y Country, she realized she could not leave after the midnight refresh. She needed to save her attempts for the next night, acquiring the goods before using the following day's attempts to transport them back. After all, that location's security level was far superior to that of ordinary warehouses. During this interval until tomorrow night, she pondered how to evade our country's pursuit. Lacking a passport, and even if she had one, without an immigration record, she would undoubtedly be denied accommodation. To conserve her hard-earned coins, Chinyi felt quite small. Entering the space, she rummaged for an extended period before locating a container filled with clothing. She sifted through it, selecting a suitable outfit for her needs. After finding a standard outfit, she tied her loose curls into a bun and retrieved some cosmetics she had salvaged from the trading center warehouse earlier. After applying makeup to dull her naturally radiant features, she transformed her appearance to resemble that of a frail middle-aged woman. Her hair seemed somewhat out of place, so she liberally applied powder until it became dry and coarse, adopting a hint of gray. Once again, she ventured to the arid outskirts, forcefully grinding her shoes into the earth until they bore the grimy, tattered semblance of neglect. She rolled on the ground several times, her entire body becoming encrusted with mud, her hands turned pitch black, even the crevices of her nails adorned with dark soil. Only then did she contentedly gather her belongings. Recalling a phrase Don Ma had imparted during her initial lessons in disguise, a successful masquerade can sometimes be a matter of life and death. Chun-Yi departed the dilapidated house, making her way towards the bustling city center. In crowded places, it seemed easier for her to blend in. After all, in a remote, crumbling village, finding a suspicious individual amidst a nationwide state of alert would surely make escape more arduous. Driving was out of the question.
Chenya donne damask.
Casually smudging it with some dirt from the wall, and followed the navigation leisurely towards the urban area, stooping her shoulders, her back slightly hunched, occasionally coughing. Her once proud demeanor now replaced with a semblance of disheartened timidity. It remained uncertain whether this place had been previously searched or if the search teams had yet to arrive. Nevertheless, fortune favored her, as she encountered only a few passers-by, allowing her to traverse the area with surprising ease. The city was dotted with unoccupied apartments, the conditions far from ideal, yet preferable to the prior dilapidation. Closing the doors and windows at least offered some respite from the dust-laden air. However, unlocking them proved cumbersome, as Donma had yet to teach her the method for opening coded locks. Chun-Yi promptly abandoned her quest for an empty apartment. Surveillance cameras were ubiquitous, making any attempt to hide easily captured. At this moment, network communications remained intact, and she had no desire to entangle herself in such complications. The daytime city, though shrouded in a gray haze, still buzzed with numerous open shops, and the streets were filled with individuals hurriedly donning masks and face shields. Many were engaged in shopping. Navigating through the city, she followed the navigation to a charming street. By now, it was around 7 or 8 in the evening, the lights twinkling brightly. Even though there were not many people, those brave enough to venture out for food and entertainment in such weather were indeed bold. Chun-Yi paused in front of an izakaya, surveying the scene, only to notice a nearby ramen shop where military personnel were conducting checks, their voices raised in commotion. Chun-Yi quickly scanned her surroundings and observed several homeless individuals sitting or lying on the stairs around the corner. Some had constructed small enclosures from cardboard, lying inside, while others lay directly on the ground in sleeping bags, and some sat with nothing, hugging their knees and burying their faces between them. Most of these people covered only the lower half of their faces with tattered cloths, occasionally breaking into coughs.
Chenya kafut harshly, adul ache resonating in her chest.
She hunched over and approached an elderly woman with disheveled, gray hair. From a short distance away, she could even detect the rancid odor emanating from the elderly woman, reminiscent of years without cleansing, a mixture of grease and dead skin. The stench, intensified by the air, made her throat uncomfortable, and she nearly retched from the foul smell. Chun-Yi pressed her hand against her chest, suppressing the urge to vomit, while cursing herself inwardly. After all, the stench of corpses from her past life was far more severe. Hadn't she endured it? After days of relative comfort, how had she grown so sensitive? Chapter 36. The heartbroken girl in search of salvage. The search team arrived swiftly. The nation of R was indeed shaken, sparing not even the homeless on the streets, subjecting each to questioning. In this area, all the vagrants were rounded up for interrogation. When they approached Chun-Yi, the elderly woman beside her was being pulled and babbled incessantly. Chun-Yi, unable to speak the language of R, resolutely remained silent, pretending to be a deaf-mute villager. After fruitless negotiations, the interrogators regarded her with impatience as she clutched her chest, her eyes reddened as if she might cough up her very lungs. Noticing the filthy, tattered mask slipping from her face, revealing her pale, cracked lips and darkened eyes, they seemed to ponder if she might collapse on the street at any moment. One of the interrogators muttered something to the team leader, who approached her with evident disdain, gesturing for her to put her mask back on. Chun-Yi hunched over, taking a moment to comprehend his signals, then nodded vigorously, bending down, forcing her voice to croak out a few sounds while adjusting her mask. Though slightly humiliating, she reasoned that accepting their assistance was merely a way of expressing gratitude for the resources they had provided her. With that thought, she felt a sense of relief. If necessary, she could always repay them later. The team soon departed, as if their presence was merely a formality. Chun-Yi watched them fade into the distance before heading towards the nearest public restroom. Once inside the small stall, she felt as though she had entered a natural oasis, her breathing becoming remarkably easier. After cleaning herself up, she returned to the storage area, selecting a set of ordinary office attire from the clothes she had set aside earlier, and applied a touch of makeup. She slipped into a pair of modest, 3-inch heeled lambskin shoes. Feeling at last like a somewhat professional woman, Chun-Yi exited the stall and made her way to the izakaya. Requesting a private booth, she was warmly and courteously received by the staff. as she spoke in English. They guided her to her booth, and soon a young male server came to attend to her. Chunyi settled onto the clean tatami mat, a low table placed in the center, surrounded by cushions and pillows. The days of consuming raw or mutated seafood were long gone. No one dared to partake in such dishes anymore. Chunyi ordered charcoal grilled beef skewers, fried chicken, salad, and beer. Just as she sat down, the server brought a plate of boiled edamame sprinkled with black pepper salt. As the dishes arrived, she instructed the staff to refrain from disturbing her. At last, Chunyi removed her mask, relishing the opportunity to enjoy her meal and drink in peace. She took out her phone to check the news. It was nearing 10 o'clock at night, and the highest-ranking official of R was addressing the perpetrator through the screen, demanding their surrender with promises of leniency, or else they would be relentlessly pursued. Anyone could make threats, Chunyi scoffed, noticing the heated discussions in the comment section. Since it was a news article from Huagua, the comments were filled with enthusiastic support from Huagua netizens, some even feigning outrage for publicity, only to later applaud in jest. After a virtual onslaught, they realized they were allies, lamenting that they had arrived too late to rescue and could only dress them in enemy uniforms. Some even fabricated tasks, such as fervently congratulating our country's ghost society for being bombed, even though it had yet to happen. Surely, the ghost slayer would eventually get around to it. Chunyi found herself both amused and exasperated by the comments. Setting her phone aside, she began organizing supplies in her space, preparing for the next day while utilizing the remaining time to categorize her materials. These supplies would likely last for several lifetimes. Yet with half of the storage area still available, how could she find peace without filling it? Furthermore, once the torrential rains arrived, these items would eventually be offered to the whims of nature. At one point, a staff member approached to inform her that the establishment was about to close and inquired if she needed to settle her bill. It appeared they were eager to usher her out. Chunyi produced a card from Y Country, informing them that she intended to rest there, ordering more beer and offering to pay double the bill. She also requested assistance in finding a charging cable for her phone. Time passed as she remained in her space, organizing her belongings. She was ejected twice, each time after approximately 6 hours. During her stay, the izakaya's owner joined her for a drink. Through the staff's translation, the owner mistook her for a woman recently heartbroken and offered her comfort before quietly departing. Chunyi relished the solitude. When fatigue overtook her, she simply lay down on the tatami mat to sleep. At 11:30 that night, feigning inebriation, Chunyi left the izakaya and made her way to the public restroom to change her attire. She chose to don a protective suit along with a gas mask, as the loose-fitting attire effectively concealed her physique and hairstyle. The blueprint sent by Don Ma was evidently pilfered from someone else. It was rather crude and simplistic, detailing the areas and orientations of various warehouses, as well as the distances between them. Consequently, her understanding of the security systems in place was quite limited, with only vague descriptions of access control, intercom systems, surveillance, anti-theft alarms, and infrared scanning provided. For Chunyi, as long as she timed her actions perfectly and the flying shoes functioned without a hitch, virtually any security system would be ineffective. This meant that regardless of the intrusion prevention systems or infrared scanners, triggering them would pose no issue as long as she remained undetected. Even in the unfortunate event of being caught, as long as she was not afraid of exposing her location, she could escape in an instant. After all, contemporary anti-theft measures, when compared to the ancient traps of tombs, are exceedingly humane. Others faced traps and iron cages, often met with poisoned arrows and lethal gas, with death or injury as the inevitable outcome. Today's security systems primarily serve to trigger alarms, summoning personnel to apprehend intruders, and if they fail to do so, they resort to gunfire. However, the Y Nation possesses a considerable stockpile of gas grenades, hidden within this very armory, indicated on the blueprint as Warehouse 99. Directly in front of it lie the adjacent behemoths of Warehouses 109 and 119, akin to bodyguards flanking Warehouse 129, sandwiching it in between. The deployment of gas here suggests that these warehouses hold significant importance, and it seems there are indeed ample gas grenades, indicating a serious intent to eliminate any thieves. The distance from the nearest command camp to the point of alarm activation, calculated at a standard pace of 500 meters in 35 minutes, suggests that station soldiers could arrive in less than 3 minutes. Therefore, Chunyi likely had only about 2 minutes to act. Any delay could result in being shot or surrounded. Warehouses 109 and 119, situated merely 100 meters apart, posed a challenge. Chunyi prepared her basic supplies in her space, aware that her meager arsenal would be insufficient against an armed opponent. She carried only a couple of smoke grenades and hand grenades as mere tokens. Additionally, she had a small pistol holstered at her waist, and for anything else, she could easily scavenge from the ground. Chapter 37. It's him. He has arrived. At 11:59, Chunyi teleported to Warehouse 109 according to the coordinates on the map. The flying shoes delivered her precisely between warehouses 109 and 119. The warehouse was engulfed in darkness. As soon as she landed, she noticed red beams of light flickering chaotically throughout the space. Without time to discern the weaponry stored within these two warehouses, she hastily swept all her supplies into her space. Regardless of what they were, she understood the principle of not leaving empty-handed. In the vast expanse of the warehouse, a figure clad in white garments and a gas mask startled the soldier at the monitoring station, causing him to fumble his cup. He adjusted the camera angles with his mouse, attempting to get a clearer view, but the intruder seemed to sense his actions, nonchalantly walking under the nearest camera as if oblivious to the glaring lights illuminating the room. Chunyi's erratic and seemingly reckless movements triggered the warehouse's anti-theft system, setting off a piercing alarm. While the soldier was still curious about the intruder's intentions, the figure tilted its head and flashed a peace sign before aiming a gun at the camera. With a sharp crack, the screen was enveloped in static. The soldier grabbed the megaphone and urgently shouted, "Emergency call. Warehouses 109 and 119 are under theft. The enemy is in warehouse 119. After repeating this 3 or 4 times, he turned to his flustered lieutenant rushing through the door, stammering incoherently, "Yes, here. Yes, here. It's him." The lieutenant, seeing the static-filled screen connected to warehouse 119, grasped the soldier's shoulder, demanding clarity. Who is he? Be specific." "Ing Shao. The Spectre from our nation. He has arrived." The lieutenant was skeptical of the so-called Spectre, doubting that a person could make it to Y Nation in a single day. He sat in front of the monitor, replaying the footage from before the camera was destroyed. Watching the ammunition depot vanish into thin air, his gaze fixated on the figure giving a peace sign to the screen. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet, charging towards the door. Capturing this individual was imperative, not just for our nation. He was undoubtedly linked to the prior theft of the port. Meanwhile, Chunyi shattered the camera and sprinted towards the entrance of Warehouse 129. The blaring alarm ringing in her ears, drowning out the sounds of approaching personnel. At a distance of 100 meters, she was taking a gamble. She had already caught a glimpse of the wide-open doors of Warehouse 129. Standing at the threshold, she swiftly pulled the door open. The sudden influx of light forced her to pause momentarily to adjust her vision, and she activated a smoke grenade, listening intently to the footsteps converging from all directions before tossing it to either side. She hurled one last grenade towards the center, the path she intended to traverse. The smoke grenades quickly took effect, with thick white clouds rising from the ground, expanding into colossal billows that swirled around her. Despite the dense fog, the daylight was still not particularly bright, and the smoke would not obstruct the thermal imaging devices that could easily lock onto her position. As she ran and jumped, occasionally crouching and weaving, her seemingly erratic movements fortuitously enabled her to cover half the distance. Bullets whizzed past her in the haze, narrowly missing her several times. And she felt the sting of a bullet graze her arm, blood seeping through the torn fabric of her clothing, staining her white protective suit, a shocking sight. They were approximately 1,200 meters away, and Chunyi's heart raced, a mix of anxiety and fear surging within her. She was incredibly audacious, unprotected by a bulletproof vest, armed only with a small pistol and a handful of ineffective smoke grenades. She should have simply collected her spoils and departed, yet here she was, recklessly attempting to traverse a hail of gunfire to steal from another warehouse. Perhaps the sake she had consumed at the tavern beforehand had emboldened her. Indeed, alcohol often emboldens the timid. She had remained unafraid, brimming with audacity, oblivious to the dangers that surrounded her. Strangely, this thought ignited a flicker of excitement within her. If Donma were in her place, he would have a far greater chance of passing through unscathed. Although she had seemingly learned various skills from him, and had indeed benefited from his teachings in her previous life, the adversaries she faced now were of an entirely different caliber. How she wished Donma were here. Yet, she resolved that she needed to become capable on her own. Relying on Donma, especially now that she possessed ample resources, would only lead her to forget the pains of her past life, turning her into a spineless wretch. Through these recent escapades, Chen Yi recognized her own inadequacies. Without the support of her flying shoes, she would have faced numerous failures. Upon her return, she must intensify her training. Suddenly, a bullet zipped past her, nearly sealing her fate. Chen Yi regained her focus, running and leaping, pulling out 2 grenades in quick succession, tossing them to either side. With a powerful push from her legs, she somersaulted through the smoke, narrowly avoiding the bullets that whizzed by. Around her, amidst the cacophony of gunfire, the sound of hurried footsteps sent a jolt of fear through her heart. There were too many of them. In that instant, she quickened her pace, racing forward.
Ding!
A sharp sound rang out as Chen Yi felt her right leg struck by a heavy force. Her body fell uncontrollably to the ground. With little time to think or assess the situation, she instinctively curled up and rolled on the ground, using her palms to push off and, despite the discomfort in her right leg, propelled herself into a run. As she approached the entrance of the warehouse, now just 35 meters away, she quickened her pace, executing a side slip to enter warehouse 129 with precision. Upon steadying herself, Chen Yi's gaze swept across the vast interior, where several anti-armored vehicles stood prominently, surrounded by crates stacked nearly to the height of a wall, filled with firearms and ammunition. In that fleeting moment, the reason for the unlocked door was crystal clear to her. Swiftly, she retrieved the SOP she had purchased with Dan Mo, positioning it near the entrance of warehouse 129. It was heavy. She took aim at the doorway of warehouse 119. The alignment of these warehouses meant that her formidable weapon, with a range of 56,000 meters, could send its projectile through warehouse 119, reaching warehouse 99, or even further. Yet, her sole intention was to obliterate warehouse 99. How much distance would the 2 doors of warehouses 109 and 99 absorb? Would warehouse 99 successfully detonate? This was designed specifically for armored vehicles, and judging by her previous experience, it was unlikely to disappoint her. The sound of footsteps grew nearer, leaving no room for hesitation. In the ensuing seconds, she had but one chance to fire, with no time to reload. If it failed, retreat was her only option.
Chen Yi 풀어내.
Stabilizing her weapon with her left hand, her right poised on the trigger. Holding her breath, she gently closed her left eye and aimed at the center of the 119 door, squeezing the trigger delicately.
Bang!
The deafening explosion momentarily rendered her ears silent. A thick cloud of smoke billowed from the distant warehouse, rising into the night sky. Enduring the ringing in her ears, Chen Yi sprang to her feet, stowing the sniper rifle and all the supplies into her space, then swiftly adjusted the coordinates on her flying shoes to teleport to her villa's vicinity. How convenient it would be to retrieve her car from the space without arousing the curiosity of the 4 men at home. With her objective accomplished, and having utilized her flying shoes today, she knew that if she were to return to country R, timing would be crucial before the next refresh. Otherwise, teleporting back now would leave her wondering where to hide for the next 40 hours. Though it might cost her some gold coins, clearly, her life was far more valuable. To her surprise, a simple alteration in the coordinates had transported her over 200 kilometers away to City Z. The surroundings were shrouded in gray, the night insects silent, with no structures in sight, leaving her uncertain of her exact location.
Indeed.
Each unknown teleportation offered her a fresh encounter with the unpredictable joys of being a wanderer. This joy, however, was not one she desired. Emerging her car from the space, she found solace in the absence of any prying shadows. Remembering the impact on her right leg, she noted a lingering pain as she walked. Upon inspecting her leg, she discovered the military knife had absorbed a bullet, the blade now dented. It had valiantly shielded her. Since its purchase, it had seen blood only once before retiring gloriously. Chen Yi pondered whether to enshrine it upon her return. After discarding her protective gear, she examined the wound, which was deeper than expected and bleeding profusely. She hurriedly retrieved supplies from her backpack to disinfect the injury, applying hemostatic powder and bandaging it up. In the dark, deep woods, illuminated only by her phone's light, she could manage no more than this rudimentary treatment. With surveillance cameras everywhere in Huagua and lacking a temporary license plate, Chen Yi wished to avoid unnecessary troubles that would waste time. Resignedly, she removed the license plate from her vehicle and opened the trunk, extracting various fruits, vegetables, clothes, and several boxes of beef she had collected in Country R. The trunk could barely contain it all, with the back seat and passenger seat piled high. Next time, she would need a truck, otherwise, she would struggle to concoct excuses for transporting items back home. After several days away, she could not return empty-handed, especially after promising Chen Chen to bring back delicious treats. She vividly recalled his displeasure at her departure, emphasizing that she shouldn't resort to childish flattery. In her heart, Chen Chen was still a child, innocent and loving. In this life, he should not suffer as he did in the past. Once everything was loaded, Chunyi entered the car, activating the air filtration system, discarding her mask as she started the engine and followed the navigation. Visibility had dwindled to under 500 meters, and her fuel tank was nearly empty. After driving a few dozen kilometers, she finally spotted the outlines of a village, with a gas station not far off. City Z lay between cities S and N, part of a burgeoning southern second and third-tier urban area. Years prior, as City S developed, many factories had relocated to cities Z and N. With the growing population, numerous enterprises had spurred local economic growth, making even a village in the south more prosperous than some remote mountainous counties. Arriving at the gas station, which was modest in size, she noticed only one attendant directing her to park beside the first pump. As she waited by her car, Chunyi donned her mask, her throat often irritated by the smog she had inhaled in our country's dilapidated surroundings. Upon rolling down the window, she heard the attendant politely inquire, "Hello. Which grade would you like?" The young man's tone was cheerful. In such harsh conditions, working alone in the dead of night, his joy at seeing a customer was palpable. Chunyi thought he must be a boy who cherishes life. His infectious happiness brought a smile to her face as she replied, "Please fill it with 95. "Certainly. 95 it is. Please unlock the fuel cap." He pressed a few buttons on the machine, grabbing the nozzle and moving toward the fuel tank. Suddenly, a roaring sound erupted from behind, piercing the tranquil night air. Glancing at her rear-view mirror, Chunyi saw a striking red LaFerrari speeding into the gas station. The driver seemingly intent on showing off, executing a slight drift as they turned, the sound of tire friction sharp against the roar of the engine. The car came to a halt behind her. As she watched, a stunningly attractive young woman stepped out of the passenger seat, striding toward the restroom. She bore a hint of familiarity, yet Chunyi could not immediately place her. As the attendant retracted the fuel nozzle and approached her for payment, Chunyi dismissed the thought, reasoning that the woman might simply be a minor celebrity or internet influencer. After settling the bill, the attendant cheerfully wished her a safe journey. From the back seat, Chunyi handed him a box of fruit, the Sunny King from our country, significantly pricier than at home, being the birthplace of this fruit, alongside the Wagyu beef, attested to their comparable quality. "Thank you for your kindness." His cheerful demeanor relaxed her, and he accepted the gift with gratitude. "Thank you, miss. Please drive safely." He set the fruit down and walked back to the car, calling out, "What does our esteemed Ferrari owner have to say?" Chunyi couldn't help but chuckle at his words. In the rear-view mirror, she caught sight of the driver leaning out of the window, a handsome young man with light golden hair, wearing an expression of smug satisfaction. "In this backwater, it's only 98. Fill it up." The attendant responded brightly, "Understood. Filling 98. Please hold on, my esteemed Ferrari owner." The esteemed luxury indeed commands a significant price, with a staggering valuation exceeding 20 million and being a global limited edition. It is rumored that the price has soared to an astonishing 45 million. Undoubtedly, it is a symbol of prestige. Chunyi, with a playful spirit, smiled as she started the engine and gradually departed. Shortly thereafter, that LaFerrari whizzed past her, akin to a gust of wind. Chunyi did not intentionally accelerate but maintained a steady pace. In this lifetime, her life was quite valuable. This incident added a delightful twist to her journey, making even the lengthy drive less monotonous than anticipated. Chunyi activated her playlist, dispelling a hint of drowsiness. The journey continued smoothly until she exited the highway. En route to her home, when a minor incident occurred near the entrance of Tiandu Mansion, she was obstructed by two men dressed in tattered clothing, their faces displaying a fierce expression. One wielded a long knife, while the other brandished an iron rod, standing in the middle of the road and brandishing their weapons to demand she stop. Given her proximity to the community entrance, Chunyi's speed was not particularly rapid, yet the reason for their armed presence was unclear. An instinct warned her not to halt but to accelerate directly. Chapter 39. Spare the heroine. Chunyi lightly pressed the accelerator, and the vehicle surged forward towards the two men blocking the road. Initially, the duo waved their weapons, but as the car approached at an increasing speed, they trembled uncontrollably, their hands gripping tightly to their weapons, swallowing hard as they gazed at the oncoming car. Chunyi showed no signs of slowing down, having reached speeds exceeding 140 miles per hour. When the vehicle was mere dozens of meters away, they realized the driver was a young woman, and rather than decelerating, she was accelerating. With about 10 meters to go, the men were finally intimidated by her fierce momentum, their legs trembling as they retreated to the sides. Watching the car zoom past felt like a brush with death, and they exhaled a collective sigh of relief. The man with the knife stared at the car, realizing that the woman truly intended to run them over. Before he could regain his composure, the car suddenly came to a halt. He paused in confusion, turning to his companion, who mirrored his bewilderment. Both stood up together, observing as a tall, slender woman emerged from the vehicle, striding confidently toward them. After a moment of waiting without seeing anyone else, they exchanged glances, sensing mutual surprise. The tension on their faces dissipated, and even their weapons were held loosely, displaying an almost cheerful demeanor. However, their ease was short-lived when they noticed the woman reaching for her waist, followed by the sharp sound of metal clashing. It was the unmistakable sound of a gun being cocked. A cool evening breeze swept by, and the air suddenly felt frigid. Their hearts, which had just begun to calm, resumed racing uncontrollably. Under the streetlight, the metallic glimmer of her raised hand caught their eyes. Their legs weakened, and the weapons they had been brandishing fell to the ground with a clatter, jolting their dazed minds back to clarity. The man with the knife stammered, Sister, please don't shoot, we didn't mean to." The man with the iron rod trembled beside him, echoing, yes, please don't kill us. We didn't intend to stop you." Chunyi regarded the two older men coldly and replied, "Do not call me old." Taken aback, they nodded fervently, quickly saying, "What you say is true. Sister, please don't act impulsively." It was indeed amusing. Just moments ago, they had been brandishing their weapons, attempting to force her to stop, and while they had failed, their aggressive demeanor suggested they had no intention of inviting her to stargaze on this dusty road at such an hour. Why hadn't they thought about acting with restraint then? Humans truly tend to prey on the vulnerable. Having learned from her past experiences, Chunyi understood that kindness holds little value. She merely intended to inquire about the situation, and if necessary, eliminate the threat completely. "Why did you stop me, sister? Please don't be angry. We are truly in a desperate situation, which drove us to this reckless act." As the man with the knife spoke, tears began to fall. Chunyi watched them coldly, remaining silent. Seeing his companion in tears affected the man with the iron rod, who felt his own emotions welling up, his eyes brimming with unshed tears. He inhaled deeply. "We didn't intentionally block your car. In fact, we have stopped every car that passed."
Why?
He hesitated for a moment, inhaling again as if choosing his words carefully. Before Chunyi displayed impatience, he continued, "We're searching for someone named Maizaheo. We heard he recently moved to Tiandu Mansion and enjoys going out at night. We have been unable to find him, so we resorted to this method, hoping to intercept a car and perhaps find someone who knows him." Chunyi remained silent, mentally sifting through their words. However, she had seen enough crocodile tears to discern the truth behind their claims. Raising her gun once more, she scrutinized it carefully. To others, a more formidable weapon indeed serves as a source of fear. The two men, unaware of her thoughts, interpreted her intense gaze at the gun as a sign of impending doom. They immediately knelt down, banging their heads on the ground, weeping as they pleaded, "We speak only the truth. Please spare us, heroine." With repeated addresses of sister and heroine, Chunyi found their antics exasperating. She lowered her weapon and inquired, "Who is Maizaheo? Why are you looking for him?" Seeing that Chunyi did not appear to harbor murderous intent, the man with the knife began to explain. "We both operate factories in City Yen. My name is Li Dong. We manufacture tents, and he is Fu Jinshi, who produces down jackets. As for Maizaheo..." Li Dong's voice faltered, anger washing over his face. 2 months ago, he ordered a large quantity of tents from our factory. Our workers labored day and night to fulfill his order. He only paid 1/5 of the deposit when we signed the contract, and after delivering half the goods, he paid us another 1/5. He hasn't paid a single cent since. We sought him out multiple times to resolve this issue, even involving a lawyer to no avail. Later, we discovered that Maizaheo's father is the provincial department head here. We initially chose to collaborate with such a young man due to his father's position. Little did we know the current situation would be so shameless, with officials protecting each other. We are not only unable to retrieve our payment, but are also powerless against him. Fu's factory faces the same predicament, along with several others in the outdoor goods industry. We have only received a fraction of our payment, which does not even cover half our costs. We were elated to receive such a large order. But now we are suffering immensely. Maizaheo claimed the goods are stuck at customs and that he cannot pay us. Yet, he resides in this luxurious villa while our employees await their wages at the factory. Li Dong's voice cracked with emotion, tears streaming down his face, rendering him speechless. Fu Jinshi took over, saying, "Sister, what Li Dong has said is the absolute truth, with no exaggeration. We have been blocking cars here for many days, neglecting our families and businesses. With the weather worsening, our workers are stuck at home without wages, unable to eat. We were driven to this foolish tactic." Yet, they had not been able to find Maizaheo, only hearing from intermediaries that he resided in this vicinity. Truly, there was no intention to offend.
Chanye listenet.
Maintaining an impassive expression. Even so, having seen me descend from the vehicle alone, the caution reflected in your eyes would suffice for you to face 100 deaths. Chapter 40. The essence of survival. Alas, noble heroine, celestial being, divine bodhisattva. Li Dong cried out, prostrating himself and bowing deeply. We have been here for almost 4 shifts, and no one has parked before. Your stopping here has filled us with immense joy. Chunyi fixed her gaze upon them, remaining silent, unconvinced by their words. Perhaps unnerved by her stare, Fu Jinshi's face flushed with embarrassment, and he awkwardly spoke. We have been here for nearly a month since we left N City, arranging for people to guard this spot every day. Now, only a handful of us remain in a small rented room, struggling financially. We haven't eaten today. And seeing you park and walk down, we truly hope to borrow some money. His eloquence was striking. What was clearly an attempt at robbery had morphed into a plea for a loan. Noticing Chun Ye's continued silence, Li Dong too ceased his words, kneeling there, reflecting on his previously smooth life, having built a factory from scratch, with a happy family. Who would have thought that after this ordeal, the burden of debt would lead to a threat to his life, leaving him to beg on his knees for mercy? The more he pondered, the more it pained him, and tears uncontrollably streamed down his face, making him wish for an end to it all. Chun Yi regarded the 2 men before her. Fu Jinshi appeared to be nearly 50, while Li Dong was younger, around 40. Both men were soiled, their hair greasy and matted, resembling vagabonds. It was evident they had been exposed to the elements for too long, coughing intermittently. Chun Yi felt no sympathy for their plight, recognizing that many others were likely in similar circumstances. She had already witnessed the backlog of goods at the docks. Soon, there would be even more individuals of higher status reduced to their current state, or perhaps even worse. Yet, despite their dire predicament, these 2 were still concerned about paying their employees, indicating a trace of humanity remained within them. With a soft sigh, Chunyi turned and walked towards her vehicle. Li Dong and Fu Jinshi exchanged glances, wondering if the heroine had shown them mercy. Just as they relaxed, she returned from the car, carrying 2 bags. Instantly, they straightened themselves and resumed their kneeling postures. Rise, I am not yet deceased, and there is no need to worship me. She handed them the bags filled with water, chocolate and biscuits, items she had just retrieved from her backpack.
Eat.
Both men felt a surge of joy and, without concern for appearances, sat on the ground to devour the biscuits. Yet, a twinge of guilt began to surface within them. Chunyi placed another bag containing self-heating meals on the ground. Take this back for your companions. Then, leave S-City. In that moment, a whirlwind of thoughts flooded their minds, and they looked up at her in bewilderment.
Chanye,
however, did not meet their gaze, but instead stared at the overcast sky. Under the light, various particles of dust danced freely in the air. First and foremost, I do not know Maizaheo. I have only recently moved here, so I cannot assist you with your matters. Furthermore, I am under no obligation to do so. However, seeing your destitute state and the remnants of conscience you possess, I thought of the employees awaiting good news from you at the factory. She paused. Even if your words are false and deceptive, it matters not. It is merely my last flicker of kindness. Fu Jinshi, pausing to swallow a mouthful of biscuit, spoke impatiently and indistinctly. We are not deceiving you. We have already sold many things at home to pay off suppliers and employee wages, but as a small enterprise, we cannot cobble together sufficient funds. Chunyi waved her hand dismissively. It is of no consequence. Li Dong and Fu Jinshi felt a wave of disappointment wash over them, as if their myriad grievances were falling on deaf ears. From what you have said, that man's father holds a significant position. And it seems you lack any substantial backing, thus, remaining here serves no purpose. Return home. Spend time with your family and children. Consider it a final moment of warmth. Shaking her head, she turned to leave. What will we do about the money? We have no funds. My wife has already called, saying there is hardly any money left for living expenses. They were two grown men, yet at that moment, they wept like children, embracing each other in despair. Halfway down the path, Chani paused, turned, and regarded them. I have but a few words of wisdom. Whether you heed them is your choice. Return now and devise every possible means to procure money for food, whether it be by selling possessions or liquidating factory equipment for scrap. Food is the essence of survival, especially in your current state. Having spoken, Chunyi entered her vehicle and drove home. Li Dong and Fu Jinshi stared blankly as the car departed, not regaining their senses until the taillights vanished from view. They exchanged glances, silent, and resumed eating. After a considerable time, Li Dong lifted his head. Fu Ge, what do you think? Fu Jinshi adjusted his glasses. Let us return to the rented room and discuss it with the others. Li Dong nodded in agreement. All right. Let us head back. The two men rose, brushed off the dust from their clothes, and carried their belongings toward the rented accommodation.
Meanwhile,
Chunyi returned home at 4:45 a.m. Upon arriving at the door, she intended to use her iris to unlock it, only to find it had already been opened from within. Dan Mo was up, engaged in morning exercises. Hearing the car, Uncle Lee from the first floor also woke and stepped outside. Ancestor, you have finally returned. Look at this weather. You should take better care of yourself. Where have you been at this hour? Uncle Lee was both anxious and angry. Noticing her bandaged arm, he nearly leapt in alarm. You're injured? Though Dan Mo did not speak, his face was aflame with fury. Who hurt you? I will kill them. Chunyi looked at the two, warmth swelling within her, and smiled. It is a minor matter. I am fine. I have brought back many items. Please help me carry them in. The two men assisted in unloading the items from the car and placing them in the living room. Chun Chun and Li Xiong also descended from upstairs. Appearing to have worn themselves out from training during the day, early sleep indeed led to an early rise. However, upon seeing her injured arm, their expressions turned grave. Chun Chun glanced at the boxes on the floor, irritated. There is food at home. You don't need to buy anything. Where have you been for the past 2 or 3 days? And why are you injured? It's not purchased. It was scavenged. Chen Yi remained silent, merely smiling as she opened a few boxes, patting them and looking at Chen Chen. Come, see what I have brought for you. Who wants to eat it? Chun Chun retorted stubbornly, but as he beheld the fresh Wagyu beef, his smile became undeniable. He looked up at Chen Yi, wanting to say something, but upon noticing the blood seeping through her bandaged arm, his bright eyes were clouded with sorrow and guilt. Sister, I want to eat it next time. Please don't go out and get hurt again. Chapter 41. The pursuit of wealth is not a sin next time?
of course I would dare again.
Chunyi said nothing further, merely instructing everyone briefly before ascending the stairs to wash up and sleep. After a night of turmoil, her body and spirit were utterly drained. Dan Mo observed Chun Ye's weary countenance, wishing to express something, yet remained silent, a whirlpool of confusion troubling him. His uncertainty revolved around the midnight news concerning Country Y, which had rapidly become a trending topic. It must be said that the incident in Country Y was significant, redirecting global attention from the theft in Country R and the assassination of high-ranking officials to the theft of arms from Y's military depot. Moreover, the situation in Country Y has escalated dramatically. An entire warehouse of toxic gas munitions was detonated. It is reported that soldiers stationed there, who were pursuing the perpetrator, perished instantly, and all personnel within the large storage facility suffered varying degrees of exposure. The toxic gas spread across a radius of several hundred kilometers, and efforts to clean up the aftermath are ongoing. This incident is reminiscent of the time when Country R discharged nuclear wastewater, which is virtually impossible to clean up. At this juncture, surveillance footage was released, revealing that the likeness of a suspect captured during the theft at Country R's trade warehouse bears a striking resemblance to an individual previously identified. Consequently, the ghostly kill incident has inundated the global internet. Many condemned the ruthless tactics employed, asserting that the complete detonation of the gas munitions disregards the lives of the people of Country Y, thus violating the natural order. The authorities have blatantly ignored warnings regarding the previous theft at the port of Country Y, instead choosing to provoke further conflict.
Indeed,
The codename given to country R was not in vain. It is an embodiment of malevolence that deserves condemnation and punishment. For every voice of dissent, there are those who applaud. Throughout history, every matter has had its advocates and detractors. Numerous individuals have overlooked the egregious sins of ghostly kill and instead criticized country Y for hoarding such a significant stockpile of toxic gas munitions, revealing their nefarious ambitions. This incident is merely a consequence of their own making, and they cannot blame others. Indeed, the entire world has become a victim of their aspirations. What began as a debate fueled by the ghostly kill incident has now prompted various nations to join in the condemnation of country Y. No one knows if there are additional stockpiles of toxic gas munitions yet to be discovered. The production of such weapons, which contravenes the natural order, was banned last century. And now it has come to light that country Y has been hoarding a substantial quantity. The situation has escalated beyond mere theft. It has reached an international level, with many countries issuing statements demanding that country Y provide a reasonable explanation for its stockpiling of toxic gas munitions and effectively clean up the remnants. Furthermore, they are required to proactively destroy all remaining stockpiles of toxic gas munitions under conditions that guarantee safety. Country Y has already faced significant theft at its port, and now its armory has been compromised, with personnel at the storage facility suffering from varying degrees of toxic exposure. Many soldiers find themselves in imminent danger of death, causing logistical challenges for troop deployment. The remaining toxic gas has yet to be properly managed. At this moment, other nations have begun to intervene. The higher-ups are in disarray, unsure of how to respond, and have opted for silence. Other countries, however, are unwilling to relent in a swift response. All 6 major departments of the United Nations have voiced their concerns. In addition to international actions, a grassroots organization has spontaneously formed overnight to investigate ghostly kill. Some speculate it may be an individual who has awakened superhuman abilities. Others believe it to be a formidable secret organization comprising numerous individuals with mysterious powers, while some insist it must be a ghost, roaming the corners of the world, taking action against those who offend it. There are even many from country H who conjecture it could be a general commanding an army of phantoms, as it seems implausible that so many warehouses could be emptied in an instant. These individuals may have been overly influenced by tales of tomb raiding, yet their sentiments echo those of a ghostly nature. Some have countered that the notion of ghosts originates from country R, given their country's history with the supernatural. However, the idea of a phantom general is different. It evokes a sense of valor and patriotism. Every incident attributed to this figure has seemingly benefited country H. Consequently, numerous influencers quickly jumped on the bandwagon, producing a plethora of videos related to the incident, brazenly leveraging the situation for attention. They either alluded to or directly referenced the actions associated with ghostly kill, even fabricating imagined motivations behind its actions. Upon waking, Chunyi browsed her phone and came across the news, feeling somewhat embarrassed by the comments. She did not harbor any particular patriotic sentiments. Her intention was merely to procure resources from country Y to facilitate the destruction of Base 041. As for the toxic gas munitions, she had not anticipated the extent of the repercussions, only feeling that such substances were excessively hazardous and ought not to exist. Ultimately, her actions were driven purely by her intentions. Patriotism, indeed, has been exaggerated. She recalled the 2 men she encountered at night. While they may have amplified their words, they were not wrong in stating that, given the current situation, officials protect one another, making it impossible for peace to prevail. Throughout history, such individuals have always existed. Chunyi's upbringing was not rooted in the educational system of country H. Her impressions of national and international grievances were shaped by her parents' teachings. While she may not possess fervent patriotic feelings, she would not engage in harmful actions, and that was all there was to it. Chunyi retrieved an anonymous prepaid SIM card she had purchased for her trip to country S from country Y and registered an account on the largest international forum. To her surprise, the English name Ghostly Kill had already been taken. She reluctantly adopted the moniker Mammon 666, as they claimed to be demons. So she would be a wealthy demon instead. What is wrong with valuing wealth? Only deceitful myths would proclaim that an obsession with money is a sin. Indeed, only those who deceive you with falsehoods while profiting behind the scenes are the true demons. Chunyi posted a brief message. After all, the network coordinate concealment system had already been installed during the initial home renovation, costing millions. I am what you refer to as Ghostly Kill. Regarding the matters between country R and country Y, I confess I am not at fault. I harbor no ulterior motives. I act as I wish. As for your pursuit of me, do not speak of it. You will not catch me. Instead, reflect on your own actions. If you cannot remember, I will assist you in recollecting in 2 days. The post was a mere few lines in English, and given the recent influx of impostors, it was not unusual. As a new account, this post, with its concealed address, did not attract much attention. Even if someone viewed it, they merely regarded it as another new account seeking to ride the wave of traffic. Consequently, there were no replies or shares, and within minutes, the post was buried beneath others. Chanya's actions were somewhat reckless. Despite the concealment of her network coordinates, more skilled hackers could easily locate her. True to her nature, once she committed to an action, she would not make a fuss about it. How could someone who preferred to hoard supplies secretly act so brazenly? Everything she did was merely to find a platform to expose the abhorrent crimes of countries R and Y. The 041 experiment conducted by country R is intolerable by any nation that values human life. Chapter 42. The tragic irony of unawareness. Dinner consisted of teppanyaki. The premium beef, cut into thick cubes, was marbled and delicate, with clear grain patterns. It sizzled on the griddle, producing a thin sheen of oil, and the slightly charred fat emitted a rich aroma, complemented by a subtle hint of creaminess that made several diners pause their training. After waking in the afternoon, Chunyi had consumed 2 pieces of durian and sipped on the bird's nest that Uncle Lee had prepared since morning, which had been kept warm for her as she slept through lunch. The enticing smell of the meat wafted through the air, making her stomach rumble. Chun tugged at her, urging her toward the dining room. We had hot pot for lunch, but since you slept in, Uncle Lee is treating us to teppanyaki for dinner. Sister, I love you. The medium-rare beef, still warm from the griddle, was cut into chunks, revealing its tender interior. A light sprinkling of black pepper salt enhanced its flavor, melting in the mouth with a rich, layered texture that was neither greasy nor overwhelming. Each large piece of beef dissolved on her palate, leaving a lingering meaty aroma intermingled with a whisper of creaminess. Dan Mo was a bit daring, opting to eat sashimi. Everyone relished the meal, particularly Chin Chen, whose belly was filled to the brim. At that moment, he was in the courtyard, sipping tea to aid digestion. He paid no mind to Li Xiong's teasing, responding, "My sister says I'm still a child, growing taller. I'll train for another hour to work it off." Li Xiu washed the grapes and mangosteens that she had brought back from the kitchen, then served them alongside Dan Mo. When Chun Chen saw this, he hurriedly waved his hand, saying he could not eat any more. Li Xiong picked a grape and, while eating, remarked, "Miss, isn't there still a lot in the preservation cabinet in the basement? Why buy more? Don't you notice any difference?" Li Xiong shook his head. "What difference could there be? I can't tell. Is this batch more expensive?" Chunyi chuckled softly, but remained silent. Suddenly, as if recalling something, he asked, Xiong, do you know that my Jian, the director of the Provincial Public Security Department? Are you familiar with him? Yes, back when Boss Chun was still around, he took me to dinner with him. He doesn't have a good relationship with Mayor Chen, but he often drinks tea and dines with the boss during holidays. Why do you ask? He has a son named Mai something How. Do you know him? I haven't paid attention to that. Why are you looking for him? I heard he lives around here, which seems odd. His father is a public servant. Even if he is from the provincial department, how could he afford a house here? Chen Chen turned his head. What if he is renting? Even if he is renting, with his father's position, it seems unlikely he would be living in such a place. Look at Uncle. Chunyi glanced at Chen Chen. Uncle wouldn't he dare live in the luxurious community Dad bought, only used it when elder brother got married. You are still young and don't understand the nuances of the officialdom. If his nationality is foreign, then his father could send him money. And he could buy a house here as an expatriate without any issue. Many people do it. As for where the money comes from, doesn't misunderstand? Li Shu, being an elder who had seen many things, awakened Qin Yi with his words. If that is the case, it makes sense. Miss, why are you looking for this person? Li Shu asked again. Nothing, just curious. I heard he isn't a good person. Li Xiong added, as far as I know, that Director Mai's wife is a well-known strong woman, but I heard they are divorced and she seems to be abroad now. I'll go ask the property management where this person is, Chun Chen said as he prepared to stand up. Chun Yi waved his hand. Don't be foolish. The property management won't tell you anything. Go play a game instead. After years of living in country Y, hasn't he learned how to protect privacy? Sigh. It's a bit tough to guide a child who knows nothing about the world. As everyone dispersed, Dan Mo remained by her side, hesitating for a long while before saying Miss, the arms depot in country Y. Chunyi glanced at him, but did not respond directly. Dan Mo. It's your country. Dan Mo opened his mouth to say something but stopped, looking at her for a while. At this moment, a sharp light flickered in Chunyi's dark eyes. Dan Mo sighed softly. Miss, I am yours. I have sworn my loyalty to Mr. Chen for life. My heart remains unchanged towards you and young master. Wherever you are, I will be there too. I have wandered the world in my first half of life. For me, there is no fixed country. Wherever you consider home, that is my home. Is that so blind? Chunyi suddenly laughed. You don't need to be so tense. I'm just joking. Seeing the tension fade from Dan Mo's face, she gently continued. Regarding that arms depot, I merely glanced at it. I can't go there. I know you have your ways or your channels to arrange for someone to do it. My uncle, please stop your terrifying imagination. How could I possibly have such power? If I were that capable, would I need to build a fortress here just to evade the world? Chunyi could not reveal these bizarre matters to Dan Mo. She couldn't explain them, so she outright denied it. Let me ask you, can you break in, and bring someone with you?
Can you?
Dan Mo looked somewhat deflated. I can't. Then, that is settled. If you, my master, can't do it, how could I? At this point, Chunyi remembered something else. Dan Mo, teach me how to pick locks again, something more advanced. What are you planning to steal? Dan Mo asked anxiously. Why do you say again? Yes, why use again?
Oh, right.
Ever since he taught her how to pick ordinary locks when she was young, the little girl had proudly shown off her skills to the neighbors. Although she never stole anything, she was caught and reported to Mr. Chen, who forbade her from learning to pick locks again. It's useless. I can only open ordinary locks, learn from someone else back then. I can't do more intricate ones. I'm sorry, Mississippi. Chunyi sighed in disappointment. If you can't, then forget it. Next time, just break down the door. Chunyi looked up through the glass at the gray sky. Even the moon was obscured. The apocalypse had been upon them for half a month, yet she had not seen any particularly important figures in country Y, country R, or even her own country. Perhaps due to the persistent smog, people had somewhat adapted, going out as needed, working as usual. Besides marveling at human adaptability, one could only lament the tragedy of it all. Who would willingly go out if they didn't have to? Yet, for the sake of earning a few coins to survive, they had to. To them, this weather had become the new normal. Aside from the initial days of chaos when food was being looted, everything had returned to calm. Many factories had worked day and night in those early days, hastily catching up, and most of the goods that had been in short supply were now barely enough to sustain livelihoods. Even major ports and airports, under pressure, showed signs of resuming operations. Chapter 43. No one can resist the joy of 0 yuan purchases. Dan Mo, you say you belong to no nation. But if one day you witness the kind of human experimentation that occurred during World War II, what would you do? Dan Mo did not hesitate. His eyes blazing with anger. Kill all the initiators. Is that so?
Good.
After saying this, Chunyi fell silent. Dan Mo was somewhat perplexed by her reaction, thinking he might have misspoken, so he asked Li Xiong and Chen Chen the same question. Upon receiving similar answers, he became even more confused. He hadn't said anything wrong. Why was the miss so indifferent? Chunyi ignored him and returned to her room, then entered the space to organize the supplies in the large warehouse. This time, she had retrieved 4 armored vehicles, TNT explosives, grenades, smoke bombs, incendiary devices, countless firearms and light weapons, as well as rocket launchers, heavy machine guns, M57 fragmentation grenades, and various other heavy weaponry from country Y. She also found a lot of military-grade equipment such as level 3 body armor, helmets, mini-cameras, intercoms, and thermal goggles. There were even many new pieces of equipment she had never seen before. After all, Dan Mo had left the military to join mercenaries, and technology had advanced rapidly, introducing many newly developed military weapons that even Dan Mo had not encountered. However, as Chunyi looked at the pile of explosives, she recalled that there was another stash of explosives bought by Li Shu in the basement. She speculated that TNT explosives must be more stable than the ones Li Shu had purchased, which might contain black powder. Therefore, she designated a corner for that stash of explosives, planning to find an excuse to give them to Dan Mo next time. In the past 2 days, most of Chunyi's free time had been spent in the space. Aside from the time spent training, she organized the materials she had collected. It felt like opening a blind box. One never knew what the next box would contain. Chun-Yi divided the warehouse into several sections, each designated for different items. She also organized the goods from her first trip to country R, where she had gathered beef, which included half a warehouse of meat and a good amount of fruits and vegetables. She sorted everything by type. The items stored in the space would not spoil or expire, so she did not need to specifically send them to the cold storage in the villa's basement. The goods in the trade center were more varied, mostly consisting of general merchandise. There was a plethora of different items. However, pharmaceuticals remain undeniably useful, regardless of the circumstances. They constitute vital resources. The abundance of medicinal products from our country enjoys remarkable popularity on the international market, renowned for their efficacy. Textiles are also of considerable value, with this particular batch of fabrics and garments exhibiting exceptional quality. The clothing from our country prioritizes comfort, though style is not a primary concern. Daily necessities can be utilized when water is accessible. Snacks and instant meals can serve as sustenance in a post-apocalyptic scenario. Chun-Yi observed the meticulous packaging of the snacks, which thoughtfully included a resealable section for unfinished portions, with some even accompanied by small sealing tools. The packaging of instant food was equally user-friendly, designed to prevent messiness during consumption. In a nation that demonstrates such consideration in product design, how could they falter in matters of significant consequence and fail to recognize their position? Thus, in collecting these items, there should be no guilt. However, upon seeing the thousands of boxes of high-end skincare and cosmetics, Chun-Yi found herself momentarily at a loss, pondering their purpose. They occupied considerable space, and discarding them seemed a pity. Unlike her past, when she could easily present gifts to clients, in this dire era, such luxuries cannot substitute for food. When survival is at stake, who would apply cosmetics in hopes of satiating hunger? Consequently, she relegated the unnecessary items to another corner to gather dust. Overall, Chun-Yi felt a degree of satisfaction with the supplies received from our country. Should there be another opportunity, she would seize it again. No one ever complains about an abundance of goods, and her warehouse still has ample space. In her previous life, scavenging for supplies had been a necessity, but the joy of acquiring goods at no cost is an experience few would refuse. She aimed to take full advantage of this opportunity. As for the containers received at the port of White Country, there were simply too many for her to transport at once, so they would have to remain for the time being. Chun-Yi wandered through her space, noting the thriving crops in the fields, likely newly planted by the little spirits, which had yet to bear fruit. The animals in the livestock shed appeared robust and well-fed. She crouched by the pond to observe the 2 sturgeon she had previously borrowed from Uncle Lee's aquarium, now swimming lazily at the surface, mouths gasping for air. Having neglected them lately, she wondered what they were surviving on. Perhaps the little spirits would show some kindness and feed them a bit of air? She returned to the fields and pulled up a cabbage, then squatted by the pond to tear it into pieces and toss them in. However, before the fish could take a bite, the turbo duck nearby dashed over like a racing car, devouring the cabbage leaves in an instant. Finding the scene uninteresting, Chun-Yi decided to head back. The little spirits had accumulated enough travel funds for her, and the timing was right. She would fly over after midnight, ready to escape should any danger arise. Though it required some expenditure, her life was far more valuable. Having never visited the 041 experimental base, she was unclear about the actual conditions inside, but it was easy to surmise that the place was heavily fortified. Their actions were inhumane, and for the sake of secrecy, they likely established multiple layers of defenses, maintaining a heightened state of alert around the clock. From what she gathered through Inoue and Tanaka, it was evident that the military was heavily involved. The thought of such morally bankrupt individuals, with many willing to protect their secrets, ignited a fierce anger within Chun-Yi that she struggled to quell. She retrieved an MG light machine gun, along with a box of ammunition, loading the bullets one by one. After consideration, she also took out a submachine gun and its ammunition. She meticulously organized her thermal imaging glasses, smoke bombs, handguns, bulletproof vests, helmets, and other tools in conspicuous locations for easy access. The explosives were to be stored in the basement, alongside other items, and she set aside several grenades, though their power seemed insufficient for a base. As she lay on her bed, contemplating how to maximize her lethality, she realized her lack of knowledge regarding individual anti-tank weapons. Determined, she searched online for their usage instructions, painstakingly practicing the assembly of the launcher and missile tube in her room until she felt familiar with the process. Satisfied, she returned the items to her space, placing them prominently alongside the machine gun, uncertain of their potential utility, but knowing she had to prepare. Unsure of her own peace of mind, she retrieved a shoulder-mounted RPG, assembling it with missiles and setting it aside. She ventured downstairs to the tool pile in the basement, preparing a variety of items. Chapter 44. All fear arises from insufficient firepower. At 11:30, Chunyi stood equipped near the abandoned power plant of Zayama. Clad in a bulletproof vest and protective gear, draped in camouflage material salvaged from Y Country, she donned a gas mask and helmet, with a miniature camera pinned to her ear recording her journey. Although S City was still warm, the temperatures in the remote mountains of our country at night were quite cool, and her 3 layers of clothing prevented her from overheating. According to the information available, this was a site abandoned since the last century. The landscape revealed stones and gravel at the foot of the mountains, and the river was nearly dried up, with water levels exceedingly low. The darkness was profound, shrouded in heavy fog, obscuring her view of the structures across the way. The surrounding area was eerily silent, resembling a fearsome beast lying in wait for her arrival. Chunyi deployed a drone, its noise slightly amplified in the stillness of the night. She elevated it to a height where the sound was barely perceptible, navigating it over the mountains to survey the area. Equipped with long-wave infrared detectors and thermal imaging technology, she easily identified the remnants of dilapidated structures, many of which had collapsed, their crumbling walls overgrown with grass. As she scrutinized the images transmitted back to her, a modest 2-story building nestled within the mountains came into view. Despite years of exposure to the elements, with much of the plaster weathered and damaged, the main structure remained relatively intact. Notably, 2 soldiers stood guard on either side of the building. Adjusting her angle, she spotted 2 makeshift wooden watchtowers not far from the small building, each manned by a sentry. It appeared this location was indeed the experimental facility. The deaths of Inoue and Tanaka likely posed a threat to our country, prompting them to assume that the assassins were aware of the existence of 041. Otherwise, the perimeter guard would not have increased. Before she could locate the entrance to the facility, the building remained shrouded in darkness, devoid of illumination. Chunyi took a moment to assess her surroundings. Glancing at her sniper rifle, she recognized that she would have preferred a superior bow for this scenario. The watchtowers were merely 300 meters from the small building, and with her standard bird sniper outfitted with a silencer, she hoped the individuals in front of the building would not hear her shot. It was not fear of detection that troubled her. Rather, it was the uncertainty of what lay within. Chunyi stowed the drone, stealthily making her way to a vantage point approximately 500 meters from the watchtower. She scanned the area cautiously, but the fog obscured her view through the binoculars. After quietly advancing another 200 meters, she occupied a high point, concealing herself among the stones and grass, lying still while periodically peering through her binoculars at the sentry shrouded in mist. As night insects chirped in the forest, Chunyi waited patiently for over an hour. Finally, as the soldier on the left watchtower began to sway involuntarily, she gently chambered a round in her rifle, her finger lightly resting on the trigger as she aimed at the right sentry. A faint sound of an explosion echoed, and the sentry on the right watchtower collapsed quietly. Without pausing to assess the impact of her shot, she swiftly chambered another round, aiming for the left sentry. The sentinel on the left, who had been dozing off, was suddenly jolted awake. He glanced at his comrade lounging on the lookout post to the right and quickly pulled out his walkie-talkie. Just as he crouched to call for help, a bullet came hurtling toward his face, sending him sprawling backward. Chunyi raised her gun, swiftly got to her feet, and, while listening intently to the sounds ahead, stealthily maneuvered to a different position. Before her stood 4 individuals. Hitting any one of them would surely expose her, and she remained unaware of any additional adversaries lurking nearby. Thus far, aside from the sentries, she had seen no one else. The distance was 500 meters. The weather was hazy, and the environment was dire. Chunyi stowed her sniper rifle and exchanged it for an MG light machine gun from her spatial compartment. At that moment, she suddenly heard a commotion ahead. Raising her binoculars, she observed a few individuals in front of the small building exchanging anxious glances and, shortly after, 2 of them began to cautiously approach the lookout post. Chunyi shifted her gaze back to the lookout, only to discover that the sentinel she had shot earlier was no longer in his original position. Alarm bells rang in her mind. He must have alerted the others. Indeed, as the 2 soldiers from the small building carefully covered each other while making their way toward the lookout, the remaining 2 dashed toward the cover in front of the building. Instantly, 78 fully armed soldiers burst forth from the small building. Judging by their aggressive stance, this squad appeared to possess significantly greater combat capabilities than the station sentries. The thought of a direct confrontation sent a shiver down Chanya's spine, her heart racing. Pressing her back against the stone that served as cover, she clutched her machine gun, taking deep breaths to steady her nerves. The urge to teleport home surged within her. But the memory of her mission's purpose and our nation's heartless cruelty kept her grounded. The enemy's stronghold was right before her. She could not quell the fury within her without destroying it herself. Peering through her binoculars, she noticed that the enemy had set up a heavy machine gun on their cover. Moments later, the whirring of a drone's propellers echoed ominously overhead. The enemy was maneuvering a drone low to the ground, directly targeting her. Chunyi drew her pistol and shot the drone down before vacating her position. As she relocated, she failed to notice another squad of soldiers emerging from the small building. Thus, when she reached her next cover and pulled out her binoculars, her heart sank as she spotted yet another group attempting to sneak up the hill. The injured sentinel from the lookout was being assisted by the two approaching sentries as they made their way toward the small building. Observing the troops already mobilized in front of the small building, Jinyi gently set her light machine gun aside and retrieved a rocket launcher from her spatial compartment. Crouching behind the stone for cover, positioned advantageously on the high ground, she still found her location pinpointed by the enemy. Chanyi tossed 2 smoke grenades to her left in quick succession, then hoisted the rocket launcher onto her shoulder, releasing the safety catch. Pressing her cheek against the heat shield, she aimed at the small building and pulled the trigger. With a resounding blast, a fireball erupted, and amidst the debris and dismembered limbs that flew through the air, Jinyi grasped the launch tube in one hand and the machine gun in the other, dashing away through the smoke. Before the haze dissipated, she found refuge behind another rock. Crouching low with her machine gun, she scanned the surroundings for any suspicious movement, and upon seeing nothing amiss, she turned her attention back to the small building. The scene before her was chaotic. The dilapidated structure had partially collapsed under the force of the rocket, and numerous soldiers lay motionless on the ground, some with limbs blown off. Chapter 45. The Rise of Combat Spirit. Chun-Yi turned back, placing the machine gun at her side, and retrieved another rocket from her spatial compartment. Hiding behind the stone to prepare it in the launch tube. Once ready, she scrutinized the half-collapsed small building through her binoculars, but no one emerged from within. Remaining vigilant, she changed her observation angle every 10 seconds, repeating this process 56 times, yet still no one came out. Chun-Yi stowed the rocket launcher back into her spatial compartment and cautiously approached the small building with her machine gun in hand. As she neared the lookout post, bullets began to rain down from within the building. Reacting swiftly, she dove into the earthen embankment beneath the lookout, catching her breath while gripping her machine gun. As expected, they were lying in wait for her. The anger that brewed inside her rendered her calm. Under the threat of destructive weaponry, it was they who should be afraid. With a decisive turn, she positioned the rocket launcher on the earthen mound, aiming at the entrance of the small building. The enemy, clearly intimidated, unleashed a barrage of bullets in her direction. The projectiles struck the embankment, and with each dull thud, a cloud of dust and debris erupted before her, causing her to cough despite the mask covering her face. Chanya's rage ignited, her eyes glinting with cold resolve. At that moment, she resembled a harbinger of death. Braving the smoke as she aimed and squeezed the trigger, a fiery projectile shot through the entrance of the small building, detonating upon impact. The resulting conflagration consumed the already unstable structure, reducing it to rubble. Chun-Yi retracted the launch tube into her spatial compartment and, with her machine gun at the ready, maneuvered along the ground for cover. Once the thick smoke cleared, she raised her binoculars, revealing that the building had nearly collapsed entirely, leaving only a few crumbling walls standing. The ground was littered with bodies, and the acrid scent of gunpowder and blood permeated the air. Observing the stillness, she felt a surge of urgency. Gathering her strength, she dashed forward between the various forms of cover. 10 minutes had elapsed since she first opened fire, and she knew reinforcements would soon arrive. Although the location was distant from the city, it was merely half an hour from the nearest military base. This was precisely why our nation had boldly established their experimental site here. Arriving at the site of the collapsed small building, Chun-Yi examined the ground. After a thorough search, she soon discovered the entrance to an underground passage marked by a slight color variation in the earth. Drawing a grenade, she swiftly tossed it inside as she lifted the entrance cover, quickly closing it afterward. At that moment, the sound of a drone echoed overhead. Retreating to the ruins of the wall, She fired upon the drone, sending it crashing down as the passage below erupted in a violent explosion, causing the ground to tremble slightly. She lifted her machine gun and fired upon the drone, obliterating it. Then, she returned to the entrance, prying the cover open once more. The thick smoke enveloped her, but as she listened closely, there was no sound coming from within. With a belt of ammunition slung over her shoulder and her machine gun held at chest level, she confidently stepped into the tunnel. The corridor ahead was long, and as Chun-Yi brushed her fingers against the bricks, she noted they were relatively new, suggesting that the small building had once served as an administrative office for an old power station, with the underground passage built later. This implied that they had been preparing for this experiment for quite some time. The thought of their long-standing conspiracy ignited another wave of fury within her. As she turned a corner, she pulled a grenade from her belt and hurled it forward. The explosion reverberated, and in the moment of deafening noise, she pivoted around the corner, spotting a robust steel door at the end of the corridor. Upon closer inspection, she noticed faint electrical currents flickering across the surface of the door, which was secured by a lock requiring a password, fingerprint, and iris scan. Retreating slightly, she rummaged through her spatial compartment for 2 bundles of explosives that she had procured from the armory, tying them together. Although their power was inferior to those from Y Nation, they would suffice. To ensure a successful ignition, Chun-Yi soaked the fuse in gasoline, inserted the detonator into the explosives, and placed them against the wall near the door, pulling the wire back until she was almost at the entrance. Crouching on the ground, she fired to ignite the fuse, watching as sparks ignited the gasoline, flames rapidly advancing toward the steel door. Chun-Yi raised her arms to shield her ears. Tucking her head between them, a resounding explosion echoed through the air, followed by the sound of bricks crashing to the ground. Chun-Yi felt the jarring impact of the blast reverberate painfully through her chest, as if a torrent of heat were about to erupt from her heart. Gritting her teeth, she swallowed back the surge of anguish and scrambled to her feet, clutching the machine gun as she dashed toward the corner. At the end of the corridor stood a staircase, leading directly to the tunnel entrance, devoid of any cover. Before she could reach the turn, thick, black smoke enveloped her, obscuring her view of the situation beyond the door. Positioned at the corner, Chun-Yi listened intently to the disarray of footsteps emanating from behind the door. Without hesitation, she pulled a grenade from her pocket, removed the pin, and tossed it into the smoke. The explosion reverberated, and seizing the moment when both sides were rendered momentarily deaf, she suppressed her pain and charged toward the door. As she emerged from the smoke, she caught a blurred glimpse of the wall beside the door, which had been blasted open, revealing an unclear scene within. Her machine gun had already begun its relentless barrage. The ammunition belt fed rounds into the chamber, and spent casings erupted like a gushing spring, falling behind her in an orderly line. Chun-Yi took cover at the breach, firing indiscriminately into the chaos. The cries of the wounded mingled with the sharp, metallic sounds of bullets striking various objects and the shattering of glass. Inside, a cacophony of noise ensued, punctuated by the sound of retreating footsteps. Indeed, the enemy was intimidated by her firepower and began to withdraw. Fueled by a surge of battle fervor, Chun-Yi pursued them without hesitation, her machine gun rattling off rounds as she advanced. The air was filled with the sounds of destruction, shattering glass, splintering equipment, and the clatter of office supplies. After a relentless spray of bullets, silence fell, and several uniformed soldiers lay sprawled on the ground, surveying the scene, which resembled a battlefield. Chun-Yi noted that this place appeared to be an office rather than a surgical theater. Glancing at the papers on the desk, she casually flipped through a few, capturing close-ups before photographing the surrounding equipment. She continued deeper into the facility. The ground was littered with soldiers, none resembling research personnel, which defied logic. There must be more people further inside. As she stepped over the fallen bodies, intent on moving deeper, an instinctual sense of danger washed over her. She swiftly turned around, sensing a presence. A soldier, who had been knocked down at the door, now lay prone on the ground, aiming a gun at her, the trigger already pulled.
Bang!
The force of the bullet struck Chun-Yi, causing her to lean back. Regaining her balance, she raised her weapon and fired back until the soldier was riddled with bullets. Only then did she pause, clutching her chest. Despite wearing a bulletproof vest, she had recently been injured by the explosive shockwave, and pain surged within her. Casting a glance at the breach, she pressed forward. Ahead, a right turn led to a door, which she knocked upon, the sound sharp and clear. It was a standard aluminum alloy door. She stepped back slightly and, tilting her body, fired several rounds at the keyhole. Following the gunfire, the sound of the door cracking open echoed through the air. Chunyi positioned herself beside the door and hastily pushed it open, only to be met with muffled sobs from within. "Come out quickly, or I will blow you to pieces," she commanded, knowing that anyone present would understand English. Initially, there was no response, just the sound of weeping, which seemed to grow louder. "My patience is limited. In 1 minute, if you do not come out, I will kill you all." The rustle of clothing began, accompanied by hesitant footsteps. Losing her patience, Chunyi burst into the room, unleashing a barrage of gunfire at the floor. The expansive space was divided by glass into numerous small compartments, each housing various equipment, with animals trapped inside, barely clinging to life. In the center stood several sealed glass tanks filled with an unknown liquid, housing various mutated sea creatures that appeared to still be writhing. Further back, the area was partitioned into larger sections, and through the glass, Chunyi vaguely discerned numerous human figures. In the last large compartment stood a glass tank identical to those in the center, containing several bodies. The gunfire sent the occupants scrambling to the ground, trembling and clutching their heads in fear. 13 individuals, all donned in protective suits and masks, crouched in submission. Chunyi regarded them intently. "So, all of you are here?" A man who appeared to be their leader responded in English, stating that 2 individuals were missing. He was older, and when she inquired about the names of the absent, he complied. She then demanded the names of all personnel present. Glancing at the list in her hand, she coldly pocketed it, then ordered them to remove their masks, eager to see the faces of these treacherous individuals. Initially, they hesitated, but when she shot the leader in the leg, their resolve crumbled, and they began to weep and scream. The man groaned in agony as he collapsed, blood pouring from his wound. "Did you think I was requesting you?" Chunyi asked icily. This time, they complied, removing their masks and lowering their gazes to the floor. "Now raise your heads," just as they were about to refuse. The intimidating presence of Chunyi compelled them to comply. "I wish to see the faces of the most heartless individuals on this earth," she declared as she approached them, ensuring the cameras on her ears captured every detail. Chunyi circled around them, then turned to examine the surrounding equipment. In her youth and arrogance, having subdued several individuals, she was caught off guard when a woman lunged at her from behind, wielding a scalpel. As Chunyi was distracted by photographing the various apparatus, the blade struck her shoulder. Instinctively, she reached back, seizing the woman's wrist, pivoting sharply and with precise force, she hurled the assailant to the ground. The dull thud reverberated as the woman groaned, unable to rise, collapsing in a moment of breathlessness. It seemed likely that a bone had been broken in the fall, leaving her too fearful to take a deep breath. The others, regaining their senses, averted their gazes from Chunyi, removing the scalpel from her shoulder. Chunyi felt the warmth of her blood and cursed her carelessness. Holding the blade, she mused, "Do you know what you're doing?" The leader replied, "Please, do not kill us. We were merely following orders." Chunyi chuckled coldly. "I have heard a saying. Robbers venture out each day with their accomplices, robbing every passerby, committing heinous acts. Their wives and children know their husbands and fathers commit evil deeds, yet they remain at home, benefiting from their ill-gotten gains. When the day comes that the robbers are eradicated, do you think their families are innocent?" One man suddenly shouted, "I have devoted my life to this research. It is meant to benefit all humanity."
Why?
Ignoring his philosophical questions, Chunyi retorted, "If you truly understood humanity, you would not perpetrate the same atrocities that have persisted since the last century, refusing to acknowledge your wrongs while continuing to commit vile acts. How can one reason with such individuals? In my view, not only should your families be punished, but the eradication of your entire lineage would be insufficient." Chunyi spoke with palpable resentment, her eyes ablaze with fury. Despite having endured the horrors of a predatory world in her past life, she had never encountered anyone so brazenly audacious as to utter such shameless words. "You cannot kill us. This experiment has consumed years of our dedication and must not be obliterated," shouted another man, pounding his fists in desperation. Chunyi, however, had lost all interest in further discourse with them. Resolutely, amidst their panicked and despairing gazes, she raised her firearm and granted them a merciful end. She also wished for them to experience the torment she had suffered at the hands of others. Time was no longer on her side. After ensuring the woman who had just been cast out received her due, Chunyi retreated to the larger compartment. Peering through the glass, She observed the lifeless forms within and, with determination, retrieved her phone to capture a few close-ups. Subsequently, she produced several gallons of gasoline from her surroundings, uncapped them, and liberally doused the entryway, corridor, office area, and laboratory. Returning to the laboratory, she positioned several gas canisters, opened their valves, and strategically placed bundles of explosives in various corners, including 2 canisters and 2 bundles in the outer office. She sensed a faint tremor, indicating the approach of heavy vehicles. Their forces would arrive soon. Having completed her preparations, Chun-Yi retreated towards the passageway. Before she could ascend, she noticed another drone from the opposing side approaching through the crevice above. Setting her small flying device to her home coordinates, she withdrew a grenade, removed the pin, and hurled it into the distance before instantly teleporting back home. Chapter 47. This is not a good melon. Upon returning to her room, Chun-Yi discarded her clothes and tended to her wounds in front of the mirror. The injury on her shoulder was rather deep, likely necessitating a tetanus shot. If Donma were to learn of this, he would undoubtedly bombard her with questions. Sighing, she hastily cleaned the wound, applied medicinal powder, and wrapped it in gauze. Having just emerged from a state of combat, she found herself devoid of sleep, likely due to the lingering adrenaline. Thus, she logged onto a popular international forum using her account, Mammon666, and posted, "I am the Phantom Killer. In a place called Sakayama, County T, our country. Beneath the abandoned power station's former administrative building lies a passageway that houses the laboratory, collaboratively established by the our country government and the Wugong Pharmaceutical Group. It is engaged in research on the transfer of marine mutated biological toxins to humans for symbiosis, aiming to acquire mutated genes for evolutionary purposes. This experiment is designated as Project 041. She concluded her post and sent it off without concern for whether it would be read. After photographing the list, she turned to transfer the video from her miniature camera and close-up photos from her phone to her computer for editing. Over the past few days, the internet buzzed with news of thefts in our country and Y country, primarily focusing on the gas leak situation in Y country. Chun-Yi paid little heed to it, skimming through the updates before realizing it was already past 3 in the morning. She powered down her computer and lay down in bed. Having sustained a scrape on her left arm in Y country, and now a stab wound on her left shoulder, she felt a dull ache throughout her body, making it difficult to find rest. Entering her space, she grabbed her sleeping bag and made her way to the wooden cabin. Finding a random spot, she spread out the sleeping bag and nestled inside. Inhaling the fresh scent of wood, she felt some of her pain dissipate, and her eyelids grew heavy, soon succumbing to a deep slumber. Within an hour of posting, Chunya's message went viral online, akin to pouring a bucket of water into a pot of hot oil, erupting into chaos. This was catalyzed by the breaking news of an explosion in County T, our country, which resounded loudly enough to be heard across the nation. Almost immediately, individuals dug into the details, discovering that the explosion site corresponded precisely to the abandoned power station mentioned in her post. Prior to Chun-Ye's publication, the official response from our country was the demolition of the abandoned structure, asserting it was a routine detonation and urging the public to remain calm. Although many speculated whether our country was covertly orchestrating a nuclear explosion, the backdrop of recent political assassinations and the theft of military supplies only fueled suspicion. Thus, when the official statement emerged in the early hours, it garnered little attention. Regardless of the veracity of Mammon 666 claims, public focus shifted toward the aforementioned Project 041. Despite lacking confirmation, the inhumane nature of the experiment stirred a significant uproar online, captivating a global audience. Many began to correlate the contents of Mammon 666 posts, which were both brash and succinct, leading numerous individuals to speculate that Mammon 666 was indeed the Phantom Killer. The first post openly acknowledged our country's theft, promising to provide reasons in 2 days, only to unveil such a colossal scandal shortly thereafter. However, this revelation was far from favorable, distasteful, and repugnant. Most remained skeptical, yet their interest in the incident remained undiminished. Even if untrue, our country's historical reputation compounded by the echoes of past transgressions by their ancestors fostered doubt. Moreover, the power station had been abandoned for years. Why the sudden urgency to demolish it now? Many sought information and discovered that only a dilapidated administrative building remained, rendering demolition unnecessary. A heavy rain and rising river levels could have easily brought it down. Furthermore, the explosion site showed significant land subsidence, Could such a crumbling structure justify such extensive detonation? This was no mere demolition. It was a cataclysmic explosion. Did this not reveal their guilt? Claims of demolition felt like a farce. In no time, the original post was captured by netizens from various countries, translated into their respective languages, and disseminated across major platforms. Although there was no concrete evidence, the absence of an official retweet did not prevent emergency meetings from being convened to explore various possibilities surrounding the incident. That night, our country's high-ranking officials gathered, the Prime Minister remaining silent, his face etched with fury as he glared at everyone present, finally casting a glance at the head of the Defense Ministry. Based on the drone footage, the individual in front of the obliterated administrative building was the same one previously captured near the Trade Center's warehouse. Initially, it was assumed that the person had fled to White Country after being spotted, but now it seemed to reinforce their belief that it was an organized effort. Not only had they failed to apprehend the suspect, but they had also obliterated the base of Project 041, a more terrifying reality being that it was now public knowledge. The chief cabinet secretary slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming in anger, "How did he come to learn about our top-secret project? And how did he orchestrate this explosion?" The Defense Ministry's contingent, despite being numerous, had proven utterly ineffective. "How are you serving the nation?" The Prime Minister rubbed his aching forehead, pondering how to respond to the international community. With the underground passage destroyed and evidence obliterated, denying the incident would leave no trace for investigation. Moreover, should any evidence arise, they could claim that the Phantom Killer was intentionally defaming them. The Foreign Minister chimed in, "We must act swiftly." The Chief Cabinet Secretary sighed. The drone footage had not captured whether the individual had escaped or perished in the explosion, an uncertainty that loomed heavily. At this moment, the head of the legal department interjected. To mobilize the entire nation and yet fail to capture a notorious thief, while also losing our most covert operations, raises serious concerns for our national security. Furthermore, the account disseminating this information remained elusive. Even if they could not apprehend the Phantom Killer, they must at least identify the holder of this account. A consensus of nodding heads echoed throughout the room. The Phantom Slayer operates with an enigmatic and ruthless demeanor, and thus far, has been unable to obtain even the slightest information about the opposing party. Consequently, handling this matter has been utterly bewildering, leading to a cacophony of opinions with no satisfactory conclusion. By 10 a.m., under pressure from various nations, the Prime Minister addressed the camera, stating, "Our country has never conducted such experiments, nor has there ever been such a plan. We will retain evidence against the originator of the rumors circulating online and will begin an investigation into the account, Mammon 666. Upon apprehension, severe measures will be taken." Such words felt oddly familiar. Chapter 48. The Harvest of Cucumbers. When Chinyi awoke, she found herself on the floor of her room, having been ejected from the space, once more. After freshening up, she opened her computer to see our nation's official announcement online, which elicited a slight twitch at the corner of her mouth. She had anticipated this outcome. Thus, she logged onto the forum, uploaded the meticulously edited video and close-up photographs from yesterday, and prefaced it with a familiar introduction, "I am the Phantom Slayer." The 041 experiment was destroyed around 2 a.m., not as our nation claims, due to the demolition of an old building. Of the 15 principal researchers involved, 13 have been eliminated. The remaining 2 will meet the same fate once I capture them. According to the researchers, this experiment commenced several years ago. The preliminary phase involved living subjects, which proved successful, hence the desire to conduct human trials, though none have succeeded thus far. A certain Dr. Smith from Y Nation had advised our nation during the early stages of this experiment. Once the success rate for living subject trials exceeds 35, human trials should commence. This individual has recently evaded collaboration with our nation due to weather conditions. I am unaware of who he is. If anyone knows, please inform me so I may put an end to his nefarious intentions. Following this were several close-up images, clearly labeled in our language, documenting the 041 experiment's data records. Peculiar organisms in glass tanks within the laboratory, animals in adjacent compartments suffering from severe decay, numerous human subjects in isolation, and even human remains submerged in a tank. The list of the 15 researchers was also included, along with various instrument close-ups, except for certain crucial areas of the human anatomy. The original images were presented in their unaltered state. She even thoughtfully highlighted the names of 2 researchers who were absent at the time. Additionally, there were several videos, including footage captured as she charged down from a mountain, showcasing the administrative building, tunnel entrances, brickwork within the tunnels, corridors, robust electrified steel doors, and the decimated offices. Alongside the bodies of soldiers strewn across the floor, as well as clear images of the 13 principal researchers. Within the central glass tank, the mutated organism writhed slowly. However, the video did not reveal the specifics of how the destruction was executed. Amidst the chaotic visuals, numerous corpses were visible, including close-ups of several researchers in white protective suits who had perished. After sending her post, she gathered the blood-stained clothes from yesterday, bagged them, and disposed of them in the refuse bin downstairs. Chun Chun had just woken from his afternoon nap when he saw her. "Sister, you're up so late again. You've missed training again," he said, rushing over to place a hand on her shoulder. A sharp pain shot through her shoulder, causing Chunyi to involuntarily grit her teeth and take a sharp breath. She then crouched down and slipped out from under Chun's arm. His expression shifted. "What's wrong? Is your wound hurting?" "I'm sorry. I forgot you were injured." He assumed he had touched the bruised arm from that day. "It's nothing. Just tell Don Ma that I want to be able to train for the next few days." Although these recent solo missions had made her aware of the importance of physical strength, at this moment, her chest felt like it might shatter. And even breathing caused her pain, compounded by the injury to her shoulder. Chunyi reclined in the rocking chair in the courtyard with her eyes closed. Uncle Lee served her warm ginseng chicken soup that he had been simmering for lunch. She sipped it intermittently, watching Uncle Lee tend to the vegetable patch. His training typically occurred in the morning, and he usually refrained from afternoon sessions due to his age. The vegetable garden was now flourishing, vibrant with greenery. Chunyi could barely muster the strength to breathe deeply and simply watched Uncle Lee laboring alone while the other 3 men had gone off to train. Using her arm injury as an excuse, she had Don Ma administer a tetanus shot. Observing her pallid complexion, Don Ma expressed concern. "You look exceptionally weak. Do you have other injuries?" He truly had a keen eye. Chunyi smiled softly and reassured him, "It's nothing. I'll be fine after a few days of rest." This time, she had indeed acted recklessly. If she were to perish, the supplies at home should suffice for quite a while, provided they stayed put. "All right. Then you should refrain from training for the next few days." "Yes, Donma, I would like a bow." Donma nodded. "I'll go out in a couple of days to find suitable materials for you. And you should teach them how to use firearms." Chun Chen's aim is woefully poor. "All right, go rest. Don't linger here. Lie down and take care of yourself. I'll come to call you for dinner." "Okay." Chunyi felt exceedingly unwell and, upon returning to her room, immediately entered the space, heading straight for the wooden cabin. Upon reaching the door, she was enveloped by the faint aroma of the wood wafting through the purple bamboo grove, which seemed to alleviate her pain. She fell asleep in the sleeping bag she had left the night before, only emerging from the space when Chun Chen came to summon her for dinner. In the afternoon, Uncle Lee noticed Chanya's pale complexion and prepared ginseng and astragalus pigeon soup for her, insisting she drink it while it was hot. After sweating profusely, a bit of color returned to her face. At this moment, Chunyi was unaware that her post had been circulated across all nations within mere hours. In response to the condemnation and official statements from various countries regarding our nation, she remained indifferent. While this incident was indeed a violation of moral principles, it echoed Jia Su's cynical words. Though it may harm the heavens, it does not harm our alliances. In the short term, it is impossible to truly reach a stage of fervent transformation. It has merely ignited a war of words. After all, they had not experienced such events in the past. Only the people of Huagua, regardless of generational changes, will never forget this segment of history. Furthermore, the weather does not allow for any confrontation at this moment. Nor will there be any opportunity in the future. With heavy rains approaching and global floods looming, the heavens offer no refuge, and the earth provides no sanctuary. During such times, people find themselves battling against nature's wrath, and while the experimental calamity in our country has already transpired, it has yet to encroach upon their own lives. In the face of self-interest, there is simply no time or energy to pursue further consequences. People often believe that with the creation of advanced weapons and tools, they can conquer nature. Yet, this is not the case. Having endured the apocalyptic night, they have come to intuitively grasp the concept that they are but grains of sand. At this moment, holding a fragment of celestial wisdom merely signifies a slightly better position than others. What will unfold in the future remains unknown. As on the first day of the zombie outbreak, their fate was sealed. Chunyi shut off the international news and logged into a forum. Her latest post had been pinned as a hot topic, accumulating hundreds of thousands of comments. The first 3 pages of the forum were filled with various condemnations and vitriol regarding Experiment 041. To her surprise, she encountered a lengthy post from a netizen in our country, enumerating the numerous sins of their nation and compiling interviews from residents expressing deep-seated animosity towards their government. The photos and videos uploaded by Chen Yi were of high clarity, although compressed upon upload. Several individuals from our country recognized their relatives from the birthmarks and other features depicted in the images. This, in turn, brought to mind her own family members who had been missing for a long time. She never expected to find them in such a manner. Unfortunately, the Zayama area had been bombed into a vast pit, and all hopes had become relics of the past. It was said that the government had collaborated with the largest pharmaceutical conglomerate for research, and while there was no recourse against the government, she could only privately curse the 3 individuals involved. Some shops had ceased selling any medications produced by the military pharmaceutical group. Initially, the international discourse was predominantly righteous condemnation of our country, yet it seemed that people had forgotten the abhorrent actions of the Ghost Slayer that had once incited their ire. Not only were these actions unmentioned, but the tone of the conversation also shifted unexpectedly. Netizens from X-country, long suffering from poverty exacerbated by continuous warfare, fervently praised the Ghost Slayer for uprooting the malignant tumor that was Project 041, although the root had not been eradicated. Such an action on behalf of the global populace was deemed worthy of protection. Ultimately, they timidly requested assistance in dismantling more of the hostile Y country's armories. This comment initially sparked concerns for the personal safety of the Ghost Slayer. After such bold actions, our country would undoubtedly spare no effort to hunt him down. Subsequently, others mocked X country's requests as being exceedingly presumptuous, pointing out that Y country had already issued the highest level of a wanted notice against the Ghost Slayer and that X country itself was impoverished. What could they offer in return? Were they to send him to the battlefield to scavenge for shell casings? Thus, international netizens began to claim the Ghost Slayer for their own nationalities. Netizens from D country, our nation is affluent. We can offer you a noble title, land, and oil fields. We can ensure your safety. Conditions: we require the most advanced weaponry from Y country in return. Netizens from S country, we possess minerals and wealth. What you can offer, we can too. Conditions: we seek some land from Huagua. Netizens from E country, I say, cease your boasting. Here, even newborns are born with the highest status. No conditions whatsoever. Netizens from P country, how amusing. I, from the city of Elam, which you all covet, have no demands. Netizens from my country, the reason you have no demands is that, upon meeting, you surrendered. What could you offer for protection? Come to my realm, where our ancestors have always been powerful. Conditions: let the people of Huagua cease claiming we steal their possessions. Netizens from Y country, you've called us your elder brothers for quite some time, so cease your boasting. Our strength is evident. Protecting oneself is simple. Whatever we have taken is ours, and our family members can take whatever they wish. The talk of wanted notices is absurd. We are merely concerned about our kin being bullied outside and wish for them to return home. We have but one request. Do not provide weapons to D country's wealthy elite. Netizens from our country, brother, he is using your belongings to attack me. Are you certain you will not help me reclaim my honor? As the conversation continued, it transformed into a grand scene of wishes. From requests for the Ghost Slayer to strike at D country's oil reserves to pleas for assistance with various grievances, it ultimately escalated to the absurd, with someone stating they were in a restroom without toilet paper and asking the Ghost Slayer for help. Such bizarre comments compelled the forum to issue a disclaimer stating that the opinions expressed were solely personal and did not represent the official stance. Chinyi found herself both amused and exasperated. She was neither a genie nor Spider-Man, and certainly not a messenger. Scrolling through the comments from Huagua, she encountered even more eccentric requests, as if in their minds, the Ghost Slayer was omnipotent. Great Ghost Slayer, please go to S country and eradicate the drug lord. Brother, please plant our national flag atop Y country's grand palace. I shall crown you as emperor. Brother, do you know my brother Qin? Can you unify the world like him? First, make me a general, and I shall rally my entire village to support you. Your village alone is insufficient to unify the world. First, learn from Genghis Khan. Provide me with a map of O continent to achieve a small goal. I shall bring the people of our town as loyal soldiers. Have you committed some grave sin to have the audacity to betray your kin? I suggest you seize both the North and South Poles and employ a strategy of encircling cities from the countryside. Have you heard of the 2 little mushrooms gifted by Y country to our country? It's fine to recycle old tales. The effect remains equally potent. Add some ham, eggs, and scallions, and you'll have fragrant fried rice. Can we first set fire to the ghost society? Additionally, I believe Yangzhou fried rice is superior. Let us pry open Y country's treasury and loot their armory. Once their family collapses, the world will know peace. Moreover, Yangzhou fried rice pales in comparison to stuffed rice rolls. Compared to Y country, I harbor greater disdain for D country, as I am not wealthy myself.
Furthermore,
when it comes to food, pig trotter rice possesses true soul. Most detestable is I country, which has stolen so many of our cultural relics and displays them as their own for profit. Speaking of soul, how can Huangmen chicken be unworthy? Let us strike that cowardly old 6p country that surrenders at the drop of a hat. They must not be allowed to yield. If they do, we shall still have to support them. Furthermore, Huangmen chicken is less fragrant than claypot rice. The audacious remarks from G province elicited trembling from those hailing from F province, yet they still insisted on arguing. Taro rice is simply divine. How did this conversation devolve into a fast food competition? Chapter 50. A year of misfortune. Chun Yi perused the comments, noting the most fervent plea for her to incinerate the ghost society, as they expressed outrage over our country's ancestors committing such grievous sins without remorse, having let the roots decay, and allowing the current regime to conduct such horrific research. Chun Yi pressed reply, certainly. In no time, the original poster responded. She actually replied, Mom, look at me. I'm making progress. The Ghost Slayer has responded to me. They then inquired, when does the esteemed one plan to strike? Chun Yi replied, in a few days. A few days? How many is that? Instantly, this comment ignited a considerable stir online. Compared to the exposure of Experiment 041, powerless netizens could only vent their frustrations and condemnations online. Now, the Ghost Slayer seemed to imply that he would once again act on behalf of the people, aiming to obliterate our country's faith, correct? If this were accomplished, then would it not be but a short step to feed them a few little mushrooms next time? Many well-meaning individuals took Chun Yi's response and directly tagged the official diplomatic account of the our country, exclaiming, did you hear? My brother is coming. Shouldn't you prepare a warm welcome for him? Numerous netizens promptly provided schematics of the Ghost Society, detailing even the security layout. It remains unclear whether this was a deliberate reminder or a form of mockery. The online atmosphere became lively once again. Chun Yi, however, harbored no such intentions. There was no need for it, as that nation had been reduced to mere remnants in the post-apocalyptic world. She had merely intended to scavenge for items and stumbled upon the secret, which incited her anger, prompting her actions. After 2 days of rest, during which she primarily lay in the wooden cabin of her space, aside from meals and brief excursions, Chun Yi appeared to have recovered considerably. The pain in her chest had notably diminished when she straightened her back. Observing the increasingly severe haze outside, she noted that Dan Mo had fashioned a bow for her, yet was dissatisfied due to the lack of quality materials. Moreover, she still lacked the strength to wield it effectively. Thus, she asked Uncle Lee to contact the individual from whom they had previously purchased a tang knife to inquire about the availability of crossbow bolts.
compared to a bow,
A crossbow is significantly more convenient and less physically demanding, making it a more suitable option for her recuperating state. After making the call, Uncle Lee informed her that the knife seller had recommended another contact, who had both bows and crossbows available. Subsequently, Uncle Lee arranged a meeting with the bow vendor to inspect the merchandise. Chun Yi and Dan Mo set out together towards the designated location. Noticing her recovering complexion, Dan Mo expressed concern, saying, I should go alone. You should rest at home. Chun Yi insisted, I need to choose. Otherwise, it would be a waste of time to go back and forth. As they drove away from home, they observed that many villas had begun to seal their skylights, a clear indication that the affluent were valuing their lives, a common trait among them. Their destination was a rustic farmhouse on the outskirts of the city. The journey, originally slated to take 50 minutes, extended to over 2 hours due to the weather. From a distance, they spotted a rudimentary wooden gate amid the mountains, adorned with a sign reading Juxian Mountain Villa, which appeared rather lackluster. Chun Yi chuckled softly at the name, reminiscent of a place from her past. Unfamiliar with its origin, Dan Mo inquired about her amusement, but she merely shook her head, urging him to remain vigilant of their surroundings. As they entered through the gate, They were met with a vast expanse of open land, culminating at the foot of a mountain where several simple wooden houses stood, devoid of any welcoming party. Dan and Mo parked the car in front of one house, alongside a large van and a black BMW 7 Series. Stepping out, Chun-Yi surveyed the area. To the right of the house lay a sizable fish pond, where numerous ducks frolicked in the water, while a small shed nearby housed even more ducks. To the left, an array of fruits and vegetables flourished. The sound of chickens crowing echoed from the mountains. Exchanging glances with Dan and Mo, they approached the central house. Just as they neared, an elderly man, appearing to be in his 50s, emerged from within, radiating the aura of a humble farmer. With a cheerful smile, he greeted, "Are you here for a meal?" Chun-Yi noticed someone behind him carrying tea towards a neighboring room and nodded, stating, "We have an appointment." The elder responded, "Ah, so you're the guest the owner mentioned. Please come in." Before Chun-Yi could utter another word, a sudden cacophony of frantic chicken clucking erupted from behind the house, as if something was amiss. Instantly, a commotion erupted inside, with hurried footsteps and the sound of furniture colliding. The door to the tea-serving room burst open, and a panicked figure rushed out towards the entrance. Just as Chun-Yi and Dan Mo exchanged worried glances, a man clad in combat gear burst forth, brandishing a firearm. Instinctively, Dan Mo reached for his weapon, but Chun-Yi gently restrained his hand, shaking her head in silent dissuasion while urging him to step back. The armed man, realizing he was cornered, seized Chun-Yi, pressing the gun against her head.
Chenya cüret her misfortune inyartli.
In a fleeting moment of vulnerability, she had been captured just as she and Dan Mo attempted to retreat. As the man tightened his grip around her neck, pain surged through her shoulder, and she instinctively struggled against him. "Don't move," he commanded, pulling her backward. The approaching men halted, guns drawn, creating a tense standoff. "Release the hostage," the leader barked through his gas mask, his voice urgent yet muffled. The man holding Chun-Yi threatened, "Step closer, and I will kill her." Feeling the precariousness of her situation, Chun-Yi assessed her captor's posture and realized he was of similar height to her, hidden behind her. This meant the armed men had no clear shot. She understood that she needed to act swiftly to save herself. As he tightened his hold, she gasped for breath, instinctively reaching for his hand around her neck while pleading, "Let go, I can't breathe." Her struggles appeared futile as she wrestled against him, crying out, "Don't shoot. I don't want to die. Please, don't come any closer. He'll kill me." Frustrated by her cries, he tightened his grip further, threatening, "If you keep this up, I'll end you." The pain in her shoulder intensified, and she whimpered, "Please, don't kill me. Dan Mo, I'm scared, help me." Hearing her distress, Dan Mo recognized her signal and immediately shifted into a combat-ready stance. The other men exchanged wary glances, keeping their focus on the armed man. Amidst her cries, Chun-Yi flailed her arms, desperately trying to escape his grasp. As he began to retreat, the muzzle of the gun slightly moved away from her head. Seizing the opportunity, she swiftly altered her movements, grasping his wrist and forcefully driving her elbow into his arm, aiming to wrest the weapon from him. Simultaneously lifting her left foot, she forcefully thrust it inward toward the man's heel. Danma, released from his poised state, shot forth like an arrow. Both Chun-Yi and the man toppled backward. As the man fell, his right hand went limp beneath him, allowing Chun-Yi to seize the gun. With the weapon in hand, Chun-Yi swiftly rose from him, vigilant as she aimed the gun at the man on the ground. He was still in shock when a heavy weight bore down on his chest from above. Danma pinned him down and turned to Chun-Yi, asking, "Miss, are you alright?" Without waiting for a response, he noticed the blood seeping from her shoulder, and fury instantly washed over his face as he delivered a punch to the man's abdomen. "How dare you harm her?" he exclaimed, raising his hand to strike again. At that moment, several individuals approached to separate them, quickly handcuffing the man behind his back. He now resembled a defeated rooster, head bowed, silent. An armed man gestured, and two others followed, escorting him, an elderly man, and a woman carrying tea toward the exit of the farm. One man reached out to Chun-Yi, eyeing the gun in her possession. As she approached them with the weapon, unexpectedly, they reacted as if facing a grave threat, immediately aiming their firearms at her. Chun-Yi observed their demeanor and let out a chilling laugh, subsequently tossing the gun to the ground. The leader signaled for one of his companions to retrieve the weapon. Only once the gun was safely secured did the men lower their guard, slinging their firearms across their chests as they advanced toward her and Danma. Danma stood nearby, slightly unsettled by their earlier actions directed at Chenyi. He remained silent, watching them approach, and moved to stand beside Chenyi, casting a cold gaze at them. The newcomers halted 2 meters in front of them and performed a salute. Chenyi responded with a nod, her expression impassive. The leader spoke, "Hello. Who are you? And why are you here?" "To eat," came the response.
To eat?
The man retrieving the gun raised his voice in mockery. "Yes."
Ha!
Such a coincidence? In this weather, everyone would rather hide at home. I see you must be his accomplice. Your skills are remarkable, and the man beside you does not appear to be ordinary either. Donma's face darkened with anger. He understood the gist of the accusation despite the language barrier. Chenyi smiled coldly. "Is that so? Which unit are you from? A rookie? Perhaps? Are you unaware that one can eat indiscriminately, but cannot speak recklessly? Enough. State your code names and objectives." The man exuded an imposing presence, loudly demanding answers. Chenyi, having been trained by Donma and having survived 3 years in a post-apocalyptic world, recently enduring several battles, was hardly intimidated by his bluster. However, the man before her seemed to harbor a significant misunderstanding about her. Donma was still armed, and although they were compliant with the men, his foreign status meant that he could simply have his pistol confiscated and hire a lawyer. Chenyi's shoulder bled, having been restrained for an extended period, and her heart and lungs ached from the strain. She had not acquired the desired bow and crossbow and merely wished to return and rest. When she spoke, her tone was notably frigid. "I know not from which unit you hail, nor who taught you to so egregiously misconstrue facts. Does possessing a firearm render evidence unnecessary?" The man opened his mouth to retort, but the leader intervened. He listened to Chenyi's apathetic tone and observed her fearless gaze. Although her face was obscured by a mask, he felt an unsettling familiarity with her undaunted expression. "Ma'am, we are from the military. As for the specific unit, I cannot disclose that. However, anyone encountered during our mission must be thoroughly investigated. We ask for your cooperation." Chenyi scrutinized the man before her, only his sharp eyes visible, remaining silent. Donma quietly remarked, "Miss, you're injured. The blood hasn't stopped. Perhaps we should call Mayor Chen to assist in facilitating your swift return for treatment." As soon as Donma finished speaking, the leader's gaze flickered to Chenyi's shoulder, where blood was seeping. He instructed a nearby man, "Provide this lady with a first aid kit, so she can tend to her wound." Chenyi did not respond, merely turning to Donma, insisting, "Do not call him. I currently lack the energy to deal with Chen Jingguang." The nearby man snorted disdainfully, retrieving a first aid kit from his backpack and handing it to Chenyi. "Here." Chenyi glared at him, fully aware of his reluctance despite his concealed expression. Thus, she refrained from taking it. Donma seized it instead, gently saying, "Miss, please tend to your wound. Your health is paramount. Do not argue with them. It is not worth it." Chenyi nodded and sat down on the ground. Enduring the pain, she disregarded modesty, directly removing her t-shirt, leaving only her undergarment. The man who had given her the first aid kit watched Donma tear open the package and don gloves before proceeding to disinfect her wound. Seemingly unconcerned with the discomfort it caused him, stammering, he exclaimed, "Wait, you can't do this here. You, a girl, have no sense of propriety?" Chapter 52. "So it was you." As Donma cleaned Chenyi's wound, the force of his actions pulled painfully at her shoulder, causing involuntary twitches at her eye. She observed the flustered man, who was turning away, clearly embarrassed. "What's wrong? Are you uncomfortable with me being here? Right, officer?" Chenyi shot a glance at the leader, who was fixated on the ground, unresponsive. After a while, Donma finished applying the bandage and secured it with tape to prevent the medication from rubbing off. He helped her put her clothing back on and supported her as she stood. Donma approached the leader, and the nearby man, alert, aimed his gun at him.
"Donma,
come back." Ignoring her command, Donma addressed the leader in English. "My lady suffered severe internal injuries a few days ago, and now she has an external wound. Whatever you need to investigate can wait until she has recovered. I am aware of your procedures, so manage your people and refrain from making unfounded accusations." Pausing, Donma added, "While I may not fully understand your regulations, the law is generally straightforward. If you insist, I will have a lawyer come to negotiate with you." The leader's gaze sharpened. "I know you." He then glanced at the tattoo on Donma's arm. "Have this lady provide her name, contact number, and address. You may return for now. Should any issues arise, we will notify you for further cooperation." "Captain," the nearby man attempted to interject, but the leader silenced him, instructing him to pass a tablet to Qinyi. With a sigh, she lamented her unfortunate predicament, knowing she had to provide her personal information. Reluctantly, she accepted the tablet and filled in her details. The leader, taking the tablet back after she completed the information, said to Qinyi and Danma, "Please cooperate and remove your masks." Qinyi shot him a cold glance before turning to Danma, saying, "Danma, it seems you might gain some fans." She then removed her mask. Upon seeing Chunye's face, the leader's expression momentarily flickered with surprise before he lowered his gaze to compare it with the information on the tablet. In stark contrast to the leader's calm demeanor, the nearby man gasped upon seeing Qinyi, involuntarily exclaiming, "So it's you. You are that person." Hearing the leader's gentle cough, the man immediately fell silent, pivoting to Danma with widened eyes, even circling around him in disbelief. "You are the legendary individual." Qinyi furrowed her brow at their stunned silence. The leader turned away from them and made a phone call. After hanging up, he announced, "Please wait. We will have feedback shortly." Before long, his phone rang. He glanced at the screen before walking away to answer the call, occasionally turning back to cast a look at Danma and Qinyi. After concluding the conversation, he approached them, expressing his gratitude for their cooperation. "You may return for now. I have already informed your local authorities. Should the need arise, I ask for your assistance in our investigation." Qinyi nodded and then departed with Danma. "Captain, that individual is..." The leading man gestured subtly. "It's him."
Wow.
"I never expected to encounter him here," the man exclaimed with excitement. "I could boast about this for a lifetime." After a moment's reflection, he continued, "But how could he be with that woman? She has proven herself to be far from ordinary during both her appearances. Why allow her to return?" The leader scrutinized the information on the tablet, which displayed Chunye's profile. He had just learned that the man was originally her father's bodyguard. Chunye's father, besides being the younger brother of the deputy mayor of S City, was also a major shareholder in a corporation in Y country. He had long been a benefactor to S City, donating substantial resources and funds. Thus, the recent feedback from the S City police requested her return. "Without solid evidence, we cannot forcibly take her away. This matter has been handed over to the S City police for coordination. Let us proceed." Thanks to these two, Chunyi had once again attracted the attention of Chen Jingguang. Initially, Chen Jingguang believed that Chunyi had returned to Y country. Due to the weather and various work-related complications, he had not contacted her for quite some time. Not even during the recent gas leak incident in Y country had he called to check on her. Now that he learned she was back in the country, how could he suddenly remember her? Chunyi looked at the incoming call from Chen Jingguang, reluctant to answer. However, if she did not respond, he would promptly call Chen Chen next. Chen Chen was not skilled at deception and had always struggled to understand why he had deliberately distanced himself from the Chen family. After some contemplation, she decided to answer the phone. "Xiao Yi, are you in S City? Why didn't you inform me that you were home? I had assumed you were still in Y country. I wanted to check on you after the gas leak. But you know how hectic things have been for me lately with the weather issues. I completely forgot." Chen Jingguang's tone was a familiar mix of urgency and concern, leaving Qinyi uncertain whether his worry was genuine or feigned. "Yes, I returned because of the gas leak. Wasn't all travel suspended? How did you manage to come back?" "I spent a little money and, well, relied on some luck. Fortunately, I returned safely." "That is good to hear. What were you doing at the mountain villa today? If not for the police's inquiry, I wouldn't have known you were back. You really ought to inform your uncle when you return." "I wasn't doing much, just passing by, and thought I'd stop for a meal." "I know you've been busy, so I didn't want to disturb you. I plan to wait for the weather to improve before visiting."
No need for that.
"With the weather like this, it's best you stay indoors. Have you been injured? Your voice sounds as if something's wrong."
"Iemme fine.
"All right. I'll explain the situation to the police. You don't need to worry about anything else. Just rest at home. I'll come to see you later." "No need. You should focus on your work. I'll come find you once I'm better." After hanging up, Danma glanced at Chunye's cold demeanor. After a prolonged hesitation, he finally spoke. "Miss, Mayor Chen is genuinely concerned about you." Chunyi did not elaborate, merely responding with a non-committal "That injury on your shoulder. Did you sustain it last time you went out?"
Yes.
Danma halted the vehicle. "Miss, do you not trust me?" Looking at Danma's anxious visage, Chunyi replied, "No. I trust you. It's just that, Danma, some matters cannot yet be shared with you." Danma nodded in understanding. "I see. Let us head back. That wound of yours is fairly deep. You should have it stitched up." Chapter 53. The blessing of a talisman? Based on security layouts provided by netizens, there exists a 6-member team within the Ghost Society, patrolling in 2 shifts every half hour. Most of the time, they patrol the exteriors of various buildings and do not enter the premises, nor do they have the authority to do so. Additionally, there are 3 other teams, each comprising 6 members, that alternate patrols every 15 minutes. Given the recent calls to action from netizens, Chinyi suspected that additional personnel had been deployed, and the numbers were likely greater than just a few. The country harbors a deep-seated hatred for the Ghost Society and would certainly have laid a comprehensive trap for her. Chunyi observed the layout, noting that they were merely 700 meters from the Imperial Palace. The first and second Torii gates could be disregarded. The primary target was the core structure located behind the Ghost Gate, the Worship Hall, the main hall, especially the Sacred Seal Hall, which shamelessly enshrined the most notorious war criminal as a deity. Furthermore, the museum adjacent to the Ghost Gate served as crucial evidence of their twisted narratives. In addition to security patrols and electronic monitoring, a fire brigade is stationed within the Ghost Society, and there are 23 fire stations within a 5-minute radius. This caution stems from previous experiences involving fires. Thus, merely setting a fire would not suffice, especially considering the proximity of the Ghost Society to the Imperial Palace, the Metropolitan Police Department, and the Prime Minister's residence, all of which could provide immediate assistance and command rescue operations. Chunyi found herself in a solitary struggle, needing to gain access to the main Sacred Seal Hall promptly to declare the roster non-existent. If it could not be accomplished in one attempt, she would resort to 2. There was no denying that the Ghost Society was constructed with solemn grandeur, embodying the architectural style of the Tang dynasty. Had it not represented the national enmity, Chunyi might have been inclined to study it further. However, as a contemporary individual with a sound moral compass, it symbolized the spiritual totem of our country, a significant emblem of their ghost culture and their belief system. Thus, it must be destroyed. Natural disasters would raise it, if not her own hand. Why not allow herself a chance to vent her frustrations? This endeavor was a losing proposition, yielding no resources while requiring substantial expenditure. It was a venture for those like her who refused to forget history, risking their lives for fulfillment. This time, Chunyi dedicated 3 full days to preparation, a marked contrast to her previous whims. She first located a local sushi restaurant still in operation, paying double to have them prepare 50 takeout meals that included rice balls, grilled beef, tempura, miso soup, and sake. She arranged for the restaurant to print 2 banners at an external printing shop and deliver everything together. To avoid the men at home, she instructed them to call her before delivery, allowing her to meet in a secluded location to collect the items and store them. After returning, she rummaged through the pharmacy to find triazolam tablets, grinding them into powder and mixing them into the miso soup. Once everything was organized, she began preparing her equipment. Drones, gasoline, explosives, climbing ropes, tactical claws, firearms, and first aid kits. Anything she could think of was gathered, as she only needed to place them in a conspicuous spot for easy access. During her last operation at the 041 laboratory, the potency of the gasoline and gas canisters was astonishing. She made sure to gather several this time as well. But would Uncle Lee notice the sudden depletion of so many canisters? That night, Chunyi donned a bulletproof vest, protective suit, night vision goggles, and mask, slinging a backpack with her small gear, preparing to activate her hover shoes. Over the past few days, she had been sleeping in the wooden cabin, while Uncle Lee had been preparing nourishing herbal dishes. Although busy with preparations, she had been able to recuperate somewhat.
Chanya patet her chest.
Determined to perform well this time, the place she was transported to was within the final Sacred Seal Hall. This area had never been photographed by any tourists, as entry was strictly prohibited. Even the main hall was accessible only to high-ranking officials from our country through prior arrangements. They claimed that those enshrined here were divine beings. Chunyi surveyed her surroundings. The hall was not particularly large, even smaller than the ancestral halls of ancient affluent families. The wooden beams above, adorned with white drapes depicting 18-petal chrysanthemums, echoed the grandeur of a temple. A massive, intricately carved 9-tiered altar dominated the main hall, each tier lavishly draped in golden satin. Neatly arranged on the altar were several ledgers, while glass display cabinets flanked either side, showcasing 2 palanquins draped in white and several pages of inscribed bronze texts. In front, an incense burner rested on an offering table with a prayer mat laid beneath. A row of eternal lamps extended from the entrance to the altar, filling the air with the rich aromas of incense and wax, imbuing the already solemn hall with an eerie atmosphere. Chun-Yi surveyed the surroundings, her heart unperturbed, before retreating into the shadows where the light did not reach, listening intently to the sounds outside. Once the footsteps of the nearest patrol faded into the distance, she retrieved a drone from her concealed space, placing the takeout she had procured into a basket affixed to the drone, along with 2 banners. This drone, capable of carrying a payload of 50 grams, lifted off effortlessly from the window, transporting 6 meals, complete with soup and wine, with remarkable steadiness. As she maneuvered the drone towards the nearest patrol, the officers, upon hearing its whir, instinctively believed they were under attack, causing a flurry of confusion as they sought cover and raised their weapons. Since the bombing of the 041 experimental facility and recent threats from the elusive phantom demon to incinerate the shrine, the higher-ups had grown increasingly anxious, deploying personnel to patrol around the clock. Exhausted and on high alert, the patrol was momentarily startled by the drone's noise, their nerves taut. Just as they prepared to shoot it down, they noticed the banners, one inscribed with blessings from the Emperor and the other reading benevolence and charity. Puzzled, they watched as the drone descended gracefully, delivering the basket before spinning in a circle and retreating towards the Imperial Palace. The officers stood in astonishment until the drone vanished from sight, then lowered their gaze to the basket of food. It was now past 1 in the morning, and due to orders from above, they had been patrolling ceaselessly, weary and famished, always on edge. Having remained vigilant for days without any sign of the phantom demon, they felt a rising sense of discontent. The sight of the Emperor's provisions, complete with food, drink, and wine, stirred a deep sense of gratitude. The Emperor still cared for them. Overwhelmed by joy, they saluted the direction of the Imperial Palace and bowed deeply before eagerly returning to their posts. Eager to indulge in a hearty meal, Chun-Yi adjusted the drone's angle, watching as the officers departed with the basket. A smirk played on her lips. This was no mere blessing, but rather a talisman intended for their communication with the divine. She then directed the drone back towards her position. As she meticulously executed her plan, Chun-Yi dispatched a second basket of food, observing through the screen that another patrol had already stood at attention upon seeing the drone, likely informed by the previous team. Upon receiving the basket, they saluted and bowed, their faces illuminated with joy. In no time, it seemed that the entire patrol of the shrine had communicated the news, encouraging one another to maintain heightened vigilance and gratitude for the Emperor's benevolence. To ensure her efforts were not in vain, Chun-Yi included a printed note in each basket proclaiming the nation's compassion, the defense of the state as paramount, and the nurturing of its people as foremost, urging them to consume the provisions and continue their diligent service. In between the deliveries, she covertly tossed 20 grams of gasoline into the corners of an inconspicuous building, some successfully spilling while others landed without leakage. After a prolonged endeavor, all the food was delivered, and as she was unaware of the total number of recipients, she directed the final basket to the guard room. Due to the continuous passage of patrols near the sacred ledger hall, which Chun-Yi regarded as akin to a haunted house, she timed her drone deliveries perfectly, ensuring it returned unnoticed. Once the last meal was delivered and the drone hovered above, she observed through its feed that the guards in the control room had begun to feast, leaving only a few on patrol. Chun-Yi summoned the drone back and resumed her vigil in the shadows. It became clear why assassins often operate like wolves, biding their time before striking decisively. Reflecting on her previous lack of foresight, she felt fortunate to have relied on firepower, otherwise, she might have met her end long ago. Even with her weaponry, the experience had been quite harrowing. As the next patrol failed to arrive as scheduled, Chun-Yi rose from her corner, maneuvering the drone to confirm that the area was clear. She then extinguished all the eternal lamps within the hall, considering the catastrophic consequences of a misstep. The guards, having consumed the spiced miso soup, gradually succumbed to slumber, initially unaware of the shift in the patrol due to their fatigue and the absence of unusual occurrences. As the second wave of guards took over, they too fell into a stupor along the path. Chun-Yi ascended the altar, dousing the ledgers with gasoline from top to bottom, then repeating the process around the hall, setting 2 gas canisters with their valves open. After exiting the haunted hall, time was of the essence. It was already past 3 o'clock. Swiftly, she saturated various areas with gasoline, burying explosives beneath several indestructible stone sculptures and linking the gasoline to the building. Having completed her preparations, Chun-Yi stood at the entrance of the worship hall, extracting a paper inscribed with "I have arrived," signed by the phantom demon. using the hall as her backdrop to record a video. Feeling it lacked a certain flair, she produced a gasoline canister that she had procured from D Country. She knew that the monitoring station would be incinerated, leaving her unconcerned that this suddenly appearing tank might attract attention. The two large canisters lay horizontally at the entrance of the worship hall, their lids opened, unleashing streams of gasoline that flowed like water, branching into three currents that swiftly spread outward. One stream headed towards the museum, another towards the southern gate, while the central flow traversed the main road, passing through the shrine gate, reaching the second torii, and finally flowing past the bronze statue in the great village, until it reached the first torii entrance. As she filmed the unfolding scene, a thrill surged within her. The excitement of the moment was almost overwhelming, causing her body to tremble as her nerves ignited, every pore on her skin standing on end with goosebumps. She felt tears welling up. At this juncture, Chunyi should have ignited the flames and retreated. Yet, in the twisted psychopathy typical of murderers, she ignited her lighter, tossing it onto the main road before swiftly darting aside, activating the drone to fly towards the first torii, capturing a wide-angle view of the entire shrine. As dawn broke, nearby street patrol officers recognized her distinctive attire and, upon seeing the control stick in her hand, several rushed towards her. Chunyi, upon seeing them, felt a surge of bravado. She laughed maniacally, sprinting away from the shrine as the drone hovered silently above, capturing the scene of a burgeoning inferno, as if a colossal beast's tongue was rapidly consuming everything in its path. The conflagration spiraled from the second torii, splitting into two directions. One raced toward the first torii, engulfing the plaques and signs on either side, climbing up the great trees, and then leaping towards the adjacent streets. The other route headed toward the Divine Gate, and then to the middle torii, swiftly advancing toward the oil tank situated before the worship hall. The flames surged with ferocity, casting a menacing shadow, and in the blink of an eye, the sky above the shrine was tainted a fiery yellow, accompanied by billowing black smoke. One of the patrols chasing Chunyi suddenly halted, immediately pressing the intercom to report, while the others continued their pursuit. Amid the inferno, a fire truck blared its long siren, and the air was filled with piercing screams. There was no time left. Chunyi, observing the scene on her screen, instinctively dropped to the ground, propping herself on her elbows, raising her chest, and shielding her head with her hands. The pursuers behind her mistook her actions for surrender, their expressions lighting up with triumph as they prepared to apprehend her. Suddenly, accompanied by two deafening booms that shook the earth like an earthquake, two colossal waves of force surged forth. In the light of the flames, vast mushroom clouds began to rise above the worship hall. Chunyi watched as the image on her screen trembled, the drone nearly crashing from the impact of the shockwaves. Enduring the discomfort resonating in her ears and chest, she turned to glance at the few individuals behind her, now on the ground, spitting blood from the tremors. She managed to stabilize the drone and continued to focus on the screen. Just as the thunderous sound subsided, sparks from the explosion scattered in all directions, and the main hall adjacent to the worship hall, shrouded in smoke and shockwaves, was swiftly consumed by the flames. The tongues of fire raced furiously, igniting the spirit seal hall behind and the amusement hall to the right in an instant. Chunyi lay on the ground, cradling her head. In an instant, explosions erupted from all directions. The ground trembled violently, causing the surrounding structures to sway precariously. Chunyi clutched her chest, and amid a moment of deafness, she looked up at the nearby building that was about to collapse, then back at the shaking screen in her hand, quickly retracting the drone and activating her small flying shoes. Chapter 55. A grand celebration upon returning to her room. Chunyi had yet to regain her footing when she coughed up a mouthful of warm blood. This venture had truly been a disastrous loss. If she didn't see some advantage soon, it would be a disservice to her very being. Wiping the corner of her mouth, she pressed her hand to her chest, slowly retrieving a piece of ginseng to suck on, and then searching for a painkiller to swallow. She truly needed a doctor. Ordinary healing elixirs were inadequate for external injuries. For such internal damage, there was simply no remedy at hand. Yet, in that moment, she could find no suitable and trustworthy person. Never mind. As long as she did not court disaster, she should be able to survive. After calming herself, Chunyi changed her clothes, carelessly tossing them onto the floor, too exhausted to even wipe the bloodstains beneath her. Gazing at the footage returned by the drone, the scene was a sea of flames, with voices, alarms, and explosions forming a symphony orchestrated by death itself. Chunyi sensed that she was likely unwell, and quite severely at that. Due to her past experiences, her obsession with stockpiling supplies had reached a fervent level, yet now, witnessing the scene before her, with gasoline being poured carelessly onto the ground, she felt no pang of regret. In fact, there was an inexplicable sense of satisfaction, as if admiring her own exquisite masterpiece. Coughing violently, accompanied by a pain that tugged at her lungs, Chunyi regained her composure. If only she could retreat unscathed, it would have been perfect. Chunyi opened her computer, exported the video, casually edited a few segments, and then logged into a forum to post, "I am Ghost Slayer. Mission accomplished." Besides the familiar opening line, there was only a single sentence. Below, she attached several clips of gasoline being poured and footage from the drone, capturing the moments from ignition to explosion. Within 10 minutes, her post had gone viral, subsequently being shared across various international platforms, inundated with comments.
Wow.
My brother actually went for it. No way, is this real? I've dedicated my life to good deeds. Witnessing such a spectacle is my rightful reward. My brother is magnificent. He's incredible. At this time, it was still before 6 o'clock, and reporters from various countries stationed in our nation had already begun transmitting footage from the scene. Our nation was urgently organizing firefighting and rescue efforts. But the visuals were engulfed in flames, rendering the extent of the damage indiscernible. Viewers who had watched the video declared that the original footage from the author was far more exhilarating, recommending that all official accounts simply use the original video without further filming. After all, with such a deluge of gasoline and a massive explosion, all manner of beings would be reduced to ashes. Someone even shared the video, directly tagging the yet-to-issue-a-statement official account of our nation. "Why haven't they come out to thank my brother for the sky-piercing arrow he sent? Though it's a bit late, my brother generously sent a few more. Hurry and express your gratitude." Minutes after posting, the thread garnered tens of thousands of likes, with every comment echoing the jubilant phrase, "A grand celebration." Chunyi glanced at the comments before shutting her computer and retreating to her wooden cabin for rest, as her chest ached unbearably. Just days ago, she had barely begun to recuperate, and now the renewed injury made her feel as if her insides were fracturing. That night, Chunyi fell into a deep slumber, drifting through a multitude of dreams. In her dreams, she saw her past self, hunched over, trudging through the icy desolation, scouring among the fallen for sustenance, the stench of decay nearly robbing her of her sense of smell. Witnessing the frenzied visage of Chin Chun as she clawed through the rubble with bloodied hands in the aftermath of an earthquake, trembling in a bomb shelter with Chin Chin, listening to the sounds of battle outside, and sharing a meager piece of biscuit with Chin Chun in the long, dark night. Upon awakening, she found Chin Chun by her bedside, holding her hand. The youth's bright face was tinged with concern, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Seeing her stir, he instantly brightened, releasing her hand to rush to the door, calling down the stairs, "Dan Mo.
Uncle,
My sister is awake." Then he hurried back to her side. Sister, how do you feel?" Chunyi attempted to prop herself up, but was thwarted by the intense pain in her chest, which felt as though it were being violently pulled, prompting a soft groan to escape her lips. "Don't move, lie still," Chin Chin urged, pressing her back down. "You nearly scared me to death." Throughout the afternoon, as Chunyi remained in her room without coming downstairs, everyone assumed she was unwell and let her be. As dinner time arrived, still not seeing her emerge, Chun Chin knocked on her door. Receiving no reply, he opened it to find a room filled with the smell of gasoline, protective clothing and gas masks scattered about, along with a bulletproof vest and oil-stained shoes, and a pool of untreated blood on the floor. There lay Chunyi, pallid and still. Had it not been for the faint rise and fall of her chest, he might have thought her lifeless. Alarmed, he hastily called for Dan Mo. At that moment, Dan Mo, Uncle Li and Li Xiong entered her room. "Quick, uncle, see what's wrong with my sister. She seems to be in great pain," Chin Chin urged, pushing Dan Mo toward the bed. Chunyi managed a weak smile, saying, "Don't worry, little Chun, I'll be better soon." Dan Mo looked at her helplessly. "You were clearly improving. Why have you suddenly worsened? What did you do?" Earlier that morning, he had come across the viral video and, with keen eyes, recognized the 2 oil tanks as unique to D Nation. During the inspection of the underground supplies, he had noted that the gasoline purchased from D Nation was missing. The gasoline in the stockroom was all of the smaller containers procured domestically by Uncle Li. So where had the gasoline purchased from D Nation gone? Had it been sold to the perpetrators of this incident? Indeed, the young lady harbored many secrets. By the evening, when Chun called for him, the room was already permeated with the scent of gasoline, and the blood on the floor had dried. She had been lying there for an unknown duration, her lips devoid of color. Chun-Yi managed a bitter smile. This old man had sharp eyes. Don't worry, Danamo, I will recover. Then, glancing at the concerned faces surrounding her, she reassured them. Perhaps I inhaled too much dust during my last outing and am feeling unwell. Being so delicate. I told you not to go last time, but you insisted, Chin chided her. Indeed, last time I went out, I returned empty-handed and ended up in a mess. Had I known, I wouldn't have gone at all. Though no police had approached her thus far, she surmised that the man harbored a lack of trust towards her. Chun-Yi detested engaging with officials, finding it exceedingly bothersome. Seeing that she was reluctant to speak the truth, Danma did not press her further. How about we take you to the hospital? Chun-Yi shook her head, stating that the hospital was overrun with patients suffering from lung ailments, and she had no desire to join that chaos. Furthermore, with the impending torrential rains, it was only a matter of days before the majority of hospitals, due to their low-lying locations, would be inundated. In that case, rest well. Let Uncle Lee prepare some congee for you. You haven't eaten all day. Not just a day. It's been a full day and night since last night's dinner. Chapter 56. Encounter Among Companions. A green-eyed rivalry Chen brought in a bowl of congee, made with ginseng chicken soup, carefully feeding it to her. After she finished, he wiped her mouth with a tissue. Sister, you've trained with Uncle Danma every day since childhood. How can your health still be so poor? Chun-Yi chuckled at the disdainful gaze of the youth. Indeed, thus you must work even harder, little Chin. Do not follow in my footsteps. Chun nodded, smiling as he revealed a hint of newly developed muscle on his arm. Look, I'm getting stronger. Indeed, Chun-Yi replied fondly. Sister, you've been lying down all day. Let me share some joyful news. Chun opened his phone and handed it to her, beaming with pride. I declare that from this day forth, my idol is the Ghost Slayer. He leaned closer to Chun-Yi, saying, Did you know? He was incredible this morning. He even blew up the Ghost Society in country. Isn't that impressive? Chun-Yi laughed softly. It is indeed remarkable. Chun straightened his posture, continuing. This is truly exhilarating. You didn't even get up today, and Uncle Lee was so thrilled that he prepared a grand feast to celebrate, but you missed it. That is all right. If you wish to eat, every day can be a feast. But it's different. I've never been this happy before. The entire nation is celebrating. Don't you understand? Just look at the online comments. Everyone is going wild. Are they happy? They traded half their lives for it. Chun-Yi returned the phone to him, requesting her own device to take a look. Here. Chun handed her the phone. You have a look. I'll take the bowl back. Uncle Lee is still brewing your medicine, which I'm not sure what it is, but it's selected by Uncle Danma and him. I'll bring it back once it's ready. Chun-Yi nodded in understanding. Hours later, the embers of chaos had long been extinguished, and the Ghost Society had been reduced to a desolate ruin. The government of country had already issued a statement, providing scant details about the rescue operations and declaring that the losses were incalculable. Consequently, a bounty was placed on the Ghost Slayer's head, a staggering $5 billion. Was the faith of country worth so little? It was akin to desecrating their ancestral graves. In stark contrast to country R's bounty announcement, the international online community was abuzz with excitement. After analyzing the footage from multiple posts, many netizens began to uncover various details. For instance, while some speculated that the Ghost Slayer might be an organization, an overwhelming majority believed it to be a singular individual, as there had never been any sign of a second person in the videos. Secondly, he wielded terrifying heavy weaponry, though much of it might have been borrowed from Country Y. Yet, through a series of audacious maneuvers, it became evident that his capabilities were far from weak. He was both courageous and cunning, executing grand actions and managing to escape, all while leaving room for future developments. Furthermore, the presence of 2 large oil tanks in front of the temple's entrance puzzled many, prompting a well-meaning netizen from Country Hua to provide an explanation. Have you ever heard of Zhang Qishan's ability to move mountains and seas? This comment sparked endless debate, with some asserting that the Buddha did not employ the technique of moving mountains and seas, but rather the 5 ghosts transport technique. The nature of these discussions was inconsequential. What mattered was that some analyzed, others idolized, and some sought to align themselves with the Ghost Slayer. In Country D, a wealthy individual publicly offered a bounty of $100 million to invite the Ghost Slayer to reside at an oil field estate, igniting an online frenzy as netizens vied for the Ghost Slayer's allegiance. Comments poured in from various nations, each claiming their connection to the legendary figure. Netizens from country E proclaimed, "I don't care, such a valiant deity must surely have the blood of our warrior nation." A declaration from country S implored the deity to return and lead their forces against tyranny. Netizens from country P pleaded for mercy, offering their homes in surrender. Commenters from country I admired the Ghost Slayer's demeanor, deeming him a true knight of their land. Meanwhile, one netizen from country R humorously speculated that perhaps the hero was hiding at home. The comment was met with uproarious laughter from the crowd, questioning the severe masochism exhibited by the R netizen, suggesting a need for psychological assistance. Even country Y joined in the revelry, asking if the hero found their previous offerings useful. There's plenty left at home. A netizen from country Hua dismissed the claims, asserting, "Let us be real. Who harbors the deepest hatred for country R? It is undoubtedly us. Now that our brother has desecrated their ancestral graves, it is a cause for celebration." Amidst all this, some continued to make wishes. "Oh, great one! What of country H? So small and arrogant, stealing from my brother's home. Will you not teach them a lesson?" Another asked, "Oh, great one, the oil prices in country D have risen again. Could you perhaps borrow some gold from them?" Yet another chimed in, "Oh, great one. Country T has attacked the village again, slaughtering even the children. They are no better than country R, do you not care?" Chinyi stumbled upon a comment that had garnered over 1 million likes. "Oh, Ghost Slayer, could you bring back the artifacts from the I Country S museum? They've been trapped overseas for years, yearning to escape." This comment, posted by a netizen in country Hua, drew ridicule from others. "Do you think the deity will come to your home for a favor? He's not simply here to serve you," the original commenter feebly retorted. "But didn't he, the deity, say complete your task after he obliterated the ghost society? Isn't that a sign of the people's will?" The comments flooded in, all echoing the same plea. Netizen Lee XX from country Hua requests the Ghost Slayer to bring home the artifacts from the I Country S museum. The same request was made by Chun XX, Wang XX, and Zhang XX, all from country Hua. As Chunyi gazed at her phone, she felt not only the ache in her lungs but also a pang deep within her liver. With a stockpile of resources, her sole desire was to lie low in this apocalyptic world. Why should she concern herself with these international disputes? What did it matter to her? It was merely a fleeting impulse. Yet, the seemingly innocuous requests veiled with threats amused and vexed her simultaneously. However, she pondered, wasn't he country I rather shameless? They stole artifacts and claimed them as their own. Just as she was about to feel indignant, a thought struck her. Wasn't she guilty of the same? After all, once something was in her possession, it was hers. Yet, her situation was somewhat different. She merely borrowed items, and as for returning them, those people would no longer exist. So to whom would she return them? When a person dies, their debts are extinguished. Moreover, although she had used the items publicly, she had never proclaimed them as her own. Upon deeper reflection, she realized she might not be a paragon of virtue herself. How delightful it was that among peers, rivalry was ever so palpable. Draw your sword, it's either your demise or mine. Chapter 57. A hero must return yet, in her heart. Chunyi thought of the impending days when rain would inundate numerous regions across the globe. Water levels would rise rapidly, leaving many areas unable to evacuate in time, swiftly succumbing to the floods. She remembered her visit to the I Country S museum, where she had indeed seen a multitude of artifacts displayed in their exhibition halls. For many years, despite the efforts of numerous dedicated individuals who have invested substantial sums to retrieve lost cultural relics from abroad, the sheer magnitude of lost artifacts renders their complete recovery impossible. It is disheartening to witness a great nation seemingly powerless against such brazen acts of theft and plunder. Ultimately, one might ponder, why not undertake one more audacious endeavor? For the sake of the nation and one's beliefs, one could act, and then retreat to a state of tranquility. Chinyi, in response to a comment, typed simply, "Sure." The comment section erupted with activity. Netizens from various countries congratulated Huagua on its successful lottery, while only users from I Country lamented, "Great deity, please spare us. If it must be, take what you wish, just refrain from destruction." Our museum is steeped in history and holds equal significance to the artifacts. Huagua netizens, with a tone of petty triumph, retorted, "What is your history compared to ours? We have lent you our treasures for years without charging rent. They continued to query, when will the great deity bring our beloved artifacts home?
Chanye.
Amidst a bittersweet smile, lay in bed, immobilized and unable to even visit the wooden cabin. Days later, netizens began to speculate. Does the great deity require days to prepare equipment? I can sponsor 500 for firecrackers. I'll add 500 for two. One for tossing, another for throwing. Let S contribute 2,000 for an electric scooter. The museum is vast, and we fear the great deity may not arrive swiftly.
Hey.
Does anyone have a sports car to offer the great deity? Need 98 gasoline? I'll sneak some from home. Mischievous Huagua netizens shared Chunyi's response online, tagging the official account of the National Cultural Heritage Administration. Family, come see. The great deity has promised to bring the artifacts home. Surprisingly, the official account jokingly replied, the banner and 500 yuan are on their way. Netizens chimed in. Have some dignity, if not a general. At least grant a minor general title. Just when they thought the humor had run its course, the military also joined in. Sure. This was reminiscent of the response style of Ghost Reaper, who had, single-handedly, caused the networks of various countries to crash multiple times within a single day. Our country was left frustrated and helpless, unable to lay a finger on the matter, while our country trembled, hastily upgrading its museum security systems. When pressed by reporters about how our country would respond to Ghost Reaper's potential efforts to reclaim artifacts, they could only assert, we have updated to the most advanced security systems, deploying personnel to monitor electronic surveillance around the clock, ensuring not even a mosquito can enter. Many netizens reminded our country of the improvements made before and after our country's ghost society was bombed, responding, see?
A conscionaritae.
Netizens from Y country, seemingly untouched by recent disturbances, called out to Ghost Reaper. Hey, brother, I hear you're alive. Do you need any supplies from your family? Had Chunyi not been severely injured, she would have insisted on venturing out. Who would refuse gifts offered so freely? Unbeknownst to her, the high-ranking officials from Huagua's General Staff, Ministry of Defense, National Security Bureau, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and Ministry of Culture were convening an emergency meeting. Within a short span, Ghost Reaper had not only orchestrated but executed 5 significant events with remarkable success and even managed to escape. Not just Huagua, but several other nations were contemplating the underlying motives behind these actions. At present, there were no indications that Ghost Reaper would specifically target any particular country. In fact, it could be said that, thus far, their actions had been more beneficial than harmful to Huagua. When Ghost Reaper had obliterated the Ghost Society, the news spread quickly, and the once stern-faced leaders, who always concealed their true thoughts, were seen smiling broadly in their offices, as if basking in the warmth of spring. One could only wonder if they rushed home to check their phones and celebrate with drinks. After all, who had the audacity to respond to the official account of the Cultural Heritage Administration with such levity? Thus, while the meeting was urgent, there was an air of ease among those present, perhaps even a hint of pride. The Prime Minister cleared his throat and remarked, everyone seems quite cheerful. The Foreign Minister chuckled, adding, it's been years since I've felt this joyous. This is far more exhilarating than the theft of Y country's armory. Ghost Reaper's actions had indeed captured the attention of high-ranking officials across nations. He resembled a ticking time bomb, unpredictable and potentially more dangerous than the erratic firecrackers of Sango. While air defense radars might intercept those, they were utterly powerless against Ghost Reaper. Consider the incident with Y country's armory. It had been quietly emptied of 2 large warehouses amidst chaos, with a gas depot blown to pieces. While it was indeed toxic, categorizing him alongside figures like Jia Su and Chunyi would not be entirely accurate. After all, individuals typically engage in actions that serve their own interests. The pilfering of immense resources from Y and our countries may stretch the bounds of propriety. Yet the assassination of high-ranking officials from our country, the bombing of the 041 research facility, and the obliteration of the Ghost Society, each act resonated deeply within Huagua's aspirations. But who among them possessed such resolve? Even if they did, how could they possess the capability and skill to execute these feats and escape unscathed? Was it not a source of great satisfaction? Such individuals could either be paragons of virtue or embodiments of malevolence. Measures must be taken to ensure their comfort, to prevent any thoughts of wreaking havoc upon their homeland. Ironically, other nations shared similar sentiments. Judging from the preceding events, this individual was indeed a person of his word. The Minister of Defense remarked to the Minister of Culture, he truly acts when there is a matter at hand. It seems, next time, you will benefit the most. Everyone turned their gaze toward the Minister of Culture, who smiled subtly and responded, "Oh, come now, it's not about our benefit. It's for the greater good of the nation, a cause for universal celebration. We must rely on the National Security Bureau to swiftly uncover the hero's whereabouts and, alongside our esteemed defense minister, bring our treasures home." The director of the National Security Bureau secretly mused, "My entire department, the 17th Bureau, has exhausted numerous technicians. We're just short of hiring the doorman to assist, yet we still haven't pinpointed the hero's location." But outwardly, he maintained a composed demeanor. "Of course. I shall return and whip them into shape. We cannot allow the hero to remain unreturned." The Chief of Staff suddenly turned to the Ministry of Culture. "Forget the banner. It's rather trivial. Let us grant a special title instead." "Ha ha ha. My apologies. The one managing the account is quite young and inexperienced." Chapter 58. Vengeful consumption amid illusions. In recent days, the dust in the air has gradually diminished, hinting at a return to clarity. The streets are slowly regaining their vibrancy. And though masks remain necessary, the overall situation has improved compared to earlier times. Chunyi reclined in a rocking chair, scrolling through her phone. Online news. Apart from the lingering excitement surrounding Ghost Reaper, reported that people across the country were venturing out again, indulging in what seemed like a vengeful spree of consumption to celebrate. Various short-distance transportation services had resumed operations, making travel somewhat more convenient. Many businesses benefited from this brief surge, with merchants smiling at their unexpected gains. Yet for some, this apparent joy after surviving a calamity had nearly emptied their pockets. To extract every penny, merchants employed numerous marketing tactics, instilling a distorted belief in consumers that if they did not spend, they would leave nothing behind upon death. While many remained unmoved by such notions, especially those seasoned individuals burdened with responsibilities toward both their elders and children, the weight of obligation successfully curtailed any reckless impulses to spend extravagantly. Upon reflection, many young individuals have succumbed to the allure of success, expending their hard-earned savings within mere days, whether by booking tickets for travel or engaging in extravagant shopping sprees at upscale establishments. Each person is destined to follow their own path. The return of normalcy is but an illusion, serving as a premonitory warning, gently cushioning the impending reality. Should this opportunity slip by, it shall indeed be their fate. Most of these individuals are young, the very foundation of the nation. As they traverse the journey of life, they are continuously subjected to misguided notions of consumption and values, devoid of any sense of crisis. Should this trend persist, they may not survive the forthcoming trials ahead. Chunyi sighed as she observed the others approaching after their training session, setting her phone aside. Chun, having been confined at home for quite some time, was restless and eager to venture outside. Yet, upon glancing at Chunyi reclining in the rocking chair, his brow furrowed once more. Chunyi, seemingly attuned to his thoughts, turned her head and smiled, encouraging him to go, assuring him that she was fine. Whenever she was able to rise and move about, she would retreat to the wooden cabin, and it appeared her recovery was progressing at a commendable pace. Dan Mo gazed out the glass window at the sky, which indeed appeared brighter than usual. "Miss, is the end of days you spoke of truly over?" he mused. This is merely a precautionary measure. It has persisted for so long, yet few have taken heed. The next occurrence will not be as gentle. Just wait. It is imminent, within these 2 days. Xiong, please check the basement for any supplies that need replenishing. Make sure to procure them as soon as possible. Li Xiong nodded before turning to Chen, young master. May I accompany you outside shortly? Is there anything you wish to purchase? I have no specific desires, merely the urge to escape the confines of this house. Chen replied. As Uncle Li approached with a small bowl of medicinal broth, he interjected, "Though the haze outside seems lighter, one must remain cautious, young master. Just look at how the young lady has suffered." He placed the aromatic chicken soup on the small table. "Miss, this broth contains ginseng, astragalus, and angelica, along with numerous other traditional herbs. Do indulge in it." In the southern province D, every household possesses a tome of medicinal cuisine. Uncle Li had served Qin Jinyan for many years, honing his skill in the art of soup making. However, the chicken taken from the refrigerator was undeniably not fresh. "Perhaps we should allocate a small plot in the backyard to raise some chickens," Uncle Li suggested. Chinyi took a sip of the soup, sampling a piece of chicken that was rather bland and unremarkable. Nodding in agreement, she instructed, "Then do head out shortly. along with the feed. Procure some good quality corn and millet, and mix in some vegetable leaves. Make sure to secure the area, otherwise, our garden will suffer. Understood. Is there anything else you require? As Chunyi pondered her supplies, she suddenly remembered that although she had prepared most items, she lacked tools for snowy weather. Having only assembled winter clothing. In this southern city, which rarely experiences snowfall, she was uncertain of what snow-related tools could be procured.
Then mo?
You must join the others outside. We need roller skates, snowmobiles, de-icing agents, and snow shovels. If we don't purchase them now, we may miss our chance in a few days. Take my card and spend all the funds. There's no need to conserve. Convert any excess into gold and jade. It had been a long time since she had offered gold or stones to her space, and recently, there had been no changes. Among her mother's belongings were numerous pieces of jade, yet she hesitated to sacrifice them to her space, as they represented her only cherished connection. To avoid the space consuming them, she didn't dare store them there. The group soon departed, and Chunyi picked up her phone. Ascending the stairs to her room, where she logged onto the forum. Upon logging in, she found several repeated private messages. Having focused on her recovery in the past few days, she hadn't been active on the forum. Opening the messages, she discovered they were all from the same individual, inquiring if she truly wished to visit the iCountry Museum, offering detailed information in return. Chunyi recognized the ID, SP009. This account had previously sent her a similar message, but at that time, she had already paid for precise coordinates and a layout from the underground network. Thus had not responded. Swiftly, she replied, "Okay. What is the price?" The individual promptly sent her the layout and precise coordinates within the museum, replying, "No fee required." A hero willing to risk his life to retrieve the treasures of our nation deserves reverence akin to that of a divine being. Your noble intentions should be met with our utmost respect and support. We shall await your triumphant return. As Chunyi read the response, a surge of passion ignited within her, as if a torrent of ambition was about to erupt. The adoration and high expectations bestowed upon her by this stranger illuminated her mind like a golden ray. In that moment, she felt as though she had transcended into a state of clarity.
Wait. So Danny, Chenya regainet her komposure.
Goodness, she nearly fell for it. What was this flattery aimed at? Attempting to manipulate her? She must not forget her grand aspiration of simply being a laid-back landlord. She quickly replied, "No need for flattery. I am willing to go. It is my own desire. This matter is straightforward for me. Do not adorn it with excessive praise. I have no interest in that." After making a note of the layout and coordinates, she casually closed her computer. Unbeknownst to her, a chaos was erupting in the office of the National Security Bureau's 14th Division. A young man leaped onto his chair, raising his hands as he shouted triumphantly, "I found it! I found it! Next time, I will definitely pinpoint its location." "Have you located the Phantom Killer's position?" one of his colleagues inquired, intrigued. "Is that so? Where?" A crowd gathered around him, captivated. On his computer, a large pop-up message proclaimed an IP address originating from Huagua. Chapter 59. He appears oblivious to his own strength. Chunyi gazed at the sky, now fully illuminated, a vast cerulean expanse, devoid of wind or clouds. As if the previously oppressive haze had never existed, the world seemed to have been paused, only to resume its rhythm once more. Flights and shipping resumed their former schedules, and everyone marveled at the beauty of the world. Those who worked returned to their duties, while others ventured forth to travel. It seemed that the members of her household began to doubt Chunyi's earlier proclamation of the impending doom. She offered no explanations, instead preparing for the night's endeavors. With the weather returning to normal, many individuals had flown directly to iCountry to visit the museum, claiming they wished to be present in case the Phantom Killer attempted to steal. After all, the museum was vast, and one could not fully explore it in less than 10 days or half a month. Due to the previous missions being accomplished under dire weather conditions, many questioned whether the Phantom Killer would still possess the capability to pilfer artifacts and escape amidst the now stable environment. Chunyi paid little attention to such discussions. In contrast, she was more concerned that the artifacts included gold and silver treasures. Should they be absorbed into her space, it would consume them entirely. Entering the room where her parents' belongings were stored, she unearthed her mother's jewelry, nervously holding a bracelet in her hand. Should it be consumed, yet another piece of her mother's legacy would be lost. Stepping into her space while clutching the bracelet, she repeatedly murmured, "This is merely stored here. It cannot be consumed." I will find more jade and gold for you next time. You must not take this. Carefully, she placed it in the storage of her space before exiting. With a heart laden with unease, she ventured back inside, discovering the bracelet resting intact on the shelf. Chunyi was convinced that her thoughts had been heard by her space, and she couldn't help but smile, wanting to bestow affectionate kisses upon this unyielding space. Though it may be flawed, at least it was obedient. To further validate her theory, Chunyi returned to her room, retrieving a few small gold bars that Chen Chen had exchanged earlier. She returned to her parents' room and placed the gold bars into her mother's jade jewelry box. Once again, a meal steeped in superstition was admonished as forbidden, yet an entire box was consumed. After the ebb and flow of items in and out, the box and its contents remained undisturbed. Chunyi observed with delight and whispered softly to herself, "The jade is a memento of my mother. I am sorry, but I cannot part with it. You may consume the gold instead." After another experiment, she returned to the space, only to find the small gold ingots had vanished, leaving behind a box of jade ornaments. The space had consumed the gold, but due to its minimal quantity, no substantial changes were apparent. Standing within the space, Chunyi surveyed her surroundings, unable to find anything that could converse with her. How, then, did it hear her innermost thoughts? She had spent considerable time studying the little sprite but found no evidence of its ability to communicate. It seemed more like a diligent assistant, capable of executing programmed tasks and commands, but lacking any form of dialogue. Frustratingly, it was solely interested in gold and jewels, devoid of even an instruction manual. Each upgrade felt like a perilous gamble. Having found nothing, Chunyi returned to reorganize the items in the storage room, stacking them neatly without wasting an inch of space. After her efforts, half of the storage room was left empty. While she could not measure the overall area of the space, the persistent fog indicated that it could still consume more jade for development. An arduous journey lay ahead. However, she would soon gather more materials to nourish it. Upon exiting the space, she sat before her computer, meticulously examining the floor plan of the iCountry Museum. The layout was detailed, clearly marking which exhibits were displayed in each area, accompanied by extensive notes. It indicated where the most advanced alarm systems had been installed and where infrared warnings were located. The entire distribution and security system appeared exceptionally tight. The museum closed at 5:30 p.m., but this timing was not particularly favorable for her. The refreshing of her little flying shoes occurred at midnight, which corresponded to 4 p.m. in iCountry, a time when many tourists still wandered about. Especially with the recent favorable weather, numerous individuals had already arrived on the latest flights, eagerly awaiting her. Moreover, the museum was vast, with multiple floors and exhibition halls. And to retrieve all the artifacts from Huagua, she would need to traverse the premises extensively. Not to mention, many artifacts remained stored in collection rooms, without any display space. The items on exhibit were merely a fraction of what lay in the collection rooms. According to the location provided by SP009, reaching the nearest exhibition hall of Huagua artifacts would take her at least 20 minutes at her fastest pace. In a museum that had recently updated its security systems and increased the number of guards, running for 20 minutes would likely attract unwanted attention. Even driving would risk being caught in a hail of bullets. It was not worth the danger. Indeed, those artifacts were priceless treasures. Yet she had once bestowed the same label upon herself. Chunyi stared at the floor plan, her brow furrowed in frustration. Her body had only just begun to recover, and she could not afford to be reckless as she had been previously. She aimed to expend the least amount of effort possible. Had she not wasted the opportunities to use her flying shoes due to her injuries, she could have transported items every 2 days and completed the task by now. The blueprint from SP009 highlighted 36 significant items, all currently on display, with detailed annotations regarding their names, materials, historical periods, and their relevance to the nation's research on artifacts from that time. SP009 seemed to imply that she could only bring back a maximum of those 36 items, or perhaps even fewer. He appeared utterly unaware of his own capabilities. Had all those items obtained from the ports of iCountry and our country become mere figments of memory? Chunyi had her own thoughts on the matter. While the exhibited artifacts were undoubtedly precious, those not displayed required individuals of status to even glimpse. The notion that she needed a title or rank to view her own belongings was infuriating. Shouldn't she move them all? Wasn't that a waste of her 20,000 space coins? She had to pay the sprite over 200,000 coins per gold ingot each month, and at the current rate, it could only yield a maximum of 1. 78 million space coins monthly. She also had to stay up late awaiting the refresh time. Emptying the space was imperative. She must clear it entirely. If she didn't act soon, they would not have time to secure the items. Helping others was commendable. Yet the thought of numerous museums fading into obscurity over time brought her considerable anguish. Chapter 60. Oh, celestial being that night. Chunyi adjusted her little flying shoes' target coordinates to the collection room. Although her self-imposed mission had a casualty rate of 0, she donned a bulletproof vest just in case, bringing along a small pistol and a submachine gun to prevent any unforeseen incidents upon landing. By this time, the sky was free of haze, yet she still wore protective gear and a gas mask. It was merely a symbol. Since she had already adopted this persona, she would see it through to the end. The vast collection room was located in the basement. When Chunyi teleported in, darkness enveloped her, and the surroundings were filled with infrared cameras. Before she could steady herself, she quickly scanned the area and then slipped into the space, deftly taking the nearest box. The cameras captured nothing. It was over in an instant, and the guards at the monitoring station were completely oblivious. In their minds, typical thieves would directly smash the exhibits. They were entirely unaware of the collection room's location. Chunyi decided to remain in the space for a while, waiting for the museum to close and the crowds to disperse, as the current foot traffic made it inconvenient for her to move. She opened the box she had just taken, revealing a bronze artifact approximately 56 centimeters tall, with a base adorned by 2 carved deer that supported a pillar intricately etched with patterns and clouds. A majestic dragon coiled around the main body of the piece, while the top featured an open flower petal encasing a bird resembling a phoenix. Chunyi could not discern the significance of this artifact and would need to consult an expert later. Yet, the craftsmanship of this exquisite piece from the Bronze Age spoke volumes about its historical importance for future generations. What a band of thieves! How could they dare to claim such possessions as their own? The very thought of it made her uneasy. Carefully, she returned the bronze artifact to its box and set it aside. Still feeling uneasy, she paced around the storage room, muttering to herself, "I'll be placing many items in here later, so don't you move, alright? These are relics, and they must be returned to their rightful owners. Be good." As she anticipated spending some time there, she took the opportunity to explore. She had never ventured into the purple bamboo forest near the wooden house and was curious about its size. After an indeterminate amount of time wandering, Chunyi sat down to rest, lying on the ground and gazing up at the bamboo leaves that formed a canopy overhead. It was indeed a bamboo forest, devoid of anything but bamboo, no wild birds or game in sight. The dense bamboo stood tall, growing rapidly, and in this space where growth was accelerated, it was likely sprouting new shoots day and night. With no night in the space, Chunyi lay peacefully in the tranquil bamboo grove, feeling remarkably calm, eventually drifting into a deep slumber. She did not know how long she had slept when a sharp alarm suddenly jolted her awake. Chunyi instinctively sprang up, but the force was too great, causing a faint pain in her chest. She inhaled sharply and quickly scanned her surroundings. To her astonishment, she had been sleeping soundly under the surveillance of the collection room's cameras. Every camera was trained upon her, and alarms blared outside. She heard footsteps approaching rapidly. Ignoring the cameras tracking her, she dashed towards the door, pressing her ear against it to listen for a moment. There were many people nearby. The collection room was located at the rear of the museum, a standalone structure. This was the 4th underground collection room. To its right was the 3rd, and upstairs were the 5th to 10th collection rooms. The 1st and 2nd rooms were in another building connected to this one, accessible via the basement, and then upstairs. Upon reaching the upper floor, she could cross a corridor to reach the 5th and 10th collection rooms. Ascending the stairs next to the 7th collection room led to the 2nd floor, and moving straight ahead would bring her to the exhibition hall. This was the quickest route. However, a considerable number of footsteps echoed from the right, making a trip to the 3rd collection room a perilous endeavor. Chunyi had initially planned to stealthily navigate past the security personnel and swiftly search through all the collection rooms before heading to the exhibition hall, taking whatever she could carry. She had not anticipated waking up to find herself so brazenly asleep under the watchful eyes of others. This was rather disrespectful. She too wished to make off with treasures, yet the gap between her aspirations and reality was considerable. Chunyi decided to first store the items from the 4th collection room into her space. Contemplating the distance from the underground collection room to the exhibition hall and the main building, if only she could empty the entire museum. Suddenly, she felt an emptiness before her. This void was unlike the usual emptiness she experienced when storing items. The surroundings suddenly felt vast, and even the cameras were no longer visible. Before she could ponder this further, she was startled by various screams, followed by the sound of objects plummeting from above. Looking up, she was astonished to see the sky, with people scattering down from a great height. Is this the sky? Chunyi turned to survey her surroundings. It seemed to be a vast pit. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and her consciousness dove into her space. To her amazement, the colossal museum had been consumed. It could not all fit. It had been placed at the end of the bamboo grove behind the wooden house, shrouded in thick mist, rendering its outline only vaguely visible. She could not dwell on why it had been placed there. She could only fervently pray that it would not consume anything from that area. With that thought, she activated her flying shoes and transported herself home. Above, a host of human figures and heavy objects were crashing down, while a group of astonished security personnel stood nearby, fixated on the falling individuals, entirely oblivious to Chunyi's sudden disappearance. The security personnel were left astounded, questioning whether they were still dreaming, until their colleagues began to descend from the sky, their groans snapping them back to reality. In a panic, they called for assistance while others searched for that elusive white figure. The imposing, muscular man at the forefront surveyed the scene, where individuals writhed in pain on the ground, some having fallen from great heights and lying motionless, leaving their fates uncertain. Unable to contain himself, he let out a roar, cursing vehemently. What kind of thief is this? Stealing artifacts is one thing, but who steals an entire museum? This is beyond comprehension. Wasn't it agreed that only artifacts from Huagua would be taken? What business did this person have with others? Their methods were incomprehensible, vanishing in an instant. Meanwhile, a follower who had been lurking outside, hoping to witness the ghostly figure, was fortunate enough to witness the museum's sudden disappearance and recorded the spectacular scene of security personnel falling like dumplings. Gazing at the now barren ground, he couldn't help but exclaim, "What a divine maneuver! From now on, if anyone tells me there are no cultivators, I will smash their heads." Chapter 61. Not giving upon returning home, Chunyi could hardly believe how effortless this operation had been. Although she had been ejected only moments ago, she couldn't access her space, so she probed it with her consciousness, seeing the immense outline behind the bamboo grove. It dawned on her that she had not only emptied the artifacts but also stolen the entire home. She swiftly changed her clothes, freshened up in the bathroom, and returned to her phone for news. Within just a few minutes, she found several updates. A video recorded on a cell phone captured the chaos, filled with screams as countless small black dots fell from the sky. The ground where the museum had stood was now empty, with several large craters appearing. The caption read, "The Country Museum disappeared in an instant," as the video had been posted early and only showed an empty space. With no preceding context and from a distance, few in the comments believed it, mocking the uploader for desperate fame. However, shortly after, a video extracted from street surveillance across from the museum emerged, causing the internet to crash. This video depicted the museum standing proudly in the square one moment, only to vanish the next, followed by numerous screaming figures falling from the night sky. From a distance, it was hard to discern they were human. Chunyi opened her computer, logged onto the forum, and posted a message. "I am the ghostly killer. The Country Museum mission has been accomplished." There were no photos or videos, yet no one doubted her success. The video had already spread across the internet, and the official accounts of the Country had announced that both the Prime Minister and Queen had attended a large press conference confirming the museum's disappearance. Due to the lack of substantial footage and with no surveillance data recovered, they could only assure the public that they would investigate the matter promptly. The interview with security personnel seemed even more explosive than the press conference. One black man, still dressed in his security uniform, appeared visibly agitated, his uncontrolled gestures matching his incoherent speech. It was shocking. No, it was terrifying. I was at the monitoring station when suddenly a figure appeared in the 4th collection room. You know, that room is not open to the public. It is very hidden. Basically, no one knows about it. Unexpectedly, the next second, someone was sleeping in the 4th collection room. Before our personnel could reach him, the entire museum vanished. In response, Huagua's netizens were ecstatic, ready to pop champagne in celebration. Even the high-ranking officials of Huagua were thrilled, preparing to convene immediately to discuss how to retrieve the treasures. Although the ghostly killer had yet to send any signal for assistance, after exchanging various compliments, they finally got to the crux of the matter. "Great one. When will you return the artifacts? Do you need an escort?" Not only the netizens, but also high-ranking officials were keenly interested in this issue, yet due to face-saving reasons, they waited for others to pose the questions. Unexpectedly, the response from the ghostly killer was a mere 2 words, not giving. This succinct reply was like poking a hornet's nest. The officials of Huagua immediately became restless. When the items were housed in the I-Country Museum, although they shamelessly claimed legal ownership, they managed to unite with several countries whose artifacts had been looted by the I-Country and launched a joint effort. What if one day the I-Country couldn't withstand international pressure and returned them? There was always a glimmer of hope while they remained there. However, now that both the items and the museum had vanished, and the ghostly killer was as elusive as a true specter, if he refused to return them, there was truly no place to seek justice. It was a case of escaping from the wolf's den only to enter the tiger's lair. The director of the 14th Bureau of the National Security Department immediately sought out the technician who had cracked the ghostly killer's IP last time. Quickly, no matter what. We must locate this person. The leaders were in a state of desperation. At this moment, netizens from various countries were eagerly taking advantage of the situation. Unexpectedly, the Chinese netizens, in addition to their disappointment, found the leisure to compile statistics on the artifacts housed within the Museum of Country I. It dawned on many that numerous artifacts from their own homelands were also resting within that very museum. Indeed, it was a time when laughter was scarce, and smiles were elusive. In the Chinese online sphere, opinions were sharply divided. A faction steadfastly believed that the ghostly reaper's reluctance to surrender the artifacts must have its reasons. Some humorously speculated whether it stemmed from dissatisfaction over the monetary compensation and accolades offered. They tagged the Cultural Heritage Administration, urging them to cease the token gestures and instead provide something substantive, as their esteemed elder brother was evidently displeased. The official response came swiftly. Enough of this. As long as our elder brother returns, we shall provide whatever is required. Conversely, another group launched vehement verbal attacks, accusing the ghostly reaper of greed and claiming that he had directly embezzled the artifacts from various nations. Such harsh words made even Qin Yi wince. The vitriol was unrestrained, echoing sentiments that had been passed down through generations, with accusations hurled without a hint of restraint. This was a lamentable aspect of human nature. Dissenting from their views equated to betraying one's ancestors and selling out the nation for personal gain. Yet, they remained blissfully unaware of their own identities, genders, or the reasons behind their ire. Their rage erupted simply because reality did not align with their expectations. It seemed inevitable. After all, those who displayed such bravado online were likely too timid to crush even a mere insect in real life. Once Qian Yu was able to enter the space, she found herself before a grand museum shrouded in mist, hidden behind the purple bamboo grove. Unfortunately, she could not enter. Proximity was beyond her reach. It appeared that further expansion of the jade was necessary. This was truly a situation where she could not give what was desired. Exiting the space, she logged onto the forum and discovered a private message from SP009 inquiring about her results and whether there were any surprises. The items will be preserved in China, and in due time, they will be returned appropriately. Do not worry. Subsequently, she created a new post. I am the Ghostly Reaper. Regarding the artifacts, it is not that they will not be returned. Merely, the time is not yet ripe. They cannot take control, firstly, due to the sheer number involved, and secondly, their time will be consumed entirely in relocating the artifacts currently in their possession. There may be no time to spare. 2 days hence, a torrential downpour will begin, with much of the globe poised to become a flood zone. Take heed, this will be an extraordinary deluge, persisting for an extended period. Those who have made travel plans should heed this warning and return. To those present, if you still have time for scorn, it would be wiser to prepare and stockpile supplies for the impending apocalypse. This account will be deactivated following this post. Should we survive this calamity, we shall meet again. After clicking send, she promptly deactivated her account. Closing her laptop, she descended to have breakfast. The sky was devoid of smog, a brilliant blue stretching overhead. Yet, the sun was unrelenting. Even at just past 8 in the morning, the temperature had already soared to 38 degrees Celsius. Dan Mo opened the skylight above to let in some air. The sun streamed down, and within 10 minutes of standing outside, he was drenched in sweat. Uncle Lee brought a bowl of millet and red date porridge along with 2 lamb buns, and upon seeing Qin Yi, who was sweating profusely in the pavilion, he quietly suggested, "Miss, shall we go back inside? It's too hot. Enjoy the sunshine. Soon, You shall not see it for a long time. Chunyi replied with a light laugh. Chapter 62. The Emperor is far away after breakfast. Instruct your companions to clear the drainage areas outside. The upcoming rains will be substantial. If the drainage is blocked, while we may not be flooded, water could still surge in from outside. Chun Chen set down his chopsticks. Sister, the online discussions have gone wild these past few days, all revolving around this issue. Li Xiong took a bite of his bun, mumbling, yeah. I heard it was that ghostly reaper who mentioned it. The person delivering corn and millet this morning said so. Their grain station has nearly run out of refined rice and flour, leaving only coarse grains.
Unkla linudda.
Previously, he had only heard the young lady mention the term apocalypse occasionally, yet it had not materialized.
Now,
that figure who had been almost deified in rumors had also referred to the end times. Sister, are you really the one who was informed by the ghostly reaper? Chunyi chuckled, something like that. My goodness, you are incredible. You actually know such a celestial being? Could you introduce me? Chunyi coughed twice to mask her embarrassment, suggesting it was a conversation for another time. Only Dan Mo gazed at Chunyi with a serious expression, skeptical of her whimsical claims. Ever since her 2 injuries, he had come to believe she was indeed the ghostly reaper. However, how had she returned in such a short time? There were no flights available at that time. Even now, with flights, how could one possibly manage a round trip in such a brief span? Did his mistress possess some secret technique? Was she performing some ritual? Dan Mo chuckled at his own thoughts. Meanwhile, the online buzz regarding her account deactivation and final post surged to unprecedented levels within half an hour. If the preceding actions had merely astonished and garnered applause, the final post plunged many into an unexplainable panic. Indeed, this was true for most people. When the matter seemed distant, they could mock and revel in schadenfreude. Yet, once personal safety, interests, and finances were at stake, national grievances and fortunes paled in comparison to their own small domains. After a mere few hours of discussion, the most trending topics had shifted from the bizarre disappearance of artifacts from Country I's museum to survival guides for the apocalypse and essential supplies for the end times. Aside from opportunistic bloggers seeking to ride the wave of attention, many were already rushing to procure supplies. Some cursed the ghostly reaper, suspecting he was merely fulfilling a marketing ploy for businesses, pushing excess inventory. Many had just indulged in a spending spree, leaving them with scant disposable income. Unable to stockpile supplies, they were left to languish. In stark contrast to the frenzy among the common folk online, the atmosphere in the National Security Department's 14th Bureau was one of somber silence. The director had arrived early in the morning after receiving a phone call, now fixated on the screen displaying the deactivated account, which provided no further information. During his commute, he had already heard the technician's report, tracing the private messages to ascertain that the individual was located in Province G of China, with one more step needed for precise localization. Now they had truly vanished. This individual held the key to a vast treasure trove of priceless artifacts spanning thousands of square meters. It was plausible that their claim of an impending disaster in 2 days was merely a ruse to use the data they had acquired through technical means to seize the artifacts for themselves. Just days prior, he had confidently assured the minister of their ability to pinpoint the individual's location. How could he now explain this failure? Director, I am truly sorry. My skills are insufficient. Their technician is evidently no ordinary character. The technician's face was filled with remorse. The director patted him on the shoulder. Let us keep an eye on this. The individual claimed that the items would remain within the country and would be returned at an appropriate time. This statement was made privately and not publicly. It seems they are wise to the potential for suspicion and scrutiny from other nations. Let us wait a bit longer. I must report this to my superiors. Keep monitoring the situation. With that, he waved his hand, dismissing the technician, his expression one of deep disappointment. Equally troubled was the Ministry of Human Resources. Watching the citizens, who were caught in a frenzy of purchasing food, proved futile. Reports of assistance from the Development and Reform Commission and the Ministry of Civil Affairs were piling up. The purchasing frenzy was utterly uncontainable. Numerous vendors seized the opportunity to hike prices, and despite the rising costs, the determination of citizens to buy remained unyielding. Since control was unattainable, the only option was to sever the supply chain. Unforeseen, even when supplies ran low, prices continued to soar, with a single meter of rice or an egg far exceeding their original costs. The Prime Minister promptly issued a statement urging citizens not to blindly believe rumors, advocating for rational consumption and sensible procurement of supplies. However, the overwhelming majority of people have been led astray by the specter of panic, displaying an even greater enthusiasm for hoarding. In street interviews, individuals nonchalantly remarked, "It matters not whether the natural disaster is real. We must first secure our peace of mind by purchasing supplies. Besides, we must eat daily, and these items will not spoil." During periods of heavy smog, being confined at home for days without food, witnessing children cry out in hunger, who could remain unmoved? A reporter interjected, "Yet, is it truly necessary to purchase so much at once? Many items have expiration dates. Moreover, should a disaster indeed occur, the government will surely assist us." The citizens looked at the reporter with derision. "Young lady, have you never experienced the Great Plague of those 3 years? We were locked down for 3 months, only able to purchase a single cabbage or a few eggs every 2 days at exorbitant prices, 45 times the usual rate. How could the government manage that? The higher powers are distant. When will it be our turn? Furthermore, every era has its corrupt officials, deceiving those beneath them." The reporter hastily interrupted, "Andy, please. Let's not discuss this further. It's unbroadcastable." The citizen scoffed and wheeled away her cart filled with supplies. Many others continued to scramble for rice, flour, and oil, while simultaneously cursing the specter for spreading such disturbing rhetoric, inciting widespread panic in society. Despite hoarding historical artifacts, they chose to conceal them rather than relinquish them, creating a sense of alarm amongst the populace. Truly, they were oblivious to the implications of their actions. In this wave of panic buying, the greatest beneficiaries were undoubtedly the merchants, from the supply chains to supermarket owners and even market vendors, whose profits in just 2 days equaled an entire month's earnings. Meanwhile, the factory workers, farmers, and laborers at the bottom of the economic ladder were left exhausted, merely scraping by. In Chapter 63, titled The Mischievous Ghost, Chen Yi, while perusing her phone, unexpectedly noticed a previously muted message in the owner's group chat. Upon investigation, she discovered that the owner of Villa 1618 was inquiring whether the materials for construction, which had recently been shipped, needed to be returned. The owner of 1107 replied, "Brother, you are too quick. My batch of masks is still stuck at the port, yet to be delivered. The weather improved recently, and the client has not pressed for it." The owner of 1618 responded, "My shipment is destined for Country D, where they are urgently in need of the goods. I thought the weather had cleared, so I set sail. Who would have known there would be such torrential rains?" Another participant remarked, whether true or false, "There is a severe shortage of grains and oils lately. The supply chain has been disrupted. Even with money, we cannot procure anything." The owner of 1108 commented, "One could say this is a national disaster profit." To which 1316 retorted, "Do not be so high-minded. You profit from the misfortunes of others. Look at all those antiques in your home." Meanwhile, 1518 observed, "It appears there are hidden talents here." 1717 cautioned, "What if that person is speaking falsely?" Chen Yi glanced at the messages before casually shutting her phone. She then sat on a swing in the pavilion, lost in thought while gazing at the sky. In contrast to these concerns, her mind was preoccupied with acquiring jade and unraveling the mystery of why the space had placed that museum in an unopened area. It seemed the troublesome artifact had not consumed the jade from the museum. Otherwise, the mist at the edge of her space would not have lingered. Could it have gained sentience, hoping to remind her of its debt of stones? If so, it truly was a clever little entity. Suddenly, she recalled the house she had previously lived in, which remained vacant. In her past life, the Qin family had taken refuge during a storm, ultimately occupying her home.
Now,
Having adopted a laid-back attitude, should she not properly attend to them? Given Zhu Meiling's character, she would undoubtedly incite Chen Jingguang to move into her house regardless. Even with Chen Jingguang's position, relocating to the first established rescue area would seem natural. In the event of an emergency shelter being set up, even the mayor could only reside in the closest designated housing, which was newly constructed and devoid of amenities, nothing compared to her own residence. Chen Jingguang was notoriously hypocritical, relying on his father's connections to advance his career while enjoying the fruits of his father's labor. When his father needed various approvals within the country, all credit was attributed to her as the mayor. Thus, when the rescue team suggested he relocate to the rescue area, Chen Jingguang feigned integrity, claiming he wished to provide more opportunities for others to be rescued, stating he could stay with his brother. Upon hearing this, and coupled with his long-standing efforts to maintain an image of high moral character, everyone was moved to tears. Subsequently, Whenever they learned that the selfless deputy mayor Chen lacked resources, they would willingly offer him their own supplies. Thus, if they were to find her absent from home, it might well please them greatly. She quickly descended to the basement to retrieve a few miniature cameras, enlisting Dan Mo to accompany her. She intended to install surveillance throughout the vicinity. They could inhabit the place as they wished. After all, the entire building was filled with undesirable individuals. To ensure their comfort, she would add a touch of amusement to their lives. Chen Chen and Li Xiong wished to accompany her, but were sent back under the pretext of practicing shooting accuracy. Dan Mo, the versatile uncle, discreetly concealed several miniature cameras in no time, integrating the surveillance system into her phone. Although it would not be long before they would seek her assistance, she was curious to see how many days they could endure without help. Chen Yi checked the house for any forgotten items. Chen Yuan had always envied her clothing, shoes, and bags, yet not even a scrap of fabric was left for her. After completing her inspection, Chen Yi instructed Dan Mo to remain behind, as his imposing figure and fierce demeanor were ill-suited for her to play the role of a meek flower. Descending the stairs, she took advantage of the empty fire escape to retrieve several boxes of cookies and 4 boxes of imported fruit from her space, carrying them to the door of 1101 and 1102. A knock sounded at their door. When Chen Yi had resided there in her previous life, the long-tongued elderly woman of 1101 would spread any tidings she learned throughout the entire building within 10 minutes. Whatever occurred in any household was sure to be known throughout the complex in no time. In her past life, anyone who had something noteworthy would inevitably find the entire building abuzz with chatter. Eventually, it became known that the Chen Jingguang family was mistreating their niece, as they quietly apprehended people, all due to the fear of Chen Jingguang's gun. The man from 1102, known for his piercing gaze and triangular eyes, was not one to be underestimated. In her previous life, Chen Yi had clashed with him on numerous occasions, as he would often ambush her when she ventured out to gather supplies. Seeing these two now filled her with anger. Yet, as the saying goes, the king of hell is easy to kill, but the little ghosts are troublesome. For now, she would let them be, allowing Chen Jingguang and his ilk to experience the hardships she had endured in her former life. You are the young lady from the Chen family upstairs, are you not? What brings you here? We haven't seen you around lately. Have you returned? The woman from 1101, surnamed Huang, glanced at the items on the ground. Her expression tense as she looked at Chen Yi, then exchanged a glance with the man across the hall. Yes, I am from upstairs. You see, Huang Jie, I had to travel out of town for some business. I have just returned, but they are urging me to return again. Chen Yi forced a smile, determined to present herself as anything but someone who harbored a desire to harm them. Since my parents are not in, I would like to ask you and this gentleman to keep an eye on my home for me. Huang Jie, recalling the recent news of her parents' absence, nodded in agreement, saying, Oh, I heard about your family situation. It must be quite challenging. However, young lady from the Qin family, you must consider this carefully. There are rumors of a torrential downpour imminent. Why wander aimlessly when you could remain safely at home? Although Chen Yi had a particular aversion to the incessant chatter of Sister Huang, he reasoned that it could hardly get worse. Despite having reported numerous grievances regarding the Residence Committee representative of Unit 1002, the consequences were not dire. The man from Unit 1102 had attempted to force his way in, aiming to commit robbery, but upon seeing the firearm in Chen Jingguang's hand, he hesitated and instead chose to confront Chen Yi in the hallway. Compared to Sister Huang, Chen Yi was far more intrigued by the unfolding conflict between the two men. With a wry smile, Chen Yi remarked, Indeed, I have just stocked my home with ample provisions, preparing to fetch my brother. Sister Huang, could you kindly keep an eye on my house? I implore you not to let anyone intrude. As she spoke, she divided the items on the ground, generously sharing half with them. I have more than enough. I shall express my gratitude upon my return. Upon seeing the fruit packaging, Sister Huang recognized its value and accepted it with a smile, saying, Ah, young lady from the Qin family, you are far too gracious. It's merely a small favor. I shall certainly make my rounds to check in on your place daily. Chen Yi nodded in acknowledgement and turned her gaze back to the man from Unit 1102, who merely nodded back with a stoic expression. She then left her contact information. Casting a line without concern for whether they would reach out, she was indifferent. Chapter 64. The rain falls as predicted. Uncle Li was digging a shallow pit in the backyard, claiming it was to create a fermentation pool to handle kitchen waste for watering plants. The pit was small, less than half a meter deep, for any deeper would risk striking the steel plates below. Dan and Mo brought over some leftover sand, cement, and lime from the last renovation, assisting in mixing before applying it around the pool's perimeter. Chen Yi, observing the materials in their hands, recalled the previous life when an earthquake had toppled her home. Would this house withstand the impending turmoil? She sat on the swing, lost in thought. With the arrival of the second phase of the apocalypse, marked by heavy rain, a mix of excitement and anxiety coursed through her. If the past month had merely served as a warning, then the post-downpour would herald the swift descent into chaos, amplifying the factors of disorder, death, famine, and illness. The following afternoon, the clear sky darkened without warning, ominous clouds gathering overhead, accompanied by lightning that split the horizon. A tremendous clap of thunder heralded the arrival of death in the apocalyptic realm. The typhoon howled, shattering windows of numerous coastal buildings, while vehicles and uprooted trees swirled in the air, uncertain of their fate. Torrential rain descended, enveloping the surroundings in a blinding white haze. Soon, those unable to find shelter discovered their skin becoming red and itchy, their mouths and noses stinging. Upon reaching the hospital, they realized the corrosive nature of acid rain. Before diagnoses could be completed, chaos erupted within the hospital. Water surged visibly, departments on the first floor hurriedly relocating to higher levels, while unattended patients frantically made their way upstairs amidst the tumult. Cries of panic intermingled with the wails of frightened children and the sounds of shattering objects. As the water level rose, the vast pharmacy housed an abundance of medications, and for the first time, people began to feel a profound respect for nature. Stop dawdling. Those who can move, quickly help transfer the medications from the pharmacy to the upper floors. Hurry, shouted a doctor clad in a white coat from the corridor. Without medicines, we cannot save anyone. Move fast. Don't just take them to the second floor, move them to the fifth. The water is rising too rapidly. Where were the firefighters? Why had they not arrived? Other areas were likely facing similar situations. They could not rely solely on them. Quickly. The water is reaching the entrance. People jostled shoulder to shoulder, racing through the hospital to rescue the medications, while another group assisted in transferring bedridden patients to higher floors. Many patients, their skin itching from the rain, lamented their decision to come to the hospital, wishing they had returned home instead. Now their vehicles were submerged, and they had no way to return home. Reluctantly, they continued to help relocate the medications from the pharmacy. Elsewhere, similar efforts were underway. The storm raged, rain pouring down relentlessly, and the water level climbed rapidly. Within just an hour, it surged as if a massive wave had crashed upon them, reaching heights of 450 centimeters. Many were unaware that the rain was acidic, only feeling their legs itch and burn as they stood in the rising water. In such tempestuous weather, even with inflatable rafts, returning home was impossible. They could only flee to higher floors. Firefighters braved the downpour, donned in life jackets, forming teams to board rescue boats and head towards the nearest disaster zones. However, they found themselves surrounded by trapped crowds, unable to rescue everyone. The command center swiftly altered its strategy, directing firefighters to assist those stranded in the deluge. As for those confined to high-rise buildings, they could only wait for the next evacuation. Meanwhile, many high-rise residents filmed the event, marveling at the unprecedented storm, calling it thrilling. Those in lower floors hastily gathered essential food items and chargers, rushing upstairs. In no time, the emergency exits were crowded with individuals fleeing from lower levels. At that moment, many felt little concern, merely perceiving the rain as excessive, but believing it would soon subside, as it had in the past. Some even took to social media to jest about the extraordinary downpour. As they recalled the ominous predictions made days prior, the rain indeed arrived as foreseen. And it was exceptionally heavy. People questioned whether the foreboding predictions of prolonged rainfall were accurate.
No definitive answers emerged.
Only mutual reassurances among netizens waiting to be relocated. Don't worry, it should clear up soon. We must hold on to hope, right? Living is about hope guiding us forward. Many encountered videos from abroad depicting floods even more severe than their own. It appeared that, as one had suggested, the entire world was engulfed in a deluge. The heavens seemed to collapse entirely, with no nation spared from calamity. The rain persisted, unrelenting and unyielding, with precipitation rates reaching 400 millimeters per hour, visibly escalating the water levels. Such rainfall was unprecedented. Previous storms had surpassed 250 millimeters, wreaking havoc, but now the downpour resembled a dragon surging into the sea. stirring up monstrous waves that shattered the land. The sky darkened ominously, accompanied by rumbling thunder, as trees struck by lightning fell. Initially, many dismissed the situation, believing the rain would cease and the flooding would recede, thinking it merely an inconvenience. However, as time passed, the downpour showed no signs of stopping, and the water level rose from the tops of parked cars to the stair platforms leading to the second floor, instilling a creeping sense of dread. Perhaps thoughts of loved ones absent at that moment, or other concerns, rendered them silent. Each person's expression grew vacant, acutely aware of their insignificance before nature's might. All hopes rested on the firefighters, wishing for their swift rescue of those trapped in the flood, so they too could be moved to safety. I never realized how deeply I would need this delightful group of individuals. What the trapped people remain unaware of is that their current predicament is 1,000 times more fortunate than those swept away by the deluge. Meanwhile, the charming souls for whom they wait include many who have already been engulfed by the ferocious floodwaters in their valiant attempts to save others, leaving them beyond reach. Chapter 65. The Flaws of Humanity. The torrential rain began in the afternoon, pouring relentlessly throughout the night like an incessantly running faucet. By dawn, many low-lying third floors were already half-submerged. Even in higher areas, the first floors were nearing inundation. The rain continued to fall, though lighter than the previous day. Numerous individuals had been swept away by the floodwaters, their whereabouts unknown. Many firefighters had also been swept away while attempting rescues, joining the ranks of those trapped. Having witnessed enough of such tragedies in a past life, Chinny shut off her phone and sat before the tea table, sipping tea to regain her strength. Lacking a bow or crossbow, Dan Mo had enhanced the existing bow for her. Drawing the bow required immense upper body strength, and her injury had yet to fully heal, causing a dull ache in her chest as she pulled the string. In contrast to her stoic demeanor, Chen Chun and Li Xiong held their phones with expressions of dismay, lamenting the terror of nature's wrath. Uncle Li occasionally chimed in from the kitchen, his words tinged with sorrow and compassion. If anyone resembled Chen Yi, it was Dan Mo. Sitting beside her, Dan Mo, with an impassive expression, sharpened an arrowhead, paying no heed to Chen Chen's comments. With countless individuals trapped and a portion of the assigned firefighters having perished during rescue efforts, the central government swiftly dispatched military personnel from nearby regions to assist. In the afternoon, soldiers braved the downpour, navigating inflatable boats covered with tents to reach the throngs of trapped individuals. Many had begun to experience reddened and swollen skin since the previous night, itching and burning to the point of tearing at their own flesh, resulting in large patches of raw skin. Those who had sought medical attention at the hospital yesterday fared better, receiving timely treatment for their skin irritations. Though the hospital was overcrowded, it offered a semblance of safety, with no immediate threats to life. They provided water, and even in the absence of food, each person received 2 syringes of glucose to replenish their strength. Rescue teams had relocated the majority of stable patients from the hospital to free up space for those in dire need of treatment. The displaced individuals either returned home or, if their residences had been submerged, contacted family members to discuss their next steps or were uniformly arranged at temporary aid stations. Unfortunately, others were not so fortunate. Many office workers, still present in their buildings when the heavy rains began, had not evacuated. Some were relieved they hadn't returned home, as their lower-lying neighborhoods were already inundated. Exhausted and famished, they endured a night of discomfort, with scratched skin not only itching but also burning, even oozing a pale, yellow pus. Some suffered from infections in their raw wounds, experiencing fluctuating fevers as they huddled among the crowd, desperately awaiting rescue. When the rescue teams finally arrived, people scrambled to board the boats, fearing that any delay would leave them trapped for yet another night. One individual, already feverish, waited in line and, by the time it was his turn, was dizzy and unsteady as he approached the makeshift window where the glass had been removed on the second floor. Struggling to lift his leg over the edge, a middle-aged man in a black shirt and glasses hurriedly ran forward, colliding with the feverish individual. The latter, already weak, lost his grip and fell into the raging waters below. Without hesitation, a rescue team member jumped in after him. Meanwhile, another team member on the boat glared at the man who had caused the incident, exclaiming, "What are you doing? Do you understand how swift this current is?" The man shrugged nonchalantly. "You were going in to save him, weren't you? It wasn't intentional." He then climbed onto the boat. Others began to murmur and point at him, but he paid them no mind as he pulled out his phone and called, "Hello, dear, I'm on the rescue boat now. I'll find you shortly. Noticing the attention on him, he rolled his eyes, asking, "What are you looking at?" The crowd shook their heads in disapproval. Before long, all available spots on the boat were filled. The remaining rescue team members stood outside the tent, eyes fixed on the turbulent waters nearby. Rain streamed down the visor of his raincoat, obscuring his vision. He raised his gloved hand to wipe the visor, but saw no signs of life in the water. He called out Li Liang.
Lilian.
The muddy streets of the city were not overly murky at that moment, yet he saw no one nearby in the water. He then steered the boat forward, searching intently. Those aboard the boat were eager to assist, but the rescue team member quickly halted their movements, commanding, "Stay still, maintain balance." He picked up a bamboo pole to probe the water. After several minutes of continuous heavy rain, water had seeped into the bottom of the boat through the zipper, causing panic among the passengers. The man in glasses raised his voice. "Why aren't we moving? Hurry, and get us out of here. The rain is pouring in." The rescue team member turned, a glint of anger in his eyes. If not for this man colliding with the victim, he would not have jumped in. "What are you so upset about? I told you it was an accident. It's not my fault he was so slow if he wanted to die. He shouldn't drag everyone else down with him." The rescue team member restrained his anger, glancing at the accumulating water in the boat. The others remained silent, their worry evident on their faces. He pressed the intercom at his ear, calling Command Center. "This is Rescue Team 4 at the Wanlin building in Dongxing Community. We have located trapped individuals. Team member Li Liang fell into the water 10 minutes ago while attempting to save a victim and has not returned. No clues have been found. Location near the temporary escape point at Wanlin building. Requesting assistance. Over." After repeating the message and confirming that the command center would dispatch help promptly, he turned back to the man with glasses, pointing a finger at him. "If Li Liang does not return, you'll be responsible." The man leaned back, rolling his eyes, utterly unrepentant. "What does it matter to me? I didn't make him jump in." The rescue team member glared at him, wishing to confront him, but a girl sitting nearby put down her phone, stood up, and intervened. "Calm down." Soon, another rescue boat arrived alongside. The rescue team member briefed them quickly before leading everyone away. This scene was captured and shared online. So when they reached the temporary aid station, the man in glasses was met with a crowd waiting to confront him, resulting in a swift beating as he stepped off the boat. The personnel at the rescue station and the soldiers who had saved him seemed indifferent. And it wasn't until the man's cries of pain echoed that someone finally intervened to pull him away. Chapter 66. Soft-heartedness is the greatest adversary. Uncle Lee stood before the chicken coop in the backyard, observing the terrified chicks huddled together, shaken by the thunderous noise of hail battering the glass above. On the third day, the rain persisted, heavy and relentless, mixed with hailstones the size of fists. Amidst the flashes of lightning and booming thunder, it was as if iron hammers were crashing down from the sky. "Miss, should we move the chicks indoors? The noise outside is too loud and terrifying. The little ones are frightened." Chunyi had just finished her stretches and was seated on the sofa, watching videos uploaded by netizens. The torrential rains across various countries were strikingly similar, with many areas already submerged. Crops that had not been harvested were swept away, and the cacophony was filled with screams and cries. In the distance, an old house, half submerged, swayed precariously under the assault of tumultuous waters. When large hailstones fell, the scene resembled a battlefield engulfed in rain and bombarded by artillery. The city's condition was scarcely better. Many streets had transformed into vast expanses of water. Occasionally, clusters of trees in green belts emerged above the floodwaters, their tops swaying in the tempest. A lifeboat, battling against the storm, entered the frame, only to capsize moments later, plunging both vessel and occupants into the depths. In the city's news footage, Chunye's keen eyes spotted Maergua, surrounded by a throng, while the weary Chen Jingguang bore a swollen visage. Closing his phone, Chunyi walked towards the backyard, followed closely by Uncle Li, gazing up at the sky. He observed the rain cascading like a waterfall, interspersed with hail that struck the glass with a sharp clarity. The dull thuds of the rain were punctuated by the crisp sound of hailstones hitting the glass. The hail, unable to penetrate the thick bulletproof glass, either shattered into icy fragments or bounced a few times before rolling off the sloped glass roof to the ground below, producing a series of soft thuds. Uncle Li's voice broke the silence. "This rain is relentless. It has been pouring for days with no sign of respite. Look at those chicks. I fear they might perish from fright." Chunyi turned his gaze to the nearby chicken coop, where dozens of tiny chicks huddled together, their calls silenced as they buried their heads into their bodies. It's too foul. We cannot remain like this. This is merely the beginning. True tribulation lies ahead. Even a chicken should possess the awareness to serve as a reserve, with a shelter provided by a caretaker to shield them from the elements. They have yet to face any real tribulation. If they cannot survive the onset, how can they justify consuming the feed meant for their sustenance? But should they perish, they will simply be discarded. Uncle Lee seemed to have more to say, but upon seeing the indifference in Chunya's gaze, he recognized they were not merely discussing chickens. With a lifetime of experience, Uncle Lee quickly changed his approach. Miss, I have already undergone training this morning. I assure you, I will not be a hindrance. Chenyi regarded the elderly man's anxious demeanor and spoke gently. Uncle Lee, rest assured, I will not abandon you. Yet, look at the world around us. Who can we truly save? What we see are chickens, but they symbolize so much more. We have provided them with a life free from want, yet they still cannot endure. Is that not a squandering of resources? If we cannot confront the issues before us, how can we hope to navigate this cannibalistic world? Uncle Lee, sometimes, compassion becomes our greatest adversary. Uncertain whether he comprehended her words, she walked away, leaving Uncle Lee and Chin Chin, who embodied innocence and could not bear to witness the sufferings of the world. Yet, in this apocalyptic era, who was not in anguish? Li Xiong was a decent man, with sound morals and a willingness to heed counsel. As for Dan Mo, Chenyi found solace in the fact that he would not falter in his judgment. He often likened himself to a Tibetan mastiff, and no one was closer to him than Chenyi. As for the notion of their hearts must differ, she dismissed it, as Dan Mo had evidently passed his trials and was willing to wager the last remnants of his goodwill for her sake. In the afternoon, the rain began to relent, and the hail ceased. When Chenyi received a call from Sister Huang, she hesitated before choosing not to answer. She swiftly gathered everyone in front of the television, connecting her backup phone to display the surveillance footage from the old house. Standing at the entrance were several individuals, her estranged uncle's family. Did Chen Jingguang call you? She inquired, raising the volume. The group shook their heads, their eyes fixated on the screen. Chun Chen stepped forward. What is Uncle's family doing at our old house? In her previous life, after Chen Jingguang had declined the rescue team's offer to relocate his family to temporary housing, he had called her before bringing them over. Moreover, it hadn't been this swift. After a week of torrential rain, his home would have been entirely submerged before he sought refuge in the city for 2 days.
Now,
Merely 3 days in, they had arrived unannounced, perhaps fearing her refusal. Soon, Huang Jie and a squinting figure appeared in the footage. Who are you? What are you doing at someone else's door? Chen Jingguang rarely visited here. Chen Jinyan's family had long resided abroad, and during the New Year, even when gathering for the reunion dinner, they typically dined at Chen Jingguang's home, as Chen Jinyan assumed the role of elder brother. After days of travel and with the relentless downpour taking its toll, Chen Jingguang, now bearing the marks of acid rain on his swollen face, looked unkempt and disheveled. Thus, it was unsurprising that the residents of the building failed to recognize him. In pain and silent, Chen Jingguang turned his face away to take a breath. While Chen Xing approached Huang Jie and the squinting figure, hello, we are relatives of this family. We've come to seek shelter, due to the flooding. Huang Jie regarded them with disdain. Relatives? You look like thieves. That young girl entrusted her house to you, and now you show up unannounced. The girl's phone is unreachable. Who knows if she is trapped outside? Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan erupted in anger. You old woman, who are you calling a thief? Open your eyes and see, my father is the mayor. Huang Jie, already irritable from her recent troubles and now insulted, retorted, who are you calling old? Have you looked at your own mother lately? And the mayor?
Ha.
The mayor is well protected. Does he really need to rely on relatives for shelter? In contrast to Huang Jie's outburst, the squinting figure remained silent, his eyes narrowing like a serpent as he scrutinized Chen Jingguang. Chapter 67. Preemptive strike. Fuming from Huang Jie's remarks, Zhu Miling pressed the doorbell and, after a prolonged silence, began banging on the door. Chen Jingguang, observing her unkempt appearance, caked in mud and looking like a common street brawler, felt a twinge of embarrassment. He wished to speak, but his swollen face made it challenging. So he turned away to catch his breath. Wang Yao, noticing the disdain on her father-in-law's face, hurried to intervene. Mom, why don't we call Xiao Yi? It's been a while since anyone came to the door. Perhaps she is asleep. Yes, let us call Sister Yi. Chen Yuan retreated. Casting a furious glare at Huang Jie, You chaotic old woman, spouting nonsense. Huang Jie scoffed but remained silent, then picked up her phone to call Chunyi. As Chunyi watched her screen, her phone rang. She handed her phone to Uncle Li and instructed him to tell the woman they were stranded outside due to the torrential rain and unable to return home. Turning to Li Xiong, she added, "They can't reach my phone, but they will soon call you. Just tell them we went to another province for treatment and are stuck here due to the rain. Xiao Chen was knocked down and broke his leg, so we won't be returning anytime soon." Chen Chen protested, "Sister, do you have to lie about my leg? Be quiet. Just watch." She observed as Huang Jie responded on the other end with a series of affirmatives, providing a cautionary message. When Zhu Meiling couldn't connect to Chunyi, it wasn't long before Li Xiong's phone rang. Chunyi, noticing Zhu Meiling's face brighten with a forced smile as soon as the call connected, asked Li Xiong where he was. Listening to Li Xiong's response, her expression shifted several times before she handed the phone to Chen Jingguang. "Xiao Yi is out of town for treatment and is stranded due to the rain. Xiao Chen's leg is broken and we won't be returning for a while." Chen Jingguang, grimacing in pain, instructed Li Xiong to take good care of Chen Yi and Chen Chen before abruptly ending the call. Chen Yuan, stamping her foot in a petulant manner, exclaimed, "See, I told you. We should have called first before coming here. Now the person isn't even here, we can't get in. And the rescue team downstairs has left." Having spent several days in the municipal building without proper hygiene and subsisting on instant noodles, she felt utterly miserable, exhausted and dirty. Finding herself sitting on the floor, "I don't care. I can't move anymore. I need a shower, I need food." Chen Jingguang sighed softly. Sister Huang called out to them. "Well, what now? No one is here. Should we leave? If you don't leave, we'll call the police." "Oh dear, the mayor's daughter. This is just too laughable." Chen Yuan sprang to her feet, ready to confront Sister Huang, but Chen Xing restrained her, casting a cold glare at Sister Huang. "You better watch your mouth, or I won't be polite." Sister Huang rolled her eyes, unimpressed. Chen Jingguang spoke softly. "A Xing, call the rescue team back to take us to the relief station." Chen Yuan, stamping her foot and crying, protested, "Dad, I don't want to go there. The conditions are terrible. Just break the door down, and we can talk to Sister Yi when she returns. I can't take this anymore." "Nonsense." Chen Jingguang's expression darkened, and he grimaced in pain. "Oh, how impressive. You can't get in but want to break down the door? You people really think you're above everything. It's terrifying. Perhaps I should just call the police. I've recorded everything." Sister Huang raised her phone, ready to call the police. Suddenly, Chen Xing glared at her and growled, "Get lost." Sister Huang ultimately failed to make the call. The police lines were already overwhelmed. Chen Xing leaned closer to Chen Jingguang and whispered, "Dad, if it comes to that, let us just break down the door. A Yao is pregnant, and the relief station is crowded. One misstep, and she could get hurt. Plus, the temporary housing is newly renovated. It's all full of formaldehyde. Why don't you call Xiao Yi and let her know?" Zhu Meiling interjected at the right moment. "What if they refuse to let us break in? Xiao Chen's leg is broken. As the saying goes, it takes 100 days to heal from a fracture. We don't even know when they'll be back. By the time they return, the flood may have already receded. We can fix things then." "Old Chen, this is your first grandson." Chen Jingguang remained silent and turned away. This had always been his taciturn approach, neither stopping nor agreeing. Chen Xing approached the door and bumped against it, but it yielded no response. Chen Jingguang, facing away, listened to Chen Xing banging on the door for quite some time without any sign of movement. He then turned around, took an item from the briefcase Zhu Meiling was holding, and handed it to Chen Xing. Meanwhile, Sister Huang continued to shout at them, still trying to connect her call to the police. At that moment, the previously silent triangular-eyed figure suddenly grabbed her and began to lead her downstairs. Sister Huang's voice gradually faded, and they could faintly hear her saying, "Hey, old Wang, why are you pulling me? Don't you see the group of robbers upstairs? I need to call the police." Chen Xing, understanding what he held in his hand, asked in confusion, "Dad, even if we break down the door, that woman calling the police won't be an issue. They can always find out this is Uncle's house." Chen Jingguang slapped him on the head, exasperated. "You're supposed to use this to strike the door hinge. This lock can't be open like that. How could you possibly think you could break the door down?" "Fool." Chen Xing rubbed his head and sheepishly smiled. "Dad is right." Then he took out a gun and shot the door hinge. Once the door was breached, the crowd surged in. Chen Yuan, not even bothering to take off her shoes, lunged onto the expensive sofa, exclaiming, "Ah, this is what life is." Witnessing this, Chen looked shocked. "They just smashed our door? Couldn't they have called to ask if we agreed? If only they had made a call. We would have certainly agreed, right, sister?" "Not at all."
Chen retorted.
"They always act first and ask questions later." Chen Yuan rolled around on the sofa before rushing to Chen Ye's room, only to find the closet empty, letting out a long wail. She then moved to the second-floor platform, crying out to the crowd below, "Sister Ye's room is completely bare." Did she really need to take everything away just for a doctor's visit? Wang Yao, observing that the basic facilities were intact and noting the shoe cabinet held nothing but a few pairs of slippers, simply remarked, "There's nothing here." Chen Xing, seated on the sofa, prepared a cup of tea for Qin Jingguang, exclaiming in disbelief, "What's the fuss? She rarely stays in the country. Dad mentioned she escaped back from the Y country due to a gas explosion. She hardly has anything here. Just wait for her to return and ask her for what you need." Zhu Miling rummaged through the fridge, finding only a few shriveled green onions, and sighed in disappointment. "There's nothing to eat." Chen Jingguang's face swollen and aching, glanced at Zhu Miling impatiently. "All right, Xing, call Zhang Chusheng and have him send over some supplies. Especially eggs and meat. And look at Wang Yao. She's pregnant. Just instant noodles won't do." Wang Yao nodded with a smile. Chapter 68. The taste of life is pure joy. At that moment, a text message from Sister Huang appeared on the phone. "Miss Chen, that group claiming to be the mayor has already pried open your door. Old Wang from room 1102 says they have guns, and we can't stop them. We're helpless. You should come back soon." "No, don't return. They don't seem like good people, prying doors and armed. It's quite dangerous. Just take care of yourself." Chunyi glanced at the message, but did not reply. Observing the Qin family comfortably settling into their old house, she couldn't help but sneer. Uncle Li sighed at the screen, feeling that the Qin family's actions were indeed excessive. However, he also recognized that with his daughter-in-law pregnant and Qin Jingguang himself having been caught in the acid rain, they were merely reacting under pressure. Before he could finish his thought, he recalled Chunyi's words from earlier that morning by the chicken coop. Turning his head, he found Chunyi looking at him with a half-smile. He abruptly halted his speech, noticing the others were also staring at him. Dan Mo wore his usual impassive expression, which was easy to overlook. His son, however, appeared to harbor an indescribable disappointment, while the young master looked at him with suspicion. "Uncle Li, what are you saying? They're effectively thieves now. Didn't you hear them say they could arrange housing at the relief station?" To Chunyi's surprise, Chun Chen had caught the essence of the matter this time, not overly sympathetic. Uncle Li was an elder who couldn't bear to see the elderly or infants suffer. It was natural, and Chunyi didn't blame him. Uncle Li chuckled awkwardly. "It's just that there's a pregnant woman. In any case, prying open a door is wrong. They didn't even ask, they just decided to break in as if it were their own home." Li Xiong fumed. Chen, noticing Chen Xing rummaging through his room, angrily remarked, "Isn't that exactly what they think? Look at the state of my room." Although he had only lived there for a month after returning from the Y country, he had mostly brought everything back after moving to the villa. Meanwhile, the 5 members of the Chen family were assigning rooms. Zhu Miling, disliking the room previously occupied by Chen Jinyan, chose the one on the first floor that Li Xiong had used, grumbling as she wandered around. The group quickly settled in, and not long after, Qin Jingguang as secretary, Zhang Chusheng, arrived with 2 rescue team members, bringing the belongings that Qin Jingguang's family had packed at the municipal building, along with a supply of provisions. The rescue team tended to Qin Jingguang's face, advising him on care instructions. Zhang Chusheng, ever the loyal aide, immediately took note of Zhu Miling, who was flustered in the kitchen. In the past, there was a cook in the family, and Zhu Miling had not set foot in the kitchen for many years. Now, she felt somewhat clumsy, as if her hands and feet were not her own. She contemplated asking Wang Yao for assistance but hesitated, knowing she was now pregnant and reluctant to impose. Zhang Chusheng's help was undoubtedly a significant relief, and she praised his competence profusely. Soon, Zhang Chusheng had prepared 3 dishes and a soup. Zhu Miling welcomed the 2 rescue workers who were waiting to return with Zhang Chusheng to join the meal. The 2 men waved their hands, declining the invitation. "No need. If Secretary Zhang has finished his work, he should head back. We still have more to do." Chen Jingguang said courteously, then leaned in to whisper something to Zhang Chusheng. The sound was too faint. Even with the volume turned up, Chen Yi could not hear. Finally, Zhang Chusheng replied, "All right. Miracle wants you to take good care of your health and rest for a couple of days. I will arrange for fresh vegetables and fruits to be delivered daily. Don't worry, I will take my leave now. Though the meal consisted of simple dishes, after days of eating instant noodles like everyone else in the municipal building, even plain congee with pickled vegetables felt like a feast to them. The group ate in silence. Compared to the modest fare of Chen Jingguang's family, Uncle Li's cooking was extravagant. The crispy garlic bread was accompanied by a rich and velvety mushroom soup. The tomahawk steak, seared to perfection in garlic and rosemary-infused butter, exuded a delightful aroma that tantalized the senses. Beside it lay a golden wenchang chicken, meticulously roasted with matsutake and lamb mushrooms, to be savored with a drizzle of fragrant black truffle sauce. Mashed potatoes adorned with cheese and sprinkled with black pepper sea salt complemented the dish. A salad of cherry tomatoes, pickles, and fresh vegetables dressed in vinegar alleviated the richness of the meal. Although Uncle Li's culinary skills did not reach the level of a top chef, Chunyi did not mind, nor could she afford to, for disdain would mean no food. Chunyi wished for a drink, but Dan Mo furrowed her brow and took away her glass. Uncle Li timely presented a bowl of bird's nest soup.
Dear,
you're not fully recovered yet. You can't drink alcohol. This is better for your health and beauty. Chen Chen continued to enjoy a raspberry tart, glancing at the meal of Chen Jingguang's family on the screen. Suddenly, she chuckled, thinking how fortunate her sister had been to keep them from knowing about this place. Li Xiong took a bite of the steak and slathered a generous spoonful of cheese from the warmer over the meat before savoring it with a satisfied sound. Life is blissful. I adore the young lady. Chen Chen bit into the roasted chicken, the rich black truffle sauce bursting with a forest-like essence in her mouth. Mingling with the tender chicken and the delicate aroma of matsutake and lamb mushrooms, causing her to squint her eyes in pleasure like a contented cat.
and me.
I must uphold the banner for my sister. I am grateful to my sister Chinyi for allowing me to enjoy a meal at this time. Uncle Li's cooking is commendable. In addition to these dishes, Uncle Li had specially prepared a raw wagyu for Dan Mo, paired with steak. Suddenly, Dan Mo turned to Chinyi and asked, "Isn't there a saying in Huagua, the flavors of life are pure joy? Does it not describe the life I am enjoying now?" Chinyi smiled subtly and nodded. Indeed, somewhat. In the past, stealing a moment of leisure was seen as simple joy. Now, lying in this house with family nearby, each person tending to their own affairs while neglecting the frost on others' roofs could also be considered a form of happiness. Perhaps it was precisely because such moments of joy were fleeting that they became all the more precious. Chunyi sipped the bird's nest soup, observing Chin Chin indulging in her food, and remarked, "Little Chin, you've eaten quite a bit today. You should run for an hour later." Chun Chin, undaunted, replied, "No problem. Do you think I'm still the same as before? After 3 days, one should see things with new eyes. How many 3s have passed now?
No boasting.
But I can run for half an hour, even with you on my back." In her previous life, she had often carried him. Chunyi fell silent and then retreated to her room for a shower. Chapter 69. Unabashed Chen Jingguang's family had taken residence in Chen Ye's old house, living as if they were the owners while Zhang Chusheng arranged for rescue personnel to deliver food daily. Through surveillance, Chinyi observed Zhu Miling stuffing a large handful of gold and silver ornaments into a bag, which she then stowed away in the wardrobe. It seemed she did not bother to pack much, focusing solely on the valuable items for their escape, as evidenced by the lack of clothing in their suitcases. Chen Jingguang's position still held some sway. Even at this time, he could find someone to fix the locks. Downstairs, Sister Huang and Old Wang with the triangular eyes had visited multiple times, and each time they encountered Zhang Chusheng delivering supplies with the rescue team. The two secretly lingered around the corner, exchanging glances. The triangular-eyed man even crept upstairs to eavesdrop for a long while before stealthily descending. Heavy rain had persisted for days, and the water level continued to rise, forcing the lower-floor residents to either seek refuge with relatives or make their way to relief stations. Eventually, when the relief stations could no longer accommodate those in need, the rescue teams ceased their visits, leaving people to sleep in the hallways of the higher floors. Initially, they could pay exorbitant prices to purchase food from the higher floors, but by the 5th day of the downpour, many residents in the upper levels also ran out of supplies, rendering money useless. Fortunately, the rain had lessened, and there was no hail. People reached out to test the weather and found it was no longer acid rain. Starved individuals began devising ways to venture out in search of food, even if it meant heading to the relief stations for a meal. Currently residing in Chun Chen's old house in the Hongling community, Chen Jingguang's family observed the rescue boats delivering supplies daily. The government had only made a token gesture on the third day, distributing some instant noodles and biscuits to each household, after which no further assistance arrived. They soon noticed the rescue team delivering large bags of supplies to Building 8, prompting the residents there to gather under the leadership of Zhao Lin, a representative of the owners' committee of room 1002, who had heeded Sister Huang's embellished tales. They perceived the residents of the 12th floor as privileged, with ample provisions at their disposal. Originally, their building had 2 households per stairwell, but the 12th floor housed only one, a spacious duplex that had been combined from 2 units. According to Sister Huang, the family there consisted of a young girl and her brother, accompanied by the household staff, hoarding a wealth of provisions. Unfortunately, while out fetching her brother, they were trapped by the rain and never returned. Consequently, a group claiming to be relatives of the mayor, armed and without hesitation, broke into their home. Given the daily deliveries of food to that affluent household, it appeared that those who had forced their way in indeed held some position of authority. Thus, the residents decided to confront the rescue team. It was unacceptable for those residing in such luxury to receive daily supplies, regardless of their connection to the mayor. After enduring days of hunger, they felt no obligation to be diplomatic. After all, were they not all human? Did one person's survival justify another's suffering? More so, as a mayor, how could one indulge while the citizens starved? The residents gathered at the entrance of the 12th floor, intercepting Zhang Chusheng and the rescue team as they arrived to deliver food to the mayor. 2 rescue workers carried noodles and oil in one hand and eggs, meat, and vegetables in the other. Sister Huang raised her voice, sharp and piercing, pointing at the items in their hands. Look, they are back again. Zhang Chusheng was startled by the crowd, as he had come that day to deliver food to the vice mayor and to report on work matters, including the inquiries from the mayor he had been tasked with. He had not expected to be met by a throng of residents eager to seize the supplies he carried. He raised his hands to calm the crowd, saying, everyone, let's discuss this calmly. No need for violence." A woman responded indignantly, "What is there to discuss? We have been trapped for several days, and there is nothing to eat at home. You say that the government's relief supplies have not yet arrived. Yet food continues to be delivered to this establishment daily." Indeed, a middle-aged man standing beside a woman chimed in, suggesting that if necessary, they could pool their money to buy some food. As soon as he finished speaking, others expressed their agreement. A sudden sound of the door opening interrupted the gathering. Chun Xing peeked out and saw a crowd at the door, along with the surrounded Zhang Chusheng. What could be causing such a commotion? Zhang Chusheng loudly called out, "Director Chen, I have come to deliver items to the mayor, but these residents are blocking us and demanding to purchase supplies. I was just about to enter and discuss how to resolve this matter with the mayor." Chun Xing nodded, then squinted at the crowd, his gaze resting on Huang Jia and the man with the triangular eyes, his expression stern as he coldly commanded, "Step aside. Do not linger here. Your concerns will soon be addressed." Huang Jia whispered something to Zhao Lin, who then nodded and turned to Zhang Chusheng, inquiring, "Do you have a solution?" Zhang Chusheng affirmed, "Yes. The mayor was caught in acid rain a few days ago and is recuperating, but he has already arranged for livelihood assistance. Please return home. I assure you good news by tomorrow." Zhao Lin glanced at the crowd, then cautiously at Chen Xing, stating, "Let us trust him this once. If there are no supplies by tomorrow, we will hold him accountable, regardless of his title." The crowd nodded in agreement and began to disperse. Zhang Chusheng entered the building, directing the rescue team to deposit their supplies, and upon noticing that Chen Jingguang's swelling had significantly reduced, he felt relieved and proceeded to explain his purpose for visiting. "Mayor Chen, the matter you entrusted me with is resolved. Zhao Quan has already made preparations, and he will transport supplies to the nearby communities tonight. Tomorrow morning, I will arrange for the rescue team to notify everyone." Upon hearing this, Chen Jingguang's face broke into a faint smile, the best news he had received in days. "You will likely need to make an appearance yourself tomorrow," he remarked. "Very well, my injuries are mostly healed. This would undoubtedly enhance your stature in the eyes of the citizens. Once the disaster is over, your position as mayor will be assured." Chen Jingguang feigned reproach. "Do not speak of such things. All of this is for the people." Zhang Chusheng beamed even more brightly indeed. "Mayor, you speak the truth. Your awareness is commendable. I have much to learn." After exchanging pleasantries, Zhang Chusheng, with evening obligations ahead, refrained from asking Zhu Meiling to cook and departed Honglin community with 2 rescue team members. Upon reaching Building 8, he took a moment to circle the community, using a megaphone to announce, "Dear neighbors, Vice Mayor Chen is aware of your difficulties. But the relief supplies are still stuck on the road and have not yet arrived. However, he is working on solutions for you, and you can expect good news by tomorrow. Please hold on a little longer." The crowd, hearing his voice, leaned out of their windows, loudly questioning, "Is that true?" Zhang Chuxing lingered below for over an hour, helping Chen Jingguang save face, before slowly departing. Chapter 70. Boss Zhao of Peninsula Garden Chen Yi was unaware of the arrangements made by Zhang Chuxing and Chen Jingguang. Upon waking, he heard Danma inform him that Zhang Chuxing had gone to see Chen Jingguang early in the morning, after which they both left together. At that moment, Chen Yi noticed the continuous updates in the owners group chat and, upon checking, found a message from the property management stating that Dahu Supermarket had overnight transported salvaged food supplies to the nearby floors that had not yet been flooded. It further mentioned that due to the severity of the disaster, many areas still had people trapped, and government relief supplies had yet to arrive. They urged owners to assess their own situations and decide if they needed to purchase supplies. Tiandu Mansion is an area comprised entirely of villas, even without speedboats. Inflatable rafts are available. If not, the property management could procure some. Many owners began preparing to send their domestic helpers out to shop. Although the rain continued to pour, it did not hinder their plans. Chen Yi, realizing it had been too long since his family had ventured outside, woke everyone and assigned tasks.
Unklali, Shen Shen.
And Danma were to head to the supermarket to buy some supplies and primarily to assess the situation outside. Meanwhile, he and Li Xiong would gather information online to locate Chen Jingguang. After a brief disguise, they donned raincoats and boots and set out. Tiandu Mansion is situated at the highest elevation in S City, and by now, the floodwaters had reached the entrance of the community. Chen Yi surveyed the vast expanse of murky water, which was tainted by the acid rain from previous days and teeming with various microorganisms.
Debris,
including dead animals and rotting fruits and vegetables, floated on the surface, and the air was thick with the stench of decay. A few individuals carrying inflatable rafts approached, but Chen Yi, unfamiliar with them, did not greet them. Utilizing navigation, he and Li Xiong quickly reached the disaster area in the West District where Chen Jingguang was located. From a distance, they could see Chen Jingguang surrounded by people, speaking through a loudspeaker to a crowd crowded on one of the floors. Li Xiong asked if they should get closer. Chen Yi scanned the area, noting that many buildings remained unscathed. Peninsula Garden was one such location. In his previous life, Peninsula Garden had remained intact, a wealthy enclave that was later designated as a resettlement area. Other nearby communities had only experienced flooding up to the first floor. In contrast to the several buildings submerged to the sixth floor, those unaffected could still sustain themselves. With the stockpiles from the small supermarket, they had managed to endure the past few days. Chen Yi and Li Xiong did not approach any closer, instead observing as rescue teams guided trapped residents toward the nearby hotel. Chen Yi raised binoculars to his eyes. The two buildings were merely 10 meters apart, connected by a makeshift bridge created from steel and large iron plates. Through the gaping hole in the opposite building, he could faintly discern a spacious room where several soldiers in camouflage stood guard over boxes of supplies. A few individuals were seated at makeshift tables, registering those coming to collect provisions. Chen Yi felt a twinge of curiosity, unable to comprehend why Chen Jingguang was personally involved in the distribution of supplies. Given his stature, it seemed unnecessary for him to be so hands-on. The relentless rain showed no signs of abating, and it appeared to intensify. Chen Yi observed as Chen Jingguang, supported by rescue team members, entered the hotel building, shedding his raincoat, visibly fatigued yet smiling as he nodded at those who bowed to him after receiving their supplies. Chen Yi lowered the binoculars, wiping away the moisture, and instructed Li Xiong to steer the inflatable raft toward Peninsula Garden. The two sought refuge from the rain in a temporary building opposite Peninsula Garden, and just as they were about to ascend the stairs, the door across the way suddenly swung open. A man stepped out, eyeing them warily, and inquired, "Who are you? You don't belong to this building, do you? What are you doing here?" Chen Yi shook off the rainwater and assessed the man before him. He appeared well-groomed and unscathed by the disaster. Li Xiong stepped forward, addressing the man, "We are from Peninsula Garden. We have no food left at home and came to see if you have any supplies available." The man looked at them incredulously. "Are you joking? Peninsula Garden has no food? They brought in supplies dozens of times last night." Li Xiong was taken aback. "We just moved in and heard that the small supermarket downstairs had closed, claiming there was nothing left. We are unaware of other options and thought we might try our luck in your community." How is that possible? The property management has a plethora of items. I just returned from there, but they did not sell to us, stating that it would only be our turn in the afternoon. The man paused momentarily, scrutinizing the two individuals before inquiring, "What are you here to inquire about?" At that moment, Chen Yi interjected, "What else?" The man glanced at Chen Yi, whose mask remained intact, obscured by moisture, revealing only a vague outline of her face. Moreover, the Zhao boss from your community owns every room in the entire building, brimming with supplies, and all the materials from your property management are purchased from him. Li Xiong leaned closer to Chen Yi and whispered, "Boss Zhao is the proprietor of the Dahua chain supermarket, named Zhao Quan. Is he so brazenly promoting his abundant supplies?" Noticing Chen Ye's puzzled expression, the man continued, "He is wealthy and reputedly maintains good relations with higher-ups. Besides his own people, several rescue teams are stationed at his residence to assist in transporting the goods." Li Xiong added quietly, "Zhao Quan has always been close to Zhang Chusheng, and the suppliers for Zhao Quan's supermarket are well connected with Mayor Chen." "Does Boss Zhao engage in philanthropy?" Chen Yi inquired further. The man scoffed, "What are you thinking? With prices soaring threefold, one must seize such lucrative opportunities. Failing to do so would be a grave error." Chen Yi pondered silently. If Zhao Quan is not engaged in charity and has inflated prices threefold, what is Chen Jingguang's aim in this murky situation? It's a thankless endeavor. Citizens can afford the inflated prices, and even if they purchase at a premium, they would praise him for his timely coordination in addressing essential livelihood issues. Yet the goods ultimately belong to Zhao Quan, and having spent a fortune, complaints are inevitable. Even if Zhao Quan does not raise prices, or even gives them away, it still seems to have no direct relation to Chen Jingguang. Gratitude would ultimately be directed towards Zhao Quan. Chapter 71. The man with monetary power. The rain intensified, and reluctantly, Chen Yi and Li Xiong decided to return home. Shortly thereafter, Dan Mo and Chen Chen arrived, assisting Uncle Li back as well. "Dad, what happened?" Li Xiong rushed forward to help Chen Chen relieve Uncle Li of his burden and guide him indoors, helping him remove his raincoat. Chen Chen, while shedding his raincoat, expressed his frustration. Those people were acting like lunatics, disregarding the purchase limits, and in their reckless chaos, they knocked Uncle Li down. Chen Yi turned to Dan Mo. "What about you? Any abnormalities?" The trio had ventured to the Dahua supermarket, the closest to Tiandu Mansion, which normally takes about 30 minutes to reach. The vicinity of the supermarket was a residential area, undoubtedly bustling with people. Dan Mo hung his raincoat on the wall and, as they entered the house, informed Chen Yi, "Over half of the northern district is flooded, and many are trapped. The rescue stations simply cannot keep up. I heard the military will dispatch additional rescue personnel, but with such heavy rain and rising waters, it is uncertain when they will arrive." The prices of goods at the supermarket have surged threefold, and the purchase limits stem from the fact that there is not much stock there. Later arrivals were unable to procure anything, leading to violent confrontations. After sharing the situation on their end, Chen Yi approached the television screen, observing three women leisurely sipping tea and chatting within the dilapidated house. Chen Xing was nowhere to be found, and Chen Jingguang had yet to return. Suddenly, a figure with a triangular eye appeared on the surveillance monitor outside the door. Chen Yi magnified the footage, revealing the triangular-eyed individual stealthily pressing against the door to listen for a moment, then gently knocking, before tiptoeing down the stairs. This triangular-eyed figure had repeatedly sneaked up to eavesdrop on them. "Dan Mo, we shall revisit the Peninsula Garden later this afternoon," Chen Yi said, unable to shake an inexplicable feeling that lingered in her heart. Dan Mo nodded in agreement. Since Uncle Li was injured, Chen Yi did not allow him to cook and intended to prepare something simple herself. Li Xiong approached. "Let me handle it." "You certainly won't." "Indeed. I shall entrust it to you, Secretary Li." Chen Yi chuckled as she exited the kitchen, settling down in the living room to sip tea and chat with Uncle Li. "Uncle Li, next time, please refrain from going out. You must take care of yourself." Chen Yi applied ointment to his injury. Uncle Li attempted to tend to himself, but, feeling his age, his hands and feet were not as nimble, so he relented and allowed Chen Yi to continue. He sighed, one cannot escape the burden of age." Chen Yi gently massaged his leg, smiling, "Fear not, I shall ensure your comfort in your later years." "Oh my, that young lad Li Xiong is doing well. Let him come, let him come. It's fine, he is not as affluent as I am. Besides, you're family to me." "Do not worry, Uncle Li." Uncle Li nodded with a smile. "Uncle Li, during your last procurement of supplies, did you hear anything about who Zhao Quan's suppliers are?" "Zhao Quan. The boss of Dahua Supermarket?
Chen Ye nodded affirmatively.
I am unsure. Last time you said not to alert Mayor Chen. Most of the suppliers I found were small scale. So they could not supply such a large quantity at once, which is why we had to wait so long for the goods. Not a single clue? Think again. Did you hear anything about any larger suppliers? Uncle Lee fell silent, pondering deeply for quite some time, before finally saying, there was one time they mentioned that Boss Zhao's supplies are primarily coordinated from the capital. The largest supplier there is someone you know well, previously mentioned by Mayor Chen to your father. From the capital? Chanya's mind raced, but she could not recall anyone. Uncle Lee withdrew his leg and handed Chenyi a wet wipe from the table, saying, Zheng Ming. Boss Zheng. Does that ring a bell? Zheng Ming. The source supplier for grain and oil in the capital is remarkably young, and his journey to success is quite extraordinary. It is said that he mingled in society at a mere 10 years old, following a certain older brother from a small city in the south. He possesses keen insight, shrewdness, and courage, winning the older brother's trust within 2 years. Despite his youth, his methods were ruthless. He managed the older brother's territory with precision. After 2 years, upon the older brother's untimely death, he swiftly seized all of the older brother's assets, having already been the most formidable figure among the older brother's subordinates. And he suppressed all dissenting elders with bloody displays to consolidate all resources. Zheng Ming is a student business, and with his exceptional means, after the older brother's passing, he leveraged his resources to swiftly transition into various industries, including apparel, electronics, and food. In just a few years, he transformed from a minor thug into a successful entrepreneur. He is known for his lavish spending. Qin Jinyan had received accolades as an outstanding entrepreneur in S City nearly every year, largely due to donations to various government departments, undoubtedly aided by Chen Jingguang's standing. However, even those donations pale in comparison to Zheng Ming's contributions. After redirecting his ventures to legitimate enterprises, Zheng Ming actively paid taxes and donated without seeking any position of power, ultimately refraining from making even basic demands. Relying solely on his resources, he surged northward, carving a path until he firmly established himself in the capital, monopolizing the wholesale food industry at a breathtaking pace. At the age of 30, his formidable financial prowess secured him the top position in the food sector.
Chen Ye nodded in acknowledgement.
Chen Jingguang and Zhao Quan maintain a cordial relationship, and figures like Zheng Ming would likely have no direct interactions with them. However, Zheng Ming has many subordinate distributors, and Zhao Quan's goods must be sourced from these distributors. Nevertheless, there is nothing unusual about supermarkets conducting normal procurement and suppliers doing business. Why then do Qin Jingguang and Zhang Chuxing behave so mysteriously about this matter? It defies logic. Yet presently, there is no information regarding any distributors, leaving them unable to deduce anything further. Just then, Li Xiong called everyone to the table as the meal was ready. In his youth, Li Xiong lived in the country with his mother. Each year, Uncle Li would return to visit them several times, accompanying Qin Jinyan. After the passing of his mother, Li Xiong was brought to countryside to study, live, and work. During this period, he prepared a rather unremarkable spread of Chinese cuisine, yet Qinyi refrained from commenting. After all, it was better than nothing. And she was not particularly picky. Li Xiong made steamed base and taro-baked ribs. Although lacking in visual appeal, at least the fish was fish and the meat was meat, seasoned appropriately without excessive salt. He also stir-fried some greens and prepared a plate of cold beef, which Uncle Li had marinated that morning before leaving. This was the best he could do. They would have to make do with it. Chen nodded, took a bite of the beef, and thought he was grateful they weren't served self-heating rice. It was satisfactory. They were content. After lunch, noticing that Qin Jingguang had not returned home, and with 3 women engaged in trivial chatter, they paid little mind and went to rest. In the afternoon, as the rain subsided slightly, Dan Mo assigned training tasks to Li Xiong and Qin, taking the speedboat with Qin Yi to the Peninsula Garden community. Chen Yi instructed Dan Mo to navigate the speedboat to the library not far from the community entrance, where they climbed in through a window on the 2nd floor. The basement collection room and the 1st floor were flooded, and the 2nd floor was in disarray, bearing the marks of a hasty evacuation. They ascended the stairs to the 6th floor. The 7th was locked, preventing entry. As they climbed, they found only empty bookshelves, likely cleared to the 7th floor. Standing by the window, Chen Yi, with binoculars in hand, surveyed the peninsula garden ahead. It was a relatively large community, comprising 24 buildings, each 35 stories high. Upon entering, one would find the former sales office, now repurposed as a property management office, leading to a vast swimming pool, now filled with murky water and litter. The buildings flanked either side, forming a semicircular layout. The penthouse faced the main entrance, offering an unobstructed view, leading to the conclusion that Zhao Quan resided there. Dan and Mo glanced over, inquiring what she wished to investigate. Supplies? He suggested. Chun Yi shook her head, expressing an unsettling feeling that these two men were up to no good. The heavy rain had persisted for some time, and Chen Jingguang had not made a single call to check on her, even feigning concern. Suddenly, Dan and Mo nudged her, pointing out Zhang Chuxing approaching from a rescue boat, heading into the peninsula garden without Chen Jingguang by his side. The two rescue team members who had brought him departed immediately with the boat. Zhang Chuxing made his way toward the penthouse, greeting several staff members stationed on the first floor before disappearing from view. They watched for a while longer, but Zhang Chuxing did not emerge. As time passed, Chen Yi suggested to Dan and Mo that they should remember this location. They couldn't see what was happening inside and should refrain from rashly entering. They would return to gather more information first. As they descended to the second floor, the sound of engines suddenly filled the air. They rushed to the window, fearing someone might be stealing the speedboat, only to spot several large transport boats approaching, manned by a dozen individuals clad in camouflage, members of the rescue team. Upon reaching the second floor, they witnessed the group lifting a person into the window, their curiosity piqued by the speedboat outside, discussing who might be present. As Chun Yi and Dan and Mo descended, the entire group stood at attention, eyeing them warily. Having shed their raincoats, they wore simple clothing, with Dan Mo's imposing stature undoubtedly imposing an air of intimidation. Chun Yi halted, observing a tall man approaching against the light, exuding a formidable presence, the kind born from years of rigorous training and combat.
Chenya furovet herbrov, remaining silent.
The man paused about 2 meters away, scrutinizing them with a fleeting expression of confusion that Chun Yi managed to catch. As she noted his sharp features and familiar attire, she felt a sense of recognition. Turning her gaze, she spotted 2 women in a corner attending to a person in need of urgent care. The man advanced and inquired, "What are you two doing here?" With a frosty demeanor, Chen Yi replied, seeking shelter from the rain. Dan and Mo assessed the man and whispered to Chen Yi, "That's the individual from the farm last time." Before Chen Yi could respond, the man, evidently startled by Dan Mo's words, quickly lowered his rolled sleeves, an icy expression overtaking his face as his eyes, sharp and menacing, fixed upon them. The firearms in his hands and those of his companions were promptly aimed in their direction, creating a tense and volatile atmosphere. "What are you here for?" the man queried coldly. Dan and Mo cast a disdainful glance at the group, then at the man. "I'm quite sensitive to your physique and voice. Last time, you revealed the scar on your left hand. Is it so surprising that I recognized you? Have your men lower their weapons. We mean no harm. Merely seeking refuge from the rain." The man gestured, and his companions lowered their weapons, yet they remained gripped in their hands. At this moment, Chun Yi seemed to recognize him. "You are that man from Country S." She then glanced at another man behind him. "And you as well." The man hesitated, neither denying nor affirming her words. Chun Yi turned her attention back to the corner, asking, "What is happening over there?" "They fell into the water during the rescue and suffered a cut that has become infected. He has been unconscious for several days. If you're both fine, you should leave," the man stated. "I will arrange for their care." Chun Yi, thinking to herself, found it incredulous. Even if they intended to leave, could they truly turn away with the rain pouring down so heavily? There were multiple floors above in the library, and could they truly accommodate such a large group? Was it necessary to force people out? "Ma'am, please don't misunderstand. I simply meant that, while the rain is light now, it would be prudent to return early. If the rain intensifies, it will be even more challenging to leave." Perhaps sensing the disdain in Chun Yi's eyes, the man felt compelled to elaborate. Just as she was about to reply, a female voice from the corner interjected, "We have run out of anti-inflammatory medications. His wound has festered for several days. Merely administering fever reducers 1 tea suffice." The man approached, feeling the forehead of the soldier lying on the ground, and stated resolutely, "First, reduce his fever. We must return to the rescue station immediately." Another woman chimed in, "I contacted the rescue station earlier. We've run out of anti-inflammatory medications due to the numerous patients affected by acid rain. Even the fever reducers are depleted. Nearby hospitals are awaiting urgent supplies from above." As her voice dwindled, a palpable sense of disappointment settled over the group. Chunyi donned a large raincoat, using its cover to discreetly retrieve a first aid kit previously sorted from her supplies, placing it unobtrusively by the bookshelf. Then, she turned to Dan Mo and said, "Let us go." Upon Chen Jingguang's return that day, despite showing signs of fatigue, he wore a triumphant smile. Upon entering, he ushered Chen Xing and Zhang Chusheng into his study. "Dad, all of Zhao Li's people have been settled in the upper floors of Boss Zhao's house. He is already in contact with the guests." Chen Jingguang smiled and said, "All right," then turned to Zhang Chusheng, instructing, "You should inform everyone one by one." Zhang Chusheng nodded in agreement and added, "Mayor Guo has fallen ill these past few days, so refrain from involving yourself in this matter. It would be best for you to appear more frequently in front of the citizens." Chen Jingguang sighed. Old Guo is quite stubborn. At his age, nearing retirement. Why is he still charging ahead? He took a sip of tea, and Chen Xing chuckled. Perhaps he desires to achieve one last significant accomplishment before he retires. On the Zhaoli front, they inquired about the origin of the rescue team. Zhang Chusheng replied, "Initially, we arranged for local police and firefighters, but Geng De rejected that, insisting on sending only idle personnel to rescue the trapped individuals. Eventually, we received special authorization from Mayor Guo to mobilize the military rescue team dispatched from above." Chen Xing's eyes flickered with intensity as he gritted his teeth. That Geng De is truly infuriating, always giving us a cold shoulder. Chen Jingguang waved dismissively. "We cannot blame him. It is all in line with my Jian's intentions. That man, truly, insists on making everything a contest, even during disaster relief efforts. When my Jian was the director in S City, his relationship with Chen Jingguang was already as tumultuous as fire and water. The root of their animosity is unclear. And although they seldom crossed paths, it seemed they were inherently at odds, each viewing the other with disdain. Geng De, as my Jian's brother-in-law, and now the head of the Public Security Bureau in S City, has unwaveringly carried out my Jian's disdain for Chen Jingguang. Strangely, despite their mutual dislike for Chen Jingguang, both held Chen Yiyan, a businessman, in high regard. They would reach out during holidays, inviting him for meals, and whenever Chen Yiyan returned to the country, they would visit his home bearing gifts of tea. Zhang Chusheng sighed, pondering, why would a government official seek to curry favor with a businessman? Chen Jingguang, unfazed, replied, "It matters little. Geng De's limited authority cannot reach us. The escalating disaster necessitates that we urgently confirm and request additional rescue teams from higher authorities. Temporary shelters are overflowing with disaster victims, and many medications are running low. Major hospitals report dwindling supplies. The situation is dire." Indeed, Chen Xing interjected, if it weren't for Zhao Quan's stock, many would undoubtedly perish from hunger. Yet, Zhao Quan lacks medications, Chen Jingguang mused, his fingers absent-mindedly rolling the beads in his hand. After a moment of contemplation, he directed Zhang Chusheng, contact Zhao Quan immediately. He must leverage his connections to locate anyone with a surplus of medications. Others, like Zhao Quan, surely have ample supplies and are eager to profit during this crisis. Sitting back in his chair, Chen Xing inhaled a puff of smoke and lamented, if only Uncle were still here, we wouldn't have to rely on Zhao Quan constantly under his thumb. Chen Jingguang shot him a disapproving glance. Zhao Quan is a businessman. We both have what the other desires. Collaboration allows for mutual checks and balances. These are minor issues. You have much to learn. Do not fixate solely on immediate gains. Remember, Rome was not built in a day. Pausing, he surveyed the study, continuing, moreover, even if your uncle were present, the world remains unchanged. What could he do? Instead of dwelling on such matters, perhaps you should spend time investigating the whereabouts of Chen Yi and Chen Chen. For days, Chen Yi and her companions had been unreachable, and Chen Jingguang, burdened with political affairs, found himself distracted, often thinking of Chen Yi, only to be interrupted by incoming calls. The disaster was severe, the storm relentless, and after days of silence, he questioned the safety of his sister and brother. Chen Jingguang could hardly imagine residing in his younger brother's home while having no leads on his children. Chen Xing, appearing nonchalant, remarked, "Did Secretary Zhang not mention that Uncle Li purchased a large amount of supplies intending to open a supermarket? Rest assured, they are likely enjoying themselves somewhere, deliberately avoiding contact. Do not speak nonsense. Xiaoyi is always prudent in her actions." Despite his words, a flicker of unease crossed Chen Jingguang's mind. During their last meal together, he had clearly sensed Chen Ye's emotional distance. It was no wonder she had repeatedly declined to meet afterward. hastily returning to Y country before he could even voice his need for financial assistance. Although she had fled back at the onset of the gas leak, she had continuously evaded meeting him under various pretexts. Understanding the sensitivity of family matters, Zhang Chusheng wisely remained silent, standing by. Chen Xing, however, as if struck by inspiration, suddenly sat upright, fixing a penetrating gaze on Zhang Chusheng. Secretary Zhang, why not reach out to that supplier we discussed earlier? Inquire if he knows where Uncle Li has taken the goods. Director Chen, what do you intend to do? What a foolish question. Naturally. I want to know what they have purchased. Are they secretly pilfering my uncle's assets? Or is it my sister's doing? Chen Jingguang rapped the table with his knuckles, observing the agitated Chen Xing, and spoke sternly. Even if it is Xiao Ye's intent, what do you plan to achieve? You should focus on serious matters instead of fixating on trivial pursuits. Father, look at the rain. It shows no sign of abating anytime soon. We do not know how long this disaster will persist. How many reports have we sent requesting reinforcements? Chen Xing, eyes gleaming with ambition, implored, Father, consider this. Even if we do not require assistance, the entire city's populace awaits vital supplies. This is a noble endeavor, and my sister would surely approve. At that moment, Chen Yi stood before the television screen, coldly dismissing, I do not approve. The men in the household bristled at Chen Xing's words, their tempers flaring. They were incensed, ready to confront him immediately, as it seemed his thoughts were consumed with schemes against family. Chen Yi observed the rare fury etched on Chen Chen's face, leaving her momentarily speechless. She gently patted him, whispering, do not be upset. They will not find us. Yet, internally, she felt an escalating anxiety. She had long been under their scrutiny. Not only them but numerous suppliers shared information, and it would not be long before someone discovered her extensive stockpile of supplies or her recent home purchase. Through the community, they would learn of her family's extensive preventive measures and that they had remained indoors for days. Chen Yi was not concerned about being found. After all, they could not breach her fortress-like home, fortified with thick alloy panels even beneath the floor. However, being coveted posed a latent threat, requiring constant vigilance. She detested this feeling, as it reminded her of her previous life. Chapter 74. It's time for the monsters to roam. While the few in the study conspired, several women outside were chattering away. After several days of recovery and resuming normal nourishment, Jin Yuan had regained her youthful and vibrant appearance. Yet, glancing at her attire, she expressed her disappointment. What a pity that so many beautiful clothes at home remain behind. Sister Yi has none to lend me, nor any cosmetics. Zhu Miling lamented. I only managed to bring 2 of the bags Auntie gifted. The rest were likely ruined by the flood. How unfortunate. Wang Yao, gently cradling her modest belly, softly reassured. Mother, they were gifts from Auntie. We did not spend anything on them. If they are lost, so be it, as long as we are safe. In her previous life, Wang Yao had not been pregnant. Chen Yi gazed at her on the screen, noting the gentle demeanor on Wang Yao's face, and struggled to reconcile it with the venomous words she had uttered in another life to keep Chen Shen eternally tethered to her side, compelling Chen Yi to search for resources for their family. Such a cruel and malicious woman was unworthy of motherhood. Zhu Miling sighed, reflecting that although no money had been spent, the items could still be kept for future use, perhaps even pawned for cash when necessary. Such treasures were indeed valuable. What a pity. Chen Yuan suggested, once Sister Yi returns, we can ask her for a few more. However, Wang Yao shook her head, stating, I heard from your brother that they've been unreachable. Who knows how they are faring now? Zhu Miling's expression changed momentarily before she remarked, they are likely trapped somewhere, perhaps even without a charged phone. Chen Yuan, jesting, added, if Sister Yi doesn't come back, doesn't that mean this house is ours? Her wealth would be ours too? Upon hearing this, not only Wang Yao and Zhu Miling but even Chen Yuan herself fell silent, each aware of the thoughts that had crossed their minds, causing them to avert their gazes. After a long pause, Zhu Miling cleared her throat, cautioning, don't let your father hear you speak like that, or I cannot protect you. She then looked at Wang Yao's belly, hurriedly clasping her hands together and murmuring, forgive me, Bodhisattva. If there's blame, let it fall on the child for speaking out of turn. At this, Chen Chen could hardly contain his anger. How could there be such individuals? Rather than attempting to locate those who were unreachable, they were eager to claim what was ours? His education prevented him from articulating his indignation with harsh words, leaving him to pace the hall, fists clenched. Uncle Lee shook his head, sighing. The young lady once advised me to keep my distance from their family. I didn't understand then, but truly, your judgment was correct. Chunyi's expression remained largely unchanged. These were merely their desires, common to all. Yet, when unchecked, they could manifest into something truly dreadful, as had occurred in the past. She needed to swiftly sever all detrimental connections, and even if revenge was not yet feasible, she must reclaim some interest, ensuring they did not live too comfortably. This was not a matter to be rushed. It required a gradual approach. Chunyi noticed that Chen Chen had been receiving messages frequently over the past few days, often smiling foolishly at his phone while typing. She could not believe that anyone could be as carefree as he was during such tumultuous times. Indeed, when the world crumbled, all manner of fiends would surface. Xiao Chun, who have you been in contact with lately? She then turned to Uncle Li and Li Xiong, asking, have any relatives called to request shelter or supplies? Li Xiong glanced at the Chen family's smiling faces on the screen, then at Chunyi's enigmatic expression, and quickly explained, by heaven's grace, my lady. I have no relatives. You are our closest kin. Unlike Li Xiong's jest, Uncle Li's face was slightly grim as he softly replied, rest assured, my lady. These troubling matters will not disturb you. What is it, Uncle Li? Has someone asked you for something?
Changyain huiret li susuri, sipping herti. Unkla li shukla tauquarli.
It's nothing. I've already dealt with it. Let not these vexing issues trouble your ears. Nonetheless, Uncle Li smiled, but did not elaborate.
Li Xiong interjecta.
It's my Anna's side. My father had warned them to stock up on supplies, but they didn't listen. Now they keep calling to ask if he can send something, or, at least, transfer some money. I'm at my wit's end. I told them we're not in the country, and the banks are underwater, so we can't transfer anything.
Chanya noted.
Recalling some prior information about Li Xiong's aunt. After his mother's death, they had intended for Li Xiong to finish high school at his aunt's home before arranging for him to study in Y country, with his father facilitating university contacts. To their dismay, his aunt flatly refused, unwilling to accommodate him, claiming her home lacked space, and he was too young to manage. At that time, Li Xiong was already a 17 or 18-year-old young man, boarding and only returning home for brief weekends. Every family has its struggles. Thus, Chunyi felt no right to comment on this matter. She turned her gaze to Dan Mo, who appeared indifferent. Upon noticing her gaze, he even rolled his eyes at her, seemingly too apathetic to offer an explanation. Chunyi ignored him and instead focused on the smiling Chen Chen. My dear, to whom are you sending messages? Chen Chen raised his phone, announcing Lu Zixin. I've made contact with her. She asked back. It turned out she had just returned, having lost her phone and sought many people before finding him. Back. Chunyi raised an eyebrow. Where is she? What is she doing? She mentioned she was in the North District not long ago, but now she says she's at the Peninsula Garden. Look, isn't this the Peninsula Garden? Chen Chen handed her the phone, displaying a photo taken from a high floor in the Peninsula Garden, looking towards the entrance. The vantage point suggested she was likely standing at the pinnacle of the building. She's at the pinnacle of the Peninsula Garden? What is her relationship with Zhao Quan? Chunyi glanced again at her avatar. Lu Zixin had chosen a revealing photograph as her profile picture, clad in a seductive black camisole, with her attractive features framed by cascading chestnut curls, artfully concealing her modesty. This seemed a stark contrast to the innocent, charming Lu Zixin she had encountered during school pickups. As she pondered this, a fleeting image crossed her mind. Chapter 75, Betrayed. This person was familiar. The evening they returned from Y country, she had seen a young girl exit the passenger seat of a red LaFerrari at a gas station in Z City.
So, it was Lu Zixin.
No wonder she felt a sense of familiarity. The transformation was remarkable. But why was she at the Peninsula Garden, even though she had ridden in that LaFerrari? The Peninsula Garden was predominantly Zhao Quan's territory. Lu Zixin had mentioned to Chen Chen that her family resided by the seaside in S City, not particularly wealthy, and certainly not noteworthy in a city filled with financial magnates. What does she want with you? Nothing much, just catching up. And? Chunyi was skeptical that someone who had been out of touch for so long would suddenly reach out merely for a chat, especially with such an implausible excuse about a lost phone. She also asked about the message I sent regarding stocking up on food supplies. Oh, I see. Chunyi understood. It was implausible that she could still see that message if her phone was truly lost. She had simply been unable to respond at the time. Ask her what she needs and arrange to meet her. Regardless of her intentions, I urgently need to ascertain the actual circumstances at the Peninsula Garden. Perhaps Lu Zixin was indeed struggling, even though she had relocated to the Peninsula Garden. In the following day, as probing, she did not hesitate to request anti-inflammatory, fever-reducing, and pain relief medications, even offering to pay 5 times the price or trade for food. Chun Yi scoffed and instructed Chun Chun to message Lu Zixin to wait. She then retrieved 2 sets of clothing, instructing Uncle Li to soil them in the fields, casually cutting a few slits before handing 1 set to Chin Chin.
Put this on. Why?
Chun Chin asked, puzzled. Seeing Chun Yi as silence, Uncle Li sighed. Young master, you must understand. The outside world is currently in dire need of medicine. If you're dressed so well and have access to medications, it will only signal to others that you are well-stocked, inviting trouble. Oh, Chin Chin nodded, quickly changing into the clothes. I'll go with Xiao Chen. You two stay home. Chun Yi observed as Dan Mo donned a raincoat without prompting. Dan Mo remained silent, making his way to the speedboat. This old man seemed to be increasingly rebellious, ignoring everything she said. As they ventured forth, Chun Yi could only advise Dan Mo to remain hidden and not reveal himself. With Dan Mo leading the way, they soon arrived at the library on the 2nd floor, not far from the Peninsula Garden. After concealing the inflatable boat, they instructed Chun Chun to message Lu Zixin to come over, as the distance from the Peninsula Garden to their location was quite short. Through her binoculars, Chun Yi observed rescue personnel paddling a raft towards them and promptly directed Dan Mo to ascend to the upper floor. Lu Zixin, clad in a raincoat, struggled through the 2nd floor window, removing her rain cover to reveal a pale visage. Upon first sighting Chin Chin, she felt an impulse to rush forward and embrace him. But upon noticing his tattered attire and drenched hair, she hesitated, retracting her outstretched arms. Xiao Chun, it's been a long time, she greeted, briefly assessing Chun Yi beside him, who bore a similar disheveled appearance. With a few blinks, she softly added, Sister Xiao Yi, greetings. Chun Yi remained silent, merely nodding. Chun Chun, with a beaming smile, inquired, Zixin, what have you been up to since you returned? Lu Zixin evaded a direct answer, her voice trailing off as she urgently asked, Xiao Chun, do you truly have the medicine? Just as Chun Chun was about to hand the medicine to Lu Zixin, Chun Yi intervened, halting his gesture. Confusion clouded Lu Zixin's expression as she faltered, Sister Xiao Yi, I can offer you money for the medicine. Please tell me about the situation at Peninsula Garden. Lowering her gaze, she added, I entered with Zhao Li. I'm unfamiliar with the circumstances inside. Why did you follow Zhao Li inside?
Chanya probit.
Lu Zixin stammered, failing to provide an answer. Casting a glance at her, Chun Yi insisted, Xiao Chen, we must leave. Please, Sister Xiao Yi, I beg you, grant me the medicine. I can pay. Lu Zixin grasped her arm. I require no money, Chun Yi replied coldly, urging her to release her grip. Lu Zixin relinquished her hold, glancing at Chin Chun before hesitantly stating, I am currently with Zhao Li. He has opened an entertainment venue there. I accompany guests. Her voice dwindled to a whisper.
Ha!
Chun Chun scoffed. Lu Zixin looked up. Xiao Chun, please allow me to explain. However, Chun Chun turned away, retreating. Chun Yi then inquired, who was that man driving the red Lamborghini? Lu Zixin appeared astonished but quickly regained her composure, stating, that was Qin Sheng, the heir of the Lin Tai Hotel. The Lin Tai Hotel is one of many enterprises under the Lin Tai Group, reputedly prospering since the era of his grandfather, Qin Yu. The family amassed wealth through real estate during the tenure of his father, Qin Wei. Is he not wealthier than that small-time boss Zhao Li?
Chanya probit.
Master Qin paid me handsomely for a week of companionship before introducing me to Zhao Li, and since then, I have been by Zhao Li's side. After the heavy rain, Zhao Li relocated everyone to the Peninsula Garden. Are you suggesting that the entertainment venue at Peninsula Garden is still operational? Lu Zixin nodded, clutching her abdomen, her expression troubled. Have you been infected? Lu Zixin's face flushed, and she nodded again. Chun Yi handed her the medicine, stating, this comprises basic anti-inflammatory and analgesic medication. It will alleviate your pain somewhat. In 2 days, at the same time, bring me a report on the basic layout of Zhao Quan's area. You can sketch the floor plans and note the conditions on each level and the individuals present. I will procure clindamycin and rinsing solution for you. Lu Zixin seemed poised to voice an objection but ultimately nodded. I will do my best. Return now, and do not disclose our meeting to anyone. Otherwise, you shall receive no medicine, Chun Yi cautioned. Lu Zixin nodded, casting one last glance at Chin Chin, who stood at a distance with his back turned, suppressing the words on her lips before climbing back out the window. Chunyi approached Chen Chen and gently tapped his shoulder. Are you feeling sorrowful? Chen Chen shook his head. Not exactly. It just feels wrong. Everyone has their own way of living. Shouldn't you feel the sting of betrayal? Chen Chen shot her a glare. What are you saying? I am merely friends with her, not romantically involved. Then why the disappointment? In this era, what do you expect a girl like her to achieve? Does she need to live as you do, without worries? Chen Chen sighed. Though that may be true. It pains me to see my closest friend living like this. Sister, if it were your friend, how would you respond? Enough. First, I have no friends. Second, I know what you are thinking. Do not dwell on it. Summon Danimo. It is time to go home.
Oh.
Chen Chen sighed heavily before calling out towards the stairwell. Danimo, we are heading home. Chapter 76. The Power Outage. Chen Yi frowned as she gazed towards the staircase. As two sets of footsteps descended, Danimo was accompanied by a man from the rescue team whom they had encountered previously. What brings you here? Danimo murmured to Chen Yi. There are 45 personnel upstairs, currently resting. The man approached Chen Yi, retracting his imposing demeanor, saluting her respectfully and cheerfully stated, Good day.
Madam.
Thank you for the medication you provided that day. Danimo turned to Chen Yi. What medication? Chen Yi scrutinized the man, noting he appeared more worn than days prior, fatigue evident in his eyes. Shouldn't you be at the rescue station? After a moment's hesitation, the man replied, We were assigned another task, but this rescue operation was spontaneously organized. We are resting here for a couple of days to facilitate the transport of supplies to Peninsula Garden. Chen Yi scoffed. Boss Zhao has raised prices by 35 times and still refuses to provide you with a place to rest. You truly are the people's good soldiers. The man's expression hardened, and he refrained from further comment. Chen Yi glanced at Danimo and Chen Chen. Let us depart. The man called after her, Madam. Please wait a moment. Chen Yi instructed Danimo to retrieve the inflatable boat, then turned to face the man. I just heard you seek the floor plan of Peninsula Garden? Indeed. What do you intend to do with it? Chen Yi remained silent. A fleeting expression of uncertainty crossed the man's visage before he earnestly cautioned, I do not know why you wish to understand the situation within Peninsula Garden. But heed my words. The defenses are stringent and do not entertain any impractical notions. Chen Yi smiled faintly. Very well. She then pivoted and departed. The man stood, watching as Chen Yi and her companions left, until another man descended the stairs to stand beside him, watching the inflatable boat until it was nearly out of sight. He mused, Chief, what is Miss Chen's background? She does not seem like an ordinary heiress, with characters like Old A by her side. She certainly differs from the typical wealthy young lady. Miss Chen's motives remain elusive. Old A has a notorious past, and together, they could conjure something unpredictable. We have encountered them several times on missions, and I cannot convince myself this is mere coincidence. There are no absolutes of good or evil, regardless of coincidence. We cannot act yet. Our mission remains unfinished. Indeed, it is increasingly difficult to find someone now. Regardless of the difficulty, our task persists. Let us take a moment to rest. We must continue transporting supplies this afternoon. Miss Chun is not incorrect. Boss Zhao has indeed inflated prices by 35 times. This opportunity amidst national calamity is rather disconcerting. Do not speak carelessly. Did you not observe the state of that building? We cannot access the upper floors, unaware of what lies beyond. Alas, were it not for the necessity of providing emergency supplies to the citizens, I would not wish to engage in this arduous and thankless endeavor. Understood. The man replied in a hushed tone before suggesting, Shall we switch to another rescue team? I am weary of their demeanor. Just endure a little longer. Once reinforcements arrive, we will withdraw from here. As they conversed, they ascended the stairs. Before reaching the halfway point, the phone in the man's pocket rang. An urgent message relayed that a transformer in a nearby district had flooded and was leaking electricity, resulting in multiple electrocutions. Immediate action was imperative. The rescue team was already stretched thin, and now they had been dispatched to various districts to assist Secretary Zhang with the allocation of limited supplies. Many individuals unable to venture outside needed to have supplies delivered to the different floors of their apartment complexes, ensuring that citizens could acquire essential goods. Suddenly, a leakage issue arose in the northern district, where floodwaters surrounded the area, effectively turning the entire region into a live electrical hazard. Initially, driven by a fervent desire to save lives, the rescuers acted without disabling the power supply, only to find that their good intentions led to tragic consequences. Peninsula Garden, located in the northwest, was only a 20-minute distance from the affected community. Upon receiving the call, two individuals quickly rallied a few others, donned their backpacks, and rushed downstairs. At the third floor, they retrieved a hidden lifeboat and hastened towards the designated location on the map. The lifeboat surged forward at full speed, slicing through the water like an arrow. As they approached the vicinity of the incident, they spotted several lifeboats braving the downpour, each carrying a team of solemn rescuers. When they crossed paths, there was no time for greetings. They pressed onward. By this point, the power had been severed, but the raging floodwaters continued to swell. Looking up, they could faintly discern a crowd of people gathered inside the building ahead. A black speedboat glided past nearby, with the imposing figure of Dan Mo clearly visible. The group promptly halted him. Chunyi gazed at the man and his team, recognizing the fierce countenance of the man among them, whose presence was striking even beneath a raincoat, unable to conceal the intensity he exuded. "What's going on?" Dan Mo shouted above the cacophony of rain, his voice barely audible. "There's been an electrical leak in the nearby community, and several people have been electrocuted, even though the power's been cut. It would be wise for you to take a detour," the leading man replied loudly. Dan Mo glanced back at Chunyi, noticing her furrowed brow. "Let us take a different route," he suggested. Chunyi nodded in agreement. Dan Mo gestured his gratitude to the other group before swiftly altering their course to avoid the treacherous waters. Before long, not only had the northern district lost power, but to prevent further casualties, the entire city was plunged into darkness. Even without human intervention, the torrential rain would have led to widespread outages. Many mountainous villages had already experienced power loss a week prior. Following the blackout, water supply would soon cease as well. Chunyi hurried home to fill every container with water, anticipating the need to open the skylight and collect rainwater for future use. Dan Mo connected generators located in the front and backyards and retrieved 2 barrels of diesel from the basement. As he started them, the thunderous noise drowned out the relentless patter of rain on the skylight. The basement housed 2 powerful generators with dedicated circuits for refrigeration and lighting. With all 4 generators now operational, the appliances within the house quickly resumed functioning. The basement was stocked with a variety of fuel types, including many tanks purchased during a previous trip to D-Country, providing enough diesel and gasoline to power the generators for several years. However, as Chunyi checked the surveillance of her old home on her phone, she realized it had ceased working. Chapter 77. Scavenging. Chunyi understood that this power outage was not a temporary inconvenience. It marked the beginning of a life devoid of electricity. The grim reality of the apocalypse was just beginning to unfold, presenting challenges that were already overwhelming. Recently, many had speculated whether the end of days was truly upon them. Such pessimistic sentiments rapidly garnered official attention, prompting the authorities to issue swift denials and reassure the public that it was merely a sudden, powerful typhoon. They insisted that once the storm passed, everything would return to normal. Now, with the power out, the public would no longer witness the officials' embarrassment. In the chaos, people frantically dispersed their wealth in search of meager sustenance, making survival their foremost concern. Compared to such futile scenes, they were far more eager to learn when the upper echelons of rescue supplies would arrive. At that moment, Dan Mo was at home, sealing various drains with cement, with Chun assisting him. Meanwhile, Chunyi and Li Xiong rummaged through leftover building materials in the corner of the backyard, planning to construct a temporary bathroom and toilet beside the small fermentation pit that Uncle Li had previously excavated, facilitating the disposal of used cat litter. Once the water supply ceased, digging a pit would be the only option, and they would have to rely on the cat litter stored in the basement for personal sanitation needs. While bathing would become challenging, most other matters could be managed. However, for someone from the southern region accustomed to bathing 3 to 4 times a day in the summer, the inability to wash was akin to enduring a severe punishment. In her previous life, Chunyi had forgotten how long it had been since she last bathed. Later on, after losing her sense of smell, she could hardly detect her own odor, merely enduring the discomfort of occasional skin irritations. Now, with the basement stocked with abundant purified water and a filtration system in place, bathing was no longer an issue. Worst-case scenario, she could retreat to her space for a wash, occasionally sneaking some water out for her companions. However, with all drains now blocked, bathing would have to occur in the makeshift bathroom, with water flowing through a conduit to a wastewater pool for irrigation, ensuring that not a single drop was wasted. Previously, She had considered digging a septic tank for fermentation, which could yield organic fertilizer and produce biogas for cooking. However, the head of the security company responsible for the installation, Lin Li, informed her that the gap between the ground and the basement was too narrow for excavation. So she abandoned the idea. Once everyone finished their tasks, Chunyi discovered that she had no building materials left, no lime for pest control, either. After implementing various contingency measures following the power outage, she meticulously calculated her time and, aside from meals, devoted herself entirely to rummaging through the containers she had recovered from the port of Y Country over the past 3 days. She opened half of the containers, and apart from a substantial quantity of grains, oils, meats, instant food, clothing, and various infant supplies, there was a small selection of outdoor gear such as tents, backpacks, sleeping bags, moisture-proof mats, climbing ropes, rock pegs, and safety harnesses. In addition to numerous metal items and hundreds of tons of smokeless coal, she found not a single piece of building material, which left her feeling somewhat disheartened. The odds seemed excessively low. The agreed-upon time with Lu Zixin was set for the following morning, and she remained uncertain whether she could provide valuable insights. Chunyi decided to allocate some funds to seek out building materials, even if it was merely for some lime to ward off pests. She had to ensure that her home was equipped to handle any leaks that might arise. Unexpectedly, upon entering the space shop, she discovered nearly 200,000 currency units at her disposal. It turned out that during her previous efforts to save money, she had sold all her cultivated crops to the shop, leaving not a single grain in storage. Chunyi adjusted the sales ratio to allocate half for storage and reserved 20,000 for a ticket to purchase small flying shoes, while the remainder was given to the little sprite for upgrading and developing new seeds. During her last trip to D Country with Dan Mo, she noticed that numerous warehouses were being constructed in the vast desert regions to store materials, with trucks frequently transporting building supplies. Since the warehouse was situated on slightly elevated terrain, she hoped it hadn't been completely submerged, allowing her to salvage some materials. However, with the internet and electronic devices rendered useless and the lack of precise navigation, Chunyi couldn't be sure if she could reach the site accurately. After dinner, she excused herself to meticulously plan her subsequent strategies and ascended to her room. She opened the coordinates she had previously asked Dan Mo to gather, cross-referencing them with her handwritten latitude and longitude notes. Afterward, she packed some emergency medications, water, and dry rations into her backpack. Heaven knows where the drop-off point might be, whether it would be submerged in water, so she prepared a speedboat just in case. Once inflated, she stowed it along with her backpack in her space, donned her rain gear, and set out. Country D and Hua Country share a time difference of 4 hours, and upon arrival, it was approximately 3 in the afternoon. Once a land divided between desert and ocean, now scarcely a trace of the desert remains. The muddy yellow waters stretch across much of the nation. Torrential rains fall, and in the distance, the world's tallest tower emerges, partially veiled by the downpour. When Chunyi was transported here, she was unceremoniously plunged into the murky waters, and after much struggle, the speedboat was finally released. After boarding, she sped towards the warehouses. Except for a few elevated warehouses, all others had succumbed to the flooding. It seemed she had arrived too late. Her only recourse was to rummage through the remaining few warehouses. Fortunately, she stumbled upon a container in pristine condition. Chunyi casually opened several boxes, which primarily contained angle iron, sheet metal, steel, alloys, cement, lime, gravel, glass, ceramics, flooring materials, and timber. Indeed, lime was among her findings, a significant haul. The other 2 warehouses held rock wool, glass wool, polystyrene boards for insulation, as well as sound-absorbing panels and soundproofing materials. Beyond these, there were merely decorative items like paint, wallpaper, electrical wiring, PVC pipes, and sockets, alongside several hundred high-powered air conditioners. It appeared the construction in Country D was predominantly focused on speed and soundproofing. Having thoroughly searched the few warehouses that remained above water, night had fallen. Chunyi gazed at the warehouse partially submerged, abandoning the thought of diving in. It was hardly worth it. She had little need for anything more. This excursion was secondary. Her primary purpose was to explore the area. Although her discoveries were modest, she could at least construct a building in the desert of Country D. In the final warehouse, she found a substantial amount of oil. Truly, Country D was a land of opulence, with a significant quantity of oil left here carelessly, a display of extravagance. Chunyi packed the items from several warehouses into her space and sat down to hydrate. She felt remarkably relaxed. free from the pressures of being pursued as she once was. If she chose, she could linger until dawn without anyone arriving. From afar, she noticed the tower had illuminated its basic lights. The LED lights adorning the exterior remained dark, suggesting that the grand light shows of prosperous times were a thing of the past. Yet, even with mere foundational lighting, the towering structure, over 100 stories high, would require an immense number of powerful generators to meet its substantial energy demands. Chapter 78. The Hierarchies of Nobility. Chen Yi navigated slowly, piloting the speedboat toward the towering edifice. Country D lacked particularly tall trees and majestic mountains. Only in the city center were there skyscrapers, while other areas were filled with self-built villas by local residents. Amidst the muddy waters, a few rooftops peeked through, and scattered throughout were mosques, their minarets half-submerged, serving as places for local worship. Additionally, a series of high-voltage power lines hung overhead. The journey from the warehouses to the most luxurious shopping center in Country D, which previously took 2 hours by car on the highway, now took merely a linear distance of a little over an hour. Yet, due to Chen Yi's aimless wandering, it took her over 3 hours to arrive. Along the way, all she encountered was the relentless yellow mud water. The once thriving Palm Island, constructed from reclaimed sea, now bore no traces of its past vibrancy and noise. The Atlantis Grand Hotel, situated by the sea, was largely inundated, its iconic hollow heart-shaped structure half-submerged. Before long, it might indeed resemble the legendary Atlantis, resting forever beneath the waves. The towering Ferris wheel appeared like a toy, submerged in the water, devoid of the grandeur it once commanded when gazed upon from below. As for Long City, merely a half-hour's drive from the shopping center, there were no signs of its existence, as if it had never been. Most inhabitants of Long City were from Hua Country, along with some expatriates working and living in Country D. After the flooding, where could these people escape? Chen Yi stood alone in the speedboat, braving the wind and rain, gazing out at the boundless ocean, and inexplicably felt a surge of wild, carefree spirit, akin to a free-spirited crane soaring through the skies. As the rain subsided, approaching the tower, Chen Yi surveyed her surroundings. Here lay the largest and most opulent commercial district in Country D. She vividly recalled her last shopping trip here with Dan and Mo, when the towering structure dazzled with a spectacular light show, and the adjacent mall was teeming with patrons. Previously, an inner river circled the city, but the torrential rains had caused water levels to rise rapidly, submerging the entire shopping center. With all but the upper 11 floors of the parking garage inundated, the buildings around the tower that had not yet been completely submerged still supported numerous tents, with many people huddled inside. Fortunately, Country D was known for its hot climate. However, enduring such relentless rain would not be sustainable for long. Through her binoculars, Chen Yi observed numerous individuals clad in damp clothing, precariously perched and barely able to maintain their balance. One tent was overcrowded, leaving no room for anyone to lie down. Continuing forward, she reached the submerged base of the tower, where a few nearby high-rises still revealed half of their structure, not yet overwhelmed by the floodwaters. Through the broken windows, she could see a diverse array of people seated inside, none of whom appeared to be locals. Those individuals gazed at Chen Yi navigating the speedboat with envy, yet their expressions quickly turned to desolation. Ultimately, she dared not leave the speedboat to venture inside. The nature of humanity during such times was not to be tested lightly. After circling the vicinity, she arrived at the tower's entrance. After some time, she could not locate an entry point. It seemed those within had taken refuge early on, moving inside before the platform was submerged, retreating upward as the water levels rose, thus leaving no dedicated entrance. Due to the one-way nature of the glass windows, Chen Yi was unable to discern the situation inside. After a brief survey, she departed from the tower and approached a nearby building's window, seeking to inquire about the basic conditions from someone close by. As she neared the window, the foul odor wafting from within stung her eyes. A person near the window, with dark brown skin and graying hair, sat silently on the ground, devoid of any response to her calls. Noticing his lack of reaction, she scanned the area and spotted a few Asians gazing at her. She casually pointed to a woman, beckoning her to come closer to the window. The woman, cautious in her demeanor, approached slowly. Chen Yi reached into her backpack and offered her a handful of chocolate. The woman's face instantly blossomed into a radiant smile, expressing her gratitude repeatedly. "Where are you from? How long have you been trapped here?"
Chen Yi waited,
The woman did not immediately unwrap the chocolate, but carefully tucked it into a small bag she carried. After nodding and smiling at someone nearby, she replied, I am from Hua country. My husband, child, and I have been here for nearly 5 days. Chunyi turned her head to see a little girl being cradled by a man nearby, who tilted her head and waved at her with a smile. Chunyi nodded in acknowledgement, then asked the woman, Are you unable to go to the tower? The woman chuckled softly. Dear kind lady, surely you jest? How could we possibly enter the tower? Her gaze drifted toward the tower, her expression inscrutable, as she continued, Only local nobles can seek refuge there. For most people in Country D, who isn't wealthy, those who can enter the tower are the elite among the affluent. Even the nobles residing in the tower are stratified into various ranks, assigned to different floors according to their status. While fierce winds and torrential rains rage outside, the luxurious shops and dining establishments within the tower continue to operate normally, catering exclusively to the nobility. Even if one has lived in Country D for generations, making substantial contributions to the local economy and technology, and has obtained the certificate of citizenship, they remain unable to integrate into the noble circles. They are even denied the rights awarded to local men of marriageable age, including the granting of land.
For these outsiders,
The greatest benefit is merely obtaining a permanent residency card, and nothing more. You hide here. How do you plan to secure food? A few days ago, aid supplies were delivered daily. However, as the water levels rose too swiftly, deliveries became sporadic, arriving every 2 to 3 days. It is likely that soon, no one will care for us any longer. We originally resided in Dragon City, which has now been submerged. We have no idea where to go. The only places remaining that have not been flooded are likely right here. Everyone can only converge to this spot. The woman glanced at Chunyi, then at her inflatable boat, and said, Aren't you going to find a place to take shelter? At this rate, if the rain intensifies, your lower deck will likely fill with water. You should hurry. Look, even the stairwell is packed with people.
Chunyi nodded.
Grabbing a handful of chocolate and 2 bottles of water to give to the woman for the adorable child. Take care. With that, she steered her boat away. It appeared that everywhere was much the same. The wealthy and powerful lounged in their safe havens, indulging in food and entertainment, while only those at the bottom of society were deemed unworthy of survival in such dire times. Chapter 79. Playing both sides barring unforeseen circumstances. That lovely child is unlikely to survive this disaster. Chunyi did not consider herself a savior, nor did she possess such capabilities. From henceforth, she would merely tend to her own affairs and live a quiet life. Upon returning to her room, it was already 3 in the morning, and her family was sound asleep. Chunyi did not descend but entered the space beside the lotus spring. Her body was still somewhat cold. Having been exposed to the dampness for too long and fearing a cold or fever, she washed herself with the clear water from the pool before retiring to bed. The following day, around 9 o'clock, Chunyi awoke from her slumber and went to the basement to retrieve some anti-inflammatory medication needed by Lu Zixin. She required medication for a sensitive area, and Uncle Li had not procured any specifically for women. Chunyi then searched her supplies from Country R and took some rinsing agents and gels, placing them in her backpack. She could only hope that the clues she provided would be worth the value of this medication. Chen Chun was still unable to accept Lu Zixin's transformation and was unwilling to venture out with her again. As Chunyi prepared to leave alone, Dan and Mo had already stepped ahead of her. After the city experienced a blackout, the internet was also down, rendering it impossible for Chunyi to change the meeting location with Lu Zixin at the library, even if she had wished to. She could only hope that the man and his team had already vacated the premises. Upon arriving again at the library, she spotted an inflatable boat tethered by the window, indicating that Lu Zixin had already arrived. However, the second floor of the library was now half submerged, and the third floor was too far to reach. Chunyi had no choice but to climb through the window and wade through the water to the third floor. Lu Zixin trembled at the stairway's entrance, visibly relieved upon seeing Chunyi, though she discreetly cast a glance to the side. Following her gaze, Chunyi noticed another team member of the man who had previously appeared there, someone with whom she had had an unpleasant exchange during their time in Country S at the farm. Chanye's expression hardened, and she coldly instructed Lu Zixin, Come down to the second floor. The man quickly interjected, Wait, Miss Chen, please don't leave. I'll go up first. I won't interrupt your conversation. However, I do have a request.
Ha!
Chunyi regarded him with derision. The man said nothing further, hastily ascending the stairs.
Chunyi glanced at Dan Mov,
who understood and followed him upstairs. Once their footsteps faded, Chunyi turned to Lu Zixin and extended her hand. Give me the items. Lu Zixin produced several sheets of paper from beneath her clothing, unfolding them to present. Upon inspection, Chunyi noted that they were hastily drawn with uneven lines, indicating that Lu Zixin had not taken the time to learn properly, as even a rudimentary floor plan was poorly rendered. The lines were crooked, slanted, and the writing was scarcely legible. It merely provided a basic overview of a few floors, seemingly limited to the areas frequented by the girls who catered to the wealthy. Chunyi did not expect her to acquire anything more detailed. Lu Zixin had enough sense to include a basic composition of personnel. Zhao Quan was largely uninvolved, only appearing when Chairman Qin Wei from Lin Tai was present, and even during visits from the Crown Prince, Qin Cheng, he often remained absent, with only his nephew Zhao Li handling matters. Zhao Li, aside from being the largest club manager in the city, was also rumored to oversee certain underground banking operations. Lu Zixin speculated that the underground bank was likely part of Qin Wei's enterprises, which also included casinos and arms dealings. Even Zhao Quan's chain of supermarkets was backed by Qin Wei's investments. Thus, it seemed that Qin Wei was indeed a figure who played both sides. Although the Qin family initially rose to prominence due to the elder Qin Yu, their true wealth was amassed through Qin Wei's sudden fortune years ago. After all, acquiring millions through a limited edition luxury car is not something achievable through ordinary business endeavors. Furthermore, such exclusive supercars cannot be purchased solely with money. Zhao Quan had two key associates. One, surnamed Song, was responsible for coordinating various supply chains. Lu Zixin did not know his full name, only that he was a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. The other, known as Brother Liang, served as Zhao Quan's driver and bodyguard, renowned for his formidable combat skills, accompanying Zhao Quan wherever he went. Zhao Li had many subordinates, the primary four being one with a scar running from his eye to his nose, known as Scar Brother. Another with long hair and a roguish demeanor, called Long Hair Brother, a refined young man who spoke multiple languages, known as Xiao Qi, who previously coordinated contacts with girls from various countries for Zhao Li, and finally, a woman named Sister Li, around 27 or 28, who managed Zhao Li's female subordinates. The intricate and valuable web of relationships. How had Qin Jingguang woven such connections? Observing Chen Ye's furrowed brow, Lu Zixin anxiously remarked, Sister Xiaoyi, I arrived late, and I am unaware of many circumstances. I will certainly investigate more thoroughly when I return. Chen Yi retrieved a bag of medication from her backpack and handed it to her, then tucked away the papers. No need, given your situation. You won't uncover anything of real value. Chen Yi coldly interrupted, Do not speak of our transaction to anyone. Otherwise, I assure you, your end will be quite gruesome. Sister Xiaoyi, I won't say anything. Lu Zixin hurriedly reassured her. Chen Yi remained silent. Only the dead would keep their mouths shut. However, at this moment, Lu Zixin posed no threat to her. Even if she intended to act, Chen Yi had her own means to cope. Lu Zixin had always shown her respect in Country Y, and she had never intruded upon Chen Ye's life previously. Chen Yi had no reason to harm her. Moreover, although she appeared to lack power now, her presence might still provide deeper insights. Should fortune favor her, and she survive until the end, Chen Yi would not mind purchasing further useful clues from her. Lu Zixin clutched the medication in her arms, her eyes reddening. After a moment's hesitation, she added, Sister Xiaoyi, it's truly dangerous there. Please do not act impulsively. Regardless of any past conflicts with them, the personnel on duty, they're armed. Even others from the Peninsula Gardens are not permitted to enter that building. Mind your own business. Do not pry into other matters. Lu Zixin nodded, and then hesitantly spoke. Sister Xiaoya, Xiaocheng. Before she could finish her sentence, Chen Yi halted her trembling hands that were adjusting her raincoat and coldly gazed at her. Under that icy stare, Lu Zixin was rendered speechless. Xiaocheng is profoundly disappointed in you, Miss Lu. Please refrain from contacting him again. Oh, right. With the power and internet out, even if she wanted to reach out, it would be futile. Good friends? Lu Zixin murmured to herself, lost in thought. She suddenly let out a self-deprecating laugh. I understand. With that, she descended the stairs and left the premises. Chapter 80. The representative of national dignity. Just as Chen Yi was about to summon Donma to leave, the man from earlier hurried down the stairs and blocked her path. Miss Chen, I implore you, save my captain. Chen Yi looked at Donma, puzzled. Donma approached her side and whispered, There's a man upstairs lying down. He appears to be unconscious. Chunyi nodded and addressed the man. I am not a doctor. With that, she intended to depart. The man, in his urgency, reached out to grasp Chunya's arm. Danma swiftly intervened, stepping forward and seizing the man's shoulder, preparing to throw him down.
Danma.
Ultimately, Danma did not throw the man down but, after releasing him, stared at him with a disdainful snort. The man rolled on the ground and, upon standing, looked at Danma with a hint of admiration, but then rushed over to Chunyi. Upon noticing Danma stepping in front of him, he halted abruptly. Miss Chun. A few days ago during a rescue, some civilians were swept into the flood. After saving them, the captain was carried away by the current and accidentally scraped his back on a tree root. We are now short on medicine. Our team has searched for 2 days, but no one is willing to part with even a single pill. The captain has been unconscious for a day and a night. Please, I beg you to save him. By the end of his plea, the man's eyes were red with desperation. Why should she feel compelled to part with her medicine? Chunyi remained unmoved and replied coldly, I recall that there was a considerable amount of medicine last time. The remaining medicine was given to the rescue team to treat the injured civilians, the man explained. His head bowed. A light laugh erupted, and Chunyi, lifting her leg, began to walk toward the stairs. Miss Chun! Miss Chun! The man chased after her, but was stopped by Danma. The man glanced at Danma's imposing figure and then at the departing Chunyi, anxiously shouting, Miss Chun, please don't go. If I offended you during our previous encounters, I apologize. I beg you to save my captain. A loud thud echoed in the air. I implore you. Miss Chun, save him. Chunyi turned back to see the man kneeling on the ground, tears streaming down his face. Alas! Chunyi felt a sigh rising within her. She then approached the man, wiping away his tears. Disgraceful. Lead me to him. The man, breaking into a smile, hastily wiped his face with the back of his hand and guided Chunyi upstairs. A man lay on the ground beside a tattered sleeping bag, covered with 2 pieces of clothing. His face was flushed, eyes tightly shut, and his trembling eyelashes suggested he was restless even in slumber. His lips were red, almost as if bleeding. Danma, examine his wound. Danma squatted down behind the man, gently lifting the clothing covering him. Upon seeing the wound, his brow furrowed. He gestured for Chunyi to come over, take a look. Chunyi approached and saw a gaping 56-inch long wound on the man's back, the edges of the flesh already beginning to rot and emit a foul odor, pus seeping continuously. Was this wound caused by a tree root?
Chunyi inquired, puzzled.
We are unsure of what happened in the rapid current. At the time, the captain felt nothing until yesterday when he developed a high fever and fell unconscious. Only then did we notice the wound. But we have nothing on hand and can only fret. Chunyi turned to Danma and asked, Can you treat it? Danma glanced at the man, visibly displeased. I can, but... Before he could finish, Chunyi had already retrieved a first aid kit and surgical pack from her backpack and handed them to him. Danma exclaimed, I hadn't finished speaking. Yes, I can. But I am not particularly inclined to help him. Can I not finish my sentence? Get on with it, Chunyi replied. Though Danma was unhappy, he still obeyed her command, repositioning the man to lie face down before opening the first aid kit, putting on gloves, and administering a tetanus injection before carefully disinfecting the wound on his back. There's no anesthetic. Hold him down, Danma instructed the standing man. There's anesthetic in the surgical pack.
Chunyi reminded.
Internally, Danma groaned, as if he needed to be told that. He merely wished to see the man suffer a bit. After all, he had received nothing but disdain from him multiple times. Helping him was already a favor. Why bother with anesthetics? Chunyi, however, was oblivious to Danma's inner turmoil and simply said, Let us finish this quickly so we can go home. If they were in a hurry, they should forgo saving him altogether. At least Danma heard Chunya's words and swiftly stitched the man up, applying a layer of healing powder and then covering it with a thin gauze. Once finished, Chunyi left behind a couple of days' worth of medicine. Any more? And Danma would begin to question her source. Danma removed his gloves and briefly explained to the man when he should change the dressing. He then asked if the man knew how to remove stitches. The man answered each query, and Danma urged Chunyi to leave. Chunyi slung her backpack over her shoulder and said to the man, I don't have much medicine, but I will bring more in a couple of days. She then glanced at the man lying on the ground and asked, What is your name? The standing man hesitated, pondering whether to divulge his name, when he heard Chunyi's indifferent voice again. When he wakes, tell him he owes me a life. The man clenched his fist and raised it in an oath-like gesture, responding loudly, Miss Chen, your great kindness and virtue, I have no way to repay. In the future, should you have any requests within reason, I will go through fire and water to comply. Within reason? You are quite cautious. Chen Yi chuckled lightly. What is your name? Seeing the man's hesitation, Chen Yi added, a code name will suffice. I have no interest in you all. Merely wishing to know who will come to repay me. Miss Chen, your repeated assistance makes a code name seem disrespectful. Saying this, he saluted Chen Yi. I am Chu Huifeng. Chen Yi nodded, and him? Apologies, Miss Chen, I truly have no authority over that. Once the captain recovers, I will ensure he personally thanks you. Chen Yi smiled, and then departed the library with Donma. Donma, however, still posed his question to Chen Yi, Miss, why did you save them? Chen Yi gazed out at the vast expanse of water, unfazed. That man, Chu Huifeng, is no ordinary rescue soldier. A man of such robust character, willing to kneel before me to save his comrade, is indeed a rarity, surpassing many in this world. Pausing, she continued, moreover, they were injured while rescuing others. They should not have sacrificed themselves, yet don their uniforms to undertake tasks that many would shy away from. They are the most potent representatives of national dignity, even embodying it. Donma, you may not understand what national dignity entails, but it is something we cannot, and do not wish to do. Yet they chose to do so, which proves they are worthy of our time and resources. Having said that, she did not respond to any further comments from Donma. Chapter 81. The Man of 1717. On the way back, the rain suddenly ceased. Chen Yi looked up at the still gloomy sky, estimating that another heavy downpour would soon arrive, prompting her to urge Donma to quicken their pace toward home. As they neared the community where the previous electrical issues had occurred, a few individuals from a small building, their roofs barely above water, obstructed their path. It is likely due to her constitution. Whenever she steps outside, something is bound to happen. With the pressure emanating from Donma, no one could possibly hinder them. Chen Yi was not one to shy away from trouble. She would only avoid it at all costs. How could she possibly be stopped by another? Yet, someone shouted her name. Chen Yi, come over and give me a ride. I have a significant secret to share with you, one that pertains to you. Setting aside the matter of secrets, since returning to the country, she had not been in contact with anyone and had rarely been active domestically. At this juncture, who could possibly recognize her through the voluminous raincoat? From a distance, Chen Yi could not even discern who it was. A sense of danger washed over her. She instructed Donma to steer the speedboat closer to the group. When they were just a few meters away, Chen Yi stood up to scrutinize the individuals before her. There were 3 of them. The one in the forefront was a young man with wet, pale blonde hair clinging to his scalp, his clothes completely soaked and clinging to his form. Chen Yi noted that the other 2 beside him appeared equally disheveled. How could you recognize me from such a distance? Chen Yi asked in a low voice. The man in the middle grinned widely, pointing at Donma. I may not recognize you, but I know him. Recognizing him, it follows that I know you are the other. And who might you be? What secret do you speak of?
Chen Yi waited.
Do you not remember? We reside in the same community. I am from room 1717. I saw you during the renovations at your home. Have you forgotten? The man seemed eager to jump up in excitement. Whether or not he had seen Chen Yi was of little consequence. However, the mention of room 1717 triggered a memory, as it was that very number that had previously instilled in her a sense of being watched within the homeowners group. What are you doing here? She pressed. The man, visibly perturbed, replied, I intended to find a few people to help me locate something at the dock. To my dismay, these individuals turned out to be thieves. They not only stole our provisions but also commandeered our speedboat and attempted to assault us. We were forced to leap into the water, swimming here to rest. We were just pondering how to return home when we spotted you. Truly a stroke of fate. Chen Yi quickly filtered through his ramblings, honing in on 2 words, the dock. What are you searching for at the dock? She queried. The man stuttered, unable to provide a clear answer. Chen Yi's patience worn thin. She prepared to depart. Hey, Chen Yi, give me a ride home. I know a secret about you. Chen Yi regarded him thoughtfully, then retreated slightly before saying, get on. The 3 men scrambled onto the speedboat, but before they could steady themselves, they were met with the sight of Chen Yi brandishing a gun, its barrel pointed directly at them, rendering them pale with fear, caught in a state of indecision. Sit down. Any tricks, and I will ensure your journey is a short one. The man with pale blonde hair complied and sat down, while the other 2, trembling, dared not sit but instead crouched low, as if to shield themselves. Chunyi stood before them, toying with the firearm, her gaze surveying them from above. The man's face, though marked by a hint of panic, remained relatively composed. She instructed Don Ma to navigate the boat back home. You just moved in, yet you already know my name? The man flushed slightly and muttered, The first time I saw you, I pestered the property management until they told me. Why were you inquiring about me? After a moment of bashfulness, he finally blurted, You're beautiful. I just wanted to know more about you. Don Ma could not contain a laugh. Chunyi shot him a disapproving glance before turning her attention back to the man.
What secret do you know about me?
He glanced at Don Ma, and then back at Chunyi, finally stating seriously, Your family has erected a wall around your home, sealed the skylight, and rarely goes out for supplies. Many in the community are already speculating that your family is hoarding a significant amount of resources. Moreover, I have heard an even more explosive piece of news. Observing the man's hesitance, Chunyi felt an urge to kick him into the floodwaters. Get to the point. He looked at her, muttering, Why are you so fierce? You lack even a trace of feminine gentleness. Before he could finish, Chunyi pulled the gun slide, lifting her gaze to meet his cold stare, prompting him to exclaim loudly, My uncle's officers overheard a conversation with rescue workers. They mentioned that a big shot over at Peninsula Garden had purchased a considerable amount of supplies before the smoggy weather, and they are currently searching for it. Chunyi's heart quickened. Clearly, someone was keeping an eye on her. And then, the man's expression turned blank. And then, what happens next?
Chunyi replied.
What does that have to do with me? The man looked astonished. You don't think you can do something without it being discovered, do you? You must understand. That place has become a hub for the wealthy. Sharing information is quite common. While others may not know the full story, I certainly do. How do you know? As he spoke, the gun's barrel was already hovering half a foot from his forehead. The man gently pushed aside Chunyi's gun. Please don't do that. I'm scared. My father holds a position that allows him to investigate. He can find out easily. Besides, this information was shared by your uncle as well. It is common knowledge that you have been hoarding supplies. Chunyi paused for a brief moment. The weight of his words was substantial, and she struggled to process it all. Sensing her silence, the man continued, You are quite oblivious, running around freely. If I were in your shoes, I would remain indoors and hide. I observe your home's renovations. It should provide some protection. Chunyi glanced at the two crouching beside her and then back at the seated man, hesitating on whether to pull the trigger. The man seemed to sense her thoughts and quickly interjected, Please don't shoot. I swear I haven't revealed a word about you. In fact, I have concealed quite a bit for you. Just think, if it weren't for the animosity between my father and your uncle, you would have been sold by now. Noticing Chunyi's gaze shift to the two men beside him, he added, You need not worry about them. They are my people. If they dare speak out of turn, I will personally deal with them. Chunyi lowered her weapon, contemplating the individuals who had a contentious relationship with Qin Jingguang and could only name a couple. What is your connection to my Jian? Chapter 82, A Most Notable Nephew My Father. The man replied, pride evident on his face. You are my Zaheo? Indeed.
Chunyi.
So you do know me? The man grinned widely. Chunyi recalled Li Dong and Fu Jinshi, her expression darkening. Unfortunately, I have heard of your deceitful dealings, leaving others unpaid. My Zaheo's face stiffened, and he offered a sheepish smile. That was indeed my wrongdoing, but I too was a victim in this situation. The shipment is still sitting in the dock, soaked. I came here today for that very reason. Chunyi thought of Li Dong and Fu Jinshi, who had endured hunger and hardship, waiting for nearly a month near the community, only to leave empty-handed and disheveled, unsure of how to explain to the factories. Considering the relentless downpour, she wondered how they had fared. You dwell in a villa and you owe a small factory some payments. How is that a victim's plight? Such matters were not ones Chunyi wished to involve herself in, yet the image of the two middle-aged men kneeling before her, crying and lamenting their predicament, flashed in her mind. Despite their fear of her weapon, their sincerity as conscientious entrepreneurs was apparent. For reasons unknown, Chunyi thought of her own father. My Zaheo's smile faded, and he spoke earnestly, Yes, I acknowledge my misdeeds. It was my first foray into business, and I did not anticipate encountering such a situation. At the time, my mother offered to assist, but I mistakenly believed I could manage it on my own. Including my father's side, I have turned them all down. At that moment, I was cornered and terrified, too afraid to step out.
Can you blame me?
People often say that while one need not fear the indulgences of the wealthy second generation, one must be wary when they suddenly declare their intent to venture into business. Especially without familial support. It is likely that a decade of extravagance would not incur losses as great as a single ill-fated business endeavor. Chunyi observed him and regretted bringing this matter up. She despised entanglements of any kind. Why hadn't I acted sooner? Alas. It was my pride that held me back. I had endured laughter from friends for far too long, yet these days, as the tides rose ominously, I felt a pang of guilt despite those few individuals not reaching out. I contemplated retrieving the goods from the dock, but with so few allies, I hesitated to seek help, especially at a cost. Who would have thought these people would take advantage of me? Seeing Chunyi's disdainful expression, he grew anxious and said, "Do not fret. I have devised a solution. It is too late. Once the child is lost, the milk arrives. Even if we offered tenfold the payment, they likely have no means to procure supplies. It is not too late. I have already arranged for my father to assist with the Dahu supermarket. I will retrieve the cargo from the dock and trade it for supplies. I can deliver the supplies to Li Dong and the others. Trust me. This matter does not concern me. It most certainly does. How could it not? This issue is of great significance to you." Mai Zihao stood up excitedly, asserting, "You cannot perceive me this way. Others' opinions do not matter, but yours does. I am, in fact, a good person. A good person? In this era, it is the good that perish the quickest." Chunyi pondered for a moment before cautiously stating, "Engaging with Dahu is akin to bargaining with a tiger. Mr. Mai, consider this wisely." With a sudden slap to his forehead, Mai Zihao exclaimed, "Oh, how did I not think of this? They are still scheming against you, and it is quite possible they will take advantage of my goods. What should we do? Does your father merely sit idly?"
Impossible.
"My father is formidable. Look at how even your uncle could not contend with him," he replied, brimming with pride. Chunyi was no longer inclined to converse with him. Though he was somewhat dim-witted, his delayed realization of his errors bore little relevance to her. Nearby, two others named De Mao and Air, who had cautiously settled beside Mai Zihao, occasionally casting furtive glances at Dan Mo. Mai Zihao fussed with his damp, white hair, stealing glances at the cold-faced Chunyi. He seemed to want to say something, yet the words caught in his throat, and he resumed staring at her.
Chunyi.
Feeling unnerved under his gaze, turned and coldly asked, "Why do you keep staring at me?" "Just admiring your beauty," he replied, grinning foolishly. Chunyi scoffed, "Is that so? Then gaze all you wish. I shall have Dan Mo pluck your eyes out." At her words, Dan Mo immediately extended two fingers and mimicked a vigorous digging motion into the air. Mai Zihao, seeing Dan Mo's fierce expression, forced a smile and said, "No need for that, no need. I was merely joking. I shall stop looking." Silence ensued. Upon arriving at the villa's entrance, Dan Mo stowed away the speedboat and, without turning back, headed home with Chunyi. Their residences were nearby, so they walked together. As they approached Mai Zihao's house, Chunyi noticed the skylight had been sealed. Suddenly, she turned to him and asked earnestly, "Did you purchase this house with money your father embezzled?" Mai Zihao's eyes widened, as if he might leap forward to cover her mouth, exclaiming, "Do not speak such nonsense. My father would never forgive me." Chunyi scrutinized him and replied, "Given your intellect and age, I cannot fathom how you could afford this house." Mai Zihao hurriedly explained, "My mother purchased it. She even borrowed money from my aunt. We are still repaying the mortgage. Besides, you look younger than I do. Where did you acquire your funds? Is it not from your uncle's embezzlement?" However, before he could finish, he shook his head. "That does not seem right. After all, your uncle is likely preoccupied with trying to procure something from you. Chun Jingguang has not embezzled. He is exceedingly cautious. His family, particularly Zhu Meiling and Chen Yuan, only seeks to pilfer from your household." "Oh, so you defend him? What a dutiful nephew," Mai Zihao chuckled, nodding at her. "I appreciate your rescue today, Miss Chen.
I shall repay you in due time.
Shall I invite you in for tea?" This fellow was truly amusing, oscillating between fear and bravado.
Begone. Infazed, mais Ziao cheerfully responded. All right.
"Farewell, lovely lady," and merrily walked home. Dan Mo approached her and coldly remarked, "This man is quite the character. In your words, he is rather unrestrained and does not appear to be of good character. Miss, do not engage with him in the future." His tone resembled that of a concerned father, anxiously instructing his daughter to avoid pitfalls. Chunyi laughed. "Dan Mo, your Mandarin has improved. You even employed that idiom. With that, she made her way home. Chapter 83. Lian Yi. In the past 2 days, aside from regular training, my Zaheo visited Chenyi twice, both times thwarted by Dan Mo at the door. Without even informing Chenyi. On his third visit, as he rang the doorbell, Chenyi was resting in the courtyard, observing Uncle Li pulling weeds in a vegetable patch. The plump little greens had sprouted, creating a sea of vibrant green, an utterly healing sight. Dressed in a raincoat, my Zaheo stood outside, visibly anxious. Chunya's cold voice reached him. What do you want? The screen displayed my Zaheo's worried expression. Chenyi, think of a way for me. I no longer wish to trade with the people from Benhai Garden. Since you have grain, can we exchange?
No.
Then I can pay you to buy? Absolutely not. My Zaheo appeared disheartened, staring at the door for a moment before lowering his head, preparing to leave.
Wait.
Chunyi called out. He lifted his head eagerly, his eyes gleaming. So, are you willing to trade with me? The owner of 1206 is a well-known chain pharmacy owner. If you exchange for a batch of medical supplies. Now that medication is in short supply everywhere, take this to barter, utilizing your father's or uncle's connections. Do not hesitate or disdain to use them. It is foolish. My Zaheo stood still, processing her words, and after a moment, he burst into laughter. Haha, just as I thought, I was right to come to you. I'll go immediately. Chun, standing nearby, listened to their conversation and retorted to Chenyi, is this person not quite bright? Such a simple matter. Yet he comes to ask? Is he doing it on purpose, trying to ascertain if there are any supplies at home? Such a malicious thought. Chenyi acknowledged with a hum and then called for Li Xiong to assist in retrieving some items from the basement. As agreed. Today was the day to deliver medicine to Chu Huifeng's side, otherwise, his captain's efforts would be in vain. Dan Mo remained close at hand, despite Chenyi's insistence that it was unnecessary. However, my Zaheo had mentioned that many were inquiring about Chenyi's whereabouts, which made it impossible for Dan Mo to rest easy. Upon arriving at the library, Chen Huifeng awaited her on the 3rd floor. As she reached the 6th floor, she observed the man's injuries had improved significantly. He was seated on the floor, conversing with another man who appeared to be one of his team members. Upon noticing Chenyi's arrival, the man stood and approached her. To his credit, he was quite polite, always saluting her upon their encounters. Miss Chun, greetings. I am grateful for your assistance. I owe you a debt of gratitude for saving my life. If you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to ask. Within reason, I, Lian Yi, will comply with your requests. This time, he did not refer to her as lady. Within reason? Chunyi cast another glance at Chu Huifeng. These individuals took an eternity to consider their words, utterly devoid of the joy of conversation.
Lian Yi?
Yes, I am Lian Yi. The man's voice boomed. No need to raise your voice. I can't hear you, Chenyi replied, instructing Dan Mo to set down the several large bags he was carrying. Besides water and rations, there were also quick prep meals and medications along with a few new sleeping bags. Your surname is quite rare. After saying this, Chunyi surveyed the surroundings. Are you all planning to stay here for the time being? For now, yes, came the reply. Chunyi nodded and turned to Chu Huifeng. The bags you helped me carry contain food. Could you prepare it? I am quite hungry. Chu Huifeng nodded, opened the bag, and found not only fresh meat, vegetables, eggs, and pasta, but also a small stove and other necessary utensils. He glanced back at Chenyi, who was cleanly dressed, her complexion rosy, certainly not someone lacking in supplies. Her claim of hunger seemed merely a gesture to provide them with a sense of purpose. They were here on a mission, not under the jurisdiction of any organization below, and their rescue efforts were self-organized. No orders had been given. Despite saving so many lives, they had never asked for a single resource from the people they rescued, who often took their assistance for granted, perceiving it as a duty. The individual before him had previously spoken with aggressive candor, yet had assisted him multiple times. While her demeanor might not be particularly endearing, her chivalrous spirit left him with a profound sense of gratitude. Old, come help, Chu Huifeng called, and a previously silent team member eagerly rushed over to assist. Chenyi instructed Dan Mo to examine the wound on Lian Yi's back, finding it healing well. Dan Mo began to disinfect and dress the injury. He retrieved a pouch of medical supplies, meticulously detailing each item. Lian Yi nodded in acceptance, his expression calm. Then turned to Chenyi, saying, Huifeng mentioned that when you left last time, you asked him to tell me that I owe you a life.
Chenya maintained her impassive demeanor.
Isn't that so?
Lian Yi chuckled lightly.
Indeed. His smile softened the sharp contours of his face. rendering him less intimidating and somewhat more approachable. I have provided you with the medicine. Whether you distribute it or use it yourself is up to you. I only save once.
Lianyi nodded.
Miss Chun, I appreciate your kindness, I understand. You should really have a professional medical person look at your wound.
Lianyi replied.
Yesterday, a medical team came to check on us. They said the suturing was done quite well, and after changing the bandage once, they left, promising to return in a few days to remove the stitches.
Chen simile dattan move.
Your uncle is truly capable. Lian Yi hesitated before continuing. Miss Jun, please do not return here again. This place is too close to the Peninsula Garden. As far as I know, people there are currently searching for you. I am aware. Then, do you still intend to go there?
Yes.
Those who dare to target her will find themselves thwarted. I may not be able to assist with that. Lian Yi said, a hint of difficulty visible on his face. Chunyi chuckled coldly. I have never relied on others. Why would you take on such a burden? Lian Yi was momentarily speechless. But you did say I owe you a life. Are these people perhaps a bit stubborn? Overthinking it. It was merely a jest. I do not require anything. Take care of your injury. Dan Mo, let us depart. As Lian Yi absorbed Chanya's words, he pondered whether he had misspoken and if he had angered her. Chu Huifeng, seeing Chun Yi preparing to leave, rushed over with a ladle. Miss Jin, are you leaving? The meal will be ready shortly. You should eat before you go. Chun Yi paused, turned to him, and said, You all can eat without me. I have matters to attend to. Just then, urgent footsteps echoed up the stairs. Chapter 84. A dire situation. The newcomers were three of Chu Huifeng's teammates, who rushed up to the 6th floor. Before reaching their destination, one of them shouted urgently, Captain, there's an emergency. A landslide has occurred in the neighboring city. It was originally high ground, where many villagers had sought refuge. Now, half of the rescue teams from S City have been dispatched to assist. We must. Upon reaching the 6th floor and spotting Chun Yi and Dan Mo, they halted, standing at attention. Miss Chun. Sir. Chun Yi looked at Lian Yi in confusion, as she did not perceive herself as someone worthy of such respect from these individuals. Lian Yi, feeling embarrassed, explained, Well, they believe you saved me, and thus deserve their respect. Chun Yi pursed her lips and nodded. Then, I owe you my gratitude. The newcomers were drawn in by the tempting aroma of food wafting through the air and saw Chu Huifeng and Lao busying themselves. What are you cooking? It smells wonderful. Where did it come from? Chu Huifeng grinned. Miss Jin brought it for the captain to replenish his strength. Lian Yi pretended to cough, attempting to mask his embarrassment. Chunya's cold voice rang out again. Continue your tasks. We are leaving. Chu Huifeng remained behind, saying, Miss Jin, please wait a moment. It would be wise to hear what news they have. Should we need to mobilize for the rescue, we might require your assistance in looking after our captain for a few days. He gestured for the others to continue. What do I care for their news? It is none of my concern. What assistance? I have no desire for that. One of the newcomers continued. We just received word that many villagers have been trapped. There are no large shelters nearby, and the rescue teams do not have a significant supply of tents. Even if there are medical teams with the heavy rain, immediate assistance is impossible. Furthermore, there have been large ground depressions near the incident site, making it exceedingly worrisome. Lian Yi and Chu Huifeng turned their gazes toward Chun Yi. Chun Yi felt a surge of irritation. Why are you all looking at me? Can I provide help? No, I cannot. Indeed, she was not omnipotent. The two averted their eyes. Chu Huifeng turned to Lian Yi, saying, Captain, please take care of your injury. We will set out once we finish eating. Let Lao stay behind to look after you. Lian Yi contemplated for a moment. No, I will go with you. More hands mean more strength. It was rare to see someone rushing toward danger. Are you mad? The rain outside is torrential. Do not squander Miss Chen's goodwill. Chu Huifeng looked at Chun Yi, a hint of distress in his expression. Miss Chen, could you, before he could finish, Dan Mo interjected coldly, no. He then pulled Chun Yi aside, whispering, Miss, beauty can lead one astray. Do not act foolishly at such a critical moment. Chun Yi remained undistracted. She aimed to be a landowner in this apocalyptic world, and matters of beauty held no importance. Chun Yi, with her cold demeanor, found no need to explain further. Though Dan Mo's voice was low, everyone present heard him. Lian Yi's face tightened, a flush creeping up to his ears. Chu Huifeng appeared awkward, unable to continue the conversation. Others had merely offered assistance once and provided numerous supplies. As soldiers of the people, they should not have accepted even a thread or needle. Did he truly dare to harbor such fantasies?
Yet,
Thinking of the captain filled him with urgency. What could be done? If he and his teammates left, there would be no one to tend to the captain's wound. Let us head to the rescue station. I truly cannot be of help, Chanyi stated calmly, then descended the stairs with Dan Mo. For a moment, no one spoke, watching Chanyi leave in silence. Only after the sound of her motorboat faded did Lien Yi finally say, "Enough. Stop staring. Others have their concerns. Do not put pressure on them." Lao murmured, "But Miss Chen has helped us time and again. I thought she was warm-hearted. She even brought fresh food for the captain. She must have some feelings for him. Do not speak carelessly. Eat." Lien Yi shot him a glare. After hastily finishing their meal, the group gathered their belongings and, with a mix of coaxing and persuasion, sent the reluctant Lien Yi to the rescue station, ensuring the medical team would take good care of him. Once again, I retrieved the medication that Chunyi had provided, a gift from a benevolent soul. It is imperative that I ensure my captain's recovery. Should my captain once again bestow the medicine upon another, it is likely that we would owe yet another life to that young lady. Despite her seemingly altruistic nature, her temperament is rather difficult to navigate. After much deliberation, we followed the transport vessel of the rescue team towards City N.
Meanwhile,
Chunyi and Dan Mo departed from the library, heading straight home. As they passed by Mai Zaheo's residence, Chunyi hesitated but ultimately approached the door. Before she could draw near, the sound of 2 dogs barking erupted from within. "Miss, did we not agree to ignore this individual?"
Dan Mo interjected.
Holding a tent in his hands. Ignoring his warning, Chunyi pressed the doorbell. Before long, Chunyi heard the sound of a man rushing away, followed by Mai Zaheo's authoritative voice commanding the dogs, and soon after, the sound of footsteps hastening towards the door. Mai Zaheo opened the door, excitement radiating from his expression. "Chunyi, you've come to see me? Please, come in, I'll brew you some tea." "No, I am here to inquire about something," Chunyi replied, stepping back slightly as he lunged towards her. "What do you wish to ask? How has the batch of tents from Lidong been managed?" "They've been located and are currently being unpacked and cleaned. Once that's done, we can arrange for their exchange." He furrowed his brow and asked why. "Do you need them?" Chunyi shook her head. "Then why are you asking? There has been a significant landslide in City N, requiring a vast number of tents. What does that have to do with me? Just notify the rescue team to assist." Tents for City N, yes, tents." He nodded vigorously. "But I've already given them away. Where shall I find more to send to Li Dong and his team?" Chunyi sighed, reflecting on the struggles of his parents. Although Mai Zaheo appeared somewhat foolish, he was perceptive enough to notice her displeasure and cautiously suggested, "Chunyi, why not come inside? We can discuss this properly. Simply send them in Li Dong's name, informing the government of City N that Li Dong is in dire straits. They will naturally know what steps to take next." One would expect that with his father entrenched in politics and his mother a powerful figure in the workplace, he would possess some understanding of such social nuances. If he truly lacked that knowledge, it would indicate a life devoid of depth, merely indulging in pleasures. Is that truly feasible?
I am uncertain.
Why not try? Absolutely. Mai Zaheo expressed no doubt. "I will arrange for them to be transported immediately." He leaned closer to Chunyi and added, "I will personally oversee the delivery. You can await my good news at home. I will also take the opportunity to apologize to Li Dong in person. It would be prudent to verify whether Li Dong had distributed the supplies to his workers." After saying this, Chunyi turned to leave. With so much time having elapsed, she wondered if Li Dong and his workers were still alive. If they were, how would they possibly be located in this world devoid of power and connectivity? She was no saint. Undertaking all of this had surpassed her original intentions. In the following days, the rain fell heavily, reminiscent of the initial days of the downpour. With no electricity or internet, the outside world remained shrouded in mystery. The weather was particularly dreadful, and after her daily training, Chunyi felt utterly exhausted, preferring to remain indoors. Let Qin Jingguang and Zhao Quan plot their schemes. They could frolic for a few days, for the apocalypse was far from over. Whatever they desired, they must be able to procure it themselves. Seated on the sofa, Chunyi read while Li Xiong and Chen Chen played video games in front of the television. Dan Mo occupied himself in the courtyard, crafting arrows. The aroma of bread baking wafted from the kitchen, where Uncle Li was at work. Chunyi set her book aside and stepped into the courtyard, gazing at the sky, murmuring softly, I wonder how much the water level has risen these past few days. Dan and Mo, sharpening arrowheads, replied, I saw from the rooftop that the entrance to the community is almost submerged. The entrance to the community was quite a distance from the villa area, so it was not surprising that the lower-lying entrance was inundated. It seems that the water level has risen by approximately 6 to 7 meters in the past 4 or 5 days. Maizaheo had yet to knock on the door. He likely had not returned. With the heavy rain, and given that City S was coastal, it was probable that many more individuals would find themselves trapped. During the rescue operations in City N, half of the rescuers had been dispatched. It was uncertain whether they had returned. What troubles you? Dan Mo paused his work.
Observing Chen Yese furoret brol.
We have ample supplies, miss. There is no need for concern. Her concern was not for the supplies. She had already organized the containers that had arrived from the Y Country port. A significant amount of useful items had been uncovered. The food supplies included instant meals, various meats, grains, and seasonings, taking up a third of her inventory. The last opening had revealed nearly 1,000 containers filled with many essentials. Alcohol, beverages, and dairy products had also been procured in abundance. Clothing, thermal gear, gloves, and even labor protection equipment had been amassed in dozens of boxes, alongside numerous hotel linens and disposable items. Among the specially made boxes, there were brand new automobiles of various makes and models, 8 vehicles per container, including sports cars and SUVs. Chun-Yi set these aside for the time being, as she had no immediate use for them. Additionally, she had uncovered advanced medical instruments and other healthcare supplies, as well as various machines, including rice milling equipment. There were also numerous assorted parts that she could not identify, which she piled together for now. In addition to these, Chun-Yi had organized several elongated trailers and containers from 3 cargo ships at the dock. One vessel was laden with high-quality smokeless coal, estimated to weigh over 10,000 tons. Another was filled with an assortment of instant foods and snacks. The final ship's containers were enormous, revealing various construction vehicles inside. The trailers contained diverse beans and an array of household items, small appliances, and assorted hardware. Chun-Yi could not ascertain whether these items would be of any use to her. Regardless, there was still space available, so she would store them for now. The spacious warehouse was filled to the brim with a variety of organized supplies. The thrill of unboxing had finally come to a close. Were it not for the docks being submerged by the relentless rain, she would have relished the opportunity to experience this joy once more. Although Maizaheo had previously retrieved his goods, the water had rendered them too filthy for her liking. She would let others handle it, as she had more than enough. Her worries were not rooted in the availability of supplies. Rather, there was an inexplicable sense of unease that lingered within her, the origins of which she could not discern. Observing Chun-Yi's pensive demeanor, Dan Mo hesitated before speaking. Miss, is this feeling you are experiencing what your fellow countrymen often refer to as longing? Chun-Yi took a moment to regain her focus, fixing a cold stare upon Dan Mo. Dan Mo, your rebelliousness has reached new heights, and your tongue has become quite unrestrained. Dan Mo chuckled. Miss, remember that the allure of handsome men can lead one astray. You must maintain a clear mind and not fall into their enchanting trap. Confused, Chun-Yi queried, what handsome men? What enchantment? Observing Dan Mo's playful demeanor, she insisted, I do not require such distractions. Then why extend your help to him? And what of that individual living nearby? Did we not agree to ignore him? In the past, men far more appealing than these were abundant in the Y Country. I have never seen you cast a second glance. Thus, it becomes challenging to explain concepts of patriotism and national spirit to a foreigner, especially one who has wandered without a home. Chun-Yi herself found it difficult to articulate such sentiments. While she may not love her compatriots, she currently resides on this land, and the warriors selflessly protecting its tranquility are within her reach to save. Consider it a form of gratitude. Forget it, no need for explanations. It's only making things worse. Let him indulge in his fanciful thoughts. However, it's hard to resist the fact that these men are living in such comfort, with nothing to occupy their time but training. For several consecutive days, Chun-Yi observed them huddled together, whispering conspiratorially. And from the snippets of Mandarin that slipped from Dan Mo's lips, she quickly surmised they were gossiping about her. Unable to confront them or join their circle, she noticed that whenever she approached, they would disperse, casting her knowing glances that danced between amusement and mockery. Are they truly devoid of any sense of impending danger? Chun-Chin shrugged, spreading his arms in a gesture of indifference. You say we are strong and well-fed. even if the enemy is at our gates. What is there to fear? Chunyi nodded and walked away, realizing that these men were living too comfortably, oblivious to the horrors that lurked beyond their sheltered existence. Their ease bordered on reckless abandon as they blasted music in the courtyard, grilling skewers and drinking beer while singing loudly. The rain had lessened since the heavy downpours of previous days, yet the aroma of their feast wafted far beyond, a provocative act in such times of scarcity. Before long, a knock echoed at the door. Chun Chun, lost in revelry, was incensed by the interruption. Dan Mo, tomorrow, dismantle the doorbell. Just turn on the current, I want to see who dares to knock again. Dan Mo chuckled, taking a sip of his drink. What if that silver-haired man from next door comes by? Chun Chun shot a glance at Chun Yi and retorted, let him get electrocuted. It'll save some people from obsessing over it. Chun Yi, baffled, asked, why are you looking at me? Did these men truly believe they could hurl non-existent scandals upon themselves? Or was it that after her last jest at Chun Chun and Lu Zixing, he had seized this opportunity? Was Mai Zihao, who was all facade and no substance, truly worthy of such fixation? As the saying goes, when one is well fed, they become contemplative, yet it seemed he was imposing his own thoughts onto others. Was it not enough to create their own entertainment in the absence of the internet? The third floor was filled with books. Could they not indulge in reading? Having survived for years in an apocalyptic world, she had no desire for romantic entanglements in this second life. She was content to hoard supplies and await the day she could lie back and be idle. If it weren't for the persistent schemes of Qin Jingguang and Zhao Quan, she would be far more joyful. Li Xiong ventured outside to discern the identity of the visitors. Chapter 86. A descent into death. Since relocating to this secluded villa in the farthest corner of the community, the family had seldom ventured out, minimizing contact with outsiders. Thus, the individuals standing at the door were unfamiliar faces. Li Xiong coldly addressed the intercom. Who are you? What do you want? A man in a blue shirt replied. We caught a whiff of the delicious food wafting from your home and hoped to borrow some provisions. Alternatively, we could purchase them. Li Xiong curtly responded. There's none. Leave at once. At that moment, a long-haired woman stepped forward, her voice frail as she pleaded, Please, our child is starving. We beg you to sell us a little food. The others nodded in agreement. Go buy it yourself. We have no surplus, he said before abruptly ending the conversation and removing the intercom's battery. As he walked away, he raised the battery. Master, now no one can disturb you. Please continue. Chunyi set down her skewer and moved to the study to watch the surveillance footage, amplifying the sound to catch their conversation. It became clear that the torrential rains had transformed the outside world while she remained confined indoors. Since the landslide in N City had depleted half of the rescue personnel, and with days of relentless downpour raising water levels by 89 meters, the already vulnerable S City was left utterly defenseless. The few remaining rescue workers, exhausted and battered by the storm, had not had a moment's respite, and many had succumbed to fatigue. In a time of severe medicine shortages, some began to sell their medications at exorbitant prices. The Dahua supermarket, which had initially engaged in high-price sales, had now traded some supplies for medication. However, the rapid rise in water levels caught many off guard, and it was unclear how many supplies had been lost. Reports indicated that the rescue team stationed at Peninsula Garden had been entirely withdrawn to aid the city's populace, leaving only Zhao Quan and Zhao Li's men to guard the area. Yet, despite the dire circumstances, a number of well-dressed individuals continued to flock there, emerging shortly after with satisfied expressions. While the wealthy were grappling with food scarcity, the desperate gnawing of hunger drove them to forgo their dignity. Much like hyenas drawn to the scent of a feast. If the affluent were struggling so, one could only imagine the plight of the common folk, who were undoubtedly enduring a living hell. Even Peninsula Garden had been submerged to the 4th or 5th floor, while many residential buildings were more than half submerged, and the 7-story older apartments had completely lost their roofs. Unable to await rescue, many resorted to crafting makeshift rafts from discarded bottles and other materials, attempting to escape to higher floors. The flood surged, and midway through their self-rescue efforts, their makeshift vessel shattered, sending them tumbling into the tumultuous waters. Even amid the downpour, such perilous situations were commonplace, but the panic of watching the water rise rapidly ignited an instinctual will to survive, compelling them to take risks despite the dangers ahead. Some attempted to send children to safety using bathtub-like containers, but many failed, becoming lost in the currents, their fates sealed. These desperate acts of self-preservation undoubtedly burdened the rescue teams even further, as they not only had to evacuate but also calm those waiting for the next opportunity, occasionally plunging into the water to save lives. Starved, exhausted, and without refuge, many found themselves driven to the brink, collapsing in despair and ultimately throwing themselves into the floodwaters to end their lives. This tragic resolve resonated with the remaining crowd, who gazed hopelessly at the overcast sky, the rain showing no sign of abating. They stared at the vast, unrelenting flood before them. Falling silent as one by one, they surrendered to the waters. Some screamed, others wept, while many, held tightly by their relatives, were unable to join in, their faces void of emotion, their eyes a dull gray. Life had become a hellish purgatory, stripping them of their essence, only to be met with nature's wrath. What a profound suffering. Meanwhile, the group outside continued their hushed discussion. A man in a white shirt emblazoned with a luxury brand logo wore a face of disappointment as he lamented, "I told you, at this time, no one would be willing to sell us food." The long-haired woman insisted anxiously, "We could offer more money. Let us ask them again. It's not just the children and the elderly, we adults are starving too." The man in the blue shirt scoffed lightly. "Money? What good is money now? Even Dahua supermarket is hoarding its remaining supplies." He glanced back at the villa. We approached with civility. "If they remain ungracious, they can't blame us for resorting to force. The people from Peninsula Garden are armed, and we have no other recourse. Do you think our group can't take this house?" He gazed at the brightly lit home, noting that nearly every household appeared to have a generator, enjoying the luxury of electricity even during outages. But now, the enticing scent of meat wafted through the air, and moments ago, they had heard music emanating from within, indicating that this household likely had ample provisions. The man in black, who had remained silent until now, approached the sturdy door, rapped on it, then walked over to the towering walls. Before returning to the group to state, the property management mentioned that this family had intentionally built their home this way during renovations. They must have been well prepared. Behold the grand gate and the imposing wall. Entry seems a formidable challenge. The woman with long hair suggested, "Perhaps we should seek assistance from the property management tomorrow." The man in the blue shirt, his face contorted with anger, retorted, "Tomorrow? I can scarcely endure until then. Starved and deprived of both water and electricity. Who can survive until dawn?" A heavy silence enveloped the group, their disbelief palpable. Inhabiting this place, who among them lacked a reserve of provisions? Even if fresh food had been exhausted, there would still be instant meals, frozen goods, and dry staples to scavenge. It was merely a matter of willingness, a gamble on when the deluge would relent. Their speculation proved accurate, though they had not anticipated that the man in the blue shirt had indeed scoured his home thoroughly. Initially, he had believed the flood would soon recede, indulging himself at home, yet nearly a month had elapsed, leaving the refrigerator and cupboards barren, devoid even of a single clove of garlic. Observing the silence from the others, the man in the blue shirt pressed on, "What? Are you all unwilling?" Finally, the man in black spoke, "I think we should reconsider. Let's seek help from the property management early tomorrow. We few have little confidence." The woman with long hair and the man in the floral t-shirt nodded in agreement. As the man in the blue shirt watched them depart, he cast a disdainful glance back at Chunya's residence, spat out a mouthful of contempt, muttering curses about how he would make them pay come tomorrow before he too took his leave.